Amazing news! At Titans Debate League is now looking for interns. We are expanding our team and seeking driven individuals who are ready to make an impact. We're on the hunt for talented people to join our marketing team, a charismatic new host, and creative minds who can produce amazing content. If you have a positive attitude and are used to winning, because that's what we do here, then we want to hear from you. Join us and contribute to a culture of excellence and success here at Titans Debate League. Email us today, titansdebateleague@gmail.com. Looking forward to hearing from you.
Where Infinity Gauntlet is a mere toy compared to the intellectual prowess build and destroy the cipher. Intellectual sword to slice you, or whatever device you recommend. Surgical precise pen, hand get heated, the room will spin. If man get treated, them goals gon' spin. Level heads with feet, paradigm the box shoot in. Got a pair of red dimes in the box shoot in. Don't matter paradigms, your clock won't spin. Hear the sounds of the trumpets, start the rounds in the gauntlet. Get down or lay down when we're stopping. It's the clash of the Tigers. Hear the sounds of the trumpets, start the rounds in the gauntlet. Get down or lay down when we storming. It's the clash of the Titans. Hear the sounds of the trumpets, start the rounds in the gauntlet. Get down or lay down when we storming. It's the clash of the Titans. It's the clash of the Titans.
Questions. Can I ask what we hate each other for? See, I'm just asking, you got that passion to see your sister go. I wanna see that woman stand, you leave her on the floor. Let's try to gain some understanding before you go to war. Your spirit pour deja vu, I've seen this before. Time after time played in my mind, I can't take no more. I did the crime, I did the time, I only bruised my soul. I had to grind, I had to climb, I had to choose my role. Have you been told that I love you lately? Been around those who don't bug you lately. Go around those who don't drive you crazy. You need a hug, my sister. Better hell with that mean mug, my sister. Come on, receive it, don't you shove, don't push me. It might not be about your nookie, and again, it might be about your cooking. Give you some ends, trying to supply some cushion. Discipline without no whooping. Known to show and prove without no woofing. Open your eyes to what you overlooking. Baby, don't that feel nice? Yeah, tell me, show that, don't that feel right? Ever felt what true love feel like? This ain't no pill high. With no shit that growing, no feel high. Keep you grounded, but yet you still fly. See, now I realize you epitomize everything a woman should be. And I pray to God that he working on my third eye, so I see that this world ain't all about you. It ain't all about me, but if you really giving out LOVE, so can I ask what we hate each other for? See, I'm just asking, you got that passion to see your brother go. I wanna see that man stand, you leave him on the floor. Let's try to gain some understanding before we go to war. Your spirit pour deja vu, I've seen this before. Young men are dying, young women dying, I can't take no more. You do the crime, you do the time, you only bruise your soul. You gotta grind, you gotta climb, you gotta choose your road. Have you been told that I love you lately? Go around those who don't bug you lately. Been around those who don't drive you crazy. You need a hug, my brother. Better help with all that hate, my brother. I know you dealt with dudes that's fake, my brother. Understand I can relate, my brother. Only so much you can take, my brother. What I'm trying to say, don't let that hate become you. Don't never break, my brother. Let me carry some of that weight, my brother. Better cleanse your soul for it's too late, my brother. See, now I realize you epitomize everything a brother should be. And I understand that melanin inside you connect you to me. And that sun is where we gon' meet. Like God is how we gon' speak with the same power to build and destroy, but yet unique. See, you get weak and I get weak, and we stay strong together. We keep each other inside that light, cause the darkness harms whoever. And you only create a diamond, keep applying that pressure. My crew knew better, go faster by yourself, but we go farther when we go together. I ask what we hate each other for. See, I'm just asking, we got that passion to see each other go. I wanna see that person stand, you leave them on the floor. Let's try to gain some understanding before you go to war. Your spirit poor, deja vu, I seen this before. Young men are dying, young women dying, I can't take no more. I did the crime, I did the time, I only bruised my soul. I had to grind, I had to climb, I had to choose my road. Have you been told that I love you lately? That I love you lately. Have somebody, I love you lately. Say, I love you lately. Have somebody told you. Yeah.
Good day, good day, good day. We're in the building, we're in the building, we're in the building. You know who it is, what it is, where it is. It's your boy Oli. This the Titan Debate League presents. It's Consciousness Fundamental. And we, of course, are at the Coliseum. I'd like to welcome today Ronald Burkins. He likes to go by Ron, if y'all don't mind. How you doing today, Ron?
I'm doing fine.
Great, great. We're glad to have you aboard. I want to say thank you.
I'm doing great. But before we start, looks like I'm getting a little echo.
Let me see, is that me?
I don't know if it's you or me.
I think I know what it is. How about now?
Okay, that's better.
Okay. I think I knew what it was.
I'm still.
Is it still echoing?
It's still echoing.
Let me see if you'll give me 1 second, please.
No problem.
Can you hear me, Ronald?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, is it still echoing?
No.
Okay.
Yes, I can.
All right. Yeah, we're here today with Ron Burkins.
I'm sorry. I'm looks like I'm still.
Is it still echoing?
I'm getting an echo from my side. Let's see here. Yes.
Let me close all my unwanted windows. They might have a microphone open or something. Just let me know when you're ready. If it sounds like, matter of fact.
Okay, can you?
Yeah, I can hear you. Check. Mic check.
Let's see here. You're not getting an echo on your side?
No, sir, I'm not. What about on your phone? Do you have something open on your phone?
Let me see here.
Or are you on your computer?
I'm on my computer. Hello?
I can hear you. Are you echoing to yourself?
Yes, I'm echoing to myself.
How about you try to leave and come back, Ron? See if that'll help us out. And we'll go to a commercial real quick. Get those technical difficulties handled.
Attention all debate fans. You've been watching, you've been arguing, you've been picking sides. But now it's time to level up. From this point forward, all debates on this platform are going members only. That means the hottest clashes, the wildest arguments, and your favorite personalities going head to head will only be available to subscribers. You want real scholarship? You want the smoke? You want the unfiltered action? Then don't get left outside looking in. Sign up today for as low as $3.99 and get full access to to every debate, every moment, every knockout argument. This is Titans Debate League, where legends are made and debates get real. Join now or miss out.
Okay, and we back. We got Ron back in the building. Let's see if we got the technical difficulties handled. Ron, are you there with us?
Yes, I'm here.
And how that echo, is the echo gone? Are we still in there with it?
Yes. I'm still getting the echo on my side, but you're not getting one, right?
No, sir.
Yeah. That's strange. I went out and I went back in again. Let's see.
Do you have any YouTube pages open or anything?
Let's check and see. I'm looking.
So it sounds good on my end.
Let's see. Can you still hear me?
Yes, sir, I can.
Okay, that may be it. Then looks like maybe I had 2 YouTube pages open.
Okay. Yeah, that's usually what be happening when I hear myself. And I can't find it. I have a page open somewhere.
Okay.
All right, and if you want to show them slides back again.
Okay, let's see here. Do you see my slides?
Yeah, they popped up. To the stage. All right. So today, guys, again, we'll start it. My guest is Ronald Burkins. He spent years exploring one of the biggest questions a human being can ask. What exactly is consciousness? Is it produced by the brain? Does it emerge from physical processes? Or is consciousness itself a fundamental part of reality? Today, we're going to find out where he stands, how he got there, and what evidence he believes supports his position. Ronald Burkins, welcome to the Titans Debate League.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to be on your page. And I also just want to thank you personally, Oli, as well as A1, for giving me this opportunity.
Yeah, we definitely appreciate you over here at Titans Debate League. Now I want to forward that to you from me, the Titans, and everybody that's fighting to be enlightened. Now I'm gonna go ahead and turn it over to you. You can start your presentation and let us know what you think about consciousness.
Okay. Do you see my first page on presentation?
Should be. Oh, let me remove this. Add to the stage. take that off. Okay, there we go, Mr. Burkins.
Okay, great. Okay, so everybody can see my my screen now, right?
Yes.
All right. So again, as I said before, I just want to thank you, Oli, as well as A1 for this opportunity to talk about consciousness. My position is that it's fundamental, but I understand that the prevailing science says that it's emergent. But I want to talk a little bit about why I think, again, I'm using the word think, that it is more fundamental. And besides that, I also want to make it clear that the science is very new in terms of talking about consciousness is fundamental, but the question itself has been around for a while. So what I'm going to attempt to show you today is why this is such an important question. This is a very serious question, talking about consciousness as being fundamental. And it's very clear that science itself has not gotten to the root of this problem. Nobody really understands whether or not consciousness is emergent from brains or whether or not it is truly fundamental. So we're going to be talking a little bit about modern theories as well as traditional ancient spiritual practices. And also want to review, just to be fair, some of the sharpest critics around this question. Again, I don't want to leave anybody with the impression that the consciousness itself is somehow, this question has been settled. So these are the points that I want to follow in terms of an outline. Again, first point is the serious question of why consciousness is fundamental. Again, as I mentioned before, science still resists this solution. They again say that from a physicalist point of view, that the consciousness is more emergent from brains. Obviously, we live in a physical world, so they take that position. Some of the ancient traditions from Africa to the East Asian traditions talk about consciousness, not matter, that consciousness is what came first. The third point, there are two lenses, and which I'm going to attempt to do is show how they are bridged by Donald Hoffman, who's a neuroscientist who's been studying this this field for quite some time, the field of consciousness being fundamental. And then we'll talk a little bit about the criticisms, because this is very important, how there's pushback on the consciousness first view. Again, because it's clear that from a scientific, from let's say the majority of scientists, from a consensus perspective, most scientists believe that consciousness itself emerges from the brain. And then, so what are some of the open points? What are some of the issues that are still unresolved and are still being investigated? So the central question that we're dealing with, does the brain produce consciousness, or is consciousness more fundamental than matter itself? So the matter first group, again, this is the consensus. I call them physicalists. Their perspective is that the brain produces consciousness and that the mind, based on neurons, produce what we call consciousness, that it's an emergent product of physical processes. So physicalists believe in materialism. Everything can be reduced back to fundamentally to atoms and those constituent components. And from there, based on complexity, the brain, being a complex organism, produces consciousness. And then that's juxtaposed against consciousness first, which is that's the position I take, that is fundamental, that consciousness is the ground of reality, that matter and the physical world both come from being aware. So again, you got this two distinct positions when it comes to the central question. And whatever answer turns out to be true, it's going to be very important, because this is how we are able to understand ourselves moving forward. So if you're a physicalist, you obviously are going to take the more scientific route. But if you're fundamental first, the burden of proof is on you. You have to prove that even though you say that consciousness is fundamental, you still have to prove, in some sense of the word, that you can get all of this reality from consciousness. It's not enough to say that consciousness is fundamental. You have to be able to state, well, how do we get the material world from that consciousness? So why does this matter? There are four pillars of our world that consciousness actually crosses into. The first and foremost is science. Again, as I mentioned before, is it just our brains that produces neurons that fire? And ultimately something that physics can or hasn't yet explained, but maybe in the future be able to explain. And what about spirituality? As I mentioned before, there are ancient traditions that may have already mapped out reality based on their traditions. And what we call beliefs or spirituality may even have a deeper meaning. And then free will, whether or not our choices are truly our own, hinges on the answer. Think about it. Free will. If you're a physicalist, if you're a materialist, basically, you have to admit that you don't have free will. You have to say that everything is causal. Everything comes from the Big Bang, and that's it. You have no free will. Free will is just an illusion. But if you believe that consciousness is fundamental, then it opens the door for you having true free will. And I don't talk about free will in terms of, hey, I believe that I can fly, stuff like that, but free will to make your everyday choices, your everyday decisions in life, as opposed to determinism, which says that your choices are really fundamentally already made for you. And the last but not least is human identity. What are we at the core, and what lives on afterwards? This is what I believe is at stake. Now, this question is about consciousness. Has been around for a long time. It's not something that's new to just the 20th and 21st century. It's been around for millennia. This slide basically just shows just what I consider to be a brief timeline, because fundamentally I think it goes back even further than this. Some ancient wisdoms back to the Upanishads, which is an Indian religion, talks about the Atman and the Brahman, which is basically the inner self and that which deals with ultimate reality. So this question has been pondered since circa 800 to 500 BCE. And again, as I mentioned before, probably beyond. And these Upanishads are basically a collection of ancient Indian philosophical and spiritual texts that deal with the self and with consciousness. So you can see that in ancient times, people were dealing with this. And then if you move forward to around 400 BCE, to the classical philosophers, Plato and Aristotle, Greek philosophers, they had debates about the nature of the mind and soul, which are even being studied even today. The early modern era, which is the 1600s, Descartes framed the mind and body problem through dualism. He said that the mind and body are separate, the body being physical, the mind being immaterial. Basically, he said that the two come together to form what we call a person or a human. But they were both distinct. The mind is distinct from the body. And then in the 1800s to the going to the scientific age, 1800s to the 1900s, psychology and neuroscience began to form this idea and run experiments around the mind being tied to the body, that your consciousness is a part of your body, and that it's that your consciousness is based off of the hardware, your brain, and it's nothing more, nothing less. And then 1990s through today, this is the modern frontier. Chalmers' hard problem of consciousness. Basically, why do we have these subjective experiences like the taste of chocolate or seeing the color red? Why do we have those experiences at all? I mean, how do we not? Why can't we not? Why do we have these expressive feelings around consciousness, things that we hear, tastes that we have, smells, these sensations? How do we have these things? And then Hoffman realizing that if you have these subjective feelings around consciousness, but yet in order to be able to prove that it's fundamental, you have to bring science to the table, because otherwise you're just waving your hands in the air and you're really just talking about magic. And so what he's tried to do, or what he's trying to do, is dovetail the spiritual aspect all the way back from ancient times to the modern era, and to see if there's some way that both can be bridged via science. So let's start with the definition. What is consciousness? It's the subjective experience of being aware. It's like what we see, hear, think, and feel. Seeing, like light colors I mentioned before, how is that rendered? And then how do we get images of that? How does it make us feel when we see things? It could be like a beautiful sunset. It could be just looking at the moon. How do those things make us feel inside? Hearing, when we hear sounds, when we hear music, things that make us feel a certain way or act a certain way when we hear them. Again, these are all subjective feelings. The things that a song that I may hear may have an effect on me that won't have the same effect on you. My experience would be very real, just like yours would be as real as it is for you. Thinking. This incorporates our thoughts, memories, and reason, which we all are able to bring forth from our minds. And again, where does all of this come from? And then last, feelings, emotions, and sensations that give experiences weight. I mean, how do we, our feelings, how do we know that our feelings are real, but how does anybody else know that our feelings are real? How do I know that your feelings are real? How do I even know that you're conscious? The only thing that I can 100% state beyond a shadow of a doubt is that I am conscious. Everything else, I can only infer or speculate. So let's talk a little bit about the physicalist view, that matter is fundamental and that the brain is what generates consciousness. So physicalism is the view that everything exists in physical. Reality is made of matter and energy governed by the laws of physics, and that the mind is no exception. So we understand basic laws of physics. Force equals mass times acceleration. You can name a lot of different laws and theories within physics. The physicalists say that the mind, i.e. consciousness, basically operates no differently. Their core tenets are that the mind equals the brain. Every thought, emotion, and perception is a pattern of just neural activities, neurons firing, neurons setting the stage for consciousness to emerge. They say, again, that consciousness is emergent. Consciousness appears when matter is organized into sufficiently complex ways. So we're not talking about amoebas, single cell organisms and things like that don't have, again, as they call, sufficiently complex neural systems. We're talking about a high order of animals and species on the planet. Causal closure. Every physical event has a physical cause. No immaterial soul is required. So everything has cause and effect. There is no need to invoke outside agency. Everything can be explained within the material world by material science. And then also, and this is a big portion of the physicalist view, which lends credence to what they call about the emergence of consciousness, is that it's testable in principle, that the mind can ultimately be explained by neuroscience and physics. Part of what they talk about is things like if you have brain damage, your consciousness changes. That's real. Or you can put somebody in a lab and put a transcranial magnetic resonator on their heads, and you can see that it all lights up and changes patterns based on images that you may show them, some that stimulate, some that make you feel happy, some that make you feel sad. You can see the stimulation. So this is a very strong principle. It's testable in principle. Again, the physicalist view is that even though they still can't understand or have not been able to explain these subjective feelings, but yet they think they're on the right path. And if you look at things they've done in terms of being able to test, then it's very difficult to argue with. So looking at consciousness as fundamental, again, I want to talk specifically around Donald Hoffman's, his case for this. Starting with, if evolution hides reality and space-time itself breaks down, consciousness, not matter, is the ground floor. That makes consciousness fundamental. Again, if evolution hides reality and space-time itself breaks down, then what's behind that? And he presupposes that must be consciousness. And he starts with a few basic ideas. The first one is fitness before truth. He states that evolution rewards survival, not accuracy. So fitness beats the truth. This theorem basically shows that perception is tuned to payoffs. And what he means by payoffs is that these are the resources. As a evolutionary species, evolution equips us with enough perception to be able to survive. That means going out, finding food, finding a mate, having sex, having babies, reproducing babies, and then dying off. But it doesn't give us the underlying reality. And the reason for that is that imagine if you had to know what the truth was and how much time and energy it would take for you to be able to get to the reality. You'd lose out on the resource and then ultimately die and not be able to reproduce. His next point is the interface idea, as well as icons. He says that perception looks like a desktop on a laptop, on your computer. Physical objects are just icons. That means that everything you see around you is an icon, like an apple, or animals, or trees. These are just icons. And you perceive them only to the extent that they help you to survive, going back to the fitness before truth. They're handy. They're like shortcuts. The scientific word would be heuristic. It means taking a shortcut. So they are handy to give you shortcuts so that it gives you an advantage to be able to survive. But it definitely doesn't give you the reality that's behind that object. And again, as I mentioned before, the reason for that is that the reality behind those objects, you don't have, there's no advantage for that, because the time and energy that you need to be able to get to the reality, you wouldn't live long enough. Again, think of it as an icon on your desktop. You have an icon for where you put your folders. And you can just you can click and drag folders into these files. But yet, what goes on behind those files, that's the reality of what goes on inside of your computer, whether it's the circuitry or whether it's the algorithm or programming. That's the truth behind it. But you don't need to know and understand that to be able to use your computer efficiently and effectively. The next point has to do with space-time is doomed. And this just basically echoes what many particle physicists state today, that space-time is doomed. That space-time is basically a rendered data structure. It's just an interface, and it's not the real world behind it. It's just an interface. So space-time, again, emerges from something deeper. It's this interface. And the reason for this, and I'll just segue into this Planck scale limit, is because of the Planck length and the Planck time. These Planck scale limits, Planck length being 1.6 times 10 to the minus 35 meters, and the Planck time is 5.4 times 10 to the minus 44 seconds. Below this scale of length and time, you call it space-time. These tiny, minute dimensions, space and time lose all of its operational meanings, meaning that none of our laws of physics, none of the laws that we understand behind physics are operational below that length and that time. And that length and that time is not trivial. I mean, it's not 1.6 times 10 to the minus 1 million meters, or 5.4 times 10 to the minus 1 million seconds. It's to the minus 35 to the minus 44. So it's not trivial at all. And so they say that, so Hoffman says that, again, because it loses operational meanings, there has to be something below that. And he said that this is a clue. This is a definite clue to why consciousness is emergent and not fundamental. And so if you take away all of the fitness before truth, these perceptions, if you take away all of the Planck length and Planck scales, if you take away all of this, what has to be left? It has to be awareness. And this is the ground from which space, time, and other objects emerge. So talk a little bit about conscious agents. This is Hoffman's one of his theories. And again, I won't go into the details very, very much. You can find his work in his book, in his papers. These are peer reviewed, and I believe that they're free online. It's from Objects of Consciousness. It was published in 2014. Again, this is peer reviewed paper, so you can find the details behind this. So what I've tried to do is condense it into a very short, presentable form. And I'll start on the right-hand side talking about what a conscious agent is. It's a mathematical structure. It's not a thing made of matter. It's defined by the experiences that it can have, the actions it can take, and the perceptions that link them. These conscious agents, again, are mathematical structures. And according to Hoffman, they can link together. I'm reading the second slide, so the bottom box, that they link together to form a new, more complex agent. And then if enough of these conscious agents link together, that's how you get like complex objects, whether that's the universe, whether that's everything within the universe. This is how these things happen. Now, the mechanism behind this is not explained. Hoffman doesn't talk about the mechanism, how these conscious agents, how they interact or why they interact, what causes them to interact. That's still something that he and his team are studying. But he does say that brains and space-time are how this network appears inside of our interface. Again, our interface is how we perceive the world. And it's not the machinery that makes consciousness. Consciousness makes the machinery. And again, on the left-hand side, you can see how the agents act. It starts with perception. The conscious agents perceive, then they decide to take some type of action, and then they act. And then from that act, our reality, things that we know as reality, begin to form. Next, I'll talk a little bit about the spiritual traditions from Africa all the way to East Asia. But long before modern science, spiritual traditions across the world place consciousness and not matter at the foundation of reality. Starting with Africa, you go all the way back to ancient Egypt, Kemet. They talked about the Ba and the Ka, and consciousness endured beyond the body, meaning that consciousness could survive outside of the material world. The Ubuntu in sub-Saharan Africa, they say, I am aware because we are. Selfhood is relational, woven from shared being. So they talk about the self being bigger than who we are. The Vedanta, this is what we talked about a little bit before, the Atman and the Brahman. The individual awareness is the one universal consciousness. And then most of us may be more familiar with Buddhism and Taoism from East Asia. The mind comes first. Awareness is empty of a fixed self and flows from the Tao. So what we can see from this timeline, from this progression, is that across every tradition, one intuition recurs. Consciousness comes first, and the material world flows from it. So consciousness, again, is fundamental from these ancient spiritual traditions. So how can these two ideas be bridged? Ancient and modern thought starts from opposite ends. Ancient starts with consciousness first. Modern theory starts with the material world first, or matter first. And I believe that Hoffman uses the tools, or at least he's trying to use the tools of science to reach the ancient conclusions. So again, the ancient traditions we talked about before, consciousness is primary. It's known through inner experiences and contemplation and revelation. The material world is a veil over a deeper reality. Modern theories, They start with matter. The brain produces the mind. It's known through measurements, experiments, and mathematical models, so what we call the scientific method. And consciousness is the hard problem, hard to derive from physics. So how is Hoffman trying to bridge them? He's trying to use modern methods to draw an ancient conclusion. With his evolutionary game theory and the mathematics of conscious agents, he argues that consciousness, not matter, is fundamental. His interface theories recast the ancient veil as a testable claim, and that space-time is a species-specific dashboard, and it's not ultimately reality, or what we call reality. So he's trying to bridge this. He understands that he's making this very bold claim that consciousness is fundamental, but it has to be proven. So how does he prove it? He has to use the rigors of science to be able to prove that what the ancients were talking about are not far-fetched. And he basically has said on some of his talks that he can see what he's doing is trying to bridge that, to dovetail science with the ancient spiritual traditions. So what are some of the criticisms about consciousness as fundamental? And I try to list like 3 or 4 of them here, 4 of them, just so that we make sure that this is all balanced. Because in no means am I saying that consciousness is fundamental, is a settled issue, or that it's the prevailing view within the scientific world. In fact, I know it's not. It's actually much more in the minority view. But from a criticism perspective, the first thing is that it's not testable. No experiments yet separates it from physicalism. So critics call it unfalsifiable, and that's true, that it cannot be tested, cannot be falsified. And so therefore, it is not in the realm of science. You just can't do it. And so that's their number one argument, that consciousness as fundamental is just a philosophical discussion. And then they also talk about the combination problem. How do these conscious agents work? How do they merge together? What is the motivation? And there's no clear mechanism that Hoffman or anybody else is yet who has similar ideas been yet to explain. So again, as I said before, these are things that they have to work out and try to find. Neuroscience points in the other way. As I mentioned before, anesthesia, injury, drugs, all alter the mind by altering the brain. We know that consciousness changes when we have anesthesia, or if we use drugs, or we get injured, that our consciousness can change. We get into a lot of pain or something. And also, last but not least, the whole argument around consciousness as being fundamental is somewhat undermined by the fact that you have to use science, in this case, evolution or physics, to be able to argue for this thing that you're saying resides outside of it. It's a very difficult thing. And so you can see that Hoffman uses mostly mathematical, something abstract, mathematical models and things like that to try to prove it. But yet, ultimately, you have to be able to show within science that this is real. And then how do you produce, again, the physical world from consciousness being fundamental, being essentially outside of reality? So why the question is serious? So for over the last 3 decades, after the hard problem was named by David Chalmers, no theory yet explains how matter produces experience. So consciousness is fundamental, is seriously debated, and it's not dismissed within academia, not at all. David Chalmers, his quote is, "Consciousness poses the most baffling problems in the science of the mind." And he's the guy that coined the phrase, the hard problem of consciousness. Christoph Koch, he says that consciousness is not a computation, it's a state of being. He's a neuroscientist, integrated information theory. Thomas Nagel, the materialist neo-Darwin conception of nature is almost certainly false. Again, this is from his Mind and Cosmos book in 2012. And then last but not least, the Nobel laureate physicist Roger Penrose wrote, "Consciousness must be beyond computable physics." So you can see there's some pretty heavy hitters here who talk about this whole idea of consciousness being a very important subject to talk about, that we haven't yet got to the root of the problem. And this is the reason it will remain serious, because there's no accepted theory that derives experience from physics and rival frameworks, I mean, including integrated information, panpsychism, and quantum models. This means that the idea of consciousness being fundamental will remain live and most likely probably unresolved. So this is my last slide. We'll talk about a little bit about the conclusions, which is basically a series of open questions. First question is, why does physical processing feel like anything at all? Again, open question. Nobody knows. Number two, is consciousness fundamental, or does it emerge from matter? Again, this is very big questions. What we've been talking about a little bit this afternoon. Again, open point. Question number three, could consciousness extend beyond brains, even to the universe itself? We talked about some of the ancient traditions that said that, yes, consciousness could, but yet in modern science, how can that be proven? Is that testable? Then number four, how can we ever test which view is true? And I think this is really the big sticking point. How can you ultimately test whether consciousness is fundamental or whether it emerges from brains? The physicalists are betting that it's just a matter of time, that as we get more and more technology, we understand more and more about our brains. Eventually, like everything else has been found in science, the answer will emerge, and it will be found to be within reality. But yet, there's some scientists and philosophers, and certainly the ancient traditional models say that consciousness is still outside of the realm of reality. And I want to leave you with the last words from Max Planck, who's the originator of quantum theory. He said that I regard consciousness as fundamental. I regard matter as derivative from consciousness, meaning that it comes from consciousness. We cannot get behind consciousness. Those are the words of Max Planck, again, a founding father of quantum theory. And I think that we have to take Max Planck very serious. So with that, I'll conclude my very short presentation. I'll turn it back over to you, Oli.
Bet. That was wonderful right there. We appreciate that. Let's get a hand, man. Get a hand for that wonderful information that Ron just gave right there, man. Again, that's a conversation that's been talked about, for millennia. Just as Ron said, the question just always seems to pop up, even when somebody seems to find an answer and give us some type of idea of what it could be. As Ron said, it just seems that it brings more questions into reality about exactly what is consciousness, where is it, and where it's from. So my understanding from what you were saying is that you open to the possibility that consciousness may emerge from a physical process but that current science has not yet empirically demonstrated exactly how consciousness arises from matter. Is that an inaccurate characterization? And I would appreciate it if you give me a little clarification. I know we talked about this and you gave me an answer, but I want to let the people hear it.
Yes, that is my position. I believe that the reality, as we know it, is derived from consciousness. That's not to say that the material world, as we know it, doesn't exist. In other words, I don't tell people go out there and throw yourself in front of a car and think that you're going to survive that. You know, cars, big truck, 18-wheeler or something. So well, that's not real. Throw yourself. That would be foolish. So everything we see in the world that we perceive, that we feel, touch and taste, smell, those things are products of derivation from consciousness. So we are all derived from consciousness. So you can't disobey the laws of physics in this reality. You can't jump off of a roof, you know, the Empire State Building, and think that you can fly. That just doesn't fit. So that just won't work.
No, that definitely won't work. Not to your benefit, anyway.
No. Gravity will take over. That's right.
So that was a good clarification by me. How would you summarize your current position on consciousness if you was just speaking and you wanted to put out exactly where you stand, so nobody would have no mistakes on where Ron is coming from on his stance?
Yeah, my current position is that the consciousness is fundamental to reality. But I understand that it is a philosophical statement that I'm making, which is why I like Hoffman's work, because what he tries to do is bring the scientific method to this discussion, and not just a spiritual discussion or a philosophical discussion. And that's kind of the way I look at it. It's one thing for you and I to be sitting around just talking about this thing philosophically, but if you and I both say that we believe in the laws of physics, if we were to say that we believe that you can't just throw a rock in the air and it's just going to stay suspended, we believe that gravity will pull it down. But yet, on the other hand, we say that consciousness is fundamental. We have to be able to state how does this physicalist world, how is it derived from consciousness and all these laws that we see within it. So that's why I believe that the ancient spiritual traditions from Africa to Asia, as I mentioned before, that they had it right about consciousness being the foundation, but they didn't have the tools to be able to talk about it in the modern sense of the word. But there are scientists today who look at those ancient traditions, such as Hoffman, and they say that perhaps they had it right, but we have to prove it. So that's kind of where I'm at. That my position is that consciousness is fundamental. At the moment, is highly speculative, and it has to be proven. And that's where I land.
Okay, that's wonderful. That's Mr. Hoffman is kind of, well, he did what I feel like I did currently. I didn't do it in the same academic manner as he is. Once we talk about that and I introduce you, it's kind of the same thing where I came up with my ideas.
Yeah, I'd like to at some point in time maybe explore your ideas a little bit further.
Yeah, definitely. We can definitely do that. That's kind of why I joined this community too, to explore it. And I love to talk about it with people who understand about being speculative when you come to some of your philosophical views, and then how your argument is your claim and how you justify it. So I'd love to, like I said, I'm gonna give you a copy that you can look over, run it. It's kind of on the same ground. Listen to you and talk about Mr. Hoffman, and I could see some similarities. Of course, like I said, my book will tell about the history that I studied of philosophy and how I formed my ideas, but it took a whole lot of research. That goes back to you. What experiences, studies, you telling us about researchers, like you said, Donald Hoffman was one of them. Do you have anything else besides Mr. Hoffman that might have influenced your views?
I would say he's the primary influence. I've listened to other people like David Chalmers. I've listened to other philosophers around consciousness being fundamental, and also just from our ancient, African spiritual traditions. I think that just looking at some of the ones I talked about from Kemet, the Ubuntu, there's probably more out there. Maybe the Dogon and others who fundamentally saw that there was something beyond space and time that started space and time. And I fundamentally believe in what they were saying, but as an engineer, just what my background is in engineering, okay, it's hard for me to wrap my mind around just saying something and saying that it's true. It's okay to say that it's a belief, but how do you put meat on the bones? And I think you have to be able to have some things that are testable. And I think this is what attracted me to Hoffman, in that he's not saying that it's okay to have these beliefs. Well, he probably would say that it's okay to have these beliefs, but for him as a scientist, as a neuroscientist, in order for him to talk to other people in the field credibly, from a credible perspective, he has to have some science behind it. And I think that for me, that was very appealing. Hoffman, again, I mentioned before in the presentation, Hoffman talks about reality, what we see, what we perceive in the world is like having a VR headset on, when you're like in some type of racing game, playing this VR racing game, and you're driving a car and there are other cars beside you and those other things, and you can make certain movements with your joystick or with your controllers. You can move over and bump them off the road, or they can bump you and all this other.
Yeah.
But those are just icons in that virtual reality. Right. But what's really driving all of this? What's really behind it?
I feel that.
So I like that idea.
But you talked about the space time is doomed in your presentation. Mm-hmm. Was that one of Donald Hoffman's?
No, actually, those are the words from different physicists, modern day physicists, okay, that have come up with that based off of, again, understanding the limitations of our laws of physics down to the Planck scale. They state that there has to be something beyond that, and in fact, they're starting to study things. And I'm putting this in quotations because I really need to do some more reading and understanding of this. Things that are that they say are outside of space-time. These geometric structures that they say reside outside of space-time. They're just structures. They're geometric structures. Just standing there, just sitting there, doing nothing. And so they're trying to understand, what are these things? What could they be there for? Why do we see these things outside of space-time. So again, these are theoretical physicists, particle physicists, and they are, again, studying this whole notion of space-time is doomed, and that there most likely will have to be a different model moving forward.
Definitely. That's what that's kind of interesting when you talk about theoretical physics, because that means they found another question to ask, right? And they got another answer for it. They
Yep.
form more ideas how to answer that question.
Yep.
And
And there's
so,
another question, and then another question, and then another question.
man, and that's
It never ends. It never ends.
yeah. Said that being said, what do you believe are the strongest arguments for consciousness being fundamental?
Yeah, I think the strongest argument is the one that that David Chalmers poses, which he calls the hard problem of consciousness. This essentially says that there's no explanation as to why we have subjective feelings at all. I mean, why does chocolate taste like chocolate? I mean, why do we see the color red? And no matter how much we've studied the brain, neuroscience cannot tell you why we have these subjective experiences. Nobody can tell you why chocolate tastes like chocolate from a pure neurons firing perspective. They just can't do it. And so I think that's, for me, is probably the strongest argument for why I think consciousness is fundamental. Now, I mentioned the work that Hoffman has done to sort of point in that direction when he talks about, fitness over truth. Fitness beats truth in terms of evolutionary science. And when you run, and he and other evolutionary scientists have run game theories looking at how if you have resources and you had to acquire those resources, is it more advantageous to take the shortcut to those resources or to take the long route? In other words, try to get the reality, get to reality. Then they showed that there's zero probability that evolution equipped you to see what's true. It only equipped you to perceive reality for a payoff function. So 0% probability that any of us ever see the truth, or any species ever sees the truth. 0%. So you can't get any lower than zero. So I think that's a very, very strong argument too.
Oh yeah, that's definitely a strong that. The best physicalist argument, what do you think that was? What would that be? When we talk about physicalists, they have the idea that everything is physical.
Yeah, yeah, for sure. Again, I always have to say this, that the physicalist view is the mainstream view, it's the consensus. And I think the strongest argument is that every mental state that we know of right now is tied to brain activity. As I mentioned before in part of the presentation, is that when the brain is damaged, you alter the consciousness. Mm-hmm. So you can, if you think about running a test, as a scientist, you like to be able to turn things on and off, right?
Right.
And so you can turn a person's consciousness on and off by manipulating the brain. So this has to be a very strong argument. And also, I think it's the simplest, most direct explanation that consciousness, because we're dealing with the brain, that it comes from complex systems.
Definitely, that's what I believe. I mean, that's my outlook on that too. It definitely emerges.
Yeah.
That being said, consciousness comes from complex brains. What areas of research do you believe hold the most promise for advancing our understanding of consciousness? If we're really trying to understand it, we know as we talk, it's just questions being asked. What field do you think is actually promising when we're talking about advancing those questions?
Yeah, I mean, if I'm honest, I think the best chances of answering the question have to come through neuroscience, and the work that they're doing, because so far they've been able to at least produce that, hey, that our brains, they can map the brain, and they can show where there's activity based off of stimulus. They can show that. So I think that's probably the best way to do it right now. And then with the advent of AI modeling, I think this will give us a clearer understanding of consciousness, meaning that ultimately to understand, here's what I think is the wall when you talk about consciousness. The wall for us is that our consciousness resides in our heads, right? I mean,
Yeah.
I know that I'm conscious, but I can only infer that you're conscious. I think with a high probability, I would say that, hey, Oli is conscious also.
Yeah.
We're having this conversation, but I don't know that. I don't know that.
If you being fair and philosophical, you have to say it's a high probability that he's, but me myself in the state that I'm in and never seeing him physically, I can't actually say that.
I can't say it but I can say with 100% certainty that I'm conscious. Now the reverse would be true for you.
Right.
So I think the question for me is, how do you step outside the box and see how consciousness can really work? And I think AI could be that box that we can step outside if it's complex enough. And again, I'm not an AI expert or anything like that, but I know AI is very powerful. And the question becomes, can AI ever become conscious? That's a question that scientists are pondering and working on. I don't know the answer, and I don't want to venture an answer. But let's assume, for the sake of argument, that it does become conscious. I mean, first of all, it'd be a scary thing, but let's say if it can become conscious, then that will give us an opportunity to study it from the outside, looking in. So
Right.
I think there will be a way to advance the study of consciousness.
Definitely. And the way I believe when it's recognition and awareness comes early. Recognition comes earlier than awareness. Awareness comes earlier than consciousness. And consciousness then is us actually being able to recognize us as part of something else. And so that's something else that we're a part of, recognizing itself. Not actually the universe conscious, but us conscious within the universe to recognize it, because we know we are recognizing it. And we're able to move in I'll just say lawful ways, because we know there's constraints within existence, but we're finding out what those constraints are, and once we do find those, we will be able to we will then try to see if we can't move those about in a manner that makes it more viable for us. And that's what I believe about consciousness.
That's a good point. Good point.
Yeah, because when they talk to me about panpsychism, and I understand that they thinking that the universe is a brain, I don't say that. I'm saying that the universe is able to be aware of itself through us. We have the brains. Now, they think about rocks and things like that. Oh, is rocks conscious and stuff? No, but I'm conscious of that rock. And when I'm conscious of that rock and I see what that rock does, it gives me a state of being that is what we call not moving with life. You know what I'm saying? And then I can make correlations consciously with that unconscious thing, but it's a part of existence that gives me reference to things that I'm trying to understand.
Okay. So you're not a you're not a panpsychist. I would
No,
You're not a panpsychist. So you don't think that everything like rocks and you
no,
know
no,
and inanimate objects have consciousness or anything
no,
like that.
not in the no, definitely not consciousness in the way we do. Now,
Yeah.
in the early stages of the being of said um item within existence,
Hmm.
when it was in its early form, we know how things form. And those things, they had a recognition about themselves, the same type of recognition that we see within all things, especially when we get down to the microscopic. We're not going to even go to quantum scale yet, but when we get
Hmm.
to the microscopic cell and the microscopic um, dimension, I'm gonna call it that because that's what I see those things. When we
Okay.
get to the microscopic dimension, we see things that are aware and function on the axis of what they can do and what they are ought to do, what like with no question. We see ribosome carrying
Hmm.
information with like without a problem. It knows what it's supposed to walk on with no
Hmm.
eyes. It knows what it's moving. This is a recognition of the environment that it's within. Not that the environment is aware, but it recognizes the things within the environment, which makes it an individual and be able to persist in the manner that it persists. Same with us. Now,
Hmm.
our level of consciousness is different.
Hmm.
I mean, our level of of awareness and
It's higher.
recognition is different. Yeah,
Hmm.
we have recognition and awareness. We can recognize things and be aware of them in a way that we can actually
Hmm.
provide comfortability within our direct environment at will.
Hmm.
That will that we have in a manner to persist and to make sure I'm comfortable. How am I able to do that? Because I'm aware of my individuality and the individuality of everything else, the things that harm me, the things that don't.
Hmm.
I don't have to per se that a rock has to be conscious, but I better be conscious of that rock if I don't want to be tripping and falling.
Yeah, I understand. But do you? This is interesting what you're saying. Uh, are you saying though that a rock, or let's say a microscopic cell that has a certain function, that even though they don't have complex consciousness, they still are aware of of what their function is, of what they're supposed to be doing, or
Of what it ought do in that form.
Mhm.
The When I talk about persistence and we get down, now we can drop down to the quantum level because this is what things are made up of.
Mhm.
It seems that we can find things that persist in
Mhm.
their own way, in their own manner. We haven't found the form of consciousness that we have because that system doesn't need this form of consciousness. Now, that system does form into this form of consciousness in the end in different units, in different, I'll just say, perspectives of being, because that's how we see it. And so we see um, if things are moving at light speed and the things that aren't moving at light speed are made up of the same thing, they just slowed down, then that's the same process. It's just slowed down now.
Mm.
Does it show a form of awareness or recognition? Yeah, to become that form so it could persist. It didn't have to be no consciousness like we have it because the small things that make it up in those dimensions, the quantum and the microscopic, they persist in a different form of being than us.
Okay. Well, before we go any further, let me ask you a question. Do you believe um, in the idea of evolution?
Yeah, yes,
So,
I agree with that
okay,
idea of evolution for sure.
okay. So, if you believe in in evolution, and again, I would assume you also believe in the Big Bang theory as well, or maybe not. Is that
I agree with the Big Bang. I believe it was a phase shift. I believe
okay?
existence is
Okay.
that has always been,
Okay.
and that the Big Bang just shows that there's a phase shift within existence.
Okay.
To,
But if you have those two, ideas, if you agree with those two ideas, what would be the need for uh, consciousness on a microscopic or quantum level when the laws of physics or evolutionary biology could explain all of this?
yeah, that's why I don't disagree with any of it. It does explain it, and that's why I totally agree with the things that they've come up with their research.
Okay.
It's
Okay.
just that there's a floor that that they seem to keep either putting it all into one category, like physical, and then that time derives from physical, or they
Hmm.
put it all in the consciousness, where it's like that consciousness is where everything emerges. Well, I say that existence has always been, and for intelligible existence to be explained, you can't get past the aspect of ordered update
Hmm.
and structured constraint, which I identify as time and nature, because the mechanisms that we define as time and nature currently in modern dictionaries,
Yeah.
I agree with them. It's just that I encompass a little more when I tell my definition of those things. I believe that when we talk about time, it's the order update within the event that's allowing it to happen. They call it space,
Hmm.
time, that thing that you say it is. I believe that space has to be a derivative of that. In my argument, I explain why. And so that's where I get to be intelligible, we have to explain existence as such, the
Okay.
necessary and constitutive conditions
Okay.
of time and nature, because that's the only way we get intelligible answers. Because when we do anything other, like give something power over time and nature, or just put everything in nature form, or put everything in conscious form, we don't get intelligible answers. We just get
Hmm.
more intelligible questions, but we won't have coherent answers. I take
Yeah.
that back. We have intelligible answers. They just don't be coherent when you break them down. In my view, this is my view, and my this
Yeah.
isn't no, and yeah, what I'm saying, this ain't in my book Divine Mechanics. I have my speculative philosophies, and I propose experimentation in places that we should be looking, and what we should be looking for when we're talking about the soul, if things exist within existence and not out. And so that's
I mean,
where
yeah, that's interesting. What type of experiments would you propose?
well, when we talk about a soul, we talk about it being something that we can't see.
Hmm.
Why we can't see it, I propose that it's a frequency. We found ways to look at frequencies. We have to find a way to look up for a frequency that we haven't found yet. That frequency, I believe we haven't found it yet because it is generated through what I call a quark
Hmm.
anchor and a quanta lifter. The quark anchor is the smallest quantum thing that we're gonna find that is going around the smallest packet that is actually us, and they're generating that frequency, and that frequency is what we know what sound and frequencies do. They form patterns, and things form around it.
Hmm.
And this is what we see a frequency where um we see a frequency where things within existence, such as particles and neutrinos, quantum particles,
Hmm.
get together to form bigger things. They
Right.
form bigger things. They stop some places. They persist for as long as they can. There is a seems to be, in my research, in my observation, that one of those mechanisms of time and nature persisting has come up to a consciousness that is us. That means that time and nature has to be that thing that has always been in some states, phase, or form, because we don't need intention for anything else. And when you put intention on it, it ain't. And then people ask me, well, if it is like that, then where do we get meaning and stuff? That meaning has to be if we're a frequency, and we know that energy doesn't dissipate in entropy or in thermodynamics, then that must mean that that form detaches from what we call the physical body and re-enters in a different state, phase, or form and does something different, which I think is reincarnation. How does it reincarnate? Through the frequency that is generated through the DNA strand. The DNA strand is the antenna. And so when downstream, the DNA strand is mating somewhere, when your frequency is generated, that's the frequency that will reincarnate in DNA that you left from. And this seems to be a place that we can look for this mechanism with a quark and a quanta that we just haven't seemed to find yet, because we might be looking in the wrong place. You might have to find something that's still lit. I believe that with CRISPR technology, they are finding out exactly what they're looking for, and it's going to be a physical manifestation. It's going to be a physical thing that generates the frequency that is our individuality.
So, just so I understand, you're saying that something like the soul, it doesn't die off or anything like that. It just reincarnates.
That's what I propose.
And the way it reincarnates is when a man and a woman have sex.
Correct.
Their DNA combines, half man, half the woman's. And then there's a mechanism by which that soul could be from somebody else, I assume.
Which soul? It wouldn't be.
It would be a new soul. It would be a new soul.
Well, now listen. When the frequencies of a certain DNA pattern vibrate strong enough, which would mean that the souls have been able to progress in a way that they're all here at the same time, then different frequencies should be able to be formed in the way that in the math that I've come up with in my book, Divine Mechanics, that should be able to generate the frequency where new souls, as long as the frequencies, a piano has different keys. Ding, 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 ding. Right. All of these different soul frequencies also. And when we talk about frequencies of soul, and there's a number of them. When we talk about the antenna of the DNA, we know that generates. So it would only be logical to assume that we find a way to terraform Earth into a better Earth, like me and what's the name was talking about earlier. We live here. We understand that life's hub is right here on Earth, and we continue to search, find places to live. That would mean that you could somehow, if your family knew, you might reincarnate on another planet. Or if you still here, that would only have to mean that there's new frequencies being born in the frequency of your DNA.
That's interesting. Interesting, concepts, interesting ideas. So I'd really much like to read some of your work and
gotcha. I'm gonna shoot some of it to you.
Get a little bit more detail behind it. And what led you to come up with such a say I would say radical proposal ideas? What would lead you to do that?
The radical idea that we have a soul?
Well, no, about the mechanism, this whole idea of
just trying to propose a mechanism of how it could happen.
Yes.
Because if we just leave it in what they call spookism and not explain it or have experimentation to find it, we just gonna keep asking that question. So we're gonna have to start proposing a way to find what we're talking about, as opposed to saying that it's not within existence. If it is within existence, like as you stated, if I know that I'm here and I'm proposing that I have a soul because I feel like there's a mechanism that has been here and will return here, then I can only assume that something is happening. Maybe I'm taking the wrong information back when that quark when that quark anchor and that quantum lifter takes the form where the quantum lifter is in control, and it goes back to what they call the unified field, and it takes our experience, and then they say it seems that new things are popping in within existence from the unified field. That means there could be a mechanism. Remember, these are all speculative.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure.
Okay.
Sure. Yeah, I understand. Yeah.
If you take some information back to the unified field of possibilities, where you say something like, "I thought I was going to heaven or hell," and that just ain't what's viable, you might get your whole system washed. Your quark anchor might get washed. So the next time that you do come back in the physical form and your frequency generates in, your quark anchor is washed, and you starting over. If you take back information like you actually understand the mechanism of existence of time and nature, and how you, then they don't have to wash the possibilities of you returning is the only possibility that needs to come back within existence. And then you make the other possibilities once you get here again, and you get to see the what you left. You know what I'm saying? You living now within a mechanism that you put forth in a previous, like whether you remember it or not. I think you do remember once you do things that match with persistence within the universe. Only seems logical in my deductions. Like I said, my books kind of explain more how I justify those views.
Well, again, I'd be interested to read some of your work, but it sounds like, and tell me if I'm wrong here, but it sounds like you're a proponent of reincarnation. Before I ask the next question, is reincarnation necessary?
Is reincarnation? Well, according to the law of thermodynamics, it is. If energy can't be created nor destroyed, then I'd only have to assume that energy that lights us is switching state, phases, and forms. So yeah, that's
Okay.
That's the only way I can answer for that in a viable manner. And the mechanism that I see now, that's my speculation and what we've figured out.
It's interesting. I was just thinking about an example of lighting a fire. So there's different types of energies that are lost. I say lost, they're converted and they move on.
Correct.
Some of it's heat and some of it's radiation. It's different. And some is left as the burnt matter. But the energy that's converted, it doesn't necessarily reconstitute as a flame or as heat, because it's, heat is nothing more than just vibration, right? It's just more than particles vibrating very fast, and then as they lose energy, it gets cooler.
Right.
Cooler. How does that work? And how does that work where the energy is lost? How does it now be regained? In your model, or is it something that you've just not dealt with yet?
Well, I would probably have to look into it a little more. I know how the mechanism would go. It would be or the way that I propose it. So I can't say that. I have to look into it. I can tell you exactly what I propose. I wish I had. Matter of fact, talking about I wish I had my book. But we're just gonna play it like this because a lot of people say I need to start being able to explain it without going to my books and stuff.
No.
But
I appreciate you taking the time to talk about it because this is a complex, very complex discussion.
definitely.
And I don't know have you ever put on any shows where you talk specifically about your work?
Not yet. Not, I'm just like I said. I really I've had it finished for a couple of years now. I'd say I had it.
Okay.
I had it done. Just here within the last few months, though, I was able to place all my books in the right places so I
Okay.
could, so they wouldn't defeat. I understand that my philosophy is first. My philosophy doesn't need divine mechanics to be an argument within philosophy. However, if my philosophy is, if I recognize it as what I see within existence, then I should be able to explain what I see and how to justify my view in physical form. That's what divine mechanics does. And then I have this book called Possible World Book, which is a reductio ad absurdum tool when I'm having debates and discussions with theists and atheists also.
Okay. So are you a theist? How would you describe
I
your
guess I would have to say yes, but it's just that the form and target of God that people have as God as a creator being, I don't believe in that. I believe that after all of my research and everything I found, there's a mechanism in place called existence. For anything to
Okay.
have any efficacious agency within existence or within what we know as intelligible, it has to do this thing that we call exist. So existence takes priority over everything, in my view, because everything that we know has to exist to be intelligible.
Okay.
So if everything exists and existence is the top priority, which would be the highest power, what is existence? I see that existence is ordered update and structured constraint, which is what I identify as time and nature. These are two independent functional conditions that have to be available for anything to exist, because you'd have to have time to do anything physical within a physical existence.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what we see. We understand that if we're saying something exists, it is, and it has a physical representation. We can observe it, experience it, or and should be able to account for it in some way that somebody else will be able to say, yeah, I feel that or see that or things like that. That's only to be intelligible. And so if I take away all the supernatural things within existence because of this reason, then I'd have to only assume that the place that people put God is really existence. Existence is because of time and nature. So logically and intelligibly, time would be what I call God, because it has the mechanism of nothing within existence can do without it. And then nature is a totally different aspect of existence. You can't put them together unless you put existence together, but it's a totally different aspect. So that would have to be our goddess, and the thing that people was looking for when they was talking about goddess, because time would only be noticeable if nature was here. Nature would only be noticeable if we have time to notice nature. So this is a mechanism that puts together existence is the necessary and constitutive conditions of existence for an intelligible answer within existence, which will make my God and goddess functionally time and nature.
Okay.
Because this is what existence.
I've heard you use that term or those terms quite a bit. Nature and time and nature. As I hear them, and as you speak them, I can't help but think about nature equates to what I conceptually call space, and time is time. So space time, nature time. Am I drawing too much of of a parallel if I say that they are?
No. Whatever you name that mechanism
Mhm.
is always fine. With me, I understand we'd be talking about the same mechanism.
Mhm.
So I wouldn't disagree with you at that. Can you hold on a second? My mom is
Okay, no problem.
calling my phone. But
Okay.
can you talk a little bit more about
Yeah. Yeah, I can talk a little bit
what?
about this conversation. Yes, no problem.
Thank you, and I'll be right back with you.
Okay, no problem. I certainly appreciate Oli explaining some of his concepts around nature and time, and as I see it, it's being somewhat parallel to space time. And again, getting back to this whole idea of consciousness, if if consciousness is foundational, and then space time is derived from, or what we know about space time is derived from consciousness. And then the question becomes, and I think this is what Oli was talking about, you should be able to derive all the things that we see in the physical world from this concept. And, I think about space time, or as he calls it, nature time. Space to me could be defined like a distance going from point A to point B. We all know that point A, that's a distance. And then you can derive velocity from that. If you take the distance divided by time, right? That's distance over time is velocity, right? So
Distance over time.
yeah. If you go
Uh,
10 feet in 10 seconds, that means you're moving
oh yeah, that's velocity. Yeah,
foot per second. That's
yeah.
velocity. And then math tells us that if you take the first derivative of velocity, you get acceleration.
Mm-hmm.
And so I can see how we can derive all of our concepts, all of our mathematical and physical laws from space time.
Mm-hmm.
And I, as I listen to you, I think that's what you're saying also, that existence, everything in existence has to be explainable from your concept.
Yeah, yes.
So I
That
can understand what you're saying.
because and that brings accountability. The reason I see God and Goddess as I do,
Mm-hmm.
because it takes away the concept of a devil. I don't have to explain evil as some type of other being. I know that evil is incoherence within existence of being persistent as excuse me, as everything else does within existence. And
Okay.
if you're messing up somebody else's comfortability at the same time saying that you don't want your comfortability impeded on, that's incoherent. We've come a long way with that certain incoherence, but as I believe, or as I speculate, in my opinion, is just that that's the way that evolution was when it comes to the evolution of learning and being able to be aware of our surroundings at the deepest level, from us understanding we can't fly naturally to being able to observe birds and come up with mathematics and equations, and now we can fly
Mm-hmm.
higher than the birds.
Yeah.
So it's the evolution of thought, and I believe that today that evolution continues, and that evolution is out of supernatural beliefs, because in my opinion those beliefs were only put forth after they understood the mechanism but wanted to have personal benefits within those mechanisms, so they started making claims about being in contact with deities and
Mm.
things of that nature.
That's interesting.
Some of the concepts was, I can't say fair, this is how they understood it. Some of the concepts, I understand that when they got them, people saw that they could benefit off of them, and communities benefit off of them, because as we know, it don't matter, the Islam crusades, the Muslim crusades, the Christian crusades,
Mm-hmm.
all the way over here to life today in America. It was some atrocious things that happened,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm not saying that I agree with any of it or don't agree with it. What I understand is a mechanism is there. However, I do know now that we could have been here in the same spot and probably better if we hadn't been chilling and doing all of those things, because a supernatural deity told this group of people that, and then this people said that a supernatural deity, which is the same one as that one, but it's different, told them that one. I mean, we see that mechanism in Iran. I mean, not Iran, in Israel and Pakistan and all of that things going on, wars over there. We see wars of division with the same peoples in Russia. We see them trying to start wars, I think, within America with the same type of mechanism, but they using race. It's too complex of an idea for it not to work today, when we got a hold of gaining knowledge and moving information.
Yeah.
What we I think we can be better with how we use it, the things we fight over because of it, and as humble. That was humble.
Yeah.
It might have been OTK. I have to go back and look. Forgive me, because I be having. But this morning, one of them was talking about how it was humble. They was talking about terraforming Mars, but we can still terraform Earth for Earth to be better before we even have to take off to Mars and stuff.
Yeah, I agree. Take care of your home world first.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Because this is the hub of life.
Yeah.
So, and it's just those type of ideas and things that are ceased from, because we have been able to critically think and be like, why are we asking this question and doing this when we should be doing this and asking this question? Come up with the same results, more intelligible, more accountability for self, because I know I'm the one making these choices. You ain't got to ask me if I have free will or not. I know I got will to be. So it don't matter if it's free. I know there's constraints within existence, but some of those constraints can be broken. How do I know? Just as I mentioned, flying, as well as crafts to go over large bodies of water, and come from walking to running to pushing burros to horses dragging them to cars to planes, rockets, spaceships, space stations. Velocity of, like you said, just being able to know velocity and how fast we need to go for a certain event. What is the condition we need for that event to take place? We need time and nature to understand any of that. That's my God and my goddess.
Yeah. So you don't believe in a deity that has to be worshipped or prayed to?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
That's too incoherent.
Yeah, I agree
It's
with
very
you.
intelligible, but it's incoherent when you get down to the total mechanism of what's going on.
Yeah, I mean, I understand why people believe in that, but if you're honest and if you look in the natural world, you can see that that the God of Scripture, whether it's sacred Scripture, it doesn't matter. It could be the Bible, it could be the Quran, it could be from a Jewish perspective, a Hebrew perspective, the Tanakh. In any of these religions, that type of God could not reasonably or rationally exist.
Absolutely not.
But we as human beings, I do believe that we have a need to believe in something bigger than ourselves. And but the break is that it's okay to have that belief, but I think you can't take it to the next step and say that whatever that thing you believe in has agency over your life or anybody else's life or in this world. It has to be static. It can't be dynamic.
That thing, I ain't never even thought about it like that, but you're right. If you look at it like that.
Yeah. It can't be dynamic. In other words, I can't I mean, I can pray for human flight to let me fly, just let me jump off a building and fly, but it'll never happen. No matter
What you
how
say earlier, that gravity going
it's always going to win. It's always
gravity gonna grab you.
and in fact, even if I can make airplanes and rocket ships and things, gravity still has an effect. I mean, I can temporarily override it, but I cannot permanently override it. It's always there. It's constant.
Yeah.
So,
Hey, for those in the chat, I'm about to drop the link. I ain't gonna pull y'all up yet. Me and Ryan still got a couple more questions to talk about, and we're gonna finish those. It ain't too many, but I'll let y'all come up and please hold your questions if you have, or your comments, because I think most of y'all just gonna have comments. And you got to make a distinction with the shit. Hurt, you got to come up. I ain't even supposed to put that up. Why? Oh, you can tell us why we need to make a distinction when you come up. But I'm gonna go ahead and drop the link. Like I said, if you don't want to just come and sit in the back room, just stay in the chat. Or you can stay in the chat, sit in the back room. But my next question for you, before we get too far off on me, which I don't think we too far off on views anyway.
yeah.
It's just answering things. But if there's a misconception about your position, what do you think the biggest misconception people most commonly have about your position is?
Yeah, that's a very good question. I think the first misconception would be around when I talk to people, it's around the notion that I somehow believe that consciousness being fundamental is a proven fact. I mean, I argue for the plausibility of consciousness as being fundamental, but I also understand this in the minority view within academia. And there are many challenges and hurdles that it has to overcome in order to be accepted within the mainstream science. So I understand that, but by no means do I argue that this is somehow factual, and that it's the gospel and you have to accept this and it's been proven and all this other stuff. I don't make that argument, and because for me to say that the physicalist view hasn't been proven either, it would be foolish for me to say, but the minority view has been proven. That would be foolish to say.
Yeah.
And then the second thing is that sometimes when I get in this discussion with people, because I do believe in intelligent design, and that's another discussion for another time.
Yeah.
People say, well, you're just trying to shoehorn intelligent design into this whole discussion around consciousness being fundamental, trying to shoehorn it into that. And you're trying to use consciousness as fundamental to bolster my belief in intelligent design. And I don't. Sometimes during the discussion, it may sound like I am, but consciousness is being fundamental. When I say that, I'm coming at that as a spiritual perspective. Intelligent design is a creationist idea. I'm not even though I call myself an intelligent designer from a simplicity perspective. I don't believe in creation. I don't believe that there was a God that created anything. Again, I believe all material world comes from consciousness, right. But there's no intention, there's no purpose behind it, and there's certainly no interaction or any supernatural agency that's interacting within this material world. So I think people try to say that I'm trying to mix and match, but that's not what I'm doing at all.
What a lot of I'm gonna turn atheist on you for a second. Are you saying that the universe is a brain? I think I told you my position on that. How do you see that when you talk about consciousness
Yeah. Yeah,
being
the universe is not. I don't think it's a. I don't believe that the universe is
or
a.
existence? I want to call it existence. I'm sorry, I didn't want to say the
Mhm.
universe. I want to say existence. I believe the universe is another name that they call when they want to talk about the creation point or the
Mhm.
coming into existence point. So they say universe.
Mhm.
Um, so I want to just say existence. And if the
Okay.
universe does exist, then it's part of existence, which
Right.
would be explained by time and nature. And the sub part, like I say, the Big Bang would prove that it has
Mhm.
always been. It was just
Right.
a phase shift. But that I don't. How do you see that?
Yeah. I don't see the universe as anything other than reality. There's no there's no spookism around it. It uh, to the best of my understanding started 13.8 billion years ago from a singularity. All I say is that the singularity itself is um, comes from consciousness. That consciousness is not something that I identify as God or a creator God or anything like that. It's probably more in tune with a deist view. It's really it's hard to it's hard for me to sometimes explain why uh, uh, say that even though reality comes from consciousness, it's not created. It just
Right.
comes from it. It's just what consciousness does. And that's why I like Hoffman's work because he at least tries to think about or explain some type of theory behind how these things can happen. Um, you know, I really I really think that um, consciousness itself is is fundamental, it's foundational, and then from there everything else just flows from there. And all of our laws of physics, everything we know about evolution, everything we know about the material world comes from that.
Great. I feel you. That would be a big misconception about things. Um, I'd love to spend a little bit of time learning more about you personally and professionally, if you don't mind. Just to touch on a few things.
Yeah, I don't mind. As I mentioned before, I think I mentioned that I have a degree in engineering, mechanical engineering, from a university here in South Carolina, Clemson. Go Tigers. We used to have a really good football team, but
Okay.
those days are over. It looks like with NIL and stuff like that.
Yeah, we can thank the Sooners for some of that. No, let me quit.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, that's good. And you ain't currently working on anything major, anything right now,
No,
right? I
no,
think we
no,
talked
no.
about that.
No projects, and I'm just really just interested in these types of discussions and these types of things. I think because I've worked as an engineer as in a manufacturing field. We make stuff, right?
Uh-huh.
And so before you can make anything, you have to design a process for it. And before you can design the process, you have to have an idea, right? About
Hmm.
what that process is, what that process should look like.
I definitely agree.
And so that's why I'm always I I always talk about consciousness, or I think about consciousness, and I think about intelligently designing things, because I know that everything that you see that humans have made, it had to first start from their consciousness, from their minds, from their brains. It has to. There's just no way around it. I don't care what you see that humans produced. It has to come from their brain first, from their minds first.
Hmm.
And so that's why I'm interested in this. And then if I look around at at the universe, I'm not saying it is designed. I'm saying that it looks like it's designed. It looks like it. Whether it is or not is, I mean, that's important, but if I'm honest, it looks like it. The Earth spins 24 hours a day, 1,000 miles an hour at the equator. It revolves around the sun 365 days a year. The sun progresses through, our solar system progresses through our Milky Way, 26,000 year cycles. We have the right atmosphere, right gravity. People call it fine tuning. Call it whatever you want, but it's conducive for us to live. If you change temperatures and things like that, just by a little bit, we wouldn't exist. I mean, we have a radiation shield over this planet to keep us from being cooked by the solar rays and cosmic rays. Mm-hmm. So to me, it looks, and this is just for me, it looks designed. And so I start with the preposition. I presuppose that it's designed, and then I say, okay, so they must have had a mind behind it. And that's why I think consciousness is fundamental, because in any design that I've ever come up with in my working life, my mind is the foundation.
Right. And then I have to ask you then, would evil be designed in this view? I don't want to, matter of fact, don't even answer that question, because I don't want to even get off into that. Like you say, that's for another day. Yeah, that's for another day. We'll answer that for another day. But yeah, okay. Now I'm thinking about what would my answer be if I had to answer that question, which I have answered it before, because like I told you, to come up with my research, I went through a lot of things, and that's one of the things that I had to answer to. If intelligent design is it, then is evil design
designed also, right?
Mm-hmm. That's good. But that being said, I hopped into religion. So let me go ahead and ask you what originally led you to become interested in consciousness? Was it your views about religion?
Yeah, I'd have to say honestly, it is. I have a religious background. I was born and raised here in the South, and small community. Both my parents, were very religious, and they raised their children. In the South, we say in the church. So I was raised in the church, and adhering to the doctrines of the church. Now, for the most part, we all break a few rules here and there. But then also had a very strong interest in science and math, and so I ended up, as I mentioned before, going to engineering school, which the science and math part of it is, especially the science part, is somewhat diametrically opposed to the religious part, right?
Yeah.
I mean, there's no 6,000-year-old Earth in science. There's no 6-day creation. From biology, we know snakes and donkeys and things like that just don't talk. So I struggle to try to reconcile those two things. And over time, I finally realized that the Bible, which is what we study in our church, is a book that was not designed to be a book of science. It's just a book that talked about a particular group of people at a particular time and how they were nation building, or at least trying to nation build. And so for me, it is I had to come to grips with still holding on to my spiritual beliefs, but at the same time recognizing that science is also important. And so how do you balance the two, which is really how I came to this discussion about this at least investigation into consciousness and more specifically Hoffman's views on consciousness.
That's wonderful right there. And that's where that spirituality comes from. And I'm gonna ask you, I don't think we talked about this earlier, but if you were let's say a physicist, and I know this is just a hypothetical and maybe you can't even think of it, but do you think any of your big findings you would try to find a way to correlate them with a deity in such a manner? Of that manner, a deity of that manner, should I say?
No, I would not. I wouldn't even attribute it to a deity. It would be, I think antithetical to think about some scientific finding and say God did it, or God is behind it, or something. I think that would be almost be antithetical to the whole notion of science.
Do you think? Oh, my bad. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. No, go ahead. No, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Do you think? That being said, and this is just your opinion, so this is a speculative question for you and your personal thoughts, because I have my own. And if you'd like to know it after you answer, I'd tell you. Well, matter of fact, I'll just tell you. I speculate that maybe even science might not have gotten past that when it comes to modern scientists and their views about some findings and things. Some of them are even, I believe, are even so good at hiding it, or they don't hide it. They particularly don't even talk about it together, which makes it not being hidden. They just understand not to even put it together if you don't want any questions about your findings, whether you attribute it to that. So I feel like scientists may not, or science may not have gotten past that. That being said, though, science in itself has a strong way of pointing people to saying that whatever the findings are ain't of God. So I have to keep that in mind when I did ask that question.
Yeah, I mean, not all scientists are atheists.
No.
And in fact, the early scientists were very religious. I mean, take Newton as an example. He was a very religious person. He actually wrote more about religion than he did about his scientific work. But I think what scientists try to do is that they use their work to understand what they would call God's creation, right? Newton is basically doing what he thought was allowing him to understand God's mind or God's handiwork. So I think that you can be a scientist, you can be religious or spiritual, but I think science also try to draw a line, and they don't put spookism into their equations or into their laboratory tests and those type of things. I mean, they're very cause and effect based,
Right.
even the religious ones. But
Right.
over time, more and more scientists, I think, are becoming atheists as we move forward in time, which I think again is a shame that they're that they cannot acknowledge, spiritual aspect of human existence.
Right. And then I'm gonna finish up with a question. I asked you, you told me to answer, but I'll let you. What would you like people to understand about your view? I put your work, but about your view that's often overlooked or that people would assume that is actually your view because of certain other views that they might know.
Yeah, that's a that's a good question. I think sort of the takeaway from my side would be that that science and spirituality can go hand in hand. We don't have to have one and discard the other. I don't think that's necessary in order to live a very solid and productive life. You don't have to deny your belief in a spiritual realm simply because you want to adhere to scientific principles.
Right.
So that's sort of the takeaway from me, and I think you can live a well balanced life by adhering to both. I mean, again, I don't say people should be spiritually minded or anything. That's your choice, but you don't have to be anti-religion or anti-spiritualism simply because you believe in science. And then, as if you're on the spiritual or religious side, you don't have to be anti-science. They both can work hand in hand, and they can function equally well if you do it in the right way.
Yeah. All right. Well, I want to thank you, Ron, for
Yeah, thank
coming
you.
up tonight,
Appreciate it.
man, and giving me a little bit of insight, listening to me a little bit. That's what I like to do. You know
We got to
what I'm
get back together though to talk about some of your ideas. I want to read your work first.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
I'm sure I'll have a multitude of questions to ask you.
Bet. I guarantee you, you you will too. It's like I said, it's a series of books. So I'll give you the first one
Okay.
first because I feel like if I give you both of them, if you even look at divine mechanics,
Mm-hmm.
you're gonna want to read it first, which it wouldn't be nothing wrong with it. I would rather somebody actually know exactly what my argument is because divine mechanics is my justification.
Sure.
And
That makes
divine
sense.
mechanics, though, however, to me is just way more entertaining when I'm reading it because of the things I recognize within it, and when I read it, it just. But yeah, I definitely get you a copy of that because I would like to hear critiques, and I've been trying to get it around. When I first came to the conscious community, that's what I was doing. I didn't get the type of thing that I thought I would get. I knew I would get a little attention, but I didn't think I would get the type of attention I got for it. I thought it would actually be people just like you said. Well, let me see it to see what you got. It wouldn't be fair to say it's anything if you actually say that you've done something, that you could get it, and it could be a crock of anything to you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
But it's just the fact that you say you had something that was intelligible. And let me see if it's coherent for me, if it fits anything I say, you know what I'm saying? Because that's what we always been doing. Somebody said they got an answer to something. It wasn't necessarily an answer. It was a question that came to an answer for me. That's one of the reasons that it became onlyism, because I understood that I needed to understand it. And for me to have an intelligible answer, this is what I had. And so that's why I started it as onlyism. And it was also, to me, the only logical explanation. What OLE stands for, only logical explanation for existence, OLEE. That's my Al, because that's knowledge. Al is in the word knowledge, to know the ledge, if you've seen any of my shows. And so it all just, I don't know how it played out like that, but it's just a philosophical thing that I found to correlate and give me an intelligible answer. When I came out with the intelligible answer and in my research, it just made me say, It means we got to be accountable in existence. The choices that I'm making are my choices, and those choices weigh a whole lot, not just on my existence, but on the existence of everything else within existence now. And if I'm correct about the cycle of life,
That's
when
right.
I get back into existence, it should be.
Yeah.
And so that's what I'm pushing for, a coherent way to find out. Not just keep proposing. Once you propose a answer, you have to find out if you can make it make sense.
Yeah.
So I
Yeah.
propose the answer. One of my answers is that existence can be intelligible using time and nature. Once I put that mechanism into effect, come up with experimentation to try to find the things that people have been looking for or refutings. And it's a long walk. I'm sure to still be pushing when I'm gone, but I got my core philosophical argument, my ontology and epistemology.
Mhm.
So hey,
Well, it sounds like you've done
take accountability for the things I do now.
Yeah.
That's what it did for me. Because when
Yeah.
I first started it, I was trying to figure out if something called the devil makes people do the things that they do, or
Yeah,
are they making those choices? Because to me, it seemed that I was making the choices to do everything that I chose to do,
yeah. That's interesting.
and that's where it started.
Yeah, but it seems like you've really put a lot of thought and research and energy into this, and it takes a lot to put yourself out there like that, to have these ideas on these profound topics, and then put them out to be critiqued. I think it takes a lot, and so you're to be commended. I think for doing that, regardless of what people may think and what they may say.
Right.
You're to be commended on taking that risk and taking that leap, because most of us will never ever do that.
Yo, Oli, that's a good show, man. Nice show you put on today.
Thank you. My bad. We get to you. How you doing today, E?
Yeah, I'm good, man. Just listening, What's your guest name, Ron?
Yes.
Yeah, that's
Shout
right.
out to you, Ron. Yeah, nice presentation, bro.
Thank you.
But
Thank you.
I deal with the science, so I'm always gonna be like a little devil's advocate on this side.
I understand. Yeah, I appreciate
I
that.
kind of sense that the science it's kind of accepted sometimes, but not again accepted other times. So I kind of get it, but I'm gonna stick with the science still. But great presentation, man. Great show.
No, thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, you ask a lot of questions, and science kind of answer a lot of those questions, but there's still some that science can't really answer. So it's good either way to ask.
Yeah, I think science is. First of all, it's good to meet you. What's your name again?
Oh, this is Amin, brother. Amin, the evolutionist.
I'm in the evolutionist. Okay, I think I saw one of your things come up, evolutionist. Okay, so you're definitely into science.
All the way. I have a background in chemistry. And
very good. Very good. Very good. Excellent. I think this about science. It's been said before that once upon a time there were many gods, and one by one, science has been knocking them down, right? And that's true. Science has been knocking these many gods down.
Yeah, because they're hiding the gaps, and science, reveals
them,
if you want to put it that way, or prove known phenomena.
Yeah.
Give an explanation to known phenomena, which was once attributed to some god.
Yeah.
So, eventually, the gods of the gaps.
Yeah, the gods of the gap, right? And eventually, we went from many gods to a few gods, and then from a few gods to, if you think about some of the Abrahamic religions down to one god. But I think about it as I'm sure you know what an asymptote is, right?
Yeah.
You get closer and closer to this line, this vertical or horizontal line, get closer and closer with this curve, but you never really reach it. You can go on through infinity. You never reach the line. I think this is about science, and I think that even though science has its place, there'll always be questions that will probably never be answered. Not that we shouldn't try to answer them, Uh, but I think that it works on this asymptote, at least for me, this asymptote principle. And as long as it's working on that asymptote principle, um, I think that people will always have questions about what's beyond science. Science can answer, like you said, a lot of questions, but I don't think it'll ever be able to answer all of the questions. And so people will always have a reason to believe.
Yeah, I get that. I get that. But I think you the last topic you mentioned was something about the universe being designed.
Hmm.
From what you're surmising, that the universe is designed.
Yeah.
When you say design, are you meaning intelligently designed or designed by natural causes?
Um, I don't think it's designed by natural causes. I mean, what I
Because
mean,
either way it would be designed. You can have design through
yeah, through
random,
random,
yeah,
through,
through
yeah,
just
because
random,
random processes
yeah. You
only
got
can look
design
can only
through
look
intent.
designed
So are you saying that it was designed
on
with
purpose.
with a purpose,
No, no,
intention?
no, no. I don't believe that it was designed with a purpose. I only state because this only applies to me.
So
And
you mean
even
like design through random processes then?
yes,
Okay.
like for
I don't
instance,
think science would disagree with that, because
yeah.
pretty much that's that encompasses the laws of physics.
We
Yeah.
got OTK and a Young Scribe to the stage. What up, OTK? What up, Young Scribe? How y'all doing, man? We just
How you doing,
conversation.
guys?
Peace and love. Peace and love. Peace and love.
Peace, brothers.
Yeah, peace and blessings to the panel. How y'all brothers doing, man? What's the conversation? What we doing?
Good. How
All
you
right, all
doing?
right, man. We was just finishing up. Me and Ron just finished having a discussion about consciousness and is it a fundamental few of our views, and just having a discussion now. Oh, my man's A1 in the building. Let me see if I gotta let A1 up. Oh, there you go.
Hey, what a great
Yeah,
one.
we just man, just finishing off the conversation, opening the panel for before Ron got to get up out of here, if he got to get up out of here early, and
Yeah, I gotta leave probably another 15, 20 minutes.
yeah,
but
just getting
day
some.
one, I really appreciate you allowing me up on your platform. Thanks.
No
Thanks.
problem, man. I really want to have you back again. I actually overslept. Like I just
I
woke up.
tried to call him.
Apologies.
No
Yeah,
problem.
you was blowing me up, bro. And it's
No problem.
crazy. I just kept hitting snooze on my alarm for 4 hours. I was supposed to wake up early. Now I apologize. I'm gonna have to
No,
watch this back. I
no
just caught
problem.
like the last 15 minutes.
No problem.
I had some questions I wanted to ask you too, but I'm actually just gonna save them for the next one.
Okay,
Um,
that'll work.
I got
and
a
I
question.
definitely appreciate you showing up, being on time, and all of that, man. Thank you so much. And I see that we get rave reviews in the comments. So
No, thank you. Thank you.
it must have been amazing from the beginning. Back to you, gentlemen.
I do got a quick question, and I did not see the show, so if it's already been answered, I do apologize. I was just wondering, because a lot of our conversations, like in the back chat world, some of us don't have like a perimeter of what really consciousness is, and I tend to think like consciousness is, and how we think of it, like me and you would think of it, it's like kind of like a human experience. But I've also heard people kind of transcend that and say that maybe they're like things like on a cellular level, like on a microscopic world level, like an
Mhm.
atom being conscious. Is
Yeah.
that what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, that's not where I come at this issue from. What some would call panpsychism, where everything on every level is imbued with some type of consciousness. I don't come at it from that perspective. I talk about it more about awareness, your subjective experiences, and being aware, those type of things, more on the more complex brain level. So I don't look at a rock and say that rock is conscious. I don't I don't do those type of things. So that's I hope I answered your question.
No, you definitely did, bro. You slammed the sledgehammer right on the head with the last part. Thank you for your time, brother.
Oh, you're welcome. Thank you.
OTK, did you want to get in there? I seen you slide up. You were about to say something, but did you want to slide in there before Ronald get up out of here?
Yeah, man. I want to say, man, a great show. I was intrigued, just like with you, Oli, man. I was intrigued with your bill, bro, with the quantum only and stuff like that. I was intrigued with this bill, you know, because I always was intrigued with math anyway, growing up. You know what I mean? So I love you brothers are bringing this, and I love who y'all bringing this. You know, who getting y'all back because.
You doing that Borg? You doing that Borg thing again? Real quick, I'm gonna cut you off before you get deep in there. I couldn't hear none of it.
It's like a robot.
There's a matrix there.
Hey man, I don't know what's up with my internet where I'm at. We having bad weather. My apologies, y'all.
Oh, that's what it is, man. Technology should be apologizing. It's the one that ain't perfect. Go ahead though, man.
Yeah. And I got AT&T, supposed to be the best internet. You know what I'm talking about? But it's,
yeah,
we can hear you though. We hear you now.
Yeah. So great bill, little brother, man. You know what I mean? Ronald, I love to see when you come back. What you gonna do on part 2 when you come back? And I was taking notes. Let me see if I can show. Yeah, I was taking notes on your show.
Okay.
So, man, that lets me know that it was a good bill. Definitely a good bill.
Yeah. I heard one thing I want to question. Not really question. I'm just wondering if someone should push back on it, how are you gonna answer it? And it's the universal consciousness claim that you made earlier. How like if someone asked you to prove it, how are you gonna deal with that?
Yeah, that is really the sticking point. I think you have to start with you have to come to some I think foundational agreement. I think we all can agree that space-time, as we know it, has some limits, specifically at the Planck scale. I mean, you as a guy who understands chemistry, you understand that the limits of the Planck scale, where our physical laws are no longer operable. That's a true statement.
Yeah, that's real. You can't measure below that.
You can't measure.
How are you going to prove that? What would be your definition of consciousness then? Because for me, I would define consciousness as an emergent property of the brain.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty much
that's prevailing.
The processes of the brain. We define that as consciousness. So feelings, thoughts, imagination, the basic 5 senses, all that goes with it, even intuition.
Yeah.
But what would you define consciousness as? Again,
probably similar. It's as I mentioned, it's our feelings it's our experiences of being aware, and then it also it revolves around our senses, like hearing, seeing, tasting, touching. It revolves around all those things that you just mentioned. And in terms of the proof, I think you'd have to start with, since consciousness, at least to me, is an abstraction. You'd have to start with abstraction models, meaning mathematical models, and then you have to.
If a car is at the top of a hill and you didn't apply brakes and it rolls down to the bottom of the hill, who do you consider that a conscious decision for the car to roll, or is that a conscious movement, or is that just purely physics without any form of conscious?
It's purely physics.
That's where I push back though, because if consciousness is coming from the living organism, then the universe itself is not alive, just like the car is not alive. Universe still applies, or the laws of physics still applies to the universe, or everything that's in it.
That's correct.
the principles of consciousness only applies to living things. So, for instance, a few billion years ago, when the universe was still in existence, but the Earth, where life, as far as we know it, is, the Earth wasn't in existence. Was there consciousness still when it was just the universe and whatever galaxies that was there? Was there consciousness still?
There was no way to, there were no brains, let's say. So consciousness, we couldn't perceive or be aware of anything because there were no brains around then. So even though I believe that the universe came from consciousness, you still have to have a mechanism to perceive it, right?
Yeah.
And that mechanism is our neural system.
So
Because hold on.
I'm gonna cut you off. I'm not even gonna say not to cut you. I'm gonna cut you off to make this to divert to this. Like sound, for instance, we can hear sound, but sound is a natural process of physics. It's vibration for the universe.
Pressure waves.
If something without ears or speakers or microphone is not present to hear a sound, as they love to use the tree falling in the forest, does it still make a sound?
Yeah, there's no vibration, there's a mechanism for vibration, then no.
But it would still, if it fall in the forest, whether we hear it or not, it's still.
If it falls in the forest, because it's assuming there's air and everything, then it's going to vibrate air molecules and.
Yeah, again, if it's in a vacuum,
exists. You just can't pick it up.
Even though no one is there to hear it, it still makes sound. Just like if there is a wave in the ocean, if no one is out there to see it, the wave is still gonna do what it does in the ocean. So would you consider these natural processes of the physical universe to be some form of consciousness?
Yeah, I think I get it. I think I'm
because these things occur whether or not we are here.
I think I better understand what you're saying. You're saying like anything in nature, any fundamental thing in nature, does consciousness exist as say on this level of gravity?
Like even if you want to go cosmic, like a star, it created or born from a nebula, eats the gases and dirts and whatever, eat gas and molecules and whatever energy source it has around, grow in size, get hot, eventually exploded or imploded and became a black hole, or maybe like what do you call that little dwarf, like a blue star or something. It goes through a life cycle. Would you consider it eating up all the heliums and hydrogen around it, using that to cause nuclear fusion, creating new atoms, releasing those when it goes supernova? Would you consider all that process to be conscious at any level?
No, I would not. I would just say that that's just a physical phenomena, physical process. Now, how do we get there? I mean, the question for me is always, how do you get from a singularity to a star going supernova or to a black hole? I think that's the role of consciousness, because at the beginning of the process, and all the physical laws and all the physical things that we study in science, whether it's from evolutionary biology, chemistry, physics, for me, it doesn't matter.
So you're saying that there is something that precedes the laws of physics itself.
Right. That's foundational to that.
And what that you would consider that to be consciousness.
Consciousness, right. And so that makes your first question more relevant, right? How do you prove
that? That would sound more like a God concept. Like there's
no, not necessarily. I understand why it sounds like it, and this is the pushback that I get quite a bit from having these discussions, because you say that consciousness is foundational and that matter is derivative, then it sounds like, that's just a, creation story without the 6 days and without the, the snakes and stuff like that.
All right.
But it's not.
Would you consider that to be time then? Because before the Big Bang, no one really knows how long the universe existed in that state before it started to expand.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. I mean, I have no.
But the time that we measure is from the moment it starts to expand, at the pretty much the Big Bang.
Mm-hmm.
But
what came before? How much time
that exists before that, and if there is,
I mean,
how do we measure
about a concept of time? I can't imagine time before the Big Bang, because
the thing is, though, if the universe existed, their time has to exist.
Within the universe, right?
As only with us tell you can't have existence without time,
right?
Because even if it existed for a planet of existence without time,
well, let him answer. Let him answer, Evolution.
Even if it existed for a planet of existence without time,
Let him answer. Let him answer, Evolution.
Yeah, it's got a little echo there, but Oli and I were having a discussion about space-time. Space-time is a product of the Big Bang. Would you agree?
Yeah.
So you can't have time before the Big Bang. Would you agree with that?
You can't have space-time before the Big Bang.
Right. Can't. Well, we were talking about time, but you can't have space-time before the Big Bang. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, because the time that we consider space-time, it measures the expansion.
Right. It's a product of the Big Bang.
Yeah.
So to talk about time, space-time, but particularly time before the expansion, before what we call Big Bang, is almost non sequitur. Right? It wouldn't make sense.
Because
but
there
our
would be a way for us to measure it. It's not quantifiable.
Right. Right. We have no concept, no way to talk about it. From our current framework, we can't discuss it. In other words, you asked me how long did things exist before the Big Bang. When you even frame it in that way, you're talking about time. I can't wrap my mind around that. You know what I'm saying?
I don't think none of us can.
Yeah.
Yeah, because time as we know it, it's linked with space. It can't exist on its own.
Right, they're linked. Exactly.
Yeah, it's a dimension that is associated with space.
Yeah, it's what, the fourth dimension?
I guess that's what they would call it, the fourth dimension, because
that's only when you're dealing with space time.
Right.
If we're dealing with you're dealing with dimensions like the first dimension, second, third, the fourth dimension. It's not time. The fourth dimension is just the fourth dimension itself. But when you're talking about somebody needs to mute up because they're echoing bad. When you're talking about somebody.
Yeah, there's a echo.
Yeah, somebody's echoing bad. But when you're talking about just the fourth. When we talk about just the fourth dimension.
Sorry about that. I just wanted to welcome you to the stage, Hurt. Welcome to the stage. I didn't mean to have you waiting for so long. Evolutionist, thanks for the questions. We're gonna let Hurt get his question in or his remarks in before Ron get up out of here.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah. I was just coming on because I mean I can understand a lot where you guys are coming from, definitely because I mean, we all was educated in the Western system, so we think usually like the Westerners think. And my degree is in mathematics, so I think we all think that way. But for me, as I've also studied African spirituality and philosophy, so it's a different. I have a different perspective when we're talking about spirituality and we talking about the spiritual realm and the spirit things of that nature of being, whether or not they're real or not. In Western science, they do not acknowledge this. That's true. However, from an African point of view, African worldview is a complete opposite of a Western worldview. Their epistemology are in sharp contrast to each other. So from the African perspective, yes, these things are real. We do come from, we originated from that spiritual realm. And so we know that even today you can map mathematically from the physical world to the spiritual world, that fourth dimension that we were just talking about. So we know that that dimension actually exists, and other higher dimensions actually exist. And when we're talking about the universe itself, I mean, the other brother said he said the universe is not alive. Again, that's a Western perspective of looking at it. From an African perspective, for Black perspective, it is the universe itself. It is not no dead mechanical universe. It's just not inert matter. It's actually alive. And they look at it that way as it being alive. And if you look at it that way for being alive, then therefore you will come to a point that the universe is conscious. As he was saying that in the beginning, it was consciousness that that brought our universe into existence. And if we could say that, therefore, if you're gonna, I would have to ask, like he said, and how can you say consciousness brought the universe into existence, but yet there was no creator of that consciousness. There was nothing behind that consciousness, because we know in every African spiritual system, they say that there was a creator that brought the universe into existence from a different universe, from not a different universe, but from, let's say, a different matter. We think about ancient Egypt. They talk about Nun. Nun is Atum, comes out of Nun, creating this universe. The Dogon says, Ama created this universe from the egg, spoke the universe into existence. So this idea of a consciousness being behind creating the universe and bringing it into existence, that's just an idea. I think that's an idea that's old. That's very old, thousands and thousands of years old. But I was just perplexed when you said it, but you also said that there was nothing behind that consciousness.
I think that when you say something is fundamental or foundational, that's pretty definitive. Would you agree? That's pretty definitive.
It can be.
And if I say that it's foundational or definitive, then if there's something behind it, then whatever's behind it must be more definitive, more foundational. And then what's behind that is more definitive and more foundational. So you can see the dilemma you put yourself in. You keep going back further and further and further. So rather than get into that type of conundrum, I say that consciousness is fundamental, it's foundational. And there's nothing behind that. Now, I'm sure, a lot more about traditional African spiritual systems and spiritual traditions than I would ever even think about knowing. And I would be interested in understanding those. But if you say Ama, what would you say is behind Ama? What is that thing that's behind Ama then? You see what I'm saying? You see where I'm going, right?
Yeah, I understand what you. Yeah, definitely. That's and again, I think that's a. I understand what you're saying. That it keeps people keep asking the question. Then who created that? Then what created that? What created? And I think there's never been a question like if you asking about Alao, one of the priests and stuff like that. There was never been a question of like, who created, Ama or Odo Damare. It's never been a question of that. It was understood that that's it. That's the point of beginning. That's the point right there. You know what I'm saying? And it's always, but from today, people are like, well, how did they come, and how did that come, and how did that come? And I think the concept of was that when we read these stories and they say Amar created itself, Atum created itself from Noon, and we know, and I think it's one of the things that I like to use as an example is the Dirac equation. When we think about Noon, you think about the Big Bang. Before the Big Bang, what was in existence? They say it was this plasma. It was this heated plasma that existed, that they kind of described before the universe came about. And then that's the same. You could parallel that with what they did and what they said about Noon in ancient Egypt. So it was like, well, if there was no consciousness, which we say there is a consciousness, but if there was no thought process behind that, then how would that spark come about? If everything was just sitting there randomly, there would be no thought process. So there had to be a thought process. And I used the Dirac equation, the step Dirac equation, because it shows you what everything is. It's zero at everywhere. On a plane, when you put it on the XY plane, it's zero everywhere except for that one peak. It had to be something that brings that thought process about. Something had created that spark. It wasn't just. So I wouldn't. For me, I understand. I kind of I think it's it's kind of like it's a conundrum that you get into about the universe being consciousness. There's a consciousness behind this thought. But I think there are other things that we go.
Would you consider any inanimate object to be conscious, like a rock or a book?
No, I don't know. No.
Those are like, why would you consider when I said the universe is not alive, I didn't say the universe is not active. The universe is active, physically active in many different ways. Electromagnetism, geologicals, like
radiation. There's all sorts of stuff.
Like thermodynamics, like entropy is happening everywhere.
It's ruling the whole
time. It's very active. It's not alive.
Even as we sit here, it's ruling us.
Yeah. And how would you differ the experience of a rock, which is a part of the universe? How would you differentiate the experience of a rock from the experience of, say, a living thing that lives in the same environment? Say a bird that lives on a rock. What's the difference between the experience of the bird and the experience of the rock?
Well, we know the bird is conscious, though. The rock, how would you explain a rock being conscious compared to a bird?
It's the same way you're going to explain the universe being conscious, because the rock is still active. It's still chemically active. It's still geologically active in every single way. It's just not, because the thing is, we keep conflicting what consciousness is. Consciousness is nothing more than the experience of living things. You got to be alive to experience consciousness. And if that's the experience of living things, how are you going to find it outside of living things?
I mean, I don't believe that rocks are conscious, but I've heard this explanation too.
When we talk about the universe, it's mostly rocks and empty space.
And empty space, but
that's mostly what it is: rocks and empty space. But
let me tell you,
any ice, water.
Right,
those are not conscious. They're active. Right. They're chemically active, geologically active. They're just not conscious.
Let me ask you if you could. I'm gonna have to get out of here after this, but let me ask you if this makes sense to you. So you and I are human beings, right? Yeah. I can infer that you are conscious, right? And you can infer that I'm conscious, because we both are humans. We both are talking. We're reacting to one another's conversation. We can make that. I don't know. I can't have the same experiences and feelings that you do, but I can infer that you're conscious, right?
Yeah.
That's not a big leap. So now let's think about you and a bird. You can look at a bird you can look at a bird and then you can infer that that bird is probably conscious, right? I mean, you can if you walk up toward the bird's going to fly away, right? If you put
Well,
food down on the ground, the bird will come and get it.
I would assume that
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You can
all
infer.
living things are conscious.
Yeah.
Intelligence is where is what I would question.
Yeah.
Like if I'm swimming
Right. Yeah.
next to a
Yeah,
fish,
we're not talking about intelligence. We're talking about consciousness.
consciousness, I would give it to all living organisms.
Yeah.
Even
Yeah.
a tree, a tree that grows towards the sunlight,
Mhm.
that's
Yeah.
very much conscious.
So now let's go to
So don't some rocks grow towards the sun?
No, rocks does not grow towards the sun.
via gravity maybe, but
But that is why I use the example of a car on top of the hill,
yeah.
and you didn't apply the brakes and it rolls down. Is that a conscious movement? Because that's
Yeah.
an action of gravity.
Mhm.
So
But
just
my question-
meaning you're doing something that you desire. You
Yeah.
like, for instance, as a preschooler, we used to put the bean plant in a box, bore a little hole, and watch the plant intentionally grow towards the side where it gets exposure to light.
Mhm.
That's a movement with intent.
Mhm.
A rock rolling from the top of a hill to the bottom of a hill due to gravity, or water flowing through a hose due to gravity, and due to other forces. I wouldn't consider that to be conscious. But a living organism decide, even like a fungi or a mole deciding to move from the less humid area to somewhere that has moisture and heat, more humid, I would consider that to be conscious. It's movement with intent. It's an action with intent behind it, or a decision that was made. Something that moved based on purely physics alone is not a decision that was made or action with intent.
Yeah.
It's what they say, like, you didn't have a will. For
Yeah,
instance, movement
no
of
reason.
electricity,
Mhm.
like when lightning flash, when stuff happens due to electromagnetic forces, that's not movement with intent. That's movement purely based on mathematics. If
Mhm.
if the potential gradient was greater in a different area, then the event would have happened there, whether or not the lightning want to flash there. It just happens where, like, natural movement doesn't have intent. It moves based on the laws of physics, which is based on entropy, which is based on the conservation of energy.
Mm.
But a conscious movement sometimes disobey entropy and takes even more energy. Like building the pyramids, that was conscious. It takes more energy to lift those rocks and stack them. That would never happen naturally. You see? A movement with intent, consciousness.
I want you to stay on the
Movement
panel.
without
Let's let Ronald finish up, and I want you to stay on the panel so we can keep building after Ronald finish, man. Go ahead, Ronald.
Oh no, I got time. I'm not. And I hope you guys don't think I'm being disrespectful,
No.
because that's not my intent. I don't think nobody's pseudo, and I don't think
No, I wish I could
Nah,
stay
you
a little longer,
fire, bro.
but you're good. You're very
Yeah,
good.
you
You're very
fire, bro. You fire.
Even my brother Hercules, he's good at, you know.
Yeah, I'm gonna let you in. I'm gonna let you in.
That's how he
Hercules.
break down his math, and he's a sick mathematician.
Absolutely.
I
First
want
of
to
all,
say thank you. Oh, go ahead, Ron.
I was going to say thank you, Oli and A1 for allowing me again these few hours to be on your platform. You guys have a great organization, and I appreciate the way you guys are trying to bring people together to get these types of discussions out out of a whole lot of dissension and going back and forth in a very negative way. So again, I appreciate this opportunity, and again, I look forward to talking to you brothers again. To the rest of the guys on the panel, thank you for coming up and sharing your ideas and your questions and your comments. Thank you also. I'm going to get out of here, but I'll definitely be coming back around through these parts. Again,
Appreciate you.
You guys have a great evening, and take care.
Great show again, Ronald, man.
Right, you too, man.
Have a great day. We appreciate you pulling up and setting the tone with your decorum as well.
Thank you.
Great show. Great show.
Yeah. Thank you, Ronald, for coming up. I appreciate you. Hey, well, I'm gonna let you take over real quick.
I'm about to walk out the
Oh,
door.
you go.
I got to
Oh,
walk out
okay.
the door too. It's
Oh, you
it's
got to.
six
Oh, yeah,
o'clock.
it is. It sure is.
6 o'clock. Me and Ronald had to leave at
Uh,
the same
um,
time.
You
well
just
then, OTK, evolutionist Mensa, I'm here. I'm just stepping away for just a second. 3-4 minutes. If y'all can go ahead and light the stage up with
Ah,
it,
yeah, I'll be here. I'll be here.
because I heard OTK say he want to reply to what you said, evolutionist. You might want to start it off from there. Thank y'all for joining too for this panel, and I appreciate y'all so much. And let's let the information flow continue.
All right.
Yeah, I ain't gonna stay too
Great
long,
show.
but I understand what the reason. I understand what you were saying about with the rock and with I wouldn't the rock. Because I said it's not because even with in African philosophy they would say the rock is conscious. But for me, I mean, again, being raised in the West, it's kind of hard for me to to conceive of that. You know what I'm saying? That's why I'm like, but even in the Bantu philosophy,
Yeah, I was gonna ask you which one you study. Bantu?
it could be Bantu, it could be Akan. They all say it. They say the same thing.
Okay.
With the Bantu, this guy he wrote a book called called Muntu, and what's his John Jahiz, something like that. Jahiz John.
Yeah.
And rocks are like considered to be wait a minute, it's Muntu, Kintu, and Muntu, Kintu, Kuntu, and Hin. So rocks are considered to be Huntu, and a bird would be considered to be Kintu. People are called Muntu. So these are different forces from the same that's frequencies giving off different frequencies that coming from the same universe that we all in, and we just getting off different levels of vibrations. So they have a category, put them in those categories as well. And when you're looking at what is it? It was it. I think it's tree where they say it's Niame.
And
Niame.
And
It's this is the same like a universal field that we all living in, but you get off. But every object is giving off different levels of vibrations and density. But like I said, for me, it's just a concept. For me, the hard to understand, from a Western, because I was raised in the West. I wasn't raised, what I'm saying, in the African culture, in the deep African culture and stuff like that. So that's why I was like, I don't know about that, and I didn't want to make the argument like, what I'm saying, and I can't fully explain it. You know what I'm saying?
If you think that's the right answer, you should have went with it because
but I don't fully explain. I can't fully understand.
I understand you couldn't, and that's actually a good way to. If you can't fully explain it, because in the West African tradition, how they do it, and I guess in most other panties and how they do it is like you know about life force, huh? Yeah, consciousness always come from a life force. For instance, like a tree or a animal that they, especially those sacrificial ones, they don't have to do anything for it to be conscious or to be regarded as conscious because it's already alive. It has a life force.
Right.
But for instance, an inanimate object like a rock, for instance, they could deify a rock and call a rock, say, Ogun or Batala or something, give offering to it. And at that moment, the rock is conscious in their spiritual sense, in their tradition. The rock became conscious. That's because they're actually putting their life force into it.
Yes.
For instance, if you say your father have a special chair in the house that he sits in every day, that's your father's chair. When he passed away, his life force, his life energy is still within that chair. There's something about that chair. Every time you pass it, you see him, you remember him, you smell him. It's like he never left. as long as the chair is in the house, he never left. Put
Yeah.
it that way. They consider that you're putting your life force into that inanimate object. You know, I'm not saying it's scientifically valid, because these things can't be scientifically verified. However, in the sense of the tradition itself, that's how it works. It still comes back to which makes sense to me. It makes sense. You're putting your life force into this thing. You're deifying it. You know, the thing didn't become conscious or have any energy on its own like that. But you're putting it into it. You know, like you're giving attention to it. You're giving offering to it. You know, you
And
make
yeah,
that thing symbolic to whatever it is that you're deifying, that you're worshiping. It
yeah,
became a symbol.
and
Just
that's
like the Christians with the cross, or the Egyptian with the ankh, or whatever they carry around. You know, it's an inanimate object that, because of the life force that they're putting into it, it became significant to where it
yeah,
now has meaning. In some instance, they look at it as it has power. For instance, people will go to the cross. You know, for instance, the ankh. Some people think the ankh has healing power. They would hold it over people or whatever they do with it. It's the same thing in certain culture. You know, in certain West African culture, these things ain't. It's not just a rock anymore, and it's not just a twig anymore. It's more significant than that. But you got to put your the human or the living thing, has to
yeah,
put their energy into it.
yeah, yeah. That's what and that's exactly what he talks about in that book. That people have the power, have that energy to bring to transfer,
Yeah.
like you said, to the inanimate object. So it takes a human being
Yeah.
using words, like, because I guess the ancestors ancients would say heka. You know, they use those words
Yeah.
to
I
bring
think
that
that's
power
the
forth.
word heka.
Yeah. So
Like you know, in Ghana, I think they have the sacred forest. You know, I think in
mhm.
Nigeria they used to have a sacred forest too. But back then, it was illegal to even cut a tree from the sacred forest. You know,
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
not sure if they still uphold those tradition, but yeah, back then it was illegal to, and you couldn't hunt. You could hunt everywhere, but you couldn't hunt in the sacred forest. And
So
that
so
was in. You said that was
is
in
this
Ghana.
like objective? Is this like an objective against a subjective fight or back? Because I hear a bunch of subjectivity that you're speaking now about these people believing and stuff like that. That's subjectivity, correct? That's not
yes,
objective, correct?
Well,
it's not.
I
What
would,
I could say objective was
Go
their
ahead.
their
Go
their stance against environmental protection,
mhm.
their stance
ahead. Oh, okay.
against
Okay. Okay.
protecting
Go ahead.
endangered species, the same thing that's been advertised all over TV, the same things that's been
Mhm.
making big millions in donations, environmental protection,
Facts.
wildlife
Facts.
protection,
Facts.
let's save the trees, let's cut down our carbon footprint. Our ancestors were
Uh,
actually practicing these form of environmental science even before they know
right.
the word science. Just by
Before they
deifying
know the word
forests,
science, correct.
just by deifying the forest, deifying the animals. And when I say deifying, as
Mhm.
I said, it's just a human being putting so much emphasis into a thing and recognition that it became important. Just like we deify money today. What's like to a Juara, what's the value of $100? He doesn't know what it is. He didn't put no life force into it. He didn't put no energy into it. We are the one that put our life force and energy into the money, so we know what it is, and it became significant to us. To someone living in the Amazon jungle, never seen a penny, he doesn't know what $1 million is. You see, and to us, money is of
Man,
such significance. Imagine to the people who deify the trees and animals and even the rock in the forest at that point. You see how significant those things were to them? The cattle, the I think it's a Awoka cattle from Kenya. You know those cattle, the bighorn cattle from East Africa that they still use as I guess marriage dowry
Mm-hmm.
when those ladies getting married, you know, because they put value into the cattle. Again, it's always been the African tradition to value more things of significance, like of nature, the forest, the trees, the water, the river. We all hear about
Yeah.
the water god Mama Wati or whatever. To us, it
All
might
right.
sound
So
so
that's why
pseudo
I
and
asked. That's why I asked, was it subjective or objective? Because once you started learning American culture and American spirituality system, concept of cosmology and all of that and space and time, you know what I mean? It was like, yeah, something go hand to hand, you know, with spirituality or other spirituality or cosmology system, seeing stars and stuff. But, you know, the only thing I don't like about science is that science started over there. The name science started over there, but the concept of science we know is way older than what it is. What you said earlier,
that
but I just don't like
that's
that it
the
started over
music that
there.
they played on us, bro. That's the
Yeah,
trickery that they played on us.
go ahead, bro.
These people used to think there is a woman with a hair full of snakes that could turn men into stones. Don't ever think that we are more pseudo than them.
Correct,
These people
correct,
used to think
correct,
there
bro.
was a Mount
Correct, bro.
Olympus with gods live on top of it. Come on, cut it out. They didn't even
Correct.
know what the sun is.
Medusa.
They didn't even know what the
Correct.
sun is. They think Apollo is gonna fly to the sun. Come on.
Right.
Where did
Right.
the
Right.
freaking dude from the ocean with the trident fork come from? Yeah, they have their
I
former mama.
notice a lot. I notice
So,
a lot.
don't
I can't
even
agree
think
with
that science
you.
started
A lot
over
of
there.
that mythology
No,
does come
they
from
had
Kenya.
more. They had more mythological pseudo Buddha nonsense than anywhere else in the world. Believe me, that's where that started. Now,
I
as
agree
I
with
said, in Africa,
you.
as I said, subjectively, you might say, yeah, this is what they believe, whatever, whatever. Objectively, they were literally protecting the forest. They were protecting the animal. They were protecting nature. You know, they were literally mindful of their carbon footprint, something that we are not in this time. Our biggest issue coming up is global warming, and it
Right.
wasn't caused
Right.
by people believing in sticks and stones and doing Ifa,
Mm.
doing divination. It wasn't started by
Right.
those people, you know. So
All
don't
right.
let them
All right. All right. Hey,
think that
big bro.
African and
Big bro.
our native thing is pseudo. It's not.
Right.
Yeah, yeah.
Right. Right. Right.
I
Big
argue
bro
that all
can't
the
hurt.
time.
Big bro can't hurt. I had a question for you too. Let me ask you another question. You can go ahead and answer that too. And let me ask you another question for you. You said the fourth dimension is real and is literal. Can you elaborate on that, bro? After you answer the question, what you was gonna say, thousand pardon for cutting you off, but I just want to ask you that question.
Repeat that again.
You
Hey,
said
repeat.
earlier that the fourth dimension is real, it's literal,
Oh,
like we know it exists. Yeah, can you elaborate more on that, bro?
yeah. Um. Yeah, yeah. What I was saying is there's a difference when because when we're talking about space time, they use time as the fourth dimension, right? That's Einstein's joint. When we talk about space and time, time is the fourth component and is part of the fourth dimension. But that's not the same thing as mathematically when we're talking about dimensions. Like the first dimension, the second dimension, we live in the third dimension, and the next dimension would be the fourth dimension. The fourth dimension, so it is different than when someone is trying to talk to you about space time dimension. That's a different dimension. You understand? Like one, two, three, and four. You know, first, second, third, and fourth. You know what I'm saying? So those are the steps. So if you're going to the fourth dimension, we talk about higher dimensions. You're not talking about the space time. That part is not. That's not the same thing. So when the fourth dimension,
So,
reason I say
you say dimensions are time. You say dimensions are time.
what you say?
Earlier? Did you say dimensions are time?
No.
They're
I'm trying
different
to make
time slots.
He's
no,
talking more
no.
geometry.
Yeah. So there's a difference because when I'm just trying to, all right, I'm just trying to let you know that there's a difference when somebody says space time and when somebody's talking about the fourth
Right.
dimension. There's a difference because
Mhm.
one of them you're dealing with. I would say, like he said, geometry and mathematics. The other one is physics, our actual space, going out in space, actual space out there. You know what I'm saying? That's
Okay.
that's space time. So I'm not talking about that. All right, because some people get confused with that. So I'm not talking about that. So when I'm talking about the fourth dimension, and you say is actual a real thing that you can map to that we know, because you could map to higher dimensions. And I explained this before. It's like when you use complex numbers. Complex numbers only exist in higher dimensions. They do not map until we live in the third dimension. You can't map a complex number in the third dimension. It only maps to the fourth dimension and above. So that's how you know it's actual real. It's a real dimension that actually exists. And it's people that they've proven
Is
this.
this science world? Is this subjective scientifically, or is this objective?
No,
What
no,
you talking about,
mathematically,
right?
it's
Yeah, I'm accent,
objective.
man, because uh,
Because
you say it's subjective.
so when you're talking about the higher dimensions, it's not a subjective thing.
Mhm.
You could prove them mathematically, but you can't prove them physically because we can't go there physically. There's no way. There's no way for us to physically go to a fourth or fifth, sixth dimension. We can't do that. At least not now. All right, not right now. Don't have what the technology or anything to do that physical in the physical form. But you can prove it mathematically, and this is what research. You see people like there's a guy, Michael. I think his name is Michael Barr. I want to believe his name, and he wrote a whole paper on this on complex numbers and mapping them to higher dimensions. And you just have people and using topology where you're mapping into higher dimensions. So it's not a physical thing, but you can prove it, mathematically. And there's a theory called the holograph. The holograph, I think it's called holograph universe, where we as third dimensional people, third dimensional beings, we cast two dimensional shadows. And so the theory is that if we live in a third dimension, then there's something from the fourth dimension that's casting a third dimensional shadow. And so they work that out as theory as well. And it's a physics topic. But these are type of things that are in theory. They're only in theory because you can't physically do it. It's just not possible to do that yet. So that's why we say it's in theory, but you can prove it. You got the proof to show it mathematically and show that it actually is something that actually exists and stuff. So
Well,
that's what
So therefore it
it
does
does
not
exist
exist.
in math,
So
but
it doesn't exist.
I'm saying.
you're breaking up again. There is no, well, I'm not gonna say no reason, but there is no strong reason for us to think that it also exists in the physical universe, because mathematically you could have an infinite amount of dimensions.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's the thing. If it's like I said, you can't show it physically. It's impossible. It's like, so that's why I made
It's
the
not,
claim. I make this
not
claim.
impossible, because if we were in a two-dimensional reality, if our reality was two-dimension and we still live in a three-dimensional world, there would be signs. There would be
But
signs.
you wouldn't understand those signs though. if we were two-dimensional beings, we wouldn't even see what a three-dimensional. We couldn't comprehend what a three-dimensional being is.
You're talking about a set of living things that figure out calculus, that figure out what a black hole is, that literally take us back to the cosmic microwave background. We if we're that intelligent as a species, we probably would have figured out that we're in a three-dimensional universe. But we know we're in a three-dimensional universe with a temporary fourth, which is time, or you could say a four-dimensional universe because time do exist.
Mm-hmm.
But the other dimensions that we could geometrically map on a calculator or map using mathematics, we can't prove that those exist in reality. At least not for this universe that we live
Well, it
in.
depends on your definition of reality.
The universe that we live in.
Because again, if we're looking at it from if we're looking at it from an African worldview, when we talk about the ancestors and the spirits, they live in that fourth dimension realm. And
that's an African worldview. That's not a worldwide view.
There's no such thing as a worldwide
view, bro. Yes, it is. Everybody has their view. Everybody in the world has their view. What you mean there's no such thing as a worldwide view? I know you just didn't say that, Can't Hurt.
You just said there's an African worldview, and that's not a worldwide view.
No, so you giving us the African worldview. I say, what about everybody else's worldview?
No, you said it's not a worldwide view. That's what you said.
Nah, I think it means like the African has their cosmology. Everyone else has theirs too.
Everyone else has theirs too.
You're gonna have 100,
right?
You know.
Yeah, I'm not talking about.
Yeah, I was saying African worldview is not the worldwide view for everybody else. That's what I said, bro. Yep, my bad. 1,000 pardon. Go ahead.
Yeah, and that's why I said there is no worldwide view for everyone.
Well, you could consider science more worldly accepted.
Again that's a Western worldview though. Hold up, listen. Wait, hold up.
Most of the modern world.
Can I say something? Majority of the people who have their degrees in science graduated from Western universities. Their grandparents, their great-grandparents went to Western universities and went back to the countries that they from and taught. They did not change anything. So how is it that it's not a Western worldview?
You got a lot of no, Hercules. You got to check places like India, Indonesia, China, Japan. These are countries that are leading in science and technology now.
But they're leading from a Western perspective.
Doctor is coming from India. That you wouldn't consider them to be the West.
Hey, you know what? It's real simple. It's a simple Google search. Just type into Google, is modern science Western?
Yes, it is. It is.
Okay, then.
Yes, you said moderate. You said modern science, bro. You say modern science. Come on, bro. Come on, bro. Don't do us.
It is definitely Western.
That's what we talking about.
I think we was talking about science, the overall thing, though. We was talking about Western science. We was talking from a overall perspective, period.
No, but I get what you're saying, silly. No, the African cosmology, how they define the dimensions of the universe. I guess we could rock with that, but as bro said, it's gonna be limited because. What about the Chinese, the Native Americans, the Indians, the this or that? Everyone want to go with their cosmology story, So when it comes to do business and when it comes to developing technology, we are going to be stuck. We're going to have we're going to create conflict, unnecessary conflict, especially when it comes to standardization, which meaning. If we build something, the rest of the world must understand the language that we're speaking. So they must understand how to properly use it, how to safely use it, how to calibrate it, how to do all those things. But if we're doing stuff in our own personal way, because this is our tradition of doing stuff, we're gonna always be limited to our region. We're
That's
not
only.
gonna
I
be.
mean, that's only if you consider yourself to. I mean, I don't understand why it can't be both. I don't. I really
It
don't
can
understand
it can
because
be both. It can
okay,
be both,
so
but
that's the thing.
that's more
I
work
think
though.
that. Wait, I think that a lot of. I think the problem is today is that as Black people, we have never had the opportunity to have our renaissance without Westerners or Arabs influence in our affairs. And I think it's time today to take what we learned from the West and put it on a back burner and get back to tradition. Because like you said, they don't care about ecology. They don't care about polluting the earth at all. They don't care about destroying the environment to make their advancements in science. And I think that's a problem if we still going to do that. It's not sustainable. I don't see it as being sustainable. That's what I'm saying. I just don't see it being sustainable at all.
Well,
Because
some
hey,
yes
I
and
agree
no.
with that, but
Yes and no.
confirm
We're
you
at a
all
point now where
right.
corporations and the drive for capitalism is the major factor. So no, environmental protection is at an all-time low. As you see, they plan to build the biggest data center somewhere in the desert in America there that's going to cause how much more catastrophic global effect.
right,
And
right,
no one cares about that because we're sending people to Mars, apparently.
right.
Yeah, so that's always going to be an issue, but how
I
we
think
gonna how we gonna make that turn? The revolution can't happen with just a few people. And when I say the revolution, I don't mean uprising. I mean for us to start to get things turned around where we're seeing our influence in the scientific field. The best
right.
way to do that is to actually participate in science itself, not doing what they're doing, but exploring fields of science that people are not looking at, you
Yeah,
know.
that's what I'm talking about. One thing that I like about the thing that you see with China, yes, they're advanced, but like you said, in America, it's like they have. I think there's like 1,000 or 2,000 data centers that they have planned built. In China, they only have less than 500 data centers, but
Yeah.
yet they surpassing the West in AI and in robotics. So I think it's just you see another way of doing things. The Chinese are showing people another way of doing things. You know what I'm saying? And I think that Black people, we could do the same thing. If we just get back to, if we don't just strictly disregard the traditions that our people had. But I think just we could do the same thing and show that there's other ways of doing stuff, not just this. It's not just one way, and we only following one way.
I think that's a good thing to and I think the lack of exposure to how other people handle science and technology, because we're always just exposed to, as I say, just the West, how people do stuff over here. And a lot of times, because we know that first they're not genuine. They don't have the best intention for people. They don't have the best intention for the planet,
Right.
for your water sources, your food. We already know that they don't have the best intention for us. It's a profit driven society that we live in. And we always, for the most part, getting our science from them. And I guess for people that do not trust them, it's very distasteful. But if we could get more exposure to how they do stuff in China, as I say, with a fewer data center and their output and their impact, especially with the new electric cars and new EV motors that they're pushing now,
Yeah.
it's creating a bigger wave than what even Tesla is doing in America.
Yeah.
And
And they try to downplay it.
and they're causing more pollution, you know. So, but we're never like, we don't really get to see how things operate over there unless we're going over there ourselves. Like the media over here, most podcasters, YouTuber, they cater to one side. So, and I guess the people that push back on science, they're always gonna keep pushing back because they're not seeing a change. They don't feel like anything is changing. It often feel like politics in America. You get the same BS every season. It's either you're with it or you're not with it, and they don't like. There is no middle ground, and there is no one willing to change. So it's just the same thing keep happening over and over and over. I'm trying to create a change. I'm trying to make things different. I'm trying to be the bridge between not spirituality and science, but African tradition and modern science. Because for me, it's not that blurred. It's like the concept is not that blurry. I could see it very clearly. African people made a lot of contribution to what we call modern science today. They just didn't call it. They had different labels and different terminology than what we use, and sometimes we fail to make the right correlation between what was being done in Africa and what is being done today through corporations, through the academic systems, through media, So, and I get why some people push back on both sides, because I do hear the pseudo and I do hear the science advocate. So I do get both sides. So, that's where I stand.
Right. Yo, I gotta run, man. But yo, it was good. Good hollering at you, brother. You say you on the West Coast?
Nah, I'm in Canada.
Oh, you're in Canada. Oh shit, y'all playing right now.
Yeah,
y'all playing right now. They got two. They just scored 2 points.
Oh, for real.
I'm just watching that joint. All right, yo, but yeah, it was good talking to you, man.
You too, bro.
I'll see you around.
Yeah. Who's holding the joint?
You back only?
Only's here?
Yeah, I'm back. I made it back, man. My bad.
Okay.
All right, only I'm gonna holler at you, man. I gotta go.
All right, man. So thanks for coming up, man. I appreciate y'all. Holler at you later.
All right, bro.
All right, Quantum Only is in, bro. Good show, man.
Hey, thanks a lot, Evolutionist, man.
Always keep it respectful, and as they say, you got a calmness to you where everyone have to just keep it that way.
Yeah, man. That's all. Cause what I'm saying, we be having questions. We be trying to answer the questions and stuff. Sometimes we disagree with each other. Sometimes you can't change people's minds, which is most of the time. So we should be able to have good dialogues. Like I said, disagree, show our justifications, and then go on about our way to more questions without having any type of worries about anything.
Yeah. As grown men, respect goes a long way.
Big fact. It was a great show. Great combo too, man.
Yeah,
Definitely.
Yeah. I thank y'all.
Hey, that was a banger, Oli, man. That was a banger. You had a banger with the morning coffee this morning, and then you got a banger right here in the afternoon. And y'all got something going on tonight too, right?
I believe you guys stood up for tonight, a debate.
No, I think that's tomorrow. That might be tomorrow.
That's
night.
tomorrow. Okay.
Yeah, tonight we probably just gonna have I'll probably do another open panel. Of course, my daughter and her friends, I took them to the water park earlier today. I got to go back and pick them up.
That's what's up.
And so me, probably take a nap or put something together for the hours. Today is Thursday. It might be Humble's Day or Emmanuel's Day, but I'm gonna be back on for sure. Later we're gonna be back up and running. Hey, one said he was gonna be back on here in 30 minutes to talk to Mansa. Mansa left. So if somebody stay in here, we'll stay in here. I'll stay on here for a little bit because I don't gotta leave just yet.
I was thinking the same thing too, man, because that brother did that show. You had that presentation. I mean, that bill with that brother. I was going to ask you, did you want to start a new show and keep that like how it was? You know what I mean? With our little replies afterwards.
Yeah,
and then just cut it and start a new show because that was a great build.
yeah. That's what I probably need to do, man, and start one later. The topic,
Yeah, if you're up in the
burn.
wee hours, I'd probably come up in the wee hours.
Well, yeah. See, that's what I
Yeah.
be. The
I was
hours
hoping
be.
Humble that came back
Yeah.
so me and Humble can talk about the 1776 thing so we can find out what's going on.
Oh yeah, he said he gonna put a presentation together for that, didn't he? I hit him up to see if he could join real quick. He's out with his family right now doing some swimming too. That water, that water calling everybody.
Oh yeah, man.
Hey, don't you know, dog, that we just had like a mini hurricane just come through here, Ali? You remember how beautiful I showed you it was earlier, right? Dog,
Yeah.
it's dark out here right now. Thunderstorming, raining, the power done went out like 2 times.
Man.
And just that little minute that
Where
I've
you
been
at,
on this
Florida?
live with you, bro. I'm in
You in
South
Florida?
Carolina.
Oh,
South Carolina.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I'm on the coast though. I'm on the coast. I'm next to Charleston, so I get that Atlantic coastal weather too. Yeah, I'm like the heart of hurricanes too, bro.
Storm
Yeah.
right now, like a little hurricane.
Hell yeah.
Man.
Hell yeah. They started early this year, man. When I saw the newscasters already post like 16 named storms and hurricane season don't start until July. Really? I was like, hold on.
So if I can have 16 kids this year, what?
They already got 16 named, dog,
Man.
already. I'm like, hold on. And during this time of the year, dog, all of our storms come from the coast of Africa. Believe it or not, from the Caribbean and the coast of Africa, bro.
Oh yeah.
Because that current comes this way during this time of the year.
follows
Like you don't need no engine. You don't need no engine. All you need is a sail.
It follows the same route as a transatlantic slave trade.
That's what they said, man. That's a myth, man. But now that we see your
not even
own
a
science
myth,
that
though.
you
It
believe
does-
in
it does
shows
follow
the
the same
currents
route.
come this way. So what do you say? What do you say during the time of the year when the current is reversing, going back out to Africa? What would you say then? What was happening during the transatlantic slave trade then?
I don't know. They're sending corns. I don't know. Corns, tobacco, potatoes.
Bernicia said, what happened in 1776? Bernicia, I know you know what happened in 1776, but Humble got his own.
Yeah, I told you all from time. If you guys formulate a good argument, you guys could have got them from time, but I ain't gonna give you that guy's argument for that one.
I wasn't even pushing in.
I respect that, my good brother. I respect that.
But there you go. There was the current. You got the currents from the west coast of Africa straight down to Trinidad and Tobago.
Big facts.
Straight down to Barbados.
Right. But during certain parts of the year, that current reverses.
Oh yeah, when it reverses, it goes back up more north to end up in Europe.
So what was happening during the transatlantic slave trade when the current was reversing? And we're talking about sail ships. So sail ships didn't have no engines. So how was they transporting people then?
With the sails and rowing.
No, you can't go against the current, bro.
But they wasn't going against the current. They go with the current. They have to go with the current.
All right. So where was they taking slaves at then?
They're taking them from Africa, bringing them to the Caribbean and to South America.
How can they get to the Caribbean when the ocean current is changed direction? Now the current is pushing from the Caribbean into Africa and pushing upwards. So how was they bringing them during this time?
When the current going back towards Europe and Africa, they would be taking goods. And when it's coming back down to the Americas, they'd be taking slaves. But
okay, I'm glad you said that. So now, with that being said, that means
the triangle. All you gotta do is reconstruct the triangle, bro. That's all you gotta do. The current is actually the triangle, not the ship moving on. Anyone
Yeah, I
can do
agree. I agree with that, bro. So now what I'm saying, you're saying they're taking goods back to Europe when the current changes. So now, don't you know that will cut the transatlantic slave trade numbers in half? Because that's showing that they can only make one trip a year.
listen, bro. Slave trade happened based on
I'm
history.
not saying it didn't happen, bro. I'm not saying it didn't happen. That's
You're
not what
questioning the
OTK is
numbers. The
saying.
numbers.
The numbers, bro. Yes. And what you just explained just now is showing you that the numbers cannot be right if they
Well,
only making one trip a year.
nah, they weren't making
If
one.
they survive.
They had a few hundred or a few thousand boats though. Ships.
Bro, you cannot show me that at any given time that a few thousand ships were sailing from the coast of Africa. You cannot show me that, bro.
Nah,
Stop
because
that.
one company had 200 ships from that was working for Spain for Ferdinand and the
And
other
Isabella? Yeah, Isabella.
They
Yeah, I
had
know you talking
200
about.
ships, and that's just one company. You know, so they could have a few thousands, and it was a race, so everyone want to get in on it. And
Me and you need to have an in-depth more conversation on that, bro. Just like how we having right now with the quorum and everything, with the quorum and everything, we can have it, bro. Straight up. I'm trying to find me a debate, so I see that, you know, I was scaring people with my vigorous intention of info. So I see I had to tone it down and just bring it to a simplest form, you know, and you know, in order to get a debate or something. I can't even get invited to the league because people scared of me. It's crazy work.
that's crazy.
You know, ever since A1 made that goddamn Titan with me on that horse, you know what I mean, with that feather, man.
Oh
damn,
yeah, it's been over with since
everybody.
But what do they call it? OTK?
Yeah, open the knowledge. Open the
Open to
knowledge.
knowledge,
Yeah. Yeah, I'm the same person. OTK. Yeah, bro. Yeah, bro.
Have you had any debates over here yet, OTK?
Nah, man, and I've been over here a couple of months. And I've been over here a couple of months, bro.
Yeah, you're gonna have to ease it in there, like you say, and just keep on waiting until somebody
slip
up and say something. Hey, I'll debate you right there. You can't run.
Yeah, I should have never did no bill on the info. Just part of the info I know. I should have never did no bill with that. You know, by A1 letting me come and do a build over here and nobody didn't really know me, that kind of scared people. Especially once they saw the Indians showing up in the chat, you know? They was like, oh man. You feel me?
Hold on,
You rep that Indian? You rep the native Abo stuff?
No, I'm American Indian. I don't rep it. I am that.
He is that.
Bloodline over everything. Genealogy over any history that any white man or anybody say. That comes first. Genealogy.
There should be a whole lineup to debate you right now.
Why they ain't? You line up? You trying to say you first? You trying to say you first?
I do the science. I don't do the history and stuff.
Okay, damn. I thought my dog was like Doc Holliday, man. You know, I thought he'd be my Huckleberry. I thought he was like Doc Holliday. You know,
debate about evolution. You know, I stand
with
Charles Darwin all the way. So you know,
I debate you on evolution.
Don't really rock with Darwin. So if you want,
I debate you on evolution. I can debate you on evolution. I teach that on my channel too.
We could set something up there.
Charles Darwin never taught evolution as a people being coming from a monkey to a person. He only taught evolution as far as bird species. Would you agree? Yes or no?
No. Charles Darwin taught evolution for living organism, not just bird. But it was
okay, but it was never a man.
Natural selection.
Never a man, correct?
Selection. Oh yeah, natural selection was for human beings, birds, primates, and all.
No. Natural selection was not. Now we got a debate.
That's the debate.
We got a debate right there. I
Natural
guarantee you,
selection
Charles Darwin
was
never
for
taught.
all
Charles Darwin never
animals
taught
and humans.
about natural selection about human beings. That's my dilemma right there.
That's your debate. All right.
Hold on. Charles Darwin never taught human. Let me get my pen.
Human evolution. Human evolution. Period.
But wait, we just said something specific. What did you just call it?
Natural selection.
Natural selection.
Yeah, that's what his book is called. Yeah, that's what his book is called.
Yeah, Charles Darwin thought that natural selection happened in humans, in animals, all animals, including humans. That's my style.
LTK, you say he didn't teach it for humans.
No.
Okay. That's
no.
The debate. Hold on.
It was another Darwin that took it, Father. It wasn't him. And he learned his stuff from a black dude who taught him how to study birds and stuff like that. So, hey, man, come on. Hey, listen, I teach eugenics, bro. I teach eugenics and how eugenics played a major role on us American Indians, bro. And how some of our own people was involved with it. Like your boy in the Tuskegee experiment, your black dude who started that college, he was involved with Marcus Garvey and his not your Red Cross angel Red Cross nurses, but your Black Cross nurses. They was involved with it, praying back people to go get this syphilis and knowing that they could have cured it with penicillin. They let the black people keep it. Dog, listen, this eugenics thing go deep now. So when you dealing with Charles Darwin, you got to leave him out of this because it wasn't him. It was his family members them that kept that going on and said that's where scientific racism starts at, bro. Big facts. It ain't no ifs, ands, or buts about it. And that's a good debate. We can go for it. I'm down for it.
So I'm guessing you don't believe in evolution by natural selection.
Not with humans, no.
And to make it clear, this involves every single living thing, every animal evolving from a common ancestor.
I don't believe that neither.
You don't believe in a common ancestor?
No, I don't believe in that. No great ape or either the species that they can't find that we split from, they don't know the name of, what you're trying to hint at. That's why they just say great ape, because they don't know where the common split is at. They don't know that name. They don't know where it happened at. They can't explain it. So if you can, I would be sure to be obliged.
This is not about me, This is about what Charles Darwin taught. This is about Darwin's teaching. So you're saying Darwin did not teach?
Yes. This is strictly about their word.
So you're saying Darwin did not teach us about human evolving from apes?
No.
Okay.
They just accredit it to them. If you know anything about Darwin, dog, you would know that Darwin was getting ridiculed by his own peers because he was saying, no, my work is not dealing with humans. He got ridiculed for that. You didn't know that?
Yeah, because you could imagine those times. How are you going to be telling us about humans?
So if he was getting ridiculed for this, how could he be teaching it? If he was getting ridiculed for it, he was going against the people who was doing it.
So the debate is the debate topic
of natural selection. It doesn't matter what species you're studying. It's gonna apply to all animals.
Wait, so this is the question.
But that's because you're putting human in the animal category, and I know what you're doing, bro. You're putting humans in the animal category because that's what humans are underneath. So I see the sneakiness what you're trying to do right now, but no, you can't get that past me. No, bro, we talking about human evolution, bro. Human evolution from a great ape.
So this is
Darwin himself probably never. Hold on. As he probably never. All right, go ahead, Oli.
My bad. This is the debate topic right here. Did Charles Darwin teach natural selection for humans? We got evolutionists as the affirmative.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm saying yes.
All right.
Hold on. What was that second part, Oli? What was that second part?
We got evolutionists as the affirmative and you as the negative.
Okay, yeah.
He says yes. Charles Darwin did
Yeah.
teach natural selection. You say no.
Yeah, not with
Yeah.
humans. No, make sure we keep that human involved. Human.
Yeah. I got that. That's what I got.
Yes.
I'm gonna make
That's what separates the conversation, because he did teach natural selection, but it was with species of animals. It wasn't with humans. But let's go.
And I'm gonna prove that he was also talking about humans.
That's gonna be a good one. That's gonna be a good one.
Okay, bro. I bet. Well, we got to get with A1 so we can set a date. I just need like a week. To put it out, because I am gonna put a presentation together, man, just to make it look good. I'm gonna put a presentation together with it.
Well, A1,
I just need 2 days just to put a presentation, but a week after confirmation is good. Yeah. When you say a week, what do you mean? 5 days or 7 days?
Well, we don't know.
Yeah, man. I work. I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. I work. I own my own business.
7 days after confirmation is good. So we could set
my bad, bro. I work. I got my own business, bro. So people depend on me to go to work. I can't stay home. I help feed other people's families, bro. So if it's a respect thing, you feel me? I don't want to rush and put nothing together. This gonna be a good conversation, bro.
We're probably gonna have a face off and everything. You know how A1 like to do debates. Y'all mess around and have to get in the tournament.
Yeah, we can have a couple.
You could be as yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Because you know how we do it at the
debate. No, just know it's a debate, nothing personal.
No, bro. Listen, man. We grown. Right? We grown as hell, bro. You know what I mean? We can't get personal talking about the next people's information. This is not coming from me or you. It's coming from them.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You just remember it's centered around Darwin.
Come on,
it's
bro.
Not me.
Yeah. I can't get mad at you because of what you're presenting. I know a human is an animal. That's why I cleared that. Hey, you see that, Ali? That's why I cleared that human with him.
I'm not going to use no
That's why I said that, bro. That's why I said that.
Not no human is an animal. I'm going to show you directly where Charles Darwin was directly saying that humans evolved from apes. I'm going to give it to you direct and straight.
Okay. Not animals now. Don't slide that on me now, because I agree with the animal, because they classify us in the animal kingdom. So that's what I said earlier. And I said that, Oli. I said, boy, you try to slip that animal thing on me, boy.
I'm going to prove to you that he actually meant that natural selection is for human evolution, not just birds and animals. I'm gonna prove that to you.
Oh, now that's you now. So now this would be your subjective thought, because you're taking somebody else's word and you're telling me what he meant by his studies. That would be subjective now. Come on now. Which one?
I'm not gonna use books that other authors publish on him. I'm gonna use books that he published by himself, his own works.
Oh yeah. Okay. Bet. Everything.
Because he did make a few mentions about human and apes sharing ancestries, and where, like, even his prediction about where the oldest human would be found in Africa and stuff like that. I'm gonna show you. I'm not gonna give it all out. No,
that's what I'm about to say. Y'all keep it. Y'all got to keep. We got the debate now. Y'all ain't really got to talk.
Yeah, you've been waiting for this for a while, so I know you got your thing lined up. That's
what I said. I can tell OTK already know what he fits to say. He just got a lot of his info. I know you ready too, evolutionist, because you said it'll take you 2 days, which I bet it wouldn't take neither one of y'all that long if y'all really wanted to put together. But we're gonna put some of that sauce to it, man. Make sure we hook it up. I need to get y'all so I can get some pictures of y'all so I can make y'all a flyer. I think I got one of OTK. I don't know how you want to represent yourself on the flyer, evolutionist, but we'll have time to get into it and get a picture of you, put something together quick, and have y'all a nice debate, man. I don't know where A1 at.
Sure.
OTK probably slid off for a minute. But yeah, man, I think I'm just go ahead and end this because I got to start headed out to go get my daughter. I want to keep it going, but I don't want to leave you here with nobody. If I leave and can't nobody get back up with A1 here. But I'm sure we're gonna start it up again later.
Yeah, if you're on in the hours later on, I'll be up.
Bet. Thank you for stopping by again, Evolutionists, giving us your input and feedback. We appreciate you. And of course, you're welcome anytime if you ever want to put together some type of presentation on evolution, especially after y'all debate. All you got to do is talk to us. Max Leisure said my man Max said he'll come up. Max, let's just go ahead and hold off, man.
I just put my email in the back chat there, Oli. So but when A1 come, I'll be back up later, so we could finalize it.
Bet. All right. Well, I got somebody said they'll come up. I don't know, Max. There he is.
Max, you can hold it down. I gotta go down.
Yeah. All right, Evolutionists, we'll get at you later.
Peace, bro. Good one.
Max.
Yes, sir.
How you doing today, brother?
I'm doing all right, man. Just was checking y'all out, listening in. I wanted the evolutionist to stay because he was the one that was saying Charles Darwin didn't talk about evolution for humans. He directly, his book, The Descent of Man, directly on that. But I'm just saying, it wouldn't be a good debate. It would just be over once you point that out. It would be over.
OTK. Well, my man OTK pretty smart. He must have already did some research and everything on this. And of course, different people have different views, even in the scholarly world. So it's always going to be a debate about who's right and wrong about it. But I want to see what type of intellectual conversation they put forward with that. Like you said, it seems to be that with Charles Darwin's book, The Descent of Man, that it would be easy. But did you see the confidence that
yeah, and I'm sitting there I don't know where that confidence is coming from, because
that's what
exactly what he is saying is exactly the opposite of the case. And then you find that out in one search. You don't have to put together a compilation of things and try to match this quote with that quote to make it sound like it's something. None of that. You just be like, look at what he says.
He said right there. And that's what they're gonna. That seemed to be what they're gonna be doing. Man, we're gonna get to see that real good. Because, like I said, we got people in here who be coming across information that other people miss. Might be some later papers from Darwin. Might be some people that say that that wasn't Darwin saying that in that, or that's not what he's saying. You know how they find ways to put everybody's perspective has a different perspective saying what somebody else said. And that's what make it interesting when we're trying to find answers. But we're going to get to see, because I'm like you.
I think it would be an interesting debate to just concede to Darwin speaking on that being the case, but then debating whether or not he was all the way right about but to just say whether or not he said it, man. I think
I see what you're saying.
Setting them up for a first round knockout.
I see what you said. Well, that they picked that. I didn't do that. They picked that. And like I said, my man OTK, pretty genius.
He might have to tweak it a little bit. He might have to tweak what angle he coming from.
Yeah.
Because I like how he kind of hopped on the fact that dude said that humans are animals, as if that was he
got something in the hole. Exactly.
From that, but that it doesn't matter. Even if humans weren't animals, he wasn't speaking of humans. I mean, of humans in reference to animals. He distinctly was and now on to humans. This is what it is. And then he's definitely an intelligent dude. So if he has the Joker up his sleeve, the big Joker,
he gets the big Joker.
Exactly. Then all right, I'll be interested to hear what that is.
Yeah, man. I wish I could stay on, man. A1.
Yeah, it's all good. I thought your boy was going to stay on here.
Evolutionist.
I forgot his name. Yeah, Evolutionist. I was trying to keep it going because I know A1 said he was going to come back in a little bit. And
Yeah,
he
that's
had
what I say. He
something
said
to
he'll
say
be
about
back.
it.
And he'll probably be on here in just a few minutes. But like I said, I got to take off to go get my daughter. She like an hour away. She want me to be there right at 7, which is probably 8 o'clock y'all time, because it's 7 o'clock now y'all time. So I got.
But yeah, man, the offspring is always the number one priority, man. So go ahead, handle your business.
Yeah, man. Thank you for coming up. And like I said, stay on the lookout. I'm sure we're gonna start back up later. You know how Oli be getting it in late night with the hours. So
absolutely,
so discussions.
I like to be up.
Bet we'll get something, find something to talk about, some good information to spread, man.
Yeah, I like this conversation on consciousness. I just got here late, so if you want to keep this one rolling, I still got some stuff for it.
Bet. Well, that's good. That's what I was just about to say. You might as well go back and start watching that from the beginning. See what old Ronald said.
Absolutely.
He's a big proponent of Donald Hoffman right now.
Okay.
But he gave some real good information. Like I said, that's what I like, because some people understand that views are views, and while you do have more people believing one thing, that's just what it is. It's beliefs, and none of it is empirical yet. There's things that point to such suggestions in a major way, but when we're talking philosophical, it doesn't. Some of them don't actually meet the requirements of saying, yeah, this question is answered, and so they continue to press that question, ask new questions, and hey, that's what I'm here for. That's what I like to do. I take an interest in finding out questions we can ask to see if it answers the old questions without any incoherence or contradiction and shit. Maybe
same here, man. So I'm really enjoying your content. So I'm gonna continue to be here and support.
Bet. I appreciate. Oh, hold on 1 second. A1 is calling. Let me see what my man's saying real quick. You might have.
All right.
My bad. Let me play a commercial real quick for us while we wait on.
Listen up, Titan family. The Coliseum of Arguments is officially opening the vaults, and this is your chance to win a piece of league history. We're running a massive high-stakes t-shirt raffle, and these are not your average tees. We're talking ultra-exclusive, limited edition, premium custom apparel that you can't buy anywhere else. Once they're gone forever. We're keeping the stakes high and the odds completely in your favor. Here's how it goes down. Tickets are only $2. The limit, $40 or 20 tickets per person to keep the playing field fair. The odds, we're picking a brand new winner for every 20 tickets sold. Think about the math. If you max out your 20 tickets, you are essentially guaranteeing a crowd milestone and forcing a new drawing. The more tickets moving, the more winners we crown back to back. Are you a $3.99 channel member? Then we've already got your back. As a thank you for holding down the foundation, every single $3.99 member is automatically getting one free ticket entered into the raffle. But don't just rely on that one ticket. Secure your stack, maximize your odds, and ensure your name gets called. These custom designs, from the legendary Debate or Die print to the official Titans Debate League emblems, are strictly limited edition. You don't want to be sitting in the chat watching everyone else flaunt their exclusive gear while you missed out over a $2 ticket. How to enter? Open up your Cash App. Send your entry to $Titans Debate League. Put your name/handle in the notes so we know exactly who to crown. The clock is ticking, the tickets are moving, and the next 20 ticket milestone is closing fast. Lock your entries in. What happens when a Christian preacher's son starts asking questions nobody wants answered? What if faith and science were never supposed to be enemies? This isn't another religious book, and it's not another angry attack on belief. This is a wake-up call. The Agnostic Guide to Faith, Science, and Sanity by A1 Richardson takes you on a mind-bending journey through scripture, psychology, science, energy, cause and effect, vibration, polarity, rhythm, and the universal laws shaping your everyday life. Why do people sabotage themselves and blame God? Why do we ignore patterns then act shocked by consequences? Why are so many trapped doing what we call crazy work? This book challenges everything you thought you knew about spirituality, reality, and yourself. No fake certainty, no church cliches, no blind obedience. Just raw honesty, deep reflection, and practical wisdom for people caught between the pulpit, the laboratory, and real life. Whether you're deconstructing your faith, spiritually curious, tired of shallow answers, or searching for sanity in a chaotic world, this book was written for you. Read it with an open mind, read it with courage, read it before life forces you to learn the hard way. The Agnostic Guide to Faith, Science, and Sanity. Stop doing crazy work and wake up to the patterns shaping your life now.
Yeah, we got my man A1 back up in the building for you, Max. If you want to have a little bit, we got 9 people in the chat, man. Y'all come on up and talk if you want. I'm about to be back. Thank y'all again for joining the show.
What's up?
Appreciate you.
How you feeling?
Feeling well, man. How about you?
I'm doing amazing, man.
That's good, man. I always like to catch you in a good mood.
Yeah, I'm always in a good mood.
Hope we can write that out.
I don't even be frustrated with you for real. My apologies if you take that.
No. Not me.
At the end, go ahead.
You're always very cordial with me. It ain't me. I'm now starting to peep. You do got a temper when niggas get, quote unquote disrespectful. But I like when you in the mood that you in right now, man. You're a real smooth dude. Like you're a real cool dude to talk to. I like everybody on here that come with the knowledge and know how to deliver it the right way.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Are you entering a new tournament?
Now, A1, you said you had something to comment on before you left, and you wanted you was hoping damn, I keep the name Whistleblowers in my head. What is the name again? The evangelist? The guy that was just on here? The evolutionist. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. I wanted to catch him because he has some ideas. And we've had a discourse before. I don't think that the universe has a mind. I don't think that the universe is conscious. I think
that's excellent. Because I do.
Yeah, you do. Well, that's pretty fair though. I respect all points of view on the topic. I don't think it's something that we can necessarily prove. When we say the universe is conscious, it makes me think: where is the mind at? Where is it located? Where do we go to find this? What's the location in space where the mind is? And these are the questions that I have when I tackle the topic.
I have the same questions, even though I believe it's there, but it's just because I don't know the location doesn't mean that location doesn't exist. Like the entity doesn't exist in wherever this location is, because I relate it to our own mind. The scientists, they could like place like where, like if you think a certain thought or feel a certain emotion or whatever, they could place where the place in the brain will light up or whatever, certain neurons will fire, and they could be like, boom, he had this sensation in this location of the brain. But that sensation, came from a command that said to, like, this is the location. I mean, this is the sensation that you're feeling. And then being able to see that on like a MRI, whatever, a brain scan or whatever, that's just the residue left behind that says like consciousness was here. And this is the section of the mind that it lit up. But that section of the mind where it lit up isn't the entity that controls the mind, the perceiver of all things. But that perceiver, there is nowhere in the body where you could trace where it exists, where it's actually making commands from. So I feel like it's the same way with the universe. It's a universal mind. Everything is controlled by it, but no one knows where the source actually resides. What you think?
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
My headphones went out. Can you restate? The last part I heard was you comparing the universe to our mind. Can you go from that point again so that I can hear your complete thought? Appreciate you.
I was saying they can't place and trace exactly where the source of like the perceiver that exists within the mind, the part of the mind that triggers for you to actually feel or even like interpret a sensation, because all our brain does is interpret like frequencies. And then so once the frequency is registered in the brain, then you get the brain activity that says, oh, this is an apple, this is the color red or whatever. But the brain activity is just the footprint left behind by the consciousness that's actually perceiving the thing and saying this is what that is. But there is no scientific device that could trace where that actual entity is in your mind that's actually perceiving all of these things. And it works the same way with the universe, in my opinion. You can't trace the source of the mind, but that doesn't mean that it isn't something there. The consciousness.
So you're a Christian who also believes the universe has its own mind, or do you believe that mind is God? If you can explain
Yes.
that.
Yeah, I believe that mind is the consciousness. The consciousness of the universe is what is referred to as God, is the source of everything else. And that consciousness exists in the realm of non-existence, like a realm that we don't know, we've never experienced. But our mind is like what we actually, our own consciousness is from there, because we don't know where our consciousness actually resides at. We just know it controls our body. We know that we perceive things with it, but we don't know the actual seat of our consciousness. And I believe that consciousness is connected to the supreme consciousness, which is God. We're all
Hey,
just
you said believe, so I got no pushback as long as you're posing it as a belief system and not the facts of the matter. I respect all belief. I'm not here to beat
Well,
you
yeah,
over the head about
absolutely.
this.
Absolutely.
I think that's an interesting take on it. So, like, is this mind conscious of all aspects of the universe everywhere? Like,
Yes. I mean, and
even all the blank
like
spaces, it
all
knows
of
about.
what
It's
when I say
conscious of
yes,
every
like
rock, every meteor, like all of that.
yes, and when I say yes, it's just for the simplicity of me not having to say, in my opinion, and what I believe. Like it's all like yes, yes, that's what I believe.
Okay, I respect it. I don't agree, but I definitely
Fair.
respect your belief. And
Yeah, I believe that as humans, we can reach a certain consciousness level to where we could potentially be fully aware of every molecule in the universe, as well as our own tiny universe, our heartbeat and our blood cells. We feel our blood flowing through all of that stuff. When you reach a certain consciousness level within your own vessel. And I feel like life is just scales up and it scales down from there, but it's the same process of
yeah,
universes within universes within universes. And so the universe directly above ours, which will be in the fourth dimension, is the
mhm.
realm of God that we would know of. But we wouldn't know beyond the fourth dimension, because I believe we're three-dimensional beings, but we can only perceive two dimensions. We don't actually perceive the world in three dimensions. Everything we see is 2D, but because our brain can calculate based off of like lighting and shadows that this is a three-dimensional object, the third dimension is implied. But what we actually see is a 2D image, the same way if you would look on a TV screen and see a house on a TV screen and you see that it's a 3D house, but you're really just looking at a flat image on the screen. That's how we perceive the world. But the third dimension is actually the seat of consciousness, as we know, as we don't know it, as is a mystery to us. And that third dimension, when you're fully conscious there, that's when you'll be able to perceive things in the third dimension. You'll be able to see through objects. You'll be able to understand the full everything in the spectrum of the third dimension. Just like if you were like, I think I heard the part where somebody was explaining how in the second dimension you only perceive things in one, like you perceive things one dimension away from the one you are. So if you're in the second, you perceive one dimension. If you're in the first, you don't perceive anything. There's nothing to be perceived. Then you go up from there.
So is this like? It sounds like you're a borderline pantheist, which it's not a negative
You
connotation. It's
said
just a label.
pantheist?
Yes. Are you
Well, I
familiar with
believe
that?
in Christ as my Lord and Savior. So
Look up the definition of pantheist. I don't know if you're able to do that right now.
I
Could you
could do
pull
it.
that up for me? I appreciate
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
Could you read that
I
for me?
mean, I can't do it from this device to where I could upload it onto
No,
here
you
for
don't
you
have
to
to
show
share
my
it, but
screen.
can
Oh,
you
okay. Yeah,
find it
I
though
can
and
look it
read
up
it
for
for us?
myself. Yes, sir.
Appreciate you.
You said a pantheist?
Pantheist, yes. And then I want you to
Uh,
look up after that panpsychism. And I
pantheist.
think the two would fall somewhere between these two categories. It's um, and then what you were saying kind of makes
All
me
right,
think of. Go ahead.
I got the definition. It
Go
says
ahead. Can you read it?
yeah, it says a pantheist is a person who believes that the universe is everything in it, or the universe and everything in it are identical to God. And so, I mean, sure. And I'm
Is there
pretty
any
sure
more to that? That was one
it says
sentence.
rather than viewing the divine as as a separate personal being, a pantheist believes the universe itself is an all-encompassing sacred entity. Well, I do believe that it is also a divine,
You see how that
separate
part was
personal
really
being.
important that you left off? But go ahead.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Go, I didn't
So,
hear what you said because I cut you off.
you didn't. You were right to say that I did leave the second sentence out, and that is a very important sentence. But so let me just read it all. Let me just read it all in one. It says a pantheist is a person who believes that the universe and everything in it are identical to God. Rather than viewing the divine as a separate personal being, a pantheist believes the universe itself is an all-encompassing sacred entity. And personally, I believe it's both. I believe it's a separate personal being, and it's also the all-encompassing sacred entity.
How
Just
can it be
like,
both? Can you explain that to me? Your views
yeah,
on how it's both?
because it'd be like if I was able to. Now, this is just, this is, you just have to stretch your mind because I'm gonna just say things that we don't know to do. But if I were able to consciously um, make myself aware of every atom in my body, I would theoretically be able to like take up consciousness in my body. Like I could be the consciousness of a blood cell, and I could patch up my own wound by focusing on the blood cells that would do that, and then accelerating the process by putting my full consciousness there, which would make me, for my own body, I am the all-encompassing entity. But at the same time, I'm separate from them. I'm not just my blood cell. Like me as an overall person, I'm separate than just my arm or just my lung. So it's both.
That makes me think about the claim that we are the body of God. And I've heard the theory that
We're the what
what
of
if this
God?
universe is like inside of the body of God and the solar system are atoms inside of some larger body that we can't perceive. Um, and I thought that was an
Well,
interesting theory. I actually kind of liked that. I appreciated it because it was so unique. But
yeah,
I
I
think it
actually
brought a relevant relevant perspective to what we can't see or understand yet. Go ahead, though.
right. I was just gonna say I believe a similar thing. I believe we exist within the mind of God, and the same way we create when you go to sleep and you have a dream, you consciously create that dream. But while you're in the dream, it feels real. You can see, even though your eyes is closed. You hear things that aren't really sounds, but they're in your head. It's a world of make believe when you go to dream, but it's all made up out of your consciousness, but it's real to you when you're there. So I feel like God is that. Like we're in the mind of a entity that's having a dream, just having a thought, whatever you would want to call it. It's on a level higher than I comprehend. So I wouldn't know, but I believe we just exist inside that mind. And then that's how it creates. It creates by imagining things. That's why in the Bible it says God created man from his image. He just imagined man and man came into existence. And that's how we create everything that we do. We have a thought first, and then we manifest it. Like if we take a step, we have a thought to take a step, and then we manifest that step. So that step was made in the image of what we thought of doing. So like we're doing the same thing that it's described that the creator did. We just do it on a small scale, and we don't have access to our celestial or spiritual power. So everything that we do is slowed down by time and space and matter in order for us to imagine and then manifest. But when you are outside of time and space and matter, there is no time. You just imagine and it's manifested. But it's a realm that I can't describe how that would be, because I could only describe existence. Like I could only describe things in terms of existence. Like, you know how music has a full scale, right? Of sound. You still there? Okay. I don't know if I dropped out, or if you did, A1, if you but shit, if I'm the one that's still live, I'll just go on with how if you look at sound, and there's a full spectrum of sound. You can do sound, light, whatever, but let's just stick to sound. The only reason why we perceive sound is because we have ears. But even if someone had ears, but they were deaf, the sound is being made all around them, but they don't perceive the sound. They're deaf. So now, if there is no mechanism to perceive sound at all in all existence, then could you say that sound exists? Sound doesn't exist until you create a vessel that could perceive sound. And then once that vessel is created, sound comes into existence. But before that vessel is created, sound already existed in the realm of non-existence, because there was nowhere for it
I
to.
don't know. I disagree. I think sound exists whether you can hear it or not. It's a form of vibration. So
But
a
it
deaf
would.
person can't hear. You be quick to jump in. A deaf person
Mhm.
can't hear, but that doesn't mean that sound doesn't exist. They feel it. May feel it
All
as a
right.
vibration, or like you say, it's just outside of their. Just because it's outside of their perception doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Which is why, like, I never make the claim that God doesn't
I agree.
exist.
I agree,
Um,
and that's what I'm
as an
saying.
agnostic atheist, I don't say that. I think it's unscientific. I think it's illogical.
To say what?
To say that God doesn't exist,
Okay.
I think that's unscientific and illogical. But I also think it's unscientific and illogical to make the claim that God definitely does. We can't prove either way. But go ahead,
Right.
respond to that.
Right. No,
And
we
that
having
link,
a.
the panel is open. If anybody wants to hop up here, feel free. Come share your thoughts on this topic. Go ahead, you got it.
Yeah. For sure. And no need to, like, if you cut me off, you always cut me off with something relevant to what I'm saying. And I like the discourse back and forth. It doesn't bother me at all, as long as we keep volleying the ball back and forth. You don't seem like a ball hog at all. So all I'm saying is, if you just put God aside, I'm agreeing with what you're saying as far as even if a deaf person can't hear the sound is still there. It's still an oscillating frequency that causes the sound. But the reason why you hear sound is because that oscillating frequency is picked up by a receiver that can pick up that sound. It's there. So if there is no receivers to pick up the sound, you can't say that sound exists. You can say that vibration exists and frequency exists, but sound, if there's nothing in existence to perceive it, it doesn't exist. If there was one creature in existence who could perceive it and no other creature can perceive it, then that creature can verify that it exists, and it does exist because there's a receiver to say this is what sound is. Y'all can't hear it, but it's here. But without that one receiver, it just doesn't exist. And like that's my understanding of the realm of non-existence. We can't describe the things that we don't have a receiver for, and so therefore to us it just doesn't exist. But I say these things do exist. It's just it exists in a different realm than what our frequency is on. And the only way we could describe that realm is the realm of non-existence. But it's something more quantum than that, because non-existence and existence is linked to each other. Like, because the existence creates from non-existence. It needs non-existence in order to create itself. And non-existence needs existence in order to be defined as non-existence. So they both exist. It's just describing the properties of each is what becomes kind of difficult. I think God is the bridge in between both. God, the consciousness of God is the bridge between consciousness, or between existence and non-existence. Mm. I don't know. I don't have you don't give me much to go off of. I don't have too many long monologues on these things, but yeah, the same way our consciousness is the bridge between sound existing and sound not existing. God's consciousness is the bridge between all existence and non-existence. I need something else, though. I need somebody else to bounce something off of, because I ain't got no slides and PowerPoints on this shit. I just be sitting around thinking. I don't talk to myself too much, so I can't hold down a whole conversation solo. But if anybody, I don't know if it's anybody in the chat that could please come up here and challenge me on something or help back me on something or something. Let's have a conversation. No. No, I guess I would sure be interested in hearing what Oli has to say about it if he come back picking up his daughter, because I know me and him have a similar theory on time and nature. We just disagree on the nature of nature, but I'd like to hear his thoughts on consciousness.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. If I like drop out for a second or I don't respond, I have these knowledge for headphones. Every time I
For sure.
accidentally touch them, it like they turn on.
Yeah.
Then I have to disconnect, reconnect just to hop back.
You are very low. I do have to strain to hear you. I definitely wouldn't be able to hear you if I was talking and you needed to interject. Not at that volume.
Is this better?
A whole lot better.
Yeah, I was connected to the headphones, but the microphone was actually still going through my phone, which is a distance away. That's funny.
Oh,
Thank you for
okay,
telling me that.
yeah,
If I get low like that again, will you please let me know?
absolutely.
That means that I appreciate you. And I see we got some people hitting the panel. Who we got up here? We got Oli, we got the evolutionist. Shout out to evolutionist.
Oh,
How
I
you feeling
chilling,
today?
evolution. There we go.
yeah, I just went out to the store, but I'm back now, bro.
Yeah, what up with you,
Hey,
evolutionist?
peace.
Yeah.
I think Max has some questions for you, actually. There he goes, Max. You
Well, I
got
don't
the
want
floor.
no, I don't want to blow up his spot for the debate because they about to debate it. So
Nah,
I
nah.
don't want to ask him. I came up here about the Darwin stuff, and
I'm
because
not
I'm
taking
like
no
Darwin
questions from Darwin right now.
he definitely spoke on human evolution, but I'm gonna just say that's my stance on it. I'm not gonna have any defense for it. I'll leave that for your debate partner. But that was. If you could remind me some of the other stuff that you talked about, I think it could have been a few things that you mentioned that I was like,
It
perhaps
was
on
mostly about
consciousness. Yeah,
the
you said a
consciousness,
lot of.
the
Go
universal
ahead.
consciousness stuff that I was gonna even a little
Yeah,
pushback on, but not too much though.
yeah, because I was gonna have to go back and watch your presentation and everything because I came maybe like halfway through and I heard like some of the back end debate on it, but I can't remember in particular if you said there was an underlying principle, like an underlying consciousness uh governing all things or not. What was your stance on that?
Oh no, that's not my stance. My stance is purely scientific, consciousness, the emergent property of the brain. So yeah,
Okay.
my stance on consciousness is that it's purely materialistic. It's chemical and physical properties of the brain. That's it.
All right. Well, what's the property that creates the atoms that create the brain? Because
Uh,
like just for example, for instance, when you're a baby in the womb or whatever, just a sperm cell and an egg, there is a guiding principle behind how we all form ourselves in our mother's womb. We all follow the same guiding principle, an intelligent guiding principle, and then our brain develops, right?
yeah.
So what would you have to say about that?
Well, the brain is an organ, and the good thing about the brain, one, if you want to say fascinating thing about that organ is that your experiences from a baby, from the moment of consciousness until now, all those experiences are mapped in your brain as neural pathways, and those
Right.
experiences help shapes your entire not just physical, but your non-physical, like your emotional, your personal, your character, everything about you that is associated with your consciousness is shaped based on your neural pathway, based on your experiences, external, internal, genetic, all different kind of experiences went into creating these neural pathway, and most of them is reside in your subconscious, meaning that you can't remember or you can't just go through them at will, but when the right stimuli or the right trigger is engaged, then your body or your brain will reactivate those pathway. Other neural pathway like long-term, short-term memory and some motor nerve memory, you could go through those at will. Like you tell yourself, I think it's you who said it earlier. You got to tell yourself to walk before you walk, or to get up before you get up. You know, those are the ones you could actually control, but there's others that you don't control. For instance, when you're hungry, you don't tell yourself what you want to eat. Your body tell you what you're craving for. And that's based on the neural pathway of the food and the nutrient content in the food that was stored in that memory. It was stored as memory through that neural pathway. If your body is in need of those nutrients again at any point in the future, then your brain resort to that, and you interpret that as being hungry. I need fries, or I need some cucumbers, or whatever the hell you were shorting. If your body need fat, carbs, high protein, you might be craving fast food. If your body need nutrients, other than those, like maybe some vitamins, some minerals, you might be craving some oranges, or some strawberries, or something else. Iron, you might be craving chocolate. And that's because the last food that you ate that have those nutrients is recorded and stored as a neural pathway. So even your memory, those that you're conscious of and those that you're not conscious of, is based on purely materialism, purely chemistry.
That was me.
Okay,
Go ahead.
so now
And
look,
real quick,
I
before you
don't,
get in there, Max, before you get in
yeah,
there, Evolutionist,
go
can
for it.
you email me at Titans Debate League at Gmail so we can get you set up with the interview so you can share your perspective? It's actually in line with what I believe. So I would love to personally interview you on that and have you shed
Yeah.
some light on these topics.
Your email is in your description, huh?
Titans Debate League at Gmail, I believe it is. But you're also on Discord with Tri Media, correct?
Yeah. But I
Okay,
haven't.
I'll definitely find you.
I
'Cause
mostly use just YouTube, so I'll email you from my
okay.
phone.
I appreciate you, brother. Go ahead, Max.
All right. So I was going to say, all of what he said about the neural pathways and storing memories and everything like that, I agree with 100% of all that. I'm just saying that the principle that creates all that thing is an intelligent principle, like the entity, the consciousness. Because before you just keep tracing it back. You got your memories from your parents, and your parents got theirs from theirs, and you keep going back to originally there was something that set up the human anatomy and was like, this is how the human anatomy is going to be, as well as all other plants and animals and creatures all over the planet and everything. And it was an intelligent entity that crafted all of these things originally. So, the way I believe it. And so let me just ask you this, just to clarify, do you believe that consciousness exists on a subatomic level?
It's no.
Okay. So have you heard of the double slit experiment?
Yeah.
So you know how when they shoot the electrons through the thing and it acts like a photon unless you observe it. Like what would you describe as being the principle behind why the electrons or the photons act different when they're being observed as opposed to when they're not being observed? What causes that effect?
It could be some principles from the quantum field, or it just could be the way that photon, which is actually a quantum particle, behaves. It has the ability to act as a wave and as a particle, so it has that duality going on for it. So
And it
in the double
chooses
experiment, it based, I'm not sure if it's that's the one that based on the observer. They're all based on the observer, but
correct.
yeah, the photon, just the fact that it's a quantum particle, can act as a wave and it can act as a particle.
Yeah, and I'm asking what is your theory on the principle behind why not why it's capable of acting as either a wave or like a particle, but your theory behind how it knows when it's being observed so that it will act like an electron the way we would consciously expect it to act, whereas when it's not being observed it acts like a wave.
Well,
what causes it to do that? How does it know when it's being observed and when it's not being observed?
Because to observe it, you got to interact with it, meaning You got to use some form of instrument that has either electronic frequency or electromagnetic frequency, but you have to use some form, even infrared, even just heat. But you got to use some form of instrument to do the observation, and by using the instrument, you are interfering with it, and that interference caused the duality that we see as a result.
Well, they thought that was a the case until they did the second part of the double slit experiment. I forgot who it was who did it, who conducted it, but they did it to where originally they were recording the whole time, but they did the experiment to where they shot the electrons through the slit, or they shot the photons through the two slits without having the recorder, without recording it, so it wasn't being observed when it went through the slits. But then after it went through the slits, at fractions of a second, they flipped the camera on, and when they flipped the camera on, they observed the particle. They observed the photons acting like particles and just forming two bands, meaning that even though we already know when it's not being observed, it's going to go through those slits as a wave. But they went through the slits without being observed. And then they flipped the camera on and it was acting like a particle, which means they went through the slits as a particle before they were being observed. But we already know that it does the opposite of that. But it's like it went back in time and went through the slits as a particle, knowing that after it went through, it would be recorded, even though it wasn't being watched before or at the exact time it went through. So my thing is that happened. You could call it a quantum level, but my thing is the quantum level is where God, the consciousness of God operates. Like that is the operating system is quantum, but it was a consciousness behind the operating system.
But that's kind of unfair to your own intelligence, because you only know that it will take a few more years before scientists figure out what the quantum field really is about and can properly quantify it, and then you would have to push the God further in the gaps, because the only reason why you said that now is because that's a new frontier to science that is not yet fully understand. It's still new. It's still new. And
they tested that in the early 1900s. It's been like a century since they've been testing the quantum field.
Other than going to the depths of the ocean, the only other thing that poses more difficulty to study is quantum mechanics.
Because and they've been studying quantum mechanics for decades, I'm telling you.
But it's pushing the limits of physics. You're at the very limits of physics itself. And we are not living in the quantum realm, neither do we operate in the quantum realm. So even to understand, to even grasp what's going on in the quantum field, then to study, then to interpret, then to even start to make theories, we're not there yet. It's very new compared to science. We know more about the microwave background than we know about the quantum field. We're not there yet. And the only reason why you could put God there, like some people would put God in dark matter, dark energy, because those are the new frontier to physics. God was once lightning, the top of a mountain, the depths of the ocean, until we start to explore. Then we start to put God further and further. How many religion claim the sun to be their God? Until we realize
you cooking.
The star.
You cooking right now, brother. Go ahead. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Yeah, no, we realize the sun is just another star. So God became a black hole. No, God became dark matter. God became everything else that's new to science. Until scientists figured it out, then we keep pushing God further and further. To me, it's very unfair and you're shortcutting your own intelligence when you do that.
I agree with you. I noticed that every time we can't explain something, we put God there, and I think it's part of our psychology, part of the human psychology. And I love how you pointed out how the goalpost has moved over time. First, it was lightning, what they couldn't explain, and once we can explain that, it's no longer lightning anymore. It's only magic until you learn the trick, and then it's science.
Well,
It's only God until you learn the functions of it, and then it's science, and then it becomes what God created it. Right now, we don't understand the universe, so God can be the universe until we understand it, and then they're going to move the goalpost again, and that will, and He'll just be the creator of it. Well, and there are people who already take that stance, so I think it's a little. It can get a tad bit confusing because we have so many people with so many different ideologies and people who merge different ones together, um, sometimes without even realizing that they're doing it, which I think Max is doing too because he's a religious person, but he thinks the universe is
intentionally.
yes, and I'm not bashing it. I'm just saying, uh, but you take a more you have a unique perspective, and I appreciate yours as well because anything that goes against the basic traditional stuff, like I appreciate people pushing back against what we think we know. Um,
yeah.
so,
And
so
there's
I'll
that,
land with that.
as an
But my
atheist,
personally,
I do appreciate philosophy. So I'm not that atheist that think everything is pseudo, and I can't rock with you if you do philosophy. I do appreciate
I,
philosophy. It's good discussion, and
I never have a better conversation than conversations that I have with atheists or self-proclaimed agnostics, because having conversations with quote unquote religious folks, it has to be exactly what they came into it saying it is. But when you have debates with agnostics or atheists, they're more open to being like, you know what, that's actually a pretty cool perspective. Never thought about it that way. And then vice versa. Like they'll have a new each atheist is unique in their perspective because they don't have a dogma that they're sticking to. So that's where I get that's why I have so many different I put so many different theologies together, because the way I look at it personally is that religion itself is like a Sudoku puzzle. And if you just you're familiar with Sudoku, correct?
yeah, that
Everybody
trying to
is, yes.
Yeah, if you focused on just one box itself, you could arrange the numbers however you want to arrange the numbers, as you would say, move the goalpost. Because in your box, all the numbers will always align with each other. You'll never have the same number twice because your box only contains 1 through 9. But the big picture is all the boxes combined, and you're supposed to see how they all align to tell the same story. It's just the way that people are arranging the numbers in their individual boxes makes the story a lie, because they call it the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and disregard the whole rest of the picture of history.
yeah. Even sometimes science try to stay away from the word truth because truth is very subjective. Science deal
It
with
exists.
either it can be proven or this is the best possible explanation that we have supported with evidence.
Are there 360 degrees in a circle?
Yes,
Is that subjective or is that the truth?
that's math, and math is usually very objective.
I don't know. I can see it being subjective based on what math we're using or has been created, but um, in a
Uh,
different system, it could be different. I don't know.
but that is
But
why
the
we have to.
measurement of
That is
degrees,
why math is so standardized. That is why when we say a circle, wherever you are in the world, we understand the same thing to be a circle.
and
Pi,
that's my point.
you know, yeah, math is very,
Because
very
I hear what you're
specific
saying, A1.
because
It depends on their units of measurements, but it's even if you were to say that 0 degrees Celsius is the boiling point. I mean, is the freezing point of water.
Mhm.
But then now you're doing degrees. what is it, like -30? It's like -32 degrees or something like that. That's still, you would call it something different, but that still translates to 0 degrees Celsius.
That is why
So it's a fact.
you got that
Very good point.
conversion factor. You use the conversion factor and you realize it's the same thing, you know, because if water boils at 0, water freezes at 0 in Celsius, but in Fahrenheit, what does it freezes at? Like 16 or something?
Whatever it is. I said 32, but it could be 12 for all I know. I just threw a number out there.
So do you guys think we could say that the facts of the matter of water freezing at a certain temperature are objective, but the terms that we use and create to describe this and explain it to people are what are subjective?
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Now, based on your language and region, not everyone use the same terms, but they just standardize it so everyone could understand Celsius and Fahrenheit and stuff like that, like meter and feet, inches, stuff like that. You know.
Yeah.
But the main thing in math though, why is it so objective and not subjective? 1 unit is 1 unit. It doesn't matter what you call that unit. If you want to call that 1 unit a chan, or you want to call that 1 unit a kwame, 1 kwame is 1 kwame. Maybe in England they call it 1 inch, and in America they call it 1 centimeter. But if you want to call it 1 kwame, it's the same thing. Put two of those units together, you get 2. You see? And that will always be universal wherever you go. You're not going to put 2 units together and those 2 units become 3. Unless one of those units did already value 2. But
right. To speak more to what I'm saying, it's in the context of religion, if you have a certain religion that's saying most major religions have man being created by entities, by non-human entities. That's man's origin story. So you can move that more into the category of an objective truth when it comes to religious origin stories. It doesn't make it an absolute truth, but if you're trying to decipher between, if you're looking at all these stories, like something has to be true about all these, because you move that towards that this could be objectively true because you have all the religions saying it. But then when you get into the names and then you get into like minor stories that's only told once and it was vague, it was actually just a retelling from, that's when you could put it into like that's subjective because only this religion says it and then only this sect of that religion acknowledge it. So it's like that becomes the things to where when people call that the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth, that's when it becomes false. But when you could look at all the religions and say, okay, in most major religions, they have an immaculate birth of some God that was born without sexual copulation being a necessary. And so you'd be like, so that had to have been something that actually happened. It's just the retelling of these stories is where the falsities start to take place.
Well,
let me jump in real quick, evolutionist. Okay, because I love where you're going with that because I feel the same way about all the different religions, which is why I study all of them, which led me to being an agnostic because with all these different people making the exact same claims, it would be special pleading to accept one on their claims but deny the others. So let's go all the way back to the Anunnaki. I don't even like talking about that. Honestly, I never really bring it up. But even in their cosmology stuff, they have an immaculate conception. It's more likened to artificial insemination, and that's the oldest story that we have. So everything else would be a retelling of that, actually. But they take away the artificial insemination and make it a supernatural thing. If I was more inclined to believe anything, it would be the Anunnaki story with artificial insemination and beings being created by other beings and then playing with DNA and stuff. But So who would be our God at that point?
It would be the same God. It would be, look, if let's just say you created your own civilization in existence. We're living in like Narnia now, right? But you created your own civilization, and at the beginning of it, you left teachings for you have like 5 different colonies that don't interact with each other, and you speak different languages to all of them, but you leave them all the same teachings, but slightly tweaked according to their demographic and where they live. Like you have these people like not sacrifice, but like, harvest corn in the summer as symbology for this, because that's what they do. But then you have these people hunt animals because it's animals where they are and stuff like that. But it's all, you're just teaching them lessons on how to act civilly amongst each other, and you're teaching them through nature how they are to interact with their thing. And then so you leave that and you go away. Now hundreds of years pass and your teachings are being retaught by all these different civilizations, and generation to generation, even within the one civilization, the stories are going to slightly vary and change. Wars, the document, scriptures is burnt and lost and everything, so you got to reteach them from scratch. You remember what you remember, everything like that. And so like all the different religions is like these different civilizations trying to repel this thing. Like in this analogy, you really existed and you really gave instructions on how to be. That really happened. But the each and every way that it's being retold, by 1,000 years later, they all sound like lies. But in each and every one of them, they all start off saying, well, our God taught us civilization like this. They all start off saying our God taught us, which means that had to have been an actual occurrence. It's just different retellings of that one actual occurrence. So when you ask, well, which God is our God? It's just the original creator. You're just supposed to put together the story on who that original creator is.
I'm glad you came back, because I thought you were lost for a second. I thought you were lost, and then you actually came back to my question. I'm like, this guy's, I don't know what you're responding to, but I'm going to let you finish and not cut you off, and then tell you that you're not responding to me. But you actually did bring it back around. I think you went way far left, only to come back center. And I don't understand how most of what you said is actually relevant to my question, because you were going over the retelling and all of that. But at that point, my whole focus was, if it's artificial insemination and there were other beings that created us, who's our God at that? Because these people were physically here. It was a group of people, Inky and Lil, etc. And I don't think that you're actually, I don't know. Maybe you responded to what you understood, and that's why I beat you up about it. Maybe you didn't understand how I was trying to ask the question. But if it's a retelling of that story. As far as we know, we don't know a story prior to that to say that the Anunnaki is a retelling. So we'll say that's the original.
Right.
Would you agree to that point?
Well, no, because there are Sumerian tales that teach of these Anunnaki and everything like that, but then there's also tales that's older than the Sumerians, from like the Indus Valley civilizations and everything. So my thing is not to say that.
Can you go into a little bit of that? Because can you go into a little bit of that? I can't think of what you're talking about, but you might be able to refresh my memory.
Let me see. I'd have to look some stuff up, because it's just old Indus Valley civilizations that went old Indus Valley civilizations. Says archaeological evidence identifies.
Pull it up on Google. That's okay.
Yeah, that's what that's why I say, like, I wouldn't say, I couldn't say that the Anunnaki has the truth, because I don't subscribe to any one thing as being the truth. I subscribe to them as being retellings of the truth. So when you get into, well, this
which
one
is a problem,
but it's like, but it's one that's older than that too, and it's saying the same stuff.
So you don't think you have the truth? You think you have a version of?
No,
and that's
no,
what you're.
I'm digging for truth.
No, no,
There's
no.
nothing that
Look,
I have. I've obtained some knowledge here and there, but I don't have the truth. That would
okay.
be
That's
having a completed Sudoku puzzle, and I don't have that. I'm just trying to put it together.
understood.
My compass is Christ, though. If that's like, if you mean like, because I believe in the teachings of Christ, because he spoke on all these different religions and how he was putting an end to the separations of these different religions and uniting everything under Christ. And that was that message came after all of the other religions and what they taught and everything. So there wasn't anything other than like Islam and then a few other like offshoots of other things that came after the teachings of Christ. But even in Islam, they acknowledge Christ in his teachings. They just don't acknowledge him as God, which Jesus, the man, I don't acknowledge as God, but Christ, the spirit, I do. So I agree with Islam as far as Jesus, the man born of the flesh, isn't God. He delivered the gospel of Christ via Christ possessing his body and preaching it through him.
Thank you. I'm shout out Emmanuel for hitting the stage so we can make some sense of all of this. I do want to respond to that. I understanding that this is a game of telephone. I don't understand how anybody can hop on the tail end and take that as truth. You say you take Christ as truth, or I don't want to misquote you, but you said you believe in it or you accept the teachings of or something, and then you
Yeah,
reference a religion who's on the end of the telephone game, which would be
right.
the most unreliable place to place my belief. If I were to place my belief in anything, I would want to go to the source of this game of telephone. But I think the whole game of telephone is absolutely absurd for someone who we deem to be smart. You assume the creator of all is so intelligent that he can do all of this, but he dwindled us. Um, he dwindled the knowledge of his existence to a game of telephone instead of either writing it on our hearts or creating. I
Yeah,
don't know. Like if I were the creator, there's no way that I would let man tell my story when I know how unreliable, untrustworthy they are. Even in the text it says he. I don't want to use the word regret. Emmanuel, can you? Well, he regretted making us, and if I'm misquoting the text, forgive me. But I think everybody knows along the lines of what I'm talking about.
He
So
repented
yeah,
or something.
I wouldn't. He repented. Yeah, I wouldn't put the the knowledge, my knowledge, in the hands of man when I know they're untrustworthy. They lie. They like who's protecting the word of God? And he didn't have enough foresight as an omniscient, omnipresent being to prevent that from happening.
I believe it was his
How is
will.
there so much confusion with all these different religions? Like, unless that's how he wanted it.
Yeah,
But
A1,
yeah,
put your email in the
that's what I
private
believe.
chat.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
believe that's how he wanted it.
A1, put your email in private chat so I could email you. Yeah, I agree though. Like when you say you believe in Christ, I know like I'm not a believer, so I don't know how much weight that holds, but for me it's like, yeah, you really why would you choose the last runner up though?
Because he was the one that came and he referenced all of the old laws and all of the old religions, and he went around preaching it to people who believed in all of these old religions, and he convinced the people then that he's putting an end to all of those old laws. And then
The
so when he sacrificed and did it, got sacrificed and did it, the people of that time that all converted to Christianity, their faith was so strong that they were submitting to being slaughtered in coliseums for hundreds of years for not denouncing Christ,
but
because they actually
when you say the
experienced
old
the truth.
religion, other than Judaism, what other religion did he talk about?
Like he mentioned like the Greek gods. I think he mentioned some of the gods from the Egyptian pantheon, obviously since he went to study in Egypt. But it says there's a passage in First Corinthians chapter 3. I could just start from verse 3. It says, "You are still worldly, for since there is jealousy and quarreling amongst you, are you not worldly? Are you not acting like mere men? For when one says, I follow Paul, and another, I follow Apollos, are you not mere men? What, after all, is Apollos? And what is Paul? Only servants, through whom you came to believe, as the Lord has assigned to each his task. I planted the seed, Apollos watered it, but God made it grow." And then, it goes on and continue. But there's verses in scriptures where he mentions Hades,
But
and
again,
other
back
gods,
to the
other gods from other religions.
telephone thing though. If you think he's conveying a message, an ancient message that's coming down from generations through multiple demographics, regions, and whatever, why would you think he had the correct version when there's people older than him that still know the older versions, that still carry the older version? Why wouldn't you just learn from those ones instead of him?
I do learn from those because there's a lot of wisdom in the old versions, but that I look at history as being a story that's still playing out. Like since the beginning, there hasn't been a pause or break in the story. And when the story started, if you just start from the Christian story of Adam and Eve in the garden, the reason why they were expelled from the garden was because of the work of Satan, and Satan was depicted as a serpent in the garden, but he's also depicted as a dragon in the book of Revelations. Now in the garden, Satan's punishment was that he was to be cursed to slither on his belly for all of his days and eat from the dust of the ground. But snakes as we know it, that's already how snakes are. But now if you look at the book of Revelation, the dragon version of Satan, and you take that version of Satan, who was a fallen angel, and still has what you would imagine has fallen angel wings, when he receives his punishment from God in the garden, he loses his wings, loses his limbs, and the dragon becomes a snake. And that's what will make the punishment make sense. But so now you take the serpent and the dragon, and you go over to the Anunnaki, and you look at the stories they have of these reptilians that came down and was ruling over man and everything like that. So like you move the reptilian component over to, there's some type of reptilian history, and like I'll say the evolution of man, but not in the context of, because I see evolution as being a conscious thing. It's not a physical thing. Like we don't evolve from apes.
Right. You see how easy that is for you guys to accept, how you guys accept that so easy and smoothly.
Except what?
Everything that you just break down there, the God of man and where he came from and the book and the Christ stuff. How is it that when you guys accept that? Because I'm listening to it and it's the same perception of when I'm spitting the science or when I'm spitting the science. To you guys, we're just repeating the white man stuff. How is what everything you just spit right there to me in my mind is like, how can you accept this but not science? How can you accept all of that
I
you
do
just
accept science. I brought up the quantum theory of the double slit experiment.
That don't rock with science. How do you rock with all of that religious stuff, all of that Bible stuff? How can you just accept all of that but reject science on the basis
Why you
that
keep saying I reject science? I use science. I believe in science. Science exists.
If I was a religious person, I would be talking about straight African spirituality, like straight.
Even in Africa, even the Egyptians were big on serpents.
Yeah, I'm going straight Ogun, Oya, Oshun, all of them stuff. But
if you look at the Egyptian religions, they're big on serpents. Like Isis had a serpent on her like, not crown, but you know what it is. And so when you study it, Isis would be the Satan character of the Bible because ISIS stole, like what Eve did in the garden was steal power from the Elohim, because knowledge is power. So the apple symbolized Adam and Eve coming into full knowledge of their being, and then being dispelled for that. ISIS tricked Ra into like giving up his secret name after, and then she got the power of Ra.
Just
and
based on the
because she
story.
believed that she could make a big, better
I'm
kingdom.
not with the story though. If that's the case, then God is not a good God. Then, if
Well, you
knowledge
can say
is
that.
power, and if knowledge is power, and the woman gained power, knowledge, and because and shared it with the man according to the story, and because of acquiring power, knowledge, God get angry and kick them out of the Garden of Eden. From the get-go, God is not a good God. His intention was to keep them powerless.
Well, the way I see that is we don't know like the spiritual age of Adam and Eve, but in the context of how that would make sense, it would be like if you had children, 5-year-old and 7-year-old children, and you want to keep them away from the knowledge of guns and drugs and sex and all these things. But then, like they're in their kindergarten class, first grade class, or whatever, and then they find out about all the rest of these things. They find out about this stuff, and then they start acting on it, start trying to sexualize all the other students. You'd have to remove those students from the rest of the innocent students because of the knowledge they now have. So it's something along the lines of that. Like you weren't
even at that level, though. I'm no saint. I'm not even God. I'm just a parent, and as a parent, if my children are at the age where they can handle firearm, it's my duty to teach them how to safely handle firearm and be responsible when
what
handling
about sex? Having sex. I'm talking about the activity of sex.
It's the same thing. If they're that age, or if you know that they're going to be exposed, it's your responsibility to teach them the safety measures that comes with it. Teach them the hazard, teach them the safety, and teach them how to protect themselves. Other than that, if they're not at that age, it's your duty to make sure that the firearm is not in reach. So you're telling me that me as a parent have more moral responsibility than God? Because if they weren't at the age where they were supposed to be exposed to an apple, God shouldn't just leave the apple dangling in the middle of the forest. God should have done more to protect them from the apple. If it's just there where they could wandering. Imagine me just have porns on my table where my little kids could just wandering and look at it. I would be at fault, not the kid for looking or touching it. I would be at fault. God is at fault that anywhere you twist and turn the story, God is at fault for leaving the apple, knowing it's sinful, knowing the destruction it will cause. Didn't really teach them how to safely protect themselves from another one of his creation, the serpent, the devil. Didn't even tell them that, look, I have something dangerous walking amongst you. It can communicate and interact with you. Be careful. No, don't eat from that tree. That's not enough. That's shitty parenting if you're gonna ask me. And you're talking about the creator of the universe, all of this buju baja baja. No, God falls short. At least the Abrahamic God falls short at every single turn. That God can't break. I'm telling you.
Well, as far as the whole garden situation goes, it's my belief that God wanted them to eat from the apple eventually. That's why I said we don't know the length of time they were in the garden, but eventually they're gonna be tempted into wanting to know, and then at that point, that's when you're dispelled from the garden.
Tell me if this makes more sense. The men who wrote those stories didn't understand much about the universe. Definitely didn't understand anything about the scientific nature of the universe. they also were very misogynistic and didn't put much value on women. And those men find it fitful and probably didn't even take it serious. Probably it was written as a joke where a woman eating a fruit created sin, which caused suffering for every other human being to follow. Tell me that it makes sense if it was just a bunch of primitive goat herders writing stories, passing the night while they look at stars. Then this is actually coming from the creator of the universe who creates everything and is in control of everything. Supposed to know everything, be the most intelligent, the most wise, most loving, most caring, most destructive, most everything. He's infinity. He's entropy itself. Tell me that which one makes more sense? A bunch of goat herders writing a misogynistic story about women, or an actual spiritual, wise, intelligent being giving you instructions on how to live?
The wise, intelligent being makes more sense, even if you switch the goat herders to just regular humans who are very intelligent. Because when you break down the Bible and the stories, there's cosmology behind it. Like you could trace the stories to like astrological events that align according to how to think. So it would like to say that just some goat herders that were capable of doing some shit like that. That's a stretch, but it could be that it was made up by men just to tell stories, but it would have to be intelligent men. But I look at it from the perspective of this took place, but in a way to where we can understand our own existence, because even if it's just a story divinely written, it's a story of you're in the garden. They're in the garden and they don't.
I'm glad we agree that it is a possibility that it was written by a man, but we don't agree about the divine part. A book that starts telling you that because a woman ate a fruit, it caused suffering for the rest of everyone else.
Yeah,
like
from the story of Pandora and Pandora's box.
You should read that book. The first event of encountering human would taught you to not respect or value females. A woman disobeyed God, ate a fruit, forces her man to eat the fruit, and causes sin and suffering for everyone that follows.
Yeah, I believe that we're meant to extract with that's a story that took place, and they told the story in a way for their culture to remember.
That, though?
And I'd like to explain a little bit. I'll be letting you talk, bro. I won't be cutting you off. Or if I do,
what's the intelligence behind that? You could explain it.
The intelligence behind that is to be able to tell a story that transcends all time. So throughout all humanity and throughout all cultures, if you're really paying attention to these stories, you start to understand what they're actually trying to give you. Because if you we're just talking about Eve and eating the forbidden fruit, but that's the same story of Pandora and Pandora's box. Because with Satan, you look at the apple as being the knowledge, the fire of knowledge that Eve consumed. Right. So you look at the Greek religion and you look at Prometheus. Prometheus stole fire from the gods and gave it and shared it with man. And God's punishment, he punished Prometheus, stuck him to the wall, but then he also decided to punish humanity. And the way he punished humanity was Prometheus, he has a brother named Epimetheus, and he gave Epimetheus a wife named Pandora, and he gave Pandora a box that he told her never to open. But after so long, she just was too tempted not to open it, and she opened it. And then that's when all the calamities of man fell upon him. These are the same two stories being told from different cultures. So it's information there that you're supposed to be trying to extract. So now if you look at it on a biological level, because it's multiple stories in one, you can look at it biologically. The garden represents the woman's womb. Just like in the garden, you don't have to work the land. You don't have to do anything for food. The food is there. You're provided for by the garden. It's the same as a baby in the womb. But then after a certain time in the womb, you would imagine that consciously the baby wants to be born. So Eve eating the apple it's supposed to align with the baby breaking his mother, break the water breaking. And then once a baby is born, he's no longer in the garden, can't return to the garden, but now has to deal with the calamities of man that he didn't originally have to deal with while in the womb. So it's an analogous story being told all throughout different cultures. And whether you want to look at it as literal or not, the point is all these different cultures that didn't interact with each other are telling the same story.
And this is the thing again, why these things are so abstract, because if I ask 10 other believers, I'll get 10 different stories. This is the first time I'm hearing that Eve, the Adam and Eve story in the Garden of Eden is related to childbirth. This is the first time I'm hearing that correlation. And I'm not
I've never heard
surprised
anybody say it either.
Because if I should speak to 10 other believers, they would have 10 other stories trying to make sense of the nonsense. As I said, it's much easier. Accept it. A bunch of misogynistic goat herders passing the time, probably looking at the stars, probably doing some form of rudimentary astrology, but they were definitely just talking shit, making fun of women, and none of this was supposed to be literal or even taken serious. None of it.
Yeah, that is easy.
I do not see how human beings take any of this literal and or even think it's supposed to be serious. It's a bunch of dudes out in the field talking about, yeah, and I made her from my ribs in the mud and the dirt and blow life in her, and she ate the apple and just blaming everything on the woman, everything bad. You read it from start to end, the woman just keep catching hell. Oh yeah, you raped her after 30 days of shaving her head, and you pay her father some shillings, and nothing about it says woman is of any value, is of any respect, means anything to them than just a joke. How is that written by intelligent minds? How is that divine?
If that's what happened, then that's what happened. It's just, if you want to look at it as being made up, then you judging whether the minds are intelligent.
I would literally, if I was a believer, I would accept any other God except the Abrahamic one. I would literally accept any other. Give me Lord Kulu.
Scientology.
Give me the God of the cactus. Scientology agree with the freaking Abrahamic God. I don't want that. Not the Greeks, the Abrahamic, none of those.
I thought there was on some sci-fi space. Huh?
I don't agree. None of those crazy ass people.
I think it's like Lord Zeno. Lord Zeno is their God.
Give me.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah. Give me any Chinese, Japanese, African, South American, Samoan. Give me any.
I subscribe to those too. I got the Bhagavad Gita over here. I got the Egyptian book of the
Bible. The Abrahamic God, man.
The Mahabharata.
That's fair, man. That's fair. I'm not trying to convert you. I was just sharing my perspective on it. But I mean, I feel like there's infinite paths to the knowledge of God. But I feel like the only one ultimate goal is to align with the source of the creator, what created us. And I feel like Jesus came and created the bridge between the divine and man, because everything up and before that, man was like, if you just stick to the Bible story, man was, as soon as man committed sin against God by eating the apple, that's when they were subject to death. They became subject to death because death has dominion over sin. Before they ate from the apple, anything that they did, down to murder, like murdering animals, whatever, it's not a sin because there was no directive against it. The only directive was don't eat from the apple. So it's the same way you would raise children, to where it's like the things that they don't understand, but they do, you forgive them as like, oh, okay, you didn't know that you shouldn't stab people because you're angry. You 4-year-old child type thing. But then the sin was they ate the apple. Now that they're subject to death, all flesh that comes after Adam and Eve, that comes from Adam and Eve, is subject to death, because Adam and Eve were issued a death sentence. Now, if you go to prison and you're capable on a sci-fi level, some Marvel type shit, capable of cloning yourself, creating an exact replica of yourself, you wouldn't be able to go to the prison guards and be like, look, I'm the one that committed the crime, but this one didn't commit the crime, so let him go free. He would be like, y'all both are in here. It's still you, it's still the same person. So all seeds of Adam was guilty of sin before they were even born. And they had no salvation from sin except for following all the commandments, which humanity is not capable of doing, was never capable of doing. So they was worshiping all of these other gods and sacrificing humans and animals and everything for hopes of some type of salvation on earth. But their souls was always going to be subject to death. There was no human that lived and didn't die. But then when Christ came, he put to death everything that death had dominion over by being sacrificed on the cross, but was sinless. So when Christ gets sacrificed on the cross and Christ didn't commit any sins, that's a sin against Christ, because death only has dominion over sinners.
Very subjective.
But I mean, that's how the story is told. That's how it's written and how it's meant for you to understand. Death had dominion over sinners, but Christ wasn't a sinner.
Based on the story alone, it would be impossible for him to be sinless. He has done so much shit. He has documented so much shit that he has done. He was the first troll that documented his own crime. He was the first TikToker. Christ. You forgot that he went to the temple and kicked over the temple and disturbed you forgot.
What was Christ? What was his sin?
When he went in the temple and kicked over the merchant stall and released the people them dove and beat up the guys in the temple and they had to kick him out. That was
how was that a sin?
That was a sin based on the law of the land.
Which is what?
He
wasn't living by the law of the land. He was living by the law of the universe, like the law of all of these religions.
So all these
Abrahamic law.
Okay, you're telling me that if Christ was walking around now as a regular dude doing the same thing he was doing, his ass gonna be in jail?
Yeah, because it's the law of the land, but Christ wasn't living by the law of the land. Christ was thrown in jail back then.
The Abrahamic God said to obey the law of the land. That's written as a commandment to obey the law of the land. The nigga sinned. That's not the only sin he sinned. That's not the only
You're
sin.
calling these sins, but they weren't sins. There's no that's not a sin against the Abrahamic law.
I'm back, y'all. Sorry.
When he was wiping the prostitute's feet, when he was wiping the prostitute's feet, if a Buddhist saw him, a Buddhist would say that man is going to be reincarnated as a cockroach. A Buddhist wouldn't say he's going to reincarnate as a peace dove. A Buddhist would see him wiping the prostitute feet and says, Buddha bless you, Buddha bless you. I know he's going to come back as a cockroach.
Was Christ was Christ following Buddhist law or Abrahamic law?
I'm telling you how subjective it was. You know? I'm telling you how subjective these things were. If Christ wasn't a Christian and performing miracles, he would have been killed as a witch. They would have hung him as a witch. If he saw someone that wasn't a Christian, if he went to Africa and saw those same miracles being performed, he would have went home saying he saw witchcraft. And you're telling me that this nigga didn't sin? No, because we were taught to love him. But if you read with an objective mind and read what you're actually reading, the nigga sinned more than once. He sinned more than once. You're
not describing sins, bro.
The time when he stole it, when he told his disciple or he told the dude to go steal the donkey, and the dude said the donkey has an owner, and he says, but you're taking it for my service, for the service of the Lord himself. And the owner saw him taking the donkey and say, hey, what are you doing with my animal? And he had to release it and run. That was stealing. Are you telling me that stealing is not a sin?
Stealing
When he
is a
chopped the
sin, but
tree, when he
him
chopped out
releasing it and
the tree
running is what
to
made
bear
him
fruit,
guilty.
he vandalized. He literally killed a tree because the tree didn't bear fruit when he wanted it to bear fruit. He just chopped it down. I'm pretty sure he didn't plant it. If it belongs to someone, it is a sin. Stealing a donkey is a sin. Vandalizing people goods in the courtyard is a sin. May I go on? This nigga, like, he's like Donald Trump. Just keep getting away with shit.
That's what it. But I mean, it. All of these things, I'm telling they preached all of this stuff before Christ came. The Abrahamic law was preached so that when Christ come, he would be recognized by the law that he followed. And it was the Abrahamic law, and there was all type of shit in the Abrahamic law about killing donkeys, things belonging to the Lord, and everything like that. And with the whole stealing the donkey, that was the test of the man, because he let the donkey go and ran when he's supposed to have faith in the Lord and just said, "I'm using this donkey for the service of the Lord," and then seeing what the man's reaction.
Because he knows the law of the land.
Yeah, in his mind, but that's how
Christ was
faith is.
innocent, he would have not been crucified. He was crucified because he racked up so much crimes. He did so much crimes.
He wasn't crucified for crimes.
Caught up to him, just like
he wasn't crucified for crimes. They put him up to charge him for something, and who was it? Pilate, whatever his name was. He was like, I don't find him guilty of any crimes. But we have this murderer. Would you guys rather kill him? And they was like, nah, we want Christ on the cross. And you're like, all right, well, okay. But he wasn't convicted of any crime. He was just
he was actually guilty. He didn't properly he gave false identification when they asked him for his identity to identify himself. There is no one in record named the I am the I am. What's your name? Who are you? I am the I am. Nigga, that's false identification. That's why they could sacrifice his ass.
You said they charged him with falsification?
Yeah, he did too much.
Exactly. You feel me?
That's when Pilate says, when Pilate wash his hand and say, I'm done, that's when you're so frustrated. You're like, yo, I'm done with this nigga, yo. Y'all do whatever y'all want to do with him. I'm done. Like, he spent 6 hours trying to say, nigga, what's your name? Where you're from? Because nobody knows him.
He told him, I am the I am.
Nah, bro. You're all right. Think of it logically now.
Yeah, they're not thinking of it at
you're in your late teens, early 20s, working age, and for some reason you're not working. Your daddy is a carpenter. You don't try to learn the trade. You want to walk around and talk to people. That's what you want to do. Walk the street and talk to people like Socrates. Now, you find 10 working men and you take them off their job and have them walking around as jobless, unemployed beggars, walking around fighting, disturbing people. Like, everywhere this nigga went, he went in a man's house and quote unquote heal the daughter. But when he's leaving, he's telling people, if anyone asks, I was not here. That doesn't sound like someone who did a good job. That sounds like someone who went in the man's house and did something he wasn't supposed to do. And when he's leaving, I'm going to the next town over. If anyone asks, I was not here. Come on. What did he do when the next town over? Start fighting with the priests and the Pharisees. Who the hell goes to the town and fight with the priests and the Pharisees? If someone just come to your town and start fighting with your reverend and your pastors, you're gonna look at that guy as, oh, that's a decent young man. That's a guy I want to work for me. No, that's a guy I want to be with my daughter. No, that's a thug. That's a street thug. What did he do? Go inside the courtyard, kick over people, merchant, beat up the merchant, release their dove, destroy their fruits. For what? And guess what? He's doing that because they're selling on the Sabbath. but you're not supposed to heal on the Sabbath. You're not supposed to perform miracles on the Sabbath. But who perform miracles on the Sabbath? Christ himself.
I am.
Christ
I
himself.
am.
Okay.
Yeah.
See, Max, the thing is, you're not looking at any of this stuff as if it was actually happening today. If any of this stuff happened today, you would say this guy's crazy.
And
but you're looking at it through the lens of the text you're reading. So, like, you're making
I
excuses
wouldn't.
for stuff that you
I'm
normally
the one
wouldn't
that people call crazy.
accept. Go ahead, though.
Christ is the biggest thug and the biggest troll of his time. That's what I'm looking at. Young man, working age, when everyone else is working or trying to join the Roman army, trying to become carpenter, mason, trying to go to Egypt to study. This nigga got all those opportunities because Joseph was trying with the bastard. He's a bastard. He's not Joseph's son. He's a bastard. Joseph was trying with the bastard, and the bastard just didn't want to listen. So Joseph had to leave him to the street. If he's such a good man.
Do you do stand up?
Bro, you're the only comedian up here right now. I'm sorry.
You're not finding. You can't tell me you're not laughing at some of the shit he's saying. Not because
I'm laughing.
It's untrue. Not because it's untrue. Just because it's like I get the perspective of what he's coming from. I just understand it from a different context. But I don't want to argue my context because this nigga's on fire right now, and it's just.
Your context is belief
to me.
That's we understand what your context is. That's why you're reading it.
Read it without like all the feelings that attach to it, because I get how they model Christ to society. It's hard for you to look at it objectively and see that this nigga was a thug. Like in a few years from now, people could look at Tupac the same way, and it would be even more legit. It would be even more reasonable for them to deify someone like Tupac, who was a street thug rapping and doing all that. You know, Christ was worse. Christ was worse than every gangster you could think of in those times. The nigga roll with 10 unemployed, badass niggas ready to do anything for him.
Yeah, there was a gang.
What did Peter do when they came to arrest Christ?
With swords and everything. Didn't
Peter slash the guy's ears off when they come to arrest Christ? Those sound like peaceful men to you? No. Stealing people goods.
They was gangbanging.
Yeah. And no,
that's what he intentionally said he rolled with. Like those are the people that you saved.
Like
Peter
does.
He wasn't trying to save saints. He was saving sinners. So that's what he rolled with.
That's what every gangster says. I ain't out here to save saints. I'm saving sinners. If I don't sell it, someone else gonna sell it.
Mason, you're over here distracting them. Who do I sound like? I'm sorry. I ain't muted, y'all. My bad. Go ahead, John. I forgot I wasn't muted. Sorry. I'm at work.
You're telling me after preaching all this gospel, walking to all these churches, doing all these healing, drinking all these death wine. What a nigga love drinking wine. Making go like just crash. Who the hell crashed someone's wedding? And they couldn't kick him out because the nigga bring wine. You're gonna tell me Christ wasn't the shit.
So I can at least hit me.
Come on, bro. You can't tell me you don't
Who the hell crashes a nigga wedding? Who brings wine?
If you gonna crash a nigga wedding though, like, isn't that what you have to do? Doesn't that cancel? Like, you can't. That cancels out any type of sin you trying to charge him with. He did do that. You know, you've had niggas show up to your house and brought nothing, and you had to pretend to be thankful that they were there. At least, you know, oh, y'all ain't got no money. Nobody got nothing. What you got? You ain't got nothing on it. All right, let me get that. You got some water? Let me get that. Let me get that water. Turn around. Let me show you something. Just turn around. That's the homie, bro. You trying to trump up these charges like he was just running around being an asshole, but he was being an asshole to the people that needed to be dispelled.
I would probably be hanging up with. I'll be right there with Christ. I'd be rooting for the nigga all the way. Yo. I'd be getting autographs and everything. Jesus. Yeah. What they call him back to Yeshua? Nigga, you even know his name. He had like 3 aliases. Jesus, nigga, the I am, the Son of Man, the Son of God. the son of Mary. You ain't even know, like,
Yeah.
how the
And
hell,
now look,
like, you're
Go ahead.
gonna tell me that this nigga couldn't find a decent woman to chill with. He just gotta find a prostitute.
he
Huh?
needs to save people.
I know,
You
but
can't
all them
save
little
somebody
church
who thinks
girls
they don't need to be
need
saved.
saving. You just got to take one off the pole, man. You just got to pick one off the pole. Huh?
Look, and that's why it's still in our DNA today to be like, look, baby, what you doing out here like that? Why you look too
For
good to be
sure,
on this pole. Let me save you.
Well, I'm telling you how I know
It's
he's
the
a
spirit of
sin
Christ.
for sure. At that time, he's like, he without sin cast the first stone. The nigga never cast a stone. He's a
Because they
sinner
were
like
all
everybody
sinners.
else. Yo, everyone, he without sin cast the first stone. Every head, every eyes turned to Jesus.
Yeah.
It was a long pause.
Yeah.
And Jesus did not cast a stone because this nigga was like, well, last night I hit that. Yeah, I'm with prostitute.
No, because he didn't want, because he wanted her. He ain't gonna throw a stone at her. He wanted to throw something else at her. That was probably hard as a stone.
Cast, like, if I'm somewhere, if I'm in the church and they're like, the person that did not steal, hands up, I'm gonna put my hands up. Jesus' hands was down. He was on the knee like Kaepernick. Like, nigga, you're sin. That is why you were on your knees. You couldn't cast a stone.
No. But he was there to save her. It'd be like if somebody was, if a group of kids was trying to jump your little brother, and you stepped up and was like, okay, yeah, y'all could jump him, but whoever wants to jump him, got to go through me first. Like that doesn't mean you have to go through you. You're not there to jump your brother. He wasn't there to throw stones at Mary.
You're talking about the same people who says fuck America. You're talking about the same people that will war with America with slingshot, but Jesus alone saved the girl. Who the fuck is Jesus? Why were they so scared of
that nigga back then? That's why he said,
language, gentlemen. If we could refrain from profanity, that would be amazing. But go ahead.
I apologize. He was that man back then, so they didn't want to throw a rock.
Why were they so scared of him though?
It's like throwing a rock at Michael Jackson's head. Everybody would turn on you.
Nah, Jesus wasn't pop locking and doing no dance. He was just going around.
Dude, he was walking on water.
We
think Michael Jackson got the concept of moonwalk
Jesus
from.
walking around with 10 gangsters, 10 hardcore gangsters. He calls them disciples. You know? GDs.
Yeah.
Gangster disciples.
Dude, it was gangster. Dude, it was gangster back then. He had to. Like, for real. But
that
like he was like
that is why it could be like, yo, no one touch her, nobody touch her. He's like, yo, break this up, shit gotta break up. He's like, yo, you gotta leave town, you gotta leave town, they gotta leave town.
Yeah, but he did it righteously. He didn't say, look, I'm about to throw hands with any next dude who throw a rock, throwing hands with me. He didn't say that. He just said, okay, yeah, y'all want to throw stones at her? He who is without sin, throw the first stone, and everybody else could follow suit after that person. Is there anyone here?
Nah, that's just the lingo back then. It's like me walking up in a room and saying, yo, the baddest man punched me in my face. Nobody punched me in my face because no one is better than me.
Yes.
The toughest guy stand up.
But they were all that was the challenge, and nobody could step up and be like, oh, bet. That's all we need to do is be sinless, bet.
Everyone knows.
So they were just rocking with what he said.
Peter loved to cut. Peter loved to slash. You know, Judas is a snitch. Everyone knows. You know, no one knows what Paul's gonna do. Yeah. No one knows, you know. Yeah. He's got 10 hardcore GDs behind him. No one's gonna challenge him.
Yeah. Hey, so look, I gotta make a run real quick, but I hope y'all still on here. I'm probably gonna be gone maybe like 20-30 minutes, and you know, hopefully we can carry on some type of this conversation, because I'm a follower of Christ. I believe in Christ. I have a different understanding than what you think I believe, but I love your perspective, because I believe there's a lot of lies in the Bible just as well as other scriptures and religion. So a lot of what you're saying, it's funny to me, not because, like I said, not because of it being false, just because it's like there are angles you could come at it to where it's like that is 100% valid, but you just missing the context of these things. But you know, But I'm gonna go make a run, and hopefully you still up here, evolutionist, because I actually do like the way you think, and I do like the way your challenges is actually intellectual challenges. You're not just calling me dumb for being a Christian. So
the new generation, you got to just tell them the truth, because they're gonna read it and they're gonna see it for what it is. You got to tell them that, look, Jesus was a gangster. It is what it is. The nigga was a gangster. You know, he run the block from Damascus to Syria to the West Bank, Gaza. That was Jesus' turf. You know, he walks.
I disagree with 35% of that, but if y'all still on here, I'll come back up in like 20, 30 minutes.
Oh, we ain't going nowhere, brother. I'm here all night.
Emmanuel,
All right, cool.
Emmanuel, what up? Oh, was
All
that
right, see y'all in
A1?
a little bit.
A1. Can anybody hear me?
I can hear you. We can hear you. I'm working a line though, so I really can't do too much talking right now. But
Bet. I just want
I'm just listening.
I just wanted to know
I'll
that you was
chime in here and there.
What up, E-Man? Oh, that was E-Man talking.
Nah, I ain't said nothing. Whopper finna be getting the best of me for about 10 minutes.
Yeah, I don't know if you was listening earlier, A1. I think it might have been when you was on your ride to work. Evolutionists and OTK got a topic for a debate. They want to put it on.
Let's set it up. I'll definitely. Yeah. Can you make a flyer for me?
Yep, I was waiting on them to send me their images.
Okay. Did
And
you
then
get the evolutionist? If he's still on here, my email is in the private chat, so you can send me your photo, and we'll get you a flyer set up for your debate.
I send you an email. Just check and see if you get it. Just so I know I have the right email address.
Okay, TitansDebateLeague@gmail.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I have both hands busy actually right now. I just can't.
All right. When you get a chance, he says like A1, the evolution is locked in.
Gotcha. If you could send a photo to that email, that would be amazing.
I'm gonna copy and paste this so I could email you that stuff later.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you, big dog.
No?
Oh yeah, OTK didn't like what you was talking about, huh?
Yeah, any Christians in the chat, I was just being comical. Don't take it too serious. I do not disrespect religion, you know. But I'm always going to be comical about Jesus, though. When I say he's a gangster, I'm not taking away anything from his divinity. Like, if they taught me that he was a gangster, I'd probably be a Christian too, because I would say, yo, that sounds closer to the truth based on the narrative. So don't think I'm being disrespectful just to be disrespectful. Yeah, Oli, what's good, bro?
What's good, man? I just made it back. I was just listening to y'all little discourse. You funny. Yeah, man.
But I actually agree with everything the evolutionists are saying. When I read the text, that's how I read it. I read it at face value. I understand the context, but I also understand people trying to force their interpretations on me. And that's what you get when you get into these dogmas and sects. And, I don't like that. I don't like that. It can't just be, because what if somebody comes across it who doesn't have a teacher from that context? Like, and that's why I say that this would be the worst way to present the message. If I were actually the creator, I would never use this method.
And that's right here is the point I was making, A1, because without the teacher, without them teaching it to you, you're going to read it for yourself. And, no one is going to explain to you that, okay, you're not supposed to look at it that way. But you're reading it raw. And you're seeing Jesus, Peter cutting dudes' ears off, Jesus telling dudes to steal a donkey. Other than the catching miracles, he walks on water and feed people with bread and fish. That's cool. But what about the other stuff? Kicking over stuff in the churchyard. As a kid, if you go do that, you're going to get whooped. It doesn't matter what your reason is, how right you want to think you are. Go kick over someone kiosk with their goods. And see if it's just going to be, okay, you're doing it for the Lord. you know. So if someone is not there to teach it to you, you're gonna see it for what it is. So I agree with that's the point I was trying to make. One. Everyone's gone.
Yeah, no, I'm like A1. I agree
I,
with you.
I know he's busy. He said he's busy doing some stuff over there.
I definitely agree with you on a lot of your points. It's the way that you was putting it out. It's funny that you might have to watch your neck for Christians gonna get you. Jesus was a gangster. That means the Christians is gangsters. You better watch yourself.
Definitely. Man, you heard about I know you know about the Knights Templar.
Mm-hmm.
Those the four horsemen, and they started, weren't they like some founder of Freemasonry or something like that? Christians been gangsters. Muslims are trying to be gangsters now. Christians been gangsters.
I don't take nothing from the Muslims now. They gangster too now. All them Abrahamic religions, they got a little go in them. They're over there fighting right now. But all in all, yeah, man, it's a lot of incoherence to answer to in that
So
story.
what I'm getting from what I be hearing, and I could be wrong, because I've been tuning in and out real quick. But y'all basically saying the Bible should be read like green eggs and ham.
It should be read as a book without all the perception of being a divine book. Just read it as a regular book, as you would read a regular book, without thinking it's something divine.
So who sets that standard that a book as complex as the Bible or Biblios, however you want to put it, that compilation? Who sets the standard that that compilation of many different literatures should be simplified? Who set that standard?
No one set that standard, and no one expects it to be simplified.
Okay, I got you. And the
However,
reason I asked that is because, in a sense, do you feel like if you have any substantial amount of intelligence over a dummy, that you should be able to compute a little bit better than something being simplified?
that's a straw man question. But what I would say is that when it comes to a book, especially one that's conveying a story, you should be able to comprehend what you're reading. If the words that's written in the book are just there as metaphor and have alternative meanings, they should point that out. There should be somewhere that you
I
can
get that.
go.
You saying it should be able to be read just like green eggs and ham. That's why I said it like that. So what I'm asking is, because you repeated it, who's making the standard for you to say what you're saying? Why should it be simplified? Why should it be easy to be understood? Because what? Says who?
If it's not meant to be easily understood, then it's not meant for the public.
There you go.
It should be in
Now
the
you
hands
lining
of
up with
few
logic without
people.
having to put your own opinion on it. Now you're lining up with logic. Because you see how when I asked you where the standard came from, there was nothing but opinion. So now when you put the logic on it, simple. If it's this complex, it's not for a dummy.
Okay,
This
but
book, this
the
book
way they
isn't simple
market it,
math.
though,
This
the
book
way
isn't
it's
simple math. It's
marketed,
for
it's
somebody
marketed
that
as it's
mastered
for
calculus.
everyone, though.
That's one way to look at it. You see what I'm saying? Don't look at it like pre-algebra. Look at it like someone who has mastered calculus. That's a night and day difference. You see what I'm saying?
If there is 50 Christians in a church, are you saying that only 5 should be able to read the Bible and understand it?
Now that's a straw man argument there for sure.
But you're saying it's not meant for everyone. Most people that are Christian, most Western society are majority Christians.
I didn't say that it's not meant for everyone. I said the logic of just our simple observations and understandings without putting our opinions on it. The logic says that it's not for everyone. If it mind boggles as many people as it does, and then in another ratio, you have people that are like, "Oh, I understand it clearly." No matter what their perception is, if they feel like they understand it clearly, then the person who's saying, "Oh no, you shouldn't have as many misunderstandings, or you shouldn't
So
have different understandings. It should be one simple understanding." That's
well,
almost a dummy perspective, but that's my opinion on that.
at that case, then the Bible is it's like abstract art. Only a few people are gonna look at it and be like, "Hey, I get it," and most people are gonna look at it and be like, "What the hell?" And most people are gonna look at it and go with the crowd and be like, "Nice, well done."
So who did the artist make it for? The people who are going to say, "Oh, I get it," or the people who are going to say, "What the hell?"
The artist make it for himself. It's an expression of himself.
There you go.
Doesn't care if you
You
get it. That's the
even
point of abstract art.
even right. Even though you went around the question, you still went to the alley that I wanted you to go in.
And guess what? Abstract art cannot be the measuring totem for any aspect of society, especially dealing with humans' life.
Yeah, I mean, you brought that analogy up, so I was just going according to that.
But I'm saying, what else would you compare it to then? If everyone is going to look at it and only a few people can actually get it, most people should accept it and they will never, ever, ever get it because it's beyond their comprehension of logic. Then at that point, it's just abstract art. It's just some dude dashing paint on a wall and expressing his rage and call it biblos.
That's definitely one way to look at it.
Then how else are you going to look at it then? Because if we're going to read it and we're going to comprehend the words that we're reading without putting all of this alternative meaning and all of these deep rooted etymology, then at that point, we're going to read it for what it is. And when someone asks you, what is your name? And you're going to say, the I am, to the point where the guy gets frustrated, you're clearly not declaring your right name. But if I'm going to read it with my abstract mind, then I'm going to say, oh, he's telling him that he's the son of God. He's telling him that he's from here, the universe. He's telling him that he's a source of dark matter. Someone else is going to say, he's telling him that he is connected to everything in the universe. The I am, the I am. I could go on to he's just giving him a version of the Rasta thing, the I and I. He's just saying I and I, man. You see, it's abstract at that point. Everyone could make up their own bullshit. But if I'm going to read it for what it is, and someone asks you your name, and you keep saying the I am, and your name is not the I am, I'm going to say, okay, he's giving false identity. And most people reading it without the religious belief will say, yes, he gave false identity. Telling someone to take an animal which doesn't belong to you, and the reason why he's taking it is for the service of the Lord, most people will say that's stealing. But if you're religious, you might say, well, it belongs to the Lord. Everything is for the Lord. He knows the owner is going to forgive him. So he's testing him to see if he's going to obey his command. He knows the owner will never take him to court or even remember, because I'm going to put a spell on him so he doesn't remember that the donkey belongs to him. It now belongs to me because I am the Lord. You see how that works? But if anyone else is reading with basic comprehension, is going to say that's stealing. The donkey did not belong to him. He told his friend to steal the donkey. I don't know how else you're going to put it.
You keep cycling. Why you keep cycling back around to basic comprehension? Is that your level?
Yes. Basic comprehension.
Okay, that makes sense. Then I get it now.
Complex and you could understand. Literally comprehend means to understand.
Yeah, I get it now. I have no more pushback. I think, you should stay in your lane of understanding. Not you specifically, I'm talking about any human. You should stay in your lane of understanding. So if something is outside of your lane of understanding or a little bit too complex for you, maybe it isn't for you. Maybe you should stay away from it. Maybe
Well,
you should perceive it as something that should be more simple.
theology usually doesn't require physics, math, or anything that takes more complex level of understanding. It's usually take basic comprehension, reading, understand what words mean, understand phrase, sentence structure. It's pretty basic. If you finish preschool, not even high school, if you finish preschool, you should be able to read the Bible and understand it.
Says who?
Society.
To tell in your conversations, many people haven't asked you this because you're boggled every time I ask you that, and you go right back to the same thing.
Yeah, I'm bubbled because I'm wondering if the Bible what is it? Differential equations? Is there any calculus in it that I missed? What did I miss?
I don't know. It sounds like
Maybe there is some aspect of philosophy that I'm not getting, but other than that, I don't know. I'm not seeing what I missed. And that would have been
that's
maybe
probably one
how.
of the most genuine things I have heard you say about the scriptures at all. And that's opinionated, coming from me as well. But yeah, that
No,
would be my understanding versus you using theology previously a few seconds ago. I would definitely say maybe there's possibly certain philosophies that
well,
are
if you have more
misunderstood by
complex
many.
comprehension of the Bible, break it down. Give me your complex comprehension of the Bible. Because I'm pretty sure you got the chat waiting right now. Everyone is waiting for this complex breakdown of the Bible that they have never heard before.
Nah, I've been here many times. They know my perspective of the Bible. I'm one of the people that I am a professed Hebrew Israelite. I do practice certain things that were practiced of old. I do keep Mosaic commandments, dietary laws, etc. As far as certain worship practices and things like that, I try not to get too personal and definitely just tell people to practice something if you are seeking knowledge from an outside source. Because every ancient civilization that has said so, they were practicing something, and that's how they even received it. So that's my recommendation to anybody. Maybe if you're practicing certain things that you're seeing practice in the scriptures, that could bring some wisdom and understanding. Possibly, I know that helped me years back, but I am, like I say, I'm professed to have certain practices. I do definitely keep faith, understanding a spiritual kingdom, uh, spiritual realm that we will transcend to once our spirit leaves our flesh, etc. So, small aspects that should be easily understood in the scriptures, like the things that I just referenced. Those are the things I try and stay still to, as far as like trying to break down what the serpent was in the garden, if a donkey actually opened his mouth and spoke Aramaic or Hebrew, or if someone actually walked on top of the sea level of the water. I try not to get into those kind of things
You
because
got
those are,
explanation for those? I I
yeah.
I guess I'm gonna start with the easiest one. Explain the serpent, not even the joke, the donkey. We're gonna leave the donkey for last. Explain the serpent talking.
I'm not sure if you caught the preface of my statement when I even was referencing it. I say I try not to get into that. So I mean, I that's when we get to the point of
No, but that those would be the more complex explanation that baffled me. I don't know why the serpent talk. I didn't even know a serpent could talk. What language? You said Aramaic. Serpents? All right, I'm not even gonna get into that, but all right, let's leave that alone. Let's do the physics then. How did Jesus walk on water?
I never said that that happened. That's why I said maybe you missed a little bit of my statement. I
Oh,
said
he didn't.
I try not to get into those things for the reason that
Oh,
you're
I
saying.
got you. So that's complex explanation too. So he didn't actually walk in water. The water was the world, and him walking was going to heaven and coming back and giving us the word. The fish eating the man was really capitalism taking over society. I don't know. I could get complex too. Fuck it. Let me get complex with this shit.
Yeah, no, I don't know either. I try and go off of the things that I do
Nah,
know.
we gonna get complex with this shit. Come on, you ain't gonna leave me out here by myself.
Nah, I'm definitely letting you jump out the window with the well and the capitalism and all that. I try not to add too much of my own interpretation when it's a
But that's
teaching
the
point
only
or
thing
an
you could do
explanation
though.
point.
Other than reading it for face value, you have to add your own interpretation. Everyone does it. That's how pastors make a living.
Yeah, but it's not for me to project onto anyone else or to try and teach anyone else. That's what I'm saying.
But you're on the airwave right now. Like the purpose is either to entertain or to teach. You're not just here just like you got to do either. And I would rather you teach me about this shit, bro. I'm an atheist. I don't know nothing about this. Let me
Yeah,
believe in Jesus.
yeah, I'm not a teacher, bro. I believe
But
in the
I'm asking
scriptures
you to
that
teach me about your faith. It's actually your duty to teach me about your faith. You're a Hebrew Israelite. I'm a black man. Maybe you could convert me. I could be Hebrew too. You don't know. I got Sumerian blood. I had a Canaanite grandpa. I could rock with this too. You don't know my background.
hmm
I could grow my dreads again. I used to have dreads like Samson or Hercules. I don't know which one of them had dreads. Who had dreads? Was it Samson?
it says Samson had locks.
You see, I know my shit. I just need a lion. I think he had dreads. He raised lions. I don't know. I just know that this nigga had a lot of girls.
And shout out to you, even though you're not teaching, you definitely entertaining. Like you say, you need to be up here doing either one for sure.
I'm trying to learn the Bible. It's the most entertaining book in the world. Listen, I watch Passion of the Christ every year. My grandma cry, I laugh. They all kick me out of the house. That's what usually go your time. They cry, I'm laughing.
Oh, so you got Christians in your family that was just
Bro, I'm black. What else we gonna be? We ain't Muslim over here. Unless you're 5% or Nation of Islam, mashallah, no disrespect.
I thought you just said you was atheist. That's why.
I'm an atheist. There is no atheist family like generations of atheists in America. We all converted to atheists at some point or the other since 2010. So let's cut it out.
Oh, so you saying
The
in so
only
many
thing
words, that's some new
the only
shit.
thing newer than black atheists is FBA and black Native Americans. And probably even the Indians been around before black atheists. We're just here. We ain't been around for too long, and he ain't too much of us.
All good, but I'm glad you found a comfortable bed to sleep in.
Well, being an atheist is not a bed, bro. It's just a state of mind. I just don't want to believe in fairy tales. Well, I
Oh
choose
yeah,
not
well
to.
that's what I
I
mean. I'm glad you found a peaceful state of mind. That's what I meant by it. I wasn't being facetious. I don't believe that everybody is supposed to be able to read, understand, or believe in the Bible.
I used to be very, very closely adjacent to the Hebrew Israelite. Literally study the same thing, do the same thing, keep the Sabbath, all of that crap. Yeah, I used to do that back in the days when I had dreads. But yeah, I'm too old for that now, bro. I can't be playing house and stuff like that, Power Ranger at my age. But we can't pretend as if we really believe in the magic and all of that part. We can believe in the philosophy of it. I guess some people really rock with the philosophy of it, but
You don't believe in magic? Did I just hear you say
as
it?
grown people, are we telling each other that we still believe in magic, that miracles do happens and stuff like that, or people could control reality with their mind?
I
We
mean, it
believe,
depends on what your perspective of magic or a miracle is. Like, I don't know.
meaning
Are
that
you familiar with people dying and coming back to life?
uh, uh,
It's not that hard. It's not that hard.
I know a lot of people that have close death experience. It's very traumatic knowing that you almost die. But I don't know anyone that die then come back to life.
Personally, that's what you're saying.
No, never heard of one. Don't know one personally. Never seen a case or heard of a case from a reliable source. Never. It's always close death experience, and people claim that they die and come back to life. And I get it. Having a close death experience is very traumatic.
So
Whether
you
you
know, in the hospital, if you get a flat line, you're considered dead, right?
you're considered dead when the coroner pronounce you dead. You're not considered dead when your heart stop breathing and you when your heart stop beating and you stop breathing. No, because you could be resuscitated
Okay. I
to,
want
to,
I
to
want I want you to
life.
I want to kind of just real quick. Not a teaching moment, but you're 100% wrong because there's something that's literally called death on arrival dealing with the corner. Specifically, dealing with the corner and whoever else is arriving. So if you're dead on arrival, it means you're already
And
dead before
is there
anybody got
cases
there.
of dead on arrival that come back to life,
Um
or
I
dead
I
on
think
arrival meaning I'm gonna
I
take you
think
to the
that's a
coroner
strong
and the
I think
coroner
that's
is gonna pronounce you dead, like officially pronounce you dead?
Yeah, so are you saying that that has to happen for you to be pronounced dead? That's what I'm asking.
Yes,
So what is dead on arrival?
dead on arrival meaning you have no pulse, no heartbeat, no sign of breathing, and
Which is what's
in,
considered dead, which you don't need a coroner for. That's my point. There
yeah,
are
but
people
that
that
meaning
have died and came back to life
there will
with
be
no resuscitation and with resuscitation.
all right. You see why I don't consider that dead? All right, I'm gonna be so extreme. You ain't dead until you're dead for a day. When you're
Yeah,
dead for
okay. You
24
you
hours,
can
a
do that.
whole
And that's
day,
that's how the beginning
come
of our
back tomorrow.
conversation
Come back
started.
tomorrow. Come back tomorrow. Not dead for 5 minutes.
Yeah,
Not
it would
like
base it off of suggested
in fact,
base it if you base it off a subjective standard, then we can do that with anything. That's been my point since the beginning of the conversation. Are we gonna go off of logic and the observative standards, the things that we can see and observe ourselves, or are we going to say, mm, well, no, I don't agree with that. So, for the sake of this conversation and me wanting to lean more towards fitting my statements, let me be a little bit more extreme
All right.
than what I just said. Death was. Let me put emphasis on it and exaggerate it. So
And
now let's be dead for a whole day, then just be dead.
all right, maybe that's extreme, but I'm gonna stick with my first stance. You're dead when the coroner pronounces you dead, not dead on arrival, not think you're dead, not no pulse, not he's not breathing. You're dead when the coroner pronounces you dead. And the reason why, because if there is a chance of resuscitation, you're not technically dead as yet. Your body can still be resuscitated back to life. So when the coroner pronounces you dead, you're dead. And find me people that come back to life after the coroner pronounces them dead.
You said there aren't any people that have come back to life after the coroner pronounced them dead?
There is always gonna be that one anomaly, but find me this.
Which is considered a miracle in many cases. That's why I asked you in the beginning when you asked me about miracles and you asked me something else along with miracles. I asked you, what would be your perspective of those? And that's why we have to get that out of the way first. You see what I'm saying? So if you're gonna X out the outliers and anomalies, then what kind of miracles are you talking about? Because that would be what a miracle is considered.
I'm talking miracles that cannot be mistaken with good luck. I'm not talking about good luck.
What?
A good luck is a good luck. I'm talking miracle, like a close death experience and you come back to life. That's good luck. You have a lot of luck. No, go walk on water and see if good luck is gonna take your ass skating across the pond.
So does luck have any? Look, you're saying luck has nothing to do with
Rub your
miracles?
hands together. Go rub your hands together without chemicals. Without chemicals, rub your hands together and start a fire and show everyone the flaming fire in your hands without good luck. Do some shit that's considered miracle, not some good luck shit. Anyone can have luck. Like Lil Wayne almost died in traffic, according to doctor. 2 more seconds. That's fucking that pause. Pardon my language. That's good luck, not good luck. Find us real miracle, like someone warped through time. Like a journey that's supposed to take an hour takes 1 minute or 2 minutes. Show us miracles. Show us a dude or a woman coming down with wings or something on her back and lights all around her. Show us some miracles, not good luck. Like if on a good sunny day, I got like 10 good lucks. Like I drop an egg, it didn't broke. That's good luck. That's not a miracle. I found $5. Good luck, not a miracle. I almost got hit by a car, but I didn't. Good luck, not a miracle. You know what a miracle is? I drove to the gas station with no gas in the tank. That's a miracle, not good luck.
Okay. Like I say, once you put us into your subjective understanding of what a miracle is or good luck or however you're framing it, like I say, circling all the way back to the beginning of the conversation.
Listen,
Anytime we
I'm
want to
telling you,
make the standard,
Jesus
if we
was a
make the
cancer.
standard,
You see,
if we
Jesus doesn't play
Mhm.
the games you guys play. Jesus don't play these games. Jesus do miracles for real. Jesus do the real deal that you can't even question it. You know who else doesn't play? Moses. You said you're Hebrew, eh? Ain't Moses your God? Should you know Moses doesn't play around? Moses makes snake. Moses do like the 10 plagues. Like those aren't good looks. Moses do real stuff. Jesus do real stuff. These guys were gangsters. Like, I'm telling you, if they were around, you guys wouldn't be following them. You would be too scared to follow Moses and Jesus. I'm telling you.
So you believe a man named Moses really lived?
Yes, also Bruce Wayne, Clark Kent, and Peter Parker. They all live at some point, even in the minds of your childhood imagination. They all live. But I'm gonna tell you, if they're around, you wouldn't be following Jesus. You'd be too gangster for you.
Okay, I'm like I say, I'm only asking just to get your perspective. This is our first dialogue.
There is a possibility that they live. I'm not sure. I'm not a historian, but the miracle
So what
part,
makes you an atheist?
I found no evidence to support the claim or any reason to believe in a God. But I'm saying,
The claims are the only evidence that you would ever be able to have according to what you're referring to. Now, if you want something personal for yourself, that's why I made the statement that I made earlier. Are you practicing the things that these ancient civilizations practice for them to get their evidence? Because their claims are the only evidence that you would have without the repetition of their practices to receive such.
what's your rank as a Hebrew? What's your rank? Are you like a priest or something?
Rank? No, I don't. Well, I don't do
You guys
ranks.
don't have rank?
We no.
When I was a Rasta, we does pretty much the exact same thing as you guys do as a Hebrew Israelite. Even wear the costumes, but the only difference is we have ranks, like an army of
I
rank.
don't wear a costume.
And when I left, I was a priest. So when I left,
It sounds like you're referring to
um,
camps and a lot of
yeah,
them come from.
pretty much.
I don't deal with them, brother.
When I left the Rasta camp, I have my own temple in Toronto, my own temple with about 20 members that I run. So I like when it comes to the Bible, I may be joking, but it's something I've been back and forth like through like it's nothing. Every Sabbath I used to be in my church. Every Passover, every Wednesday we have prayer meeting. I used to be a whole pseudo Christian like you. Only difference is I was a Rasta, you were a Hebrew Israel. Like, I
Mhm.
do know the stuff. I do know the Bible. I don't know. It's been a while. Been like 15 years or more now.
Yeah, bro. I don't do the camps. I don't do no costumes. I don't do the screaming on the corner. I don't do the white people are the devil. I don't do all that extra shit.
No,
So
I used to have friends that do that. We call it burning fire. I don't know what you guys call it, but we call it burning of fire. So we used to have those that are just aggressive, you know, like attack everyone and everything that's doesn't align with our belief.
I don't knock the brothers that do it. That I don't feel
No,
like that's
you know,
everybody's job. And then on top of that, a lot of the brothers do it on what
as
they
yeah,
proclaim to be
exactly.
their Sabbath, and
It,
then
it's usually a few people in the camp that behave like that. Majority of the members are usually just calm and nonchalant. They're not really the ones on the street shouting at you. But we used to have people like that too. But people would think that's majority, but that's not majority. That's a few.
yeah. Uh, Another thing, like just to kind of lean back to me speaking toward the audience and like talking about practicing something. Uh, I mean, you can just observe many things in nature and many things that we've observed as humans just with our social experiments or experiments in society, rather, for use of better terms. When when you're a child, and you want to communicate something with a parent. We've
Mhm.
all been there. We can remember back long enough to where there was something that we wanted to explain to our parent that we couldn't explain. So you don't even begin to explain it until you know how to explain it. That's kind of how I look at the scriptures. How would you even know really how to communicate with a God or the God of the Bible or any external source that you feel like could possibly exist if you don't go through the steps of learning to replicate how anybody in previous times claim to communicate with those people. I think that's really important. I think a lot of atheists miss that, and I don't say that facetiously because anybody who truly knows me knows in my teenage years I wasn't that far from an atheist. That's kind of what drew me back into the truth. I was damn near there before I started to study comedic philosophy and the NOI and things of that nature before actually coming back to the scriptures and just front to backing it myself line by line with no lens, no perspective, no doctrine in mind, just simply reading to understand, comparing, using rabbinical commentary to say, that sounds like bullshit. Using
No,
some
no, no.
Catholic precepts
I'm
to say,
listening.
I get it, but no, it sounds like it's a little off too. So I did a lot of comparisons from multiple religions to where it leads me to, in a nutshell, no matter what I practice personally, I believe there's a little bit of truth in pretty much all religions until you can prove it to be false or prove it to be a lie. Now, we can scrutinize and criticize all day, but that's not proving to be false. So we can say as humans, oh, well, why did God do this? I feel like he should have did this. If I was God, I wouldn't have did that. I thought we was made in his image. So if we have his feelings, then why do we feel like he should have done something outside of what a man would do? Like it goes a lot of different ways to where, like I say, the biggest thing is the communication aspect. Because to get a revelation, there must be some type of communication, or you won't even
You,
understand the
you,
revelation.
you believe that there is a supernatural force or supernatural entity out there that interferes with humans' affairs?
Um, when you say force, that's a little bit more mainstream and scientific. I would agree with that, as well as agreeing with my personal pseudo understanding being that it's an entity, which is where things like the netters and the netteru come from. These are forces that have been personified through a deeper understanding. That's why over time images change, over time the words change because there's deeper understanding of these things. So I would definitely, I mean, like I say, you could say it's
What,
pseudo to try and say both, but I would say
which,
both.
which,
It was
which,
it's
which
definitely a force.
which
Science
one of
says
them?
that there's a
Give
force.
me one of these forces that you want to dive into, whether it be the Netherus or the Christian gods like your Yahweh or whatever. Which one? Which one you want to dive into? Uh, I feel like tearing one of them apart.
um, I don't know. I don't really know a bunch of the netters by name. I know everybody's favorite is Ray or Amun Ray.
A moon ray. So, since you don't really know about the Nether, it's kind of unfair to beat upon them. Let's do Yahweh. So you're saying that this supernatural entity makes intervention into humans' life and humans' affair.
I don't call it supernatural. Um,
Who,
I think the
what?
only reason that we would use the word supernatural is because it's outside of our understanding of what natural is. So we
No,
place supernatural on it and then we would get a misunderstanding when we feel like it's something supernatural interacting within the natural. I
No,
don't believe that that's the case.
natural just having to do with physics, supernatural meaning outside physics. So,
Exactly. And I'm telling you, I don't believe that Yahweh or what you're calling Yahweh
mhm.
is outside of physics.
But everything within physics can be quantified, can be accounted for, can be proven false or proven right, correct. So you're telling me that Yahweh
Except
is,
for the spirit.
then it's not in physics, then it's not quantifiable. It's not a part of physics. It's not a part of nature. It falls in the supernatural. That's literally what it
The
means.
characteristics of the God in the Bible, who we refer to as Yahweh or you're referring to as Yahweh, is
Mhm.
not operating outside of physics.
So how can we quantify this God? How can we measure or give any account of it within
I
nature?
don't you would have to ask one of the people that encountered him or get an encounter yourself.
If it exists within nature, it is also in our universe. And we have instrument that could map the background of the entire background of our universe. We have instrument
Allegedly,
that could take
allegedly.
yeah, that could take coordinates and map things uh on different levels, so you could see it at different graphic levels. So if
Mhm.
it's close up, if it's hot, if it's cold. We also have different electromagnetic sensors, uh, things that measure seismic wave, things that can measure the tiniest vibration in the earth or in the atmosphere. And you're telling me that this entity, which is a part of physics, must be somewhere close because it's interacting with things here on earth, including humans, so it can't be light years away where our instrument can't pick it up. Because to interact, meaning you are one making an action through space and time. That
If
should
I
be,
was
that
if
should
I was
be
in your
clear.
face, could you observe me?
Yes,
Could you measure me?
yes.
And I'm telling you I'm God. So what do you do with that?
Well, you're definitely not what the Bible described or what any spiritual
Say
book
that I
describes.
was Yahweh. That's not what I'm saying.
But we're talking about Yahweh. We're not talking about any other.
Is Yahweh
You got
God?
two, man. I'm
Is
got
is he
two.
is he okay? So follow me.
I ain't following you.
Is Yahweh God?
Like my
Is
my my,
Yahweh God?
my stove is
Is
more.
Yahweh God?
My stove is a higher god than you because it makes my food every day.
Is Yahweh God?
I don't know. I'm telling
Okay.
you, Yahweh doesn't exist.
I'll accept that genuine answer. I low key feel like it was a Matumbo block. You know who Dikembe Mutombo is, right?
No, but what I can tell you is that it's not a part of
Do you
physics.
know who
It's
Dikembe
part of nature.
Mutombo is?
Matumbo.
Mm-hmm. You know who that
Is
is?
that from the Roots movie or something?
I ain't gonna drag. I won't
Just
drag
go,
it too much. It's an
just
old
go, bro.
basketball player.
Just go.
Yeah,
Just
fuck you, no
continue.
Matumbo. Sorry,
It's
I'm
a
kidding
it's
too.
an old
Uh,
basketball player. He used to block shots a lot. So I was saying you low key blocked my question, and that's what I was saying. I was trolling though. But
Oh,
what
Matumbo
you
used to
said
be up
is
here.
better
Is
than you
like
knowing who Matumbo was.
right.
oh, he's someone who comes on the panel sometimes.
No, no,
No,
no.
no, no. Like he's a
No,
legendary NBA player,
Dikembe
but he blocks a
Mutombo,
lot of shots.
yeah, he's a
So he was
legendary
just saying you
NBA
blocked
player.
him on that like Matumbo.
Yeah, and he
Uh,
used to wag his finger at you after he would block your shot. Like, no, 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 not down here. Like he owned the paint for real.
he's one of them 7 foot point guard, eh?
Yes, yes, 7 foot from Africa.
7 foot point guard is crazy, but yeah, let's definitely keep it rolling. Evolutionist, I'm enjoying you, brother Max. I was listening to a little bit of y'all before I came up
Oh,
here,
that's Max. Max, you're back.
Yeah,
Oh,
I'm back.
and that's
you,
my second
you
time
got me
hearing you,
hyped up
Max.
with your Jesus conversation too.
I'm sorry for yelling,
Yeah,
Max.
and I wasn't even trying to be talking about Jesus like that up here, but you was just drawing it out.
No,
But
you got
what were you saying,
you
Prince? Because
got
I was
what's your
following
name?
you.
Prince, is it Iman? Prince Iman?
Uh,
Iman.
some people call me Iman, Eman. It's short for
Oh,
Emmanuel.
Iman.
Emmanuel Halawai. Emmanuel Kazak Halawai. That
Okay.
means God is
Gotcha.
with us. So stay strong and give all praises to the Most High.
Nice.
Well, I know Emmanuel mean God is with us,
Right.
but
Kazak, it just means to be strong or strength. And then Halawaya means all praises to the Most High Yah. So be strong. God is with us. That's all we got to do.
all right.
And so, what were you going on to say, Prince?
Um, I was just kind of trying to see how he was putting the God of the Bible outside of natural. I could understand why somebody would say supernatural, but once you say, oh, he's outside of the natural because he's not inside of physics, I ask people to give me an example contextually how that God is outside of physics when he appears to men on many occasions. And they do things and practices to actually summon spirits for him to speak or communicate with them. So how is this making him outside of physics or outside of our universe? This is a perspective that I hear often from atheists, but I haven't heard an elaboration on what actually makes him quote unquote supernatural or outside of our realm.
Well,
Let me
wouldn't
jump
it
in
make
real
sense?
quick because
Hey, one, your mic is
the
distorted.
other
Your
people.
mic is distorted real bad, A1.
Thank you for telling me. Let me try to fix that.
No, but you sound kind of low. Is it like that for everybody, or was it just me, y'all?
Yeah, I'm hearing it too. He was distorted, and now he is low.
It sound like if you had a earpiece in with a mic on it, it might have just been a little wet or dusty or something.
What about now?
You sound distant
Yeah,
from the mic.
now it sound like you far.
Okay. I'll tap back
So you
in.
might have thought you disconnected your headphones and they not disconnected. That's what it sound like now.
Oh no.
Say
Say
Can you
something
hear
something
me
again.
now?
again. Yep, yep,
Yeah.
yep. That's
Can you hear
better.
me now?
Yes,
Yep.
sir.
Okay. Yeah. What I was gonna say,
Perfect.
Emmanuel, is I usually hear religious people making the claim that you're saying that atheists make. It's usually the religious people who are claiming that God is outside of time and space and our existence, and that's why we can't observe him, measure him, or see where he's at. But I found that funny that you put that on the atheist. I thought that was different
Well,
and it
yeah,
was unique. I've never heard it like that.
well, yeah. I'm in a back chat with predominantly atheists in there, and that's one of their biggest questions, and that's always my bounce back question. And then the subject gets changed like always when somebody asks an atheist a good question. But yeah, I'm still waiting on somebody to kind of
That's not a claim, but see, that's not a claim of atheists because they don't even believe. That's the
no, that's what
that's
I'm
the
saying.
claim
I'm
that they're
not I'm
presenting
not
here.
projecting it. I'm not projecting it on every atheist. What I'm saying is when I don't hear religious people make that claim. So this is just an
What?
instance of I guess you hearing people
Mhm.
one group of people making a claim and I hear another group of people making a claim, but I'm not saying that Christians don't make the claim. You get what I'm saying?
Do you make the
Yeah.
A1, I
claim that
think.
God lives outside of time and space? Do you make that claim?
No. Um What
What
I
are they?
will say, I guess if you want to get
I can
a,
force you to make the claim though.
if you want to get a little bit technical,
Is God is God the
I,
creator of the universe?
hold on,
Did
hold on.
God, is God
That's where we
created
finna
the
get.
universe?
That's where we finna get evolutionist. So for me to answer A1's question, as genuine as possible, that's actually where I was going with my line of question for you, evolutionist. That's why I spoke on the things that are considered God. Because if everything that is considered God is measurable or inside of this realm or inside of physics, except for Yahweh, then what are we doing with that? Are we placing that understanding on there, or is that something that we should be getting an understanding of because it's in the context? I would say that it's not in the context, but I would also say that when you talk about the creator of the universe, you're not solely talking about the God of the Bible that we call or refer to as Yahweh. So that's not my understanding. My understanding is that that spirit manifested, and once that spirit manifested, it let us know that what we're looking for, we won't be able to understand. So when you say, oh, well, is the creator of the universe outside of time and space? That's something that, according to my foundation, I won't understand. So that's the most
You're
genuine
not
way
gonna fall for
I
that
can
one.
answer
Yeah?
that question. You said, what, brother?
You're not gonna fall for that one.
I fall for it. I believe God exists outside of time and
Nah,
space and is the creator of existence.
no, Prince Iman is very careful with his words.
I
Very
try
careful.
and be as genuine as possible, and I guess that
Yeah,
does
that
definitely
was
take some,
surgical.
Nah, you're
caution with.
being very slippery, not genuine. You're sliding out the corners.
No,
I mean,
it is
He's
I
real
gotta give you
genuine.
my
surgical with that joint.
Very.
line of belief because it's not traditional. A lot of people who profess to be Hebrew Israelites or Christians won't tell you that they feel like there's anything over Yahweh. You see what I'm saying? But my understanding that is the same spirit that manifested and spoke to us as Christ. He told us that he was sent. So we would stop. So we would stop with the line of the looking for something logical and saying, okay, well, who created the God of the Bible then? Okay, well, if you're supposed to be God, who created you? Just keep following the line of the story. And then once I manifest to tell you, you'll get a perfect grasp on it. And that's how, it's personal and subjective for me, which is why it's something that I don't teach or project on anyone else. I got a perfect grasp because that was one of my biggest questions fucking 20 years ago. You see what I'm saying? If this is supposed to be God, who created God? Because this is clearly something with characteristics that are very, very close to mine and working inside of this realm. He has appeared to these people inside of this realm and claims to be, or not, it claims to be, but the Messiah claims to be this same spirit. So if the Messiah is claiming to be this same spirit, and then Messiah is saying, my Father, the only one true God, and using terms of that uh aspect, it brings back another line of question to where I say, okay, well, if we have the creator of this God now, then where why is that question still lying if he's saying it? We don't need to be asking that question because it's something that we won't understand. So just because it's something that we don't understand, do we disregard it or do we just continue to seek it? You see what I'm saying? Like in a sense,
Oh,
we still don't understand every aspect of water. But that doesn't make us neglect any aspect of it. So just because we don't understand every aspect of God doesn't mean that we should neglect every aspect of it just because we don't understand every aspect of it. And that's pretty much what I'm saying in so many words.
I sense a little bit of circular reasoning in there though, because you're saying that he said that we won't understand it. So
How is
you
that circular
that's how
reasoning?
they trap you in a paradigm because we're trying to figure out. You were asking who created God. We can't even prove that there is one. You're going to the text to say, well, he said this and that. We can't prove none of that. You put allegedly
Wait,
on a lot of
I
stuff
don't
in
think
evolution.
I don't
Hold
think that
on.
I was supposed to be
I got one
proving
more
God
sentence,
though.
bro. No, you weren't supposed to, but I'm saying you can't. And that's a fact that needs to be stated for context because my next sentence is going to tie into that. But I lost my train of thought real quick. So let me start back from the top. Yeah, you need to put allegedly on that stuff the same way you put allegedly on the stuff that evolutionists were saying. But evolutionists didn't cut you off to do it, but he could have been allegedly. He said allegedly. He could have jumped in every time he was doing stuff like that. But that's why I was adding that. Go ahead.
Well,
I did
when
want to
I
chime
say
in.
my bad, go ahead, Max. I've been talking.
But yeah, because I wanted to chime in. I believe God exists outside of time and space. God created time and space, and then exists within time and space. So he's both the creator and the creation. And we're manifestations of the creator. But we have different vessels. So none of us is all God, like God himself, but all of us are particles of God. And consciously is where you're supposed to elevate to the level of God, because consciously, the conscious realm is the realm where God exists, the creator exists, because the conscious realm is invisible. It's so as to be said that it doesn't exist. Just like the concept of a circle being 360 degrees around, you don't have to have circles in existence for that concept to be a real concept, to actually exist as a concept. I said earlier about sound and light, if there is no vessel that could perceive sound, that doesn't mean that sound doesn't exist. It just exists in an imperceivable place. And that's where the creator creates from, an imperceivable place. But
No.
then creation exists so that we can perceive what was already there. But you create existence,
You
and
see, you see,
existence
So
is separate.
Max,
hold on,
real quick,
hold on.
if I could for like
Allegedly.
5 seconds, can I say how
Allegedly.
can I say how I agree
Yeah.
with what you were saying, even though I gave a different answer?
Yeah, I was gonna say that's contradictory to what you said earlier because you said God reside within physics.
So if
Anything outside time and space is no longer within physics, which would have made God supernatural, not natural.
so there was an aspect that I hear you going into that I feel like I could make the perfect analogy to why I said what I said, which is why I also brought up the fact that I'm God. I can be in front of him and he can observe me, and I am, in so many words, an extension of the source that we're referring to. So if you want to measure something, you can get an inch from here, you can get an inch from here, you can get an inch from there, inch from there, but you'll be measuring for a very long time, trying to quantify what you're referring to, trying to quantify. Which I'm saying that to not keep saying God, 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 Yahweh, and using the name and things of that nature, because I don't like to continue to do that back to back to back to back to back. But in a sense, trees have, not even in a sense, trees have their own atmosphere, but they are in our realm. You see what I'm saying? They are
Right.
inside of the same laws of physics that we abide by. But in a sense, you're not going to see a tree jump. You see what I'm saying? So there are many things within our realm that you won't be able to you won't be able to measure on the exact scale that you want to try and measure other things with inside of physics, but because then you go back to, okay, well, what makes trees have their own atmosphere? Is that something that we can measure observantly? Is that
Yes,
something that we can
all,
just
all
look
of
at and
that,
see and
all of
measure?
that is quantifiable, bro.
Yeah.
Trees doesn't have their own atmosphere. The tree is a part. The tree interacts with the atmosphere that we interact with. The air circulates. They literally breathe oxygen, what carbon dioxide, while we breathe oxygen. We exchange
Yeah,
gas.
no, this is something I I don't remember a bunch of shit that I learned from school, but this is something 100% I can speak
I know
emphatically on
exactly
and
what you're
say
saying. I know
trees
what you're
have
saying.
their own atmosphere. They literally create their own atmosphere.
It's
So
not
in a sense, what I'm saying is just like a tree can create its own atmosphere within our observative realm,
what you're
within the
talking about
same
is like
laws
the
of
tree can
physics.
create its own weather system, like clouds, mist, rain, humidity, and causes rain to fall and stuff like that because of the gaseous exchange, but it's still a part of our atmosphere. And yes, it can be measured. Literally, there is videos on YouTube with people measuring how much plants it would take to produce enough oxygen to keep them alive. So these things are easily quantifiable. Anything.
Do you because you cut my line of reasoning, and that's it seemed like you know when I'm finna just drop it down and make sense, and
All
that's
right,
when
all right,
you
pardon.
so
Make it make sense then. Make it make sense.
so look, do you realize that if if you're saying that a tree can make its own atmosphere or oxygen or climate or small climate, however you were wording it, we would still need a tool to observe what you're speaking of. You see what I'm saying? It's nothing you can look at with your naked eye. It's something that you can observe and measure, but you would need a tool for it. So just like I mentioned to you earlier, you wouldn't need a tool to look at me and measure me, but you understand that I'm God as well because you said the same thing that you're God. So if
Can
you
you
get
piggyback
to
off of that? Because this gets. I'm sorry to cut you off, but like you're striking to the heart of it. But I feel like you were going to go right around it because that that
I'm
that's
not the best. I'm not the best at explaining. Help me out, brother. I appreciate it.
Can
yeah. So like what? Okay, what was the very last thing you said about how what was it? Uh, could you repeat just the last couple of
The
I
sentences?
know
tree is with
he
it's climate. It's climate.
he said himself that he understood that I'm God and he can measure me and observe me. Or you
Yeah.
talking about right before that? Oh, okay.
Yeah. No, I think it was right after something you had just spoken. It was about how we don't have the tools to
Right.
observe certain things. So now
Mhm.
you take something like you can say CO2, you can say hydrogen, you can say oxygen itself. Like with our naked eye, we can't see these things. Infrared signatures on things, we can't see it unless we have certain goggles. Everything,
Right.
the electromagnetic field, we don't have. If we don't have the tools, we can't see it. And I'm
So
saying
you
God
definitely
exists.
understanding what I'm saying.
God exists in the same way to where we don't have the tools to perceive God. In the realm of the imperceivable is where God exists. So when we develop tools to see things that we normally couldn't see, we are getting deeper into the realm of the imperceivable. That now a new thing is perceivable.
Again, once again,
Certain sounds become more
you guys
perceivable.
have like two corners that you guys can resort to. It's either the infinite regress or the God of the gaps. That's the only two places you guys can go. The infinite
Yeah, I think
regress
any
or
my
the
bad, go ahead.
gods of the gaps. And again, it's very unfair for you to just say, "Oh, God reside here where it can't be detected." If that's where it is, then let it be supernatural. We can never call that scientific. We can never
Well,
call that natural. We can never claim that God is a part of nature because
I don't
everything
resist
that's
that.
a part of nature can be accounted for. And you
I
just telling us that God cannot be accounted for. He's gonna
I
reside in the
consider God super.
and we should
I consider
accept
God
the gaps.
supernatural.
You
Just because.
also made it clear that we don't have a tool to detect or measure, meaning to even know anything about the God we're talking about. So all of these religious books should literally be burnt or thrown in the garbage. They are not tools leading you to God. These
But
believers just say we don't have a
So
tool.
look, this is
so
what you're
Mac,
saying. You're saying we
it's
don't.
only
Just
one
real
thing
quick,
that I
just 20
go ahead, go
seconds,
ahead.
20 seconds, because he's saying that we don't have the tools, therefore it's supernatural. I believe God to be both supernatural and natural. He's a dual God, both physical and non-physical. everything
That's
dualistic. But
literally what
then,
I was
You
finna
can't have
ask you,
it
bro.
both
That's
yeah,
ways.
but
crazy.
then, yeah,
You can't.
but then what
Like
he's describing,
natural is
though,
is the
what he's
opposite of
look, what you're
supernatural. You can't have
describing
it
is
both
because you're saying if we don't have the tools to perceive it, then it's supernatural. But if we didn't have the tools to perceive CO2, and then in certain places people will be having reactions to CO2, they would think that it was something supernatural happening. They can't perceive what's happening. Then you have the tools. Now it's no longer supernatural. And so all I'm saying is the more we develop, tools is external to us, but I feel like there's a path internally that will allow us to unlock certain chambers of our mind to perceive more and more and more stuff, down to the point where if you get 100% perception, now you can perceive God, and it's no longer supernatural. You see exactly all the mechanics of God and how it works and everything like along those lines, but we're just not there consciously.
Bro,
But
you just
therefore,
snap, boy.
you consider it supernatural.
You
again.
just snap, bro. Good shit, bro.
Thank you,
It,
appreciate it. A little over 20
if
seconds, but
that's
I
your
had to do it.
honest take on it, then everything we heard about religion and spirituality, not from this panel, not from you guys, but from like mainstream, from pastors, from people that wrote and sell books, it's all a lie, because you're telling us that we don't have the tool to perceive God. We, like, God reside in the gaps. So all this claim that these people make about God, all the characteristic that they give to God, all the attributes that they give to God, all the things that they claim God done for us, it's all a lie. Because if God was a part of nature interacting especially with us, we know stuff that doesn't even interact with us, that exists, that we can't see. Stuff like neutrino. No one alive will ever see a neutrino, even have a tool to see it. But we know it exists. We can detect it, and we know that it doesn't interact with us. In fact, millions of neutrinos passes through your body every day without doing you any harm. You don't even know. Right now, 1 billion neutrinos just go right through you, and it doesn't interact with you anyway, in any form. Yet scientists knows about neutrino. And you're
I
telling
think
me
that's a direct
God,
contradiction for you to
no,
word it
it's
like
not,
that.
because it's a antimatter. They can't even make it in the lab. And you're telling me that God, that is interfering with human and other matter having to do with our everyday existence, still can't be detected? That to me sound like we're just begging to believe. That's what we're doing at this point. And we
So
want
Yeah,
have
you're
humanity
just
to
ignorant.
accept
We
it as
haven't
science
developed
and
the
natural.
technology nor the level of consciousness. Like we're just not there yet. But it's
What
there. It's a
level?
lot of things we still
What
can't
level?
perceive.
Like, if it existed, we would have seen signs of it in the microwave background of the universe. Looking in the
No,
microwave
bro.
background of the universe,
Not necessarily.
Not if you don't have.
we find galaxies that are way older than we thought the oldest galaxy was. Looking through the microwave background, we find galaxies. Not only galaxy, we find carbon at such an early age in the universe. It baffled our mind. We're finding stuff that we didn't even expect to find, and we still can't find
You're making
one
my point,
trace
bro.
of
You're
God.
making my point.
Right. Let's
But
You
the
let's
make
point
because
is,
we're
point
consistently
is, why
developing
can't
new
we even
technologies
find the
still to this
first
day.
trace?
Because
These
we're
are
not
stuff.
that we
Hold on,
haven't developed it.
we're finding stuff that interacts with we're finding stuff that directly related to organic life. We're finding stuff that has
Yeah.
no
And
relation to organic life. We're finding stuff from earlier time than we thought. We're finding stuff that we didn't even know exists, and we still
now,
can't find a
now
trace of God.
Now, do you understand that before the moment where you found the last invention that allowed you to find the newest thing that we didn't know exists, before that thing was created, people would say, we don't even know anything about that existing. If it existed, we would know it existed by now because we would be able to measure it. So it doesn't exist because we can't measure it. And then the next day they create something and now they can measure it. And now they say, oh, okay, so it does exist because they can measure it. But before they had the technology to do it, they sound like you right now. We're still to this day creating new stuff, still to this day creating new devices to allow us to measure new things that we didn't know invented into to this day. So you don't think God himself will be the last thing that we create a device to be able to perceive? If we're still finding things before God, leading up to God, God will be the last thing that we're capable of being able to pick up. Because everything up before that is helping to paint the picture of what God is. So we're still putting the pictures of the pieces of the puzzle together. We're still currently doing it. So you can't say if it was there, we would have found it by now. No, we're still discovering new shit that we didn't find by now until just now. You think we're done? We still going.
Well, here's the interesting part right here, man. First of all, man, much love to you brothers, man. I think y'all are making some wonderful points, and this is a real good back and forth conversation that y'all have. Number one, the first question is, why do we first of all need to invent tools beyond ourselves to even detect God?
I don't think we have
That's
to.
the first question.
I think I don't think that we have to. I think it's more so speculated or demanded by man. I think that's something that men want. You see what I'm saying? I don't think that we have to have that.
Yeah, I don't think
I
so
believe
either,
that's
which is
what
why. Yeah, I don't think so either, which is why I raised that question because you know we are the tool, and then who are we in our finite position in the creation to even say that we're not, or to even say that we need some sort of outside technology to even detect this, to detect such a thing.
right.
You know, we ain't qualified to say that.
Personally, I believe that that's what the entire war between Jesus and Satan, Christ and Antichrist centers around. Is Christ is trying to get people to look inwards towards themselves and elevate their consciousness level that way, when the Antichrist to that is say to go the opposite direction and believe in everything outside of yourself, leading all the way up to AI. Because when you got people locked into AI, you could fully tap them into the matrix, and the matrix will be the false heaven, like the closest that Satan can come to creating, to imitating God's creation and being full controller and leader over AI and everybody that's
Well, I
locked in.
wouldn't go that far. I mean,
But
I
that's
hear
the
you.
anti. That's the
I
anti to what Christ is, and Christ is full natural. We don't need tools to understand God.
Okay, I hear you, and I'm gonna respect that, but I can't go without saying that was a very abstract explanation.
I got unlimited abstract
Yeah,
explanation.
that was very abstract, but like I say, I respect it. And then with AI, I mean, I guess it depends on the degree of AI you're working with. But is AI the issue, or is the issue the information that is putting out there, right? Because information is information is information, no matter where you get it, whether it's from a human, a book, or anywhere. You should always put any information that you receive from any source to the test to see if it holds merit. Correct?
There you go.
Correct.
All right. So it's not AI that's the issue. It's the type of information that you receive from such a source to go back and fact check.
Right. And so, like, I'm saying
And
AI
see,
is more.
things that are artificial are man-made, and I think that's another problem that we gotta, pick up on when we talking about and discussing about AI.
All
Like,
right.
we can't never forget, because of how intelligent it is compared to the masses, that it's man-made. At the end of the day, it's artificial. We are authentic.
Right. And my argument was, Brother Prince, my argument is the information artificial? Is the information as artificial as the intelligence? Because the intelligence may not necessarily be artificial. The information may not necessarily be artificial, but the source that you receive the information from is artificial. Correct?
Correct.
So you have to. So my case in point is, whether it doesn't matter the source or the resource you receive the information. At the end of the day, it's a matter of does the information hold merit? Does it have value? Is it practical? That's all it is at the end of the day. No matter if the intelligence is artificial.
Yeah, that's speaking in terms of intelligence. You know, you always want intelligence, but the reason why AI is the enemy is because you have a generation of children who grow up where that's all they know. They don't have their own intelligence. They just ask as AI, and they get so consumed in that world that they don't, it becomes hard for them to distinguish reality from this fake world. And then they start to lose the connection to the ancestors and to God and whatever
Right.
you want, whatever natural entity you want to believe in, they get further and further away from that and leaning more and more into just AI until you're
Yeah.
literally just
Yeah.
in the matrix
Well,
because you become lovers of sensation
yeah. Well, even more
rather than
comprehensive.
lovers of spirit.
Well, if we can get even more comprehensive than that, one second. If we can get even more comprehensive than that, I get your point when you say that AI is the enemy, but is AI really the enemy, or is it the people that misuse the tool is it the people that misuse the tool that is the
It's
enemy?
100% that. The
Huh?
second one. The second one. It's the people who misuse the
Yeah,
technology. It's
yeah.
that one.
It's the people that misuse the technology that is the enemy. It's not, AI ain't necessarily the enemy because AI can't do nothing to AI technically can't do anything to you until you start interacting with it, unless it goes
Right.
Skynet. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But it's like any tool. If a tool is sitting on the table, a tool is just a tool. A tool is a dead thing. A hammer ain't got no consciousness. But if I'm the consciousness behind what it does, I'm the one that's the enemy.
Now I got another abstract analogy for you because I'm saying enemy in the context because a gun is a gun. A gun can't be pro or con to anything. It's
Correct.
Max,
whoever
this
it
is
Correct.
can
It's the
handle.
consciousness,
like the
right? It's the
fourth
consciousness
time
behind
you.
it, right?
This like the fourth time, Max, where you say something that's I literally had my mouth open to say that shit, bro. No diddy. That's crazy. That's crazy. Go
Yeah,
ahead though.
yeah. So that's what it is. So when in the context of how I'm using it, I mean it to where now have you seen the movie the Avatar, the James Cameron Avatar
I've
movies?
seen the first one. You talking about them blue people?
Yeah.
I've
So you
seen
know
the
how
very first one. Yeah.
they had the blue people, they were in tune with nature, and then you have the army that came in trying to destroy shit and take shit up, destroy stuff and take things over. I would say if I was one of the Navi, the indigenous blue people, I would say like the enemy, picking up a weapon and using these guns, they're the enemy because
Go sit down.
you'll start to rely so much on weaponry to defend yourself that you'll lose the connection to the mother spirit of this planet. And with them being able to use the mother spirit, they were able to control animals. The trees was helping them, the plants, the wildlife, and everything because they were in touch and in tune.
Yeah.
So I mean it like in the sense of like that. It's going to keep you if you're not ready for that type of technology, it's going to keep you from using it for good, and it's going to become a hindrance.
But you know what? But see, now that you brought up that analogy, look what tools was used to tap into to what's called nature. They were the tool. And
Yeah,
what
the
right,
people, right?
that's what
The
the point that
actual
I was
people.
right. The
Yeah.
actual people were the tools, and that's
Yes.
what my point was when I first came in to ask that question. Why aren't we looking within ourselves to find that higher power? Right?
Because people rather ask Chat GPT how to solve their problem. And that's what I mean. Instead of reflecting on themselves and taking accountability for their own shit and really just gathering all their experiences and blaming themselves for the things they needed to blame. Instead of doing that, they just will ask Chat GPT how to tell them what they want to hear.
Yeah.
They'll frame questions in ways to where the AI has to give you what you want to hear.
Yeah.
And then so you don't have internal reflection. And so that's what I mean. It's not the enemy, the technology itself. The technology itself is benevolent, like a gun. But it's the enemy to those who are spiritually not all the way.
Low, just low
Yeah,
vibration.
spiritually low.
Yeah.
Low vibration.
I don't think
Exactly.
you meant to say benevolent.
Spiritually intelligent. Well, yeah, it is. I do mean benevolent, because a gun is benevolent because it could be used for protection, genuine protection, or it could be used for, just aggressive, strong arming people.
Yeah, but
the gun itself
if it's
doesn't get
neutral,
to choose.
If it's neutral, it doesn't make it benevolent, right? Benevolent.
Okay, you're right. Okay,
yeah. That's why I said I don't think that's what you meant to say.
Okay,
yeah.
You like my homeboy. You're like my homeboy Tice. You make sure I use the exact right word. You know what I meant, but you.
I knew what you meant.
It was bugging you, huh?
What about
it was bugging you?
Before,
you had to
before
correct
you got
me on
AI
that.
and stuff. Like you're saying that back then people had the answer because they didn't have AI and computers. So
they were in tune with themselves. They were the tool, like my
were,
boy
but
Daryl
you're
says,
saying that
Cosmon says.
They had more
the people
answers
were the tool.
than us today. You're saying people back then had more answers than people nowadays.
Yeah, more answers, more intelligence, more everything. Like we're definitely the dum-dums of humanity, just historically.
Because they weren't living longer than people live today. They weren't
I wouldn't be so sure about that. I wouldn't be so sure about that.
Their lifespan is recorded, and it's 30 to 40 years.
I wouldn't be so sure about that. I guess it depends on how far we go back, but I wouldn't be sure about that.
Yeah.
Even the ancient Egyptian, like old age in Egypt was like the age of 40. So I don't know which, and Egypt was one of the pinnacle of civilization back then. But when it comes to,
I think we're having a good. I'll let you have that because we're having a good enough conversation for us to turn it into my source versus your source, because that's what it would.
We don't have to do the my source versus.
Yeah, I mean, if I ain't got a source to prove my point, I wouldn't even.
It's a difference between.
You would have to look it up. There are sources where you could quote people living hundreds of years back then and stuff like that, but you would have to. Well, do you trust that source? Who says that's a reliable source? And we don't have to.
You still got people living hundreds a year today.
I'll just give you that. I'll just say that. But more intelligence.
More people living hundreds to their hundreds nowadays than back then. The life.
I think there was more then.
Going up.
I think we're less.
But let's think of intelligence. Just intelligence. Let's not talk about age. Let's think about intelligence.
We're less intelligent, but we have more knowledge.
No, I don't believe so. I believe there was more knowledge there because they walked around. They walked around with the knowledge of the things that we're still studying and trying to figure out if it was this or if it was that. They actually walked around with the knowledge of if it was this or if it was that.
I mean, even for them to build pyramids on sand and for them to stand and not to be able to fit a thread between the bricks, and we still trying to figure out how they constructed that.
When
they had access to something that we don't have today.
The entire region.
That's what it boils down to. Knowledge.
Biased, because the entire region was sand. Where else they're gonna build a pyramid? They're gonna invade someone else's land to build pyramids, or just build it on the sand.
We don't know how. We don't know how they were able to do it. Nobody. We're still studying and trying to figure out how. But they knew how.
Scientists already did how many LiDAR and radar and pyramids and already cracked every single code.
No, they haven't. No, everything is speculation and a theory. All of it. All of it is speculation.
Maybe spiritualists are trying to figure that shit. That
scientists. There is no scientist that says this is how it was done, and the scientific community was like, there it is. No, they all have their different theories on how it was done. And whoever is making the current claim is going to be like, this is how it was done. But you can't say, well, they figured it out, because the scientific community, they're all debating on how it could have been. There is no consensus. We're still trying to figure it out. But they actually know how it was done because they did it. So they had more knowledge.
There's not just one way to do stuff. There's more than one way to do stuff, especially when you have people.
And we're speculating. Well, we're speculating, and they actually knew because they did it. Therefore, they have more knowledge. We can't, it's impossible for us to have more knowledge on those things.
Not
when we're still speculating.
How is a lot of choices.
I think the lines are
No,
getting blurred. Like
how is knowledge?
if I can, if I
They
can,
know how.
if I
A
can
They're
pyramid,
interject,
wondering how.
pyramid is the easiest structure to build. Geometrically, a pyramid, you could shut your eye and build a pyramid. Just make sure that the rock that you put, make sure that whatever you put on top is geometrically smaller than the one that is below. So the base is always larger than anything goes on top. You could shut your eye and build a pyramid.
I mean, that's kind of like a no-brainer. That's kind of a no-brainer. I mean, you can draw a triangle and see that the base has to be wider.
Yeah, exactly.
It is literally.
This thing, it's like saying the way you walk on, it's easy. The way you walk on water is to make sure that your body stays above the water and you don't sink underneath and submerge yourself in the water. It's simple. That's how you walk on water. Just stay
when it comes to
above
structural engineer, literally.
Yeah, but do we know how they did it? Do we know how they did it? No, because the scientists can't redo it. Because it actually isn't a pyramid. It actually goes down into the ground. The more chambers, it actually forms a diamond. And they're speculating if it's actually the mothership of something. Like if these are all actual crafts that can come out of the ground. They're still speculating.
I guarantee you, once you say they're speculating if it's a mothership, you're watching sci-fi channels. You're not watching
but those claims are just as relevant as any other scientific claim to how it was done and what they are, because it's all speculation.
There's no consensus that is hung up on how the pyramids were built.
Okay,
there's not one credible scientist that is still thinking about that.
Okay, brother evolutionist, I hear you, brother. But what Max is saying, everything that he just presented. In regards to how the pyramids was built, he was saying genuinely that it was speculation. He wasn't saying that it was like that it was empirical. You know, he'll say something speculative and say that it was speculative, and then you would take it as if it was the actual matter or the actual evidence and defend it. He's just saying the speculation. That's all.
And they're all on the same level. Nobody is like, no, that's really dumb. This one is the smart theory. That's the dumb theory. That's the really smart theory. That's the nobody. They're all on the same level. Like this is what I think, and this is what I think. The consensus is the same all across the board. We don't know, but here's my theory. Here's mine. There's no consensus, but there's a 100% consensus when it comes to the people who built the pyramids. The people who built the pyramids, it's 100% consensus all across the board how it was built because they built it. So there's no way that we can have more knowledge than them. It's impossible with that line of reasoning. They built it, so they know. We're looking at what they built, so all we can do is speculate. That's what we're doing. We're not more knowledgeable.
Yeah, I think a lot of it is if I can.
Those that built the pyramid couldn't build the Empire State Building.
But they could, but they wouldn't waste their time because they were like, this should have get blown down. This is structurally, we could make something better.
Most of those buildings were built as a sign of prestige. So in a time where skyrise and skyscrapers were seen as being prestigious and rich and wealthy, Egyptians would have definitely be building skyscrapers like they attempted to do many times.
Well, I guess it depends on the logic. It depends on the logic because
hold on. Let me kind of retract that a little bit because I said they couldn't. They probably could because they were great architecture.
I'm just saying that. I'm not saying that they could. I'm not saying they could. But I don't think we qualified to say that they weren't able to. I think a lot of it really is just the context because when you look at it structurally, if you build a pyramid, especially on a terrain like sand, a pyramid can't tip over. I mean, it won't tip over like an erect rectangular building would. You see what I'm saying? So like I say, it was probably just a matter of strategy to building a structure on the sand like that, man. I mean,
and the pyramids align with the stars. You take it to the next dimension. The pyramids align with constellations, right? We don't know how they were able to do that, but they're
gonna mess it up with the pseudo astrology. Cosman made a good point. The way they excavate on the sand, you got to have some knowledge of engineering to know that the sand is going to shift and how how to not make the structure actually shift with the sand. A lot of engineers struggle with that, but they were able to do that by digging down and putting a what we call a foundation.
Correct.
Yeah.
But, but
Those
this is
messed
all
up
they
now with
did.
no,
They
no
studied astrology
astrology.
to do
Nothing was
these things.
aligned with no star. The
Yes, they studied astrology. You just said
the constellation is in constant motion. Whatever constellation is above your head this December will not be the same constellation above your head for maybe another 26,000 years.
bro, I've seen the Orion's belt above my head like
I
my
don't
whole
know
life.
about that. Right?
Yeah.
I'm an amateur astronomer, man. I don't know if I can agree with that, but okay.
Yeah, I've seen the Orion's belt over
The
my head my whole
pyramid
life.
was built. If the Orion's belt was supposed to be aligned with the pyramids, there is no way no one living today would have still seen the Orion's belt aligned with the pyramid still, because the constellation doesn't move that way. It's not stagnant.
They do, bro. It
always
moves
be that
like a
same
clock. They move like a clock around Polaris. That's why Polaris has been in the same spot since the beginning of us knowing that Polaris existed.
No, that's not why. Polaris is in the same spot because it aligns with the axis on which the Earth rotates. So it's at the dead center north. It's the only star,
and the stars rotate around it in the same orbit
that will keep its constellation, because it also moves with the Earth. So while the Earth is moving, Polaris is moving with the Earth. It's aligned with the axis. So when we're rotating, it doesn't even look as if it's moving. It's always still. It's just basic geometry. But other stars do not keep the same coordinates as Polaris. Everything else,
they don't keep the same coordinates. They're coordinated. They're aligned to Polaris the exact same way. They don't break their alignment from Polaris. So if Polaris is in the same spot and these stars are orbiting Polaris, then we're always going to see them in the same spot as we do.
From our relative perspective here on Earth, you're putting too much emphasis on Polaris, because if we shift to the moon, we wouldn't have a Polaris above our head, and Polaris would
yes,
have.
we would, dude. That is not. That's just factually incorrect. Dude.
Polaris would have just been another wandering star, and we would have we would have get another star that is aligned with the axis of the moon. Do you know?
You said a lot of smart stuff tonight, but I don't think you're thinking about that one.
Think about pushing a pin through a tennis ball, and then you spin the tennis ball around the pin that goes horizontally or vertically right through the tennis ball. Now, Polaris is whatever you stick on the top of the needle. The tennis ball spins, but whatever you stick on the top of the needle, because the needle now become the axis, it doesn't move. Everything move around the axis. Whatever is at the top of the needle will always, from your relative perspective, appears to stand still. Everything else, however, is moving. It's basic.
Yeah, but if the stars on the stars on the ball, the stars will be affixed to the ball. So as it rotates around the pin, which would be Polaris, it would all the constellations would still, in 24 hours, it would return back to its original state, because it's just rotating around Polaris. Polaris is spinning on an axis, but just like the ball makes a 360-degree rotation, the stars being affixed to the ball they all make those same 360. That's why when you look up, you see the same stars. You see the same stars.
Let me explain to you why you're wrong. The stars are aligned to Sagittarius A, which is a gigantic black hole at the center of our galaxy. Every star in our galaxy, including our sun, rotates around Sagittarius A, just like every planet in our solar system rotates around our sun. What you're saying is that because our moon is aligned with the Earth, you're saying that everything else that we see must be affixed to the moon, while everything else, as we know, is affixed to the sun, not the moon. It's the same thing. Polaris is a star. Every other star around us is affixed to Sagittarius A black hole, not another star. Stars hate stars. No star want to go close to another star. It will either get eaten or flown away. Stars hate stars. They will spiral around a black hole or a dead star.
Okay, can I chime in on this evolution? As you said, first of all, you said stars hate stars.
Stars do not like stars.
Okay, what do you call star clusters? First of all, stars hate stars.
Secondly, it's a cluster from our perspective.
Secondly, hold on. Secondly,
secondly, brother, from our perspective, but in reality,
brother,
they're light years away from each
other. Secondly, our galaxy is a black hole. Look it right up.
I said it. Sagittarius A. Sagittarius A. That's the name of it. Sagittarius A. That's the name of the massive super black hole at the center of our galaxy that even our sun and this planet Earth rotates around it.
Right, our galaxy is that's what I was saying. Our galaxy is a black hole itself. Every galaxy is a black hole.
Sagittarius A. That's why I'm telling you, stars do not rotate around stars. Stars don't do that. They rotate around black holes or dead neutrons.
You didn't say that stars rotate. Okay, that's not what you said originally.
I said stars hate, like dislike. Stars do not like other stars. A cluster to us is from perspective, but in reality, no star is 4 light years away that close. Stars are years away from each other. If something conscious should leave one star to a next star, it will die.
Can somebody pull up a star cluster, please?
They're not close to each other as you think.
He's right to say that. Like they do be light years away from each other.
We call it a cluster.
Like just like how Polaris is light years away from us. Like
exactly.
But what I'm saying is that the star, the way just like how the Earth rotates or orbits around the sun, that's what the stars make the same orbit around Polaris, and that's how it makes the celestial calendar with the astrology signs and everything like that, because it goes around Polaris throughout the year. But because Polaris is in the same spot, you'll always, depending on where you are, when you look up, you're always going to see the same stars directly above. I've been watching and looking at the same stars above me my whole life where I live in California. So, but look, I don't even really want to I can't get too deep into the space talk with you, because I got a whole nother thing on that's going to piss everybody off and going to make everybody want to call me a dummy, because I don't believe in space the way they teach it to us. Don't believe we live on the globe, believe the earth is flat. And
you're a flat earther, Max? No.
Yes. So that's why I'm like, I can't. That would be a whole nother 17 hours of debating. So I can't. Can we get back to Jesus or one thing that won't? Because the flat Earth thing is a whole. We'll never get back to what we were talking about. We're at a fork in the road right here. So we're gonna choose if we going back the way we came, or if you want to challenge me on some flat Earth stuff. Like I don't believe this. That's why I see the Polaris as being directly above us. It's our most northern point in the sky, and everything rotates around it above us. And just like as above, so below. So just like the heavens above us stretch out forever into infinity, I believe the plane we exist on stretches out forever into infinity. But we're trapped to we're localized to just one central location based off of the ice wall that we're surrounded by. But that's another discussion that will take us away from consciousness, even though I believe the reason why they teach us that the earth is a globe is to hide you from God. That's the whole purpose of it.
Our closest neighbor, Proxima Centauri, is 4.25 light years away. That's closely 40 trillion kilometers away. 40 trillion.
Okay.
kilometers away. That's our closest. But I guess what he's saying that they're pretty close because the universe is so vast. So technically, that's why they call them clusters and stuff. But think about that that's why I'm saying it's relative. You know,
Right, it is.
From our perspective, it seems as if they're close because the universe is so vast. But something that's 40 trillion kilometers away, come on. How many lifetime you got to live to get there?
Right.
Think about that. 1 or 2 lifetime to 100 years, still not going to get you there. You got to live at least 5 times or 9 times before you get there.
Right. But that's what I'm like, that I would have to, in order to debate any of that, I would be debating shit that I don't even really believe, essentially, because I don't believe in space as being that. Like, I believe the sun is local to us. I don't believe the sun is however many light years they want to say away. The sun and the moon is both here under the dome. And I believe space, outer space, they're celestial waters that we can't get out into, and we've never been out into. We're just trapped under the dome. And they pretend like they go to outer space, but they don't.
Well, it's very, very hard to convince you because
I got the source. I can actually source that. Yeah, I can actually source that. The moon is in the atmosphere of the Earth. I can source that.
All right, so that's that. If you want to give me that, I'm at least halfway there. I say
what
the sun
part
is
of the atmosphere are we talking about?
Oh, it's in the outer atmosphere. It's like the outermost. It's one of the outermost layers. But
Okay.
I can show it to you. I got the scientific source. So that it's objective. You got to argue with the source, not me.
It's gravitationally locked with the Earth, and it's
in the Earth's atmosphere. I'm gonna drop the link in the chat.
For a few more billion years because it's slowly drifting away. So soon we're gonna lose the moon altogether.
Yeah, I don't believe that. I believe that's all NASA bullshit
No,
to get
but
people to believe
it's
in things that ain't
measurable
real.
though. It's not about belief, it's measurable. If someone's measuring this thing drifting away yearly by the length of a fingernail, but over time, over millions and billions of years, that distance become relevant to where the moon could actually get flown off into outer space.
I believe they're lying about all that. They just lie about that. I don't believe the moon can't drift off. No matter, just like how the ocean has ebbs and flows, and you can measure the ocean at this height or whatever this year, and the next year is different. Like the moon but it's never going to float off because it's aligned with this. I believe the Earth is like a magnetic watch, and then the sun and the moon are like this hour and the second hands and all this type of stuff or whatever. But it spirals around the Earth magnetically. There's a magnetic pull to the Earth, and that's what the gravity isn't a real thing. It's just a theory. But magnetism is what pulls things to the center of it's what pulls things down. It's something magnetic underneath our feet that pulls molecules towards it. But that's why the more dense you are, the stronger the magnetic pull. The less dense you are, the weaker the magnetic pull, to the point to where you'll float because it isn't enough magnetism to pull you towards it anymore. And when you look at it like that, you don't need gravity to explain anything. It explains everything. But if you explain the theory of gravity, you have to interject buoyancy into
magnets
that
attract
theory.
other magnets? Do magnets attract other magnets?
Yes.
So how do you use a magnet on the Earth if the Earth is a giant magnet that pulling everything down?
By doing what I just said yes to. Magnets pull other magnets.
Yeah, but
so we're being
if
pulled.
the Earth is attracted to a piece of magnet, how the hell do you how are you able to pick it up, to use it, to walk around with it? How is that possible? It should climb.
What do you mean? You don't
stick to the Earth and can't move. because the
No,
Earth,
because
the size of the
we're
Earth,
not.
if it's such, that would be a huge magnet.
It
Nothing,
is.
nothing
People
metallic,
call it the force
nothing
of
with
gravity.
iron that attract magnet could literally be used. Everything
Yeah,
would just
yes, it
the
could. It
Earth
could.
would-
Because you're thinking about it on a like a X-Man Magneto level to
But that's a
where
magnet, though.
every
That's how magnet work.
no the force of the magnets, the way we're being pulled is it's enough to where you're being pulled towards it. But if you're on solid ground, you're not going to get pulled through the solid ground. Like you're not it's not pulling you like that on a cartoon level. It's the reason why if you jump, you're going to go immediately back to the solid ground. And if there was no solid ground there, you would just keep getting pulled all the way down to where the magnet is. That's why if you're in the water and there's no solid ground, you become more dense than the water. You just keep sinking until
But
you hit something
you're
solid that's in
explaining
between
gravity.
you and the pool.
You're explaining gravity and not magnetism. That's what
Yeah,
you're
but
explaining.
I'm explaining magnetism, and I
No, you're
don't
not.
need gravity.
That's
Just like
not that's not magnetism
magnets
you're
can
explaining. It's
attract
gravity.
magnets without the force of gravity. Like if I have a large magnet above a smaller magnet, the
Let
smaller
me explain.
magnet will go up. It will
And
go up against the force
remember,
of gravity towards the
remember,
larger magnet.
I gave you materials that are attracted to magnet, like metals, like stuff with iron in
Yes,
it, or other
yes,
magnets. The human
yes,
body, the tree, and most of the
yes.
things that gravity pulls back to the earth are not magnetic. So
We are.
if the force, I'm telling you, most of the things, you could Google it for yourself. Most of the things on the earth are not magnetic. So
Everything, all
force
of
that
existence is
if the force that
electromagnetic.
is bringing things back down was magnetism, then most things would float.
No, that's not the case. Everything is
It's not the
electromagnetism,
case
and
because
everything is
gravity exists.
electromagnetic.
Duh. It can't be the case because gravity still exists.
No, that is
Contrary
it's magnetism.
contrary to flat earthers' belief.
Electromagnetism is we still what is in we're being attracted by the same thing that's in us, electromagnetism. But the only thing that keeps us from continuously being pulled is something solid in between us and the force that's pulling us.
It's called
But
the earth,
if
the
you have
crust, the
less,
earth crust.
if you have less,
The
if you
earth
have
crust.
less
The same thing we
density, if
used
you
to
have
do
less
farming.
mass, if you have less mass, that would equal less electromagnetism, and you would be able to float. The force of the pull wouldn't be strong enough to bring you down. Like so you float like a balloon filled with helium. But a balloon with no air in it, no
Electromagnetism.
helium, it is also being pulled to the floor by this electromagnetic force. Because on a molecular level,
Electromagnetism do not care about mass. It cares
it
about
it
free.
does.
It cares about free
That's not
floating
true.
electrons. That's what
That's
it
not
cares about.
true.
Free
It doesn't.
floating
It does care about
electrons,
mass. Because
not
if I
mass.
had if I had a large magnet
Mhm.
suspended above a
Yeah.
smaller magnet, the smaller
Mhm.
magnet will go against the force of gravity and go up
Mhm.
to the
Mhm.
larger magnet because the
Yes,
larger magnet has more
and
mass.
only the magnet. If you put pens, pencils, dirt, rubber bands on the table, they will not go up. That magnetic force have no power
Yeah,
over
because
them.
that's just
It will only pick up paper,
that's why I told you specifically it's electromagnetism.
and the
It
earth
isn't just
provides. The
iron
earth
and copper.
produces
Like
electromagnetic power.
we're
But
electromagnetic beings.
listen, if you were electromagnetic being, there's no way you could operate an electromagnetic crusher or picker, and there's no way a human being could walk
We
next to
are.
one
You can
of
look
those.
that. This isn't even pseudoscience. You just look it up how the body uses electromagnetism. But it's the reason why if somebody grabs something and they're being electrocuted, they grab something and they're being electrocuted, and you don't have
Yeah,
rubber
because you
gloves,
got
but
free floating,
you
you got
grab them
free
too, you
floating
will be
electrons
sucked
in your
in.
body.
You will be sucked into their magnetic force and you won't be able to let that person go. And however many people touch you guys, they're all going to be sucked into this electromagnetic force. until somebody can turn off the
That's
source.
not how electromagnetic force work.
That
You
it
have
is.
a
It's
very
the
pseudo
electricity. Yes,
definition
it's the
of
electricity.
electromagnetic
The
force.
electricity is what's. If you remove magnetism, because you're thinking of it like a magnet that you put on your refrigerator. If you remove magnetism and just leave it to electricity, electricity is what makes those people stick to each other. It's pulling them in. That
Magnet,
electronic force
the
combined with
magnet on
magnetism
your refrigerator.
is what's
Let
at
me
work.
explain to you. The magnet on your refrigerator, the magnet in your car motor, or a electromagnetic machine that you devise to generate electromagnetic force is the same magnetic force. The only difference between the electromagnetic and a piece of magnet is one is called permanent magnet because it can't be shut off or it's not dependent on a electrical current flowing through it. The electrons in the metal itself is already aligned in the same direction. It's called permanent magnet. That's a piece of magnet that you could walk around with in your pocket. What happened when electricity, when current flows through a wire and generate an electromagnetic force, is the current flowing through the wire or flowing through the medium causing all the electrons to align in the same place, in the same direction. That is why it can pick up stuff. And the moment the current stops flowing, the electrons is scattered and it loses magnetism. The reason why the earth produces an electromagnetic field is because of the turning, the rotational force of the earth rotating on its axis, and metals like nickel and iron in the core under high heat and pressure turning produces electricity, and that electricity generates an electromagnetic field that protects us from ionizing radiation from outer space that doesn't exist. You get it?
And so yeah, but that's the crux of where we disagree, because I don't believe that the earth is a globe. I don't believe the earth spins, but the electromagnetic field is what we're describing, the same electromagnetic field. You're just saying the earth has to spin to create it.
So where is
I'm saying
how is the earth producing electromagnetic energy if it's not spinning? How do you get electromagnetic energy without rotational force? My head is at this point baffled. I don't know if I have a left-sided brain, right side. I don't know. How do you get electromagnetic force without rotation? Who plugs the earth in a generator? Where is this energy coming from?
I believe that the energy is there's some mysterious self-sustaining energy, because when you could boil it down to an atomic level with electrons and whatever, like there's these electrons
just say God did it. Just say God did it. Save me.
It's just, if you just take it down to the level of electrons, these electrons are generating electricity, but it's not from an orbit. It's not from spinning. It's just something in it to where
why don't you just say
electricity?
I don't know.
It doesn't.
If you don't know, why do you have to come up with your own, like make up stuff? Why don't you just leave it at I don't know?
He said, "How can an electronic force be generated without a spin? It would be the same way an electron does it. It just generates it."
That's not what you said. Hold on. Okay, now please don't cut me off when I respond to this, because that's not what you said. You said there's a mysterious force, which means I don't know. But instead of saying I don't know, you made something up. I'm gonna mute out now because I'm working.
I said it's an electronic
You
force.
didn't at first.
I said it's a mysterious. I said it's a mysterious force that on a level of electrons, they're generating electricity, but it's not from an orbit. You're not spinning in generating electricity. So I can't explain how they're generating electricity without orbiting anything, but it's happening. So that's what I'm saying. How could it? His question was, how could it happen? the same way an electron
This
does.
is right. Let's be basic. This is what we know. For electricity to be generated, electrons have to be in motion, meaning they have to be moving, and they have to be moving in the same direction. They can oscillate, but you got to have electrons moving in the same direction.
Right.
So you can't just have some going east, west, north, and south. You can have some going left, and you can have a line going right. That's oscillation. Or you can have it go left, then right, or you can have it go left continuously or right continuously. But it has to be moving, and all the electrons, meaning all the north, if all the north pole is on the right side, for each electron, all north has to be on the right side. Just like when soldiers are marching and they line up to march, it has to be very uniform and very orchestrated. Everyone moving at the same time in the same direction. That's the only way you get electricity. How on a stationary flat earth that is not rotating, how do you get electricity? How do you get this magnetic force?
Vibration. I'll keep the answer short. Vibration, by vibrating at a certain frequency. The world, the entire world of existence can be understood in terms of matter, in terms of energy, frequency, and vibration. You use those three things to explain everything else.
Okay.
But yeah, man, I actually do got to go, man. I should have left hours ago, to be honest. But man, this was a great conversation. I really enjoyed it. And I'm not making claims of being right about anything. I'm just telling you what I believe under everything. A1 likes for you to give the disclaimer of allegedly, or this is what I believe behind everything. But just for everyone that's here, just know everything I say, this is what I believe. And I'm sharing what I believe, but I'm extremely interested in having conversations with people like you, evolutionists, because what you're saying is not bullshit. You're not saying bullshit. You're asking legitimate questions that my answers is just, this is what it seems to be to me. But it's I love the thought that you send me to, like the train of thought that you make me have to go down to rationalize what I already believe. So hopefully
other than when
you're on here
like
again.
the gods of the gaps, or like just now you said like some mysterious force. Other than that, you give good answers. At least you got good comebacks. Pause. But
Thank you. I appreciate it. And I could have the statement, if I didn't say mysterious force, like I only said that just to say I don't know what causes the electron to generate but then I guess I should have just said it's just vibration and frequency that causes the electronic vibration, frequency, and energy.
I hope I didn't scare you off, bro.
No, you didn't. I'm telling you, I love the conversation. Like I said, I really did have to leave so long ago. I can't. This conversation is great. I want more of it, but I do got to get up out of here. And hopefully we can continue it.
And you don't always have to put a disclaimer on stuff. I will. And you don't always have to put a disclaimer on stuff, but you answered as if you had the answer. Like, and if you don't,
saying, like I naturally. Sorry about that. Go ahead. You never cut me off.
Yeah. To the people who are listening, they think you may have studied this, and so you need to clarify that stuff when you're giving answers. Say, I think.
Well, I have studied it.
Don't answer.
I have studied everything I speak on. It does come from studies, but I believe that nobody has the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. All we could do is help each other get down to the bottom of it. That's all anybody could do. Nobody. I haven't met a single person in existence that's come with the whole truth and nothing but the truth. But if we collectively put the pieces together, not only is it fun to do that, but like we might actually get somewhere.
Hey Max, let me ask you this before you go. Why don't flat earthers deal with gravity? What's the thing against gravity?
It's irrelevant to what causes things to rise and fall. This is my main thing. This is how gravity is always brought up in conversations that I have with flat earth. Because my thing is to say this: I start off by stating how, you know, the Earth spins at 1,000 miles per hour, and you have all these trillions and gazillions of tons of water on our planet. So what keeps the water from spinning off into space? Because the Earth is spinning at 1,000 miles per hour. So obviously people say gravity. I'm saying, but gravity is a constant force. It's not a little bit of gravity over here, but a lot of bit of gravity over there. It's a constant force working on all things the same rate. So how come the Earth can't resist? I mean, the water can't resist the force of gravity, and it just stays still and stationary and in the same ebb and flow. But a butterfly could just flutter through the force of gravity. Bees could just buzz on through, but they're resisting the same force that's keeping the ocean waters from spinning off at 1,000 miles per hour. That's a very tremendous force. How do these birds and bees and stuff just flutter through it?
You know that if you actually apply the maths, they gave you the calculations, and if you apply the calculation, you will see that the butterfly can resist the force of gravity because of how much the butterfly actually weighs. You know,
buoyancy.
No, hold on. I'm saying if the equation that they gave you to calculate gravity works for the boat, works for the butterfly, the sea urchin at the bottom of the ocean, and even an asteroid floating across
What is all that noise,
the horizon.
It's not coming from me.
If the calculation, if the math that they gave you, the equation for gravity actually works for those, and it literally can tell you why the butterfly can resist the gravity, but the massive body of water on Earth can't resist that gravity. Why would you think the calculation is wrong, and why would you still not accept gravity after that? Because even as a flat earther, gravity would actually make a lot of you guys' arguments more.
I have an exact answer. The reason why is because in explaining the theory of gravity, you have to, it's unavoidable. You have to include buoyancy. You have to include how denser objects sink and lighter objects float. Because when you're explaining gravity, you say, okay, you take a balloon and it has no air in it and it sinks to the floor, but then you fill it up with air or helium and it floats. So how come a balloon, which has a larger mass than something like an apple, why does the apple fall? Why does the balloon float? And then you have to introduce, well, because the balloon is more buoyant than the apple. So there goes buoyancy. But if you remove gravity and then you just, well, how does gravity not exist? You get into explaining buoyancy and you say things rise and fall based on how buoyant they are. Objects that are less buoyant float, objects that are more buoyant sink, and that's through all mediums, whether it's gas, solid, or liquid. That works through all mediums, and you never have to introduce gravity into the equation. And then they say, well, why does the force of gravity make things fall down and not up or sideways or this or that? And I would say what I just previously said, because the electromagnetic force beneath us is what's pulling everything down. And the rate of how buoyant you are is going to decide whether you get pulled extremely fast or if you're light enough to float. Buoyancy. You never need gravity to explain that, but you need buoyancy to explain gravity. So I'm like, you could just get gravity out of there.
Can I get in?
Yeah.
Yeah. It ain't how y'all doing. It ain't even that complicated. So the reason the water does not just spin off the Earth as it spins over 1,000 miles an hour, is because the gravity pushes all the water to center mass. It's all trying to go to the center of the Earth. And so since the planet is not flat, is a spherical oblique, the shit is being pushed to the center. That's why I don't fly off. Very simple. Y'all can look this up. That's not
very. You said a bunch of things. You didn't say anything. It's not flat because I already said the force that it would take, the amount of force that it takes. I'm explaining to you. I'm explaining to you why you're wrong. the amount of force is, you are wrong, and I'm explaining how. And I would appreciate if you listen to my explanation the way I just listened to your explanation. I didn't want to listen to your explanation, but you gave it, and I listened.
Okay,
Can I get the same respect? No, it's wrong.
I wasn't finished.
All right, go ahead. Finish then.
Yeah, Max, it's not your turn yet. He's sat here and listened to you talk.
Said, how is it wrong?
You were finished with your explanation.
I didn't say anything about right and wrong. I said it's simple. And I said gravity pushes things on Earth to center mass. So since where's the center of the Earth? So no matter where you at on the planet, it pushes it to the center. It's a very simple explanation. All that complicated pseudoscience nonsense is complete foolery. Now you didn't turn me up for no reason. You don't know what the hell you talking about. And I'm out of this conversation because it's retarded. I'm gone, man.
Now, did you notice how he contributed nothing new? From when I started talking to me stopping to let him talk, he didn't say nothing new. He was done talking. He said all of that.
You're an idiot. Just for the record,
cool.
You're a flat earth idiot. The hell wrong with you?
Hey, bro, Max, do you see how you being so aggressive and trying to dominate the conversation? Do you see what that energy does? Why don't you just settle back? Why are you so in a rush to get your shit out?
Because he stopped. He said, so it's this and it's that, and it's just that simple. And then he stopped, and then I said, it's not that simple because, and then he wanted to jump back in because I said it's not that simple.
Niggas out. You can't find that in no textbooks. You made this shit up. Go get a textbook and read that.
You making up what you said.
You're bananas. You don't even know what the hell I said. You can't explain back to me what I said, Mr. Super Complicated.
Bro, you said the water is pushed to center mass. And all the water, no matter where you're at, because the earth is round, no matter where you're at, it's all going to get pushed to center mass because of gravity. So what are you talking about?
I didn't say the earth was round. Now, how about that?
What do you say? It's because it's a sphere?
Round, nigga. It's
the
just
globe.
a depiction of it. It's a depiction of it. It's not the actual size of it. And the study of that is called what? Geodesy. And since you don't know what the hell geodesy is, why are you even talking about why are you even in the damn conversation? Because that is the study of the size and shape of the earth.
And I disagree with what they say. That's why I'm a flat earther.
Hold on,
I'm going to explain why what you said is ridiculous, but I'm waiting for you to finish so I can do that.
Using what though? What textbook?
I would tell you, but I know you're not going to let me speak.
So I tell you what, give me the scientific model that you had that combats this. Where is the scientific theory that you have? If you don't have a scientific theory, you like that pseudo-ass Sanchez. I done beat him half to death, not once, not twice, but about 10 times on the same subject. Ain't got paid to beat him up. I beat you up the same way. I just don't feel like playing with you tonight. I'm off the show, man. I just wanted to give my man a little time. Yeah, I mean, holler at him. Appreciate y'all. Appreciate you, humble. Yeah, I'm saying y'all know what it is, man. I'm out, man. Don't listen to this dumbass shit.
All right, Doc. Kill it later, bro.
All right. So the reason why that was ridiculous is because I started off rip saying how gravity, the force that he's saying will cause center mass, is a tremendous force. And my thing is, tell me how butterflies and bees can resist this tremendous force so very easily when water has to submit to it. But water is the most massive force that we have on this earth. That's one. And then scientifically, water always finds its level. So it wouldn't conform to it doesn't conform to the shape of anything that it's in. It'll conform to the bottom of the shape. But once the water is being poured in, it rushes to the bottom all the way until it finds its level and it flattens off. You can't pour water into a ball and then it is going to flatten off at the top. If you spin it, it's going to spin outwards. But then you say gravity is keeping it in, and you can say, okay, gravity is keeping it in, but it wouldn't make it be level all across the planet. It's just it doesn't make sense. But the fact that you can't explain how smaller creatures can resist this tremendous force of gravity. It's tremendous to do this to water, but it doesn't work the same on these creatures.
Again, bro, if you apply the equation, it's literally you will see.
No, dude. Like gravity is a constant force. So if there was 50 pounds of gravity working on you, then you would need 51 pounds of force in order to resist gravity. Like it's everything. If you were a boy, if you were a girl, if you were a bird, if you were a bee.
Give me just less than 5 minutes to explain it to you. It's not 2 minutes, less than 2 minutes.
Yeah, and can I say something before you go, evolutionist?
Yeah.
I was gonna say, man, he's trying to compare water to things with wings. I just think that's absurd. Two, you're looking at a whole body of water. Water is a molecule. I mean, you're looking at it of all of the molecules of water put together. I think water defies gravity every time we have a wave that goes up that somebody can ride and surf. Like you comparing water to animals with
It would
wings.
defy
I think
gravity
this
if
is
it
just
didn't go
absurd.
back
I
down.
think it's completely absurd. But go ahead, evolution. It's
It
on
would,
you.
it would defy
Exactly.
gravity
I'm
if
not.
water
That's
didn't
why
go
I'm not.
back
I'm not
down.
even gonna use the butterfly because it's not a fair comparison. So what I'm gonna use right here is an object that weighs 10 grams and an
Of course,
object
we won't use the
weighing
butterfly.
200 grams. So the equation for gravity is force F equal G M1 times M2 over R squared. That's the equation for gravity, finding the amount of force generated by two mass, meaning in this case the Earth's gravity is one mass, and anything else you're comparing it to. In this case, I'm gonna compare a rock or an object weighing 10 grams to an object weighing, say, 2,000 grams. An object weighing 10 grams would be you convert that to kilograms, 0.01 kilograms times 9.8 meter second square. 9.8 meter second square is the constants for Earth's gravity. That's the rate at which it pulls everything down at. So that never changes. What changes is the size or the weight of the object being measured against the Earth gravity. In this case, something smaller like a 10-gram rock or something will only generate 0.098 newtons. And that's the force. That's the amount of force. So the amount of force it takes for this object to get up off the Earth, off the surface of the Earth, is 0.98 newton. For the object weighing 2,000 grams, it will take, in kilograms, that's 2 kilograms. So you just divide by 1,000 from grams to kilograms. So 2 kilograms times 9.8 meter second square, you get 19.6 newton worth of force. 19.6 compared to 0.09. Not even 0.01, 0.09. And I'm pretty sure a butterfly weighs less than 10 grams. And it will take less than 0.01 newton to take that butterfly off the ground. While something weighing 2 kilograms, what is 2 kilograms? Like 1 pound? It will take 19.6 newton worth of force for that to leave the surface of the Earth. No, scale that up to things weighing hundreds of pounds or thousands of pounds or even tens of thousands of pounds. Like water. Do you want to know how much all the oceans, the surface water on the Earth weigh? You would be thinking about millions or trillions of kilograms at that, not even kilograms, tons at that moment.
Yes.
So imagine the amount of force it will take to even thinking of shifting that water off the surface of the Earth compared to a butterfly. And it's the same reason why it's so easy to pick up a pebble compared to pick up a boulder. Because a pebble weighs a few grams. In Newton, it will take less than 0.1 Newton to pick that up. In local terms or layman terms, we call that nothing. It will take nothing to pick up a pebble, while a boulder weighing 1,000 pounds will generate Newton forces up to 1,500. That's the same amount of force your power banks is gonna discharge
Oh
all at
God.
once. You don't have that
Can I
in your
add to
arm.
something you just said? I wanted
Yes.
to add to something you just said because he said
Oh
water doesn't defy gravity.
yeah.
Condensation is water. So exactly that goes exactly to your point. It's a smaller molecule. Like yeah, water isn't always even in the ocean. There's water in the air. So that kills his whole point right there. But go ahead, you
Oh,
got it back. Evolution.
how?
Oh
Yeah,
yeah, yeah.
water. Yeah,
Atmospheric
it turns
water,
into
there's
gas.
water in the air.
Condensation. Yeah, it becomes less dense, so it floats now that it's a gas.
So that's what I'm
But
saying. Even if you want to believe the earth is flat, I don't see the reason to fight against gravity.
because it's a useless. All of what you
I just
explained is
explained to
just
you how
numbers put
useful
through.
it is.
Yeah, you threw around a bunch of numbers to explain a concept that's just a theory. Those are theoretical
No, it's
numbers. It's
not.
not.
This
It's
is
a
I
theory of
just
gravity
used
because you
math.
don't need
Are you
gravity to
saying the math
explain
is
why things
wrong?
float and sink. All you need is buoyancy,
Are you saying
density.
math is just a theory now? Is that what you're saying?
What is?
Math. I just literally use math. I didn't give you a bunch of word salad. I use math, numbers. Are you saying
Yeah.
that's just a theory?
No. The way you put the numbers together. If I say 2 plus 2 is 4, that's my. But that's me using it in the context of 2 plus 2 is 4. You're using it in the context of I'll throw all
But
these numbers out
this
there
is
to
the
say that this
same
is
math.
why gravity exists, but none of that equates to why gravity has to exist when you already have buoyancy and density. There is no gravitational pull. You said if you go to NASA and
But
you get in
gravity,
if you get in
the
some
same
NASA
equation is
equipment,
a part of
I
gravity
just want to be
for
able to talk
buoyancy.
at least a little bit.
Yeah, finish.
If you go to NASA and you can get in one of these tanks to where they can manipulate the gravity in this tank and they can raise and lower the gravitational pull from within it. And if you get in there with a B and then they raise the gravity level up, you would sink to the floor and it would be hard for you to get off the floor and you would have to exert more force to stand up. While the B, it would just be on the floor. All the calculations that you just put together, it wouldn't be able to put together that calculation to make it be able to resist the force that just stuck it to the floor because it's not strong enough to resist this force.
Obviously,
And
like gravity and life on Earth is directly related. We were
no, not
evolved
gravity. It's
in this
buoyancy and
gravitational.
density.
No, we were evolved in Earth's gravitational field. So the
That's what you were taught. That's what you believe.
9.8 meter second square, that's what every living organism on Earth evolved to feel. Outside of that, you're gonna have complications. Hence, going
No,
into space, they have to wear spacesuit, pressurized spacesuit, and
they've
special
never been to space.
man.
They've never been to space.
Prove it.
And you
Prove it.
would
Yeah,
just
you know what,
buoyancy.
Unc, we need to get Unc back up here because you need to prove some of this stuff that you're saying. Now. You just, I believe it. They never been.
They like you just go and look at videos where they're claiming to be in space and see the videos where they're showing you they can't be in space because of this. This is a little thing. They got rats climbing on the equipment, but they're supposed to be in space. That's the outer space part. They got all types of they fake the moon.
Only
You
flat
believe we went to
earthers
the
know
moon? Do you believe we went to the moon?
Yes, more than one
Crazy.
time.
Crazy.
More than one time.
Crazy. Well, crazy. So why did we go and then took decades for us to go back again? And the excuse was we just don't have the technology, and it's a
It's not
bitch
the
to put back
technology,
together.
it's the funding.
That was the official NASA excuse. He said we would go back in a heartbeat, but the problem is we destroyed the technology, and it's a B to put back together. That was his quote verbatim. The NASA scientists.
Well, I don't know about no one.
They just be BSing and people eat it
one
up.
person saying,
Slow down. No.
The reality is
Slow down,
they
man.
weren't getting the funding to continue missions to the moon. Now it seems as if they're starting to get some funding again, and the push for it is on. Hence the new mission with Artemis. It's all about funding. The knowledge and technology is always there. It's funding.
Yeah, let me hop in real quick too, because I'm in the middle of this. Um, because I have seen those videos that he is actually speaking of, where it was weird stuff going on their live streams. So that, I mean, that's something that he's not making that up. He wasn't making up the rat climbing on the outside of the thing that's supposed to be in space. Like that was very crazy. Um, and to his point, not that I'm agreeing that we didn't go to the moon. So don't take that. I'm just at a. It's just very weird stuff going on. Yes, sir. Hold
Yeah,
on one
but I
second,
really
y'all.
gotta
Go
go,
ahead.
y'all. I'm telling you, I'm not running from anything. I'm really enjoying this conversation, but I really got to get up out of here, and I hope we could pick it up sometime because I don't think. I mean, oh, what's it? Who is it? Whoever came, according to him, I'm an idiot, and I'm fine with being an idiot. Like, but it's still how I feel. I don't think y'all are idiots. I just feel like we don't see things eye to eye. I just enjoy comparing it, bro. It's like playing chess with our intellect. You win some, you lose some, but isn't it fun?
Yeah.
So, I appreciate you having me, A1. And, I'm sorry if I made anybody feel disrespected, whether they're, on stage or in the crowd or anything. That's never my intention. But you definitely be hearing back from me pretty soon. I'm going to be back up on here. Probably y'all next live stream that you do. So appreciate you having me, man. Punching out.
All right. Yeah, they should definitely look into gravity because if the math work, like probably strengthening your flat Earth argument. I don't see what the issue with flat earthers and gravity. They hate gravity. I don't get it. Because even when they talk about buoyancy and all these other forces, these are forces which are literally just gravity in air, gravity in water. These are subset of gravity. You don't have, it's literally impossible to have buoyancy or even calculate for buoyancy without taking into consideration gravity. It's not independent of it. It's not like
Okay.
electromagnetic. Yeah.
Yeah, what I was saying was the stuff that was happening on the live stream. Some of that stuff did happen. The first moon landing video looks crazy. It doesn't look real. Um, Not to say that it didn't happen, but Uncle West makes a good point that when we discredit um, going to the moon, we're actually saying that black women who came up with the math for us to get there didn't do it. That it was a team of black women. They had a movie about it and everything. That we're discrediting African Americans, saying that they're part of this conspiracy, made up this whole lie, and that they were nominated and awarded for something that never happened. So, and that's not what I want to ever do. So I'm in a weird place in space too. And then when you go into the fact of it being, you talk about the money. Like, is it something so that they can just keep a money laundering thing? Where's the funding really going if they're not going to outer space?
But
You
you're
know,
talking about
again, you will never hear me say we didn't go. Like, that's not something that I push. I definitely don't push flat Earth. I didn't know he was a flat Earther until today. That's very interesting to me. The flat earther who believes that the universe is mind and is conscious, he's got a unique perspective. He's all over the place. I guess this is what YouTube does to people. I don't know. Back to you, evolutionists. Let me drop that link for the people who want to come up here too.
yeah. I mean, I get the conspiracy around space, especially the Apollo missions and stuff, but we got to remember it was a race between the Soviet and America, and probably even China. And Russia was making a lot of advance in their space missions, and America didn't want to look like they're getting left behind.
because it was a sign or a show of power also. Just like now it's with drone like technology, who have the better technologies like a show of power. It's like a flexing, also a show of power. Back then it was who has the most capable space technology, because for some reason space technology back then also translate to war technology, and literally that's how it was, because the same propulsion system that send these rockets to space is the same system that were used to make hydrogen bombs back then, you know, atomic bombs. Now the flex now is like who has a better drone or who has the better this spy technology and stuff, and even going back to space. So they kind of bring that up. But back then, the reason why it's even hard to deny, it's not one mission. It wasn't just one Apollo to the moon. It was multiple missions from Apollo 5, 6, 7, all the way up to Apollo 12 or 13. You know, and not all of them went as smoothly as planned. You know, and they reported the errors that happened, even when I don't remember if they lost crew members, but I remember one of those spacecraft didn't make it to where it's supposed to go, and it explode like many does, and people die. But that was probably a test mission. But there was other mission where they had failures that was reported, and I think one mission where the crews got stuck up there or something, or had to come back down on a malfunctioning rocket or some crap like that. And all of those things were reported and documented. So I would get if it was just one Apollo, and they claim that it was staged, it was done inside of some movie studio. But you're telling me that they staged all 7 of them? No.
And I do have a question too about this, because it's something that I've heard when listening to different flat earth stuff that I used to entertain several years ago. Like scientists were saying, we can't get past the Van Allen belt. Are you familiar with that claim?
Yeah. What's the claim again? One.
The claim was that we can't get past the Van Allen belt.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I heard that claim. That's always been a conspiracy too, and it always seemed to be a strong point before people understand what the Van Halen belt is. But we can definitely get through the Van Halen belt. The fact that we send satellites with expensive equipment and technologies and test subject into space, sometimes living organism, to be tested how they react in outer space, especially for the medical industry, shows that we can definitely get past the Van Halen belt. It's not that difficult. The only thing you need is radiation shield and not spending time in the Van Halen belt. Just like with any other dangerous radiation, is the amount of time that you're exposed to it is the danger, not the thing itself, because radiation is going to exist whether you like it or not. But the amount of time you're exposed to it is what makes it dangerous, especially with the Van Halen belt. And rockets only spend a few minutes in the Van Halen belt. They're not lingering in there, as flat earthers believe.
Thank you for addressing that. I think that might help some people out who are still hinged on flat earth based on that conspiracy theory right there. Juju, hit the panel. Yeah, it's getting crazy up here, man. There was a flat earther up here, a panpsychist flat earther. First one I ever met. Very interesting. I might get him a debate. Let what are the pseudo killers beat him up? And you were saying that the space ventures were more about a show of power. Um, I think that the reason we were in the race was because, well, I'm not gonna say the reason, but yeah, it was we didn't want them up there being able to surveil or attack us, and we didn't have those same capabilities. Would you agree with that one?
Yeah, that's definitely one of the major factors. Because if Russia got there before us, which they technically did, they just didn't land before us. And that is why they kind of rushed the mission at one point and had even accident in one of those test launches. But yeah, if Russia had gotten there before us, then it would have been a major blow to the American ego. And at that time, America wanted to be seen as that mighty, young, striving country that's always gonna be on top, the hope for the future, the American pie, the apple, I don't know, the American dream. They want to keep that representation for themselves, and not being the first to go to the moon would have been a major blow to their ego.
That's facts. I agree with that one right there. Appreciate you. And busting a hole in these conspiracy theories. Shout out to evolutionists, man. Oli, are you still there? I actually want you to pull up a video of the first moon landing, if you're over there. I don't know. Do you have the ability to share your screen, evolutionist?
Yeah.
Oh, can you look up a video of the first moon landing? I want everybody to look at how crazy
First
this
moon
was.
landing. It's on YouTube.
From us. Yes.
On YouTube.
Yes, it's on YouTube. Safe travels, Juju. Hope you have fun.
I've never heard about the rat though. That's the first time I'm hearing that.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it was on SpaceX or what it was on, but I know they live stream a lot of their missions from NASA, SpaceX, and somebody caught it on a live stream. And it was crazy. And I tried to check out the validity of it. It seemed legit at the time. I had no explanation for it. I wasn't about to say that the whole program was fake, though. Like, I wasn't going to make that leap. That wasn't a conclusion that I could come to.
All right.
So,
The first moon landing, I have a NASA video from 2007. 3.1 million. That's the one?
that should work. That should work.
All right, it should be up in a minute now.
Take your time. While you do that, I'll go to a word from our sponsors. If you haven't already, oh, here it goes. I see it right now at the stage.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep the volume muted.
Actually,
Not sure about copyright.
Actually, what I was looking for was not the landing. I was actually looking for them leaving the moon. I haven't actually seen the landing.
Oh, the launch.
Yeah, the launch. Because I know it was funny.
Get the launch.
Ignition sequence start. 20 seconds and counting. T-minus 15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12, 11, 10, 9. Ignition sequence start. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff. 32 minutes past the hour. Liftoff on Apollo 11. Tower cleared.
We got a roll program. Neil Armstrong reporting the roll and pitch program, which puts Apollo 11 on a proper heading.
What studio are they burning all that fire in? I want to know. I'm not seeing the rat though. I need a video with the rat, but it's probably going to be from a conspirator website.
Plus 30 seconds. Bravo is a abort control mode. Altitude's 2 miles.
Oh, 11 Houston, you're good at 1 minute.
Downrange 1 mile. Altitude 4 miles now. Velocity 2,195 feet per second.
Okay, I'm back. My phone died for a second. Sorry about that. And we got Guy Killer in the back. Add to the stage. I can't hear anybody. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I hear you. Hey, you A1. What's up, man?
Yeah, you're good. I hear you.
Chilling. Let me connect it to my Bluetooth. Okay, yeah, I'm connected to the Bluetooth now. I'm doing amazing. Sorry about that. My phone died for a second.
You know, you made a good point, and you ain't even know you made a good point, yo.
What I say?
About the ocean. And the question is, you know, actually gravity is a weak force. That's why a bumblebee can flap his wings and defeat gravity. You can walk outside right now and defeat gravity. And then you can't maintain it. Oh, where's that noise?
That's a video.
Can you cut the sound off on that so we don't get a violation?
I put it on mute. It's playing in the background, but it's on mute.
Did you hear what I said? You hear what I said?
Oh yeah, I agree. Gravity is
you said gravity is the weak force.
It's a weak force. That's why a bumblebee and all that shit can fly.
That is why I was trying to
helium,
show the math.
The molecules.
The
in
molecules in
lighter
helium.
subject, it's very easy for a lighter object to
No,
be
let me finish my point though. Let me finish my point. Helium is lighter than gravity. That's why it floats.
Yeah.
The ocean, right? When it turns to a gas, you said it, yo. It floats up to the clouds, right? Because we're talking about the molecules, right? Floats up to the cloud, and then when it builds up clouds, it gets heavier again when the molecules come together. And guess what it does? It
All
rains.
back as rain.
Right. So this is a crazy conversation, yo. So once again, the force of gravity is actually enacting on the molecules, which are lighter than gravity, and that's why when it turns to gas, it floats up to the clouds, bro. Simple as that. Anyway, I just wanted to show some support, man. I was driving earlier. I'm not gonna go back and
I
forth.
appreciate
That's
you,
just
man.
crazy. All right, man. I appreciate y'all, man.
So my comments are pseudo killer approved. Then that's what you're saying.
Absolutely, bro. Absolutely.
He was looking at the water as a complete body. Like
Right.
that's, I'm like,
Right.
why would you do that? Like
And water
even
to a
ocean
butterfly.
mist is in the air, and you can feel it on your face. Like, come on, man.
Gravity's a weak force,
Oh,
yo. It's
man,
not
that was
strong.
wild.
Yeah, it was crazy. It's crazy. You know, I done went back and forth
That
with
was
Chance
crazy. It
Chaz
was
with some
wild up
debates.
there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Yeah,
at least he's he's a little bit better at standing on that topic than Max was. But shout out to Max though. I appreciate him. I'd say we need to see those because it gives us a chance to showcase the right information.
Yep.
So
Yep.
it's I don't be upset when they come up here doing that. We need people like you up here, you know, doing checks and balances, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep. A little bit. And buoyancy, the formula for the equation for buoyancy has gravity in it. Ain't that funny?
Yeah. Try to tell him.
But
You're not gonna
he's going up. I'm not gonna say he's watching TikTok videos, but they're not explaining that in the flat Earth videos because I've seen them all. I've seen some of the best flat Earth stuff, and it can be convincing if you don't understand science.
Right. Correct. Well, you know what can't be convincing is how come they ain't selling tickets? You know humans sell tickets to everything. Yo, you know, yo, they be selling tickets so you can see the edge of the earth, yo.
That's a good one.
Simple as that.
And I use your argument. I use the point that I heard you make before about if you're saying we didn't go to space, you're discrediting the African American sisters who came up with the math to get us there.
Right. Right. The math says we can go. Right. Now give me an equation to say we can't go. See, they ain't thought that far into it. What is the equation that shows that is impossible to do? They don't have it. No flat earther has it. Nobody has it. They shift to something else because they wasn't expecting it.
Yeah, no flat earthers actually doing the science.
Right.
And no astrophysicist is a flat earther. You're not both. So
Nope.
it's
Crazy, yo. All right.
crazy work, man. Crazy work. Do you have the moon? Them leaving the moon? That's actually the video I was looking for. My apologies, evolutionist. I had something
leaving the
else.
moon.
All right, brothers, I'm gone, man. Appreciate y'all. Y'all just want to
All right,
stop.
peace,
Peace. Peace.
Yep. Have a good day.
All
Yeah,
right,
them
man.
leaving the moon. I was watching one video, and there was a guy making fun of the video. Like, who's recording this? They're leaving the cameraman. Like, he's like, I can't even get a cell phone service in New York, but they transmitting and talking back to home base. It was just hilarious. I'm not expecting you to find that specific one, but in watching it, I still think that stuff is relevant.
So I'm saying sometimes the videos that directly made to debunk these things is on some pseudo sites, and it's just not gonna show up in my algorithm.
Oh no, I'm not trying to get you to debunk it. Just find a video of them leaving the moon. I know where it is on Facebook.
I don't even know exactly where that video was where they were trying to debunk it, but I won't have you look for that.
All right, you see
Pull
all
up GDN.
all that gold looking foil wrap around us, the thing. All these are radiation shield. And it might look simple, but it does work. It could be, I don't think it's stuff like aluminum. It could be a harder metal, probably gold with lead or something that they use to protect their equipment from radiation.
Yeah, while you're playing that, I'm gonna find that link to the video I'm looking for actually. And that link is in the chat if anybody wants to pull up. And
You got Apollo 15, 11. It's more than just one time that they went to the moon, actually. All right, look, there is a reflection in their camera, in their what do you call it? Their face mask. And you don't see no cameraman. Where's the studio? You see another astronaut and the person that's taking the picture.
NASA, I wonder if you Google about the rat on the outside of that that spaceship, if they have an explanation for that. GDN said it was copper on the outside of that.
A rat on a spaceship. Apollo.
I'm not sure if it was Apollo or if it was SpaceX. I don't know what it was. It was more recent because they were live streaming it actually, and that's how people knew like it was real.
Oh, SpaceX. Right on SpaceX. That's Elon Musk stuff, yo. That's not NASA.
Oh, you found it though? You did find it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's getting crazy out here.
Yeah, but technically it's not yet in outer space. So you'd have to go outer space and come back, then we can say, yeah, the rat survive or not survive. Seems like it's more than one, too. You see a smaller one. That's one. There's the next one over here. Yep, small. Shit.
And that's what Max was referencing when he was trying to say they're lying. They're showing live videos talking about they're in space, but you could see a rat on the machine. Like we know a rat wouldn't make it. It's not getting past the Van Allen belt, hanging on. Like the radiation would definitely kill it, so and it would probably fall off. So I think that his point was that he was using this to say that it's all fiction and they're smoke and mirrors per se, and not something that I agree with, but I have seen this content, so I couldn't call him a liar.
Well, I wouldn't consider this to be a debunk to NASA or any space mission. It just shows that whatever they're doing over by SpaceX, they're not very clean. They're very nasty over there. They got rats.
He's funny. Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. At least now you can say you've seen it and heard the claim. So, you may look more into it and actually find a good reason of why that was or what happened.
Mm.
But yeah, I'm definitely going to have you back for your own day where you can present or talk about anything that you want to talk about. Any ideas for what you want to do when you come back yet?
I could do anything from evolution to debunking flat Earth. Anything to do with science, pretty much. But let me get through that first debate with my boy. What's his name?
OTK.
TK.
OTK.
Yeah,
We're gonna make it happen, man. I don't know if you got a picture over to my email or an avatar that you would like me to use in place of a real picture of you, and then I'll go ahead and get the graphics started. That'll be finished by tomorrow for you.
All right.
So we can go ahead and start getting some advertisement and promotion up on that. Appreciate you jumping in. I actually have $1,000 tournament. $50 each round you win. If you're interested in that, I think you would be a great addition with your well-rounded knowledge of science and theology.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Okay, I'm definitely gonna put you in there. I think it's gonna be easy money for you, actually.
Well, I'm not the undisputed. Debating, just dropping knowledge as a solo and debating is two different games. It's not the same.
Yeah,
it's not the same thing. You could
go
know
off the
a lot,
Lincoln
but still
Douglas.
lose the debate.
We go off the Lincoln Douglas scoring system. We use their scorecards, and we have judges as well. Two 12-minute rounds, uninterrupted, of course, and a 10-minute rapid-fire question and answer round. Each opponent gets 10 minutes to interrogate the other opponent. And there's a 3-minute intro and a 3-minute outro. So I'm going to go ahead and get that information over to your email tonight as well and put you on the tournament bracket. So now we only have 6 spots left in the 16-man tournament.
When you email me, you could give me the breakdown of the debate structure. Like you say, two 12-minute rounds with the premises and stuff. And you say a rapid fire and then a closing?
Yes.
All right.
Real simple, real simple.
And you got judges and those people too?
Yes, we have judges. They do a thorough breakdown. They use the Lincoln Douglas scorecard and scoring system. If you actually go back through my page, you can type in result show, and you can go and watch every result from the last tournament that we just did. We're announcing the winner of the tournament this Sunday. Somebody's going home with $500 this Sunday. I'm excited to see who it's going to be. And we're not waiting. We're getting the second one started immediately. So yeah, it's going to be fun. And we're up in the ante. We're doubling the pot. It's going to be $1,000. Somebody's going to be taking home on this next tournament. I wanted to do $2,500, but I figured I'll do gradual growth, and I would eventually work my way up to that. So that way, because I'm like, if I do $2,500 on this one, I'm going to want to do $5,000 on the next one. So I'm like, let me work my way up. Put a few steps in there. Yeah, every tournament I'm trying to do it bigger and better, and as we get more support and the donations keep coming in, I'm just going to keep making sure that I spread it around to you guys, because you guys are what make this channel what it is. And I appreciate everybody who comes up here, whether you're pseudo or not. Everybody who comes with good decorum, I should say. The crash outs, we can do without. They actually got me starting a sister page where I'm going to separate all of this open panel stuff from presentations, and I'm going to start bringing the PhD scholars to my sister channel. So be on the lookout for that as well. Sort of like a myth vision, but it won't always be secular scholars or like atheist type scholars. It'll it'll be a mix. Some scholars who believe, some who don't.
Yeah, you're definitely gonna need a second or even like some underground page for your crash out.
Yeah, this is the underground crash out page. I feel like I'm going to separate that, and they're only going to be able to be in the comments on my sister channel. So I'm going to get that all organized and set up. Well, it's already set up. I just have to take down all the old videos and make sure and book some new interviews with the type of content that I actually want to display over there. Because I don't like all the negativity, the fighting, the name calling. I definitely don't like the racism that I hear a lot of people spitting. I don't care whether it's a Muslim saying that the white man is the devil, or they want me to make this like an all black channel. Like I'm not supposed to let white people up here or something. I don't know what's wrong with these people. The shit actually pisses me off. It's disgusting to me. And I'm not going to do it. And the people who are racist to be out of here before I disqualify other people from coming up here because they're white. And I'm not going to let other people pick on them just for being white and assume that they're racist. Like, that's something that continues to happen. And I want to separate myself from that Louis Farrakhan-ish dialogue.
Yeah, I might dabble in it now and then, but me personally, I don't like the social stuff. That's not my thing. You know, so
I'll be adding people from my job. I have white friends, I have white coworkers. I add them to my channel, and then they give me their honest opinion. Some of them are like, the stuff I saw was disgusting.
You know me
like
personally,
these Israelites are crazy.
I don't have no problem with nobody, bro. White people, Indian, black. I treat everyone equally to some degree.
When you understand evolution, you understand that there's only one race, the human race, broken up.
That's my stance. But you know that gets a lot of pushback, though.
Yeah, people are stuck in these social constructs.
Yeah,
so,
even that's a topic I could debate too. Maybe that's if that comes up in your debate league, I could hold that one. If anyone wanna,
I suggest you
stand on the one race, and not just because of my social belief. It's just scientific,
Mm-hmm. And it was once I started studying evolutionary biology that I realized that this race shit was all bullshit. Excuse my language, but yeah, I realized it was all bogus, and we had been misled, and there are wars being waged over this stuff. Slavery came about over this. And just the way we treat each other as a people today. There's so much dysfunction based on these artificial social constructs that have been created. I just think it's sad. I think everybody should study evolutionary biology, and we have a better understanding of how we're all connected.
Yeah, even when they try to push scientific racism, it was the true evolutionary biologists that push back against that. Because just declaring that human beings, all human beings for that matter, evolved from Africa, that wasn't the easiest thing for most people to accept. Because you could imagine not loving black people, then realizing that your ancestors were once black. You're from the same people. So a lot of people try to get away from that and taught science, because science for a lot of people, like religion, is seen as the ultimate proof. So a lot of people try to get away from. A lot of people try to justify racism using science, only to find that science prove them absolutely wrong.
I absolutely agree. I had an impromptu debate on the phone with one of my friends this morning about it, because they don't understand the concept through evolution. So they have this idea of white people, I guess, being a problem that needs to be fixed. I agree that they can be a problem, but it's to isolate them is racism, I believe. There's problems from all races. Excuse my machine I'm working on over here that's making all that noise.
What are you doing? A printing? It sounds like a press.
I work. I got a third shift job at this medical supplies place, and the number one medical supplies place in the country. Well, actually, I think on the globe. So they paying me a bunch of money to do nothing all day. I call it free money. I'm trying to put this kitchen in the back of my spot. I got a convenience store, but I want this kitchen up in the next 90 days, and then I should be done here. Then I'll be streaming all day, sitting in the back of my business with you guys.
Yeah, that's it though. You run your own business. That's all. You run a convenience store. What city you in?
I'm in Cleveland, Ohio. Cleveland, Ohio.
Cleveland. For real.
Yes, yes. The curse on the lake. That's what they call us. The mistake by the lake. I'm sorry. That's what they call it. The mistake on the lake.
You're on Lake Michigan?
Lake Erie.
Lake Erie. Oh, you're right there.
Yeah.
I didn't even know you're right there. Yeah,
I go to the
hour away from me then.
Yeah, I live. I'm about 5 minutes from the beach. I go to the beach pretty much every day.
Because if I go by freaking London, Ontario side, which is like an hour, I'm on Lake Erie. I could go fishing in Lake Erie, easy.
Oh yeah, you're right there. Yep.
Yeah.
So every day we're looking at the same body of water. Every day when I go work out.
Yeah. Lake Erie runs into Lake Ontario by Niagara Falls there.
Yes, I've been to Niagara Falls, but never on the Canada side. So maybe one day.
Yeah.
5 Great Lakes, baby. 5 Great Lakes.
Hey, we got OTK to the panel. Any thoughts or questions on anything you've heard so far? Oh yeah, you debating the evolutionist. Okay. I already got your photo. He's gonna get me one of his, and I'll have your graphic up. And OTK, did you want to enter the $1,000 tournament? Did you want the debate to be in the tournament? Did you want to do round one with
I'm
evolution?
ready for that, man. This is my first debate. I don't know if I'm ready for that big league, bro. I mean, hey, A1, if you say OTK, man, do it, bro, I do it. You know what I mean?
OTK,
because whatever it takes to support my brother, I'm gonna do it. Well, I'm gonna do it then.
I think you should do it.
No more.
And I know you got people to help you out a little bit that are seasoned. You got Dulcie. They're not gonna let you fail.
Yeah, it ain't. You know what? With me, bro, in a debate with me, bro, I never could win or lose. I feel that it's about the information getting portrayed. You know, because the debates, from what debate started from, you can have a person lying during the debate. He could be lying or she could be lying during the debate, but it's about who sways the audience where debates come from. But the way that you host your debates, it can't be no lying because your chat is smart. So everybody research everything.
Well, you know I got the judges. You know I got judges, bro.
Right.
Yeah, you know I got the official judges. You know, Ill Doctrine over there. He not ain't nothing getting past Ill Doctrine, bro. Yeah, ain't nothing getting past him, and he's big on. Yeah, he's the best judge. I'm so blessed to have him over here. I've learned so much just from my own result shows. I've learned more about debating from watching my result shows than I've ever learned getting in the ring. So shout out to Ill Doctrine. He's definitely the backbone of our tournament. And the reason that people actually respect what we're doing over here. Nobody comes over here and says what we're doing is biased, we're cheating. Everything's up and on the transparent, which is rare for debate league online. It's very rare. You always get all the slander. But I actually, when I started this, I took notes on what everybody didn't like. And those were the first things that I worked on when creating my league. So I made sure my judging system was sound. I made sure we had some real intellects judging. And you know, it's been a blessing,
It's
man. Everything is
definitely
going up.
different, bro. It's definitely different, bro. And I applaud you. You in a class by yourself, bro. That's all I got to say. You in a lead by yourself. You in a class by yourself, bro.
Yeah.
That's one thing I have
Appreciate
to
you.
tell you. For
Yo,
real,
A1,
for real.
you've been doing this for a while now, eh? Or you just started?
No, no, he
I
hasn't.
actually
And
just
that's why
started.
I know
I just started.
You just
5
started on
years from now,
YouTube.
brother gonna be serious.
I created this page August 16th, 2025. So it hasn't even been a year yet that I've been doing this. But I was in a debate league for about a year and a half. And like I know how to build a business. I know how to run businesses. So the first thing I did was like I didn't have my own customer complaints, but I went out to all the people who frequent the other leagues and I started with what they didn't like and what they thought can be improved upon and what they wanted to see. And I said, okay, I'm going to fix that so we at least don't have those complaints and problems. Um, and again, like we haven't had any of those complaints or problems over here. So it's a blessing.
That's what's up.
Word. Definitely, bro. And you
You got to
know,
listen to your fans. Your fans and your
yes,
haters are going to always tell you the honest truth. Somebody who don't like you,
big fact,
if they say your shoes leaning, they not lying. They ain't making it up.
facts,
They say your breath stink.
facts,
They're gonna tell you the cold honest truth because they don't like you. So
facts.
What do you say? I could
I
use an
listen.
avatar, A1.
Yeah, you can
Without
use the
them, there's
avatar if
no
you don't want to use your actual picture. You can come up with some type of character and send it to me.
The avatar is it's still me, but it's an AI generated avatar.
Perfect. That's perfect. If you could
yeah,
send that to Titans Debate League at Gmail, so we can go ahead and get that flyer done. I'm actually about to just put you two as round one of the tournament. So whoever wins this
got
debate is going to get $50 when they win for advancing, and you're in the tournament for the $1,000. May the odds be forever in your
bad,
favor, gentlemen.
bad,
All right, for real.
bad. It's gonna be a good
Okay,
one,
and now
man.
we only have 4 tournament slots left. So if anybody wants to get in, we only have 4 slots left. Uh, don't wait. You better get at me now. Titans Debate League at Gmail. Get you one in there. I'm gonna mute out. They got these loud machines around here. If you two can take
No,
over the
you good,
conversation. And
bro.
can you remove your
You
screen
good,
share?
bro. You good. Hey, bro. So do you know the title of our debate? A1. I know you was working and doing your thing in the
No,
background, but did Oli tell you the title of the debate or did Evolution?
no. What's the title?
If I'm not mistaken, Evolution, you can correct me, but the title is Did Charles Darwin teach human evolution? But we reworded it in a different way.
Uh
Correct, Evolution. Ali worded it. Ali worded it in a different way.
I got your email, Evolutionist. It came through.
all right. I think that was it though. Well,
That
my
was the
stance
main
is that
overall thing.
Charles Darwin did teach that evolution, natural selection was also for human evolution, not just birds and whatever you said,
Mm-mm.
not just birds and insects, but it also applies to humans.
Right. He did not teach. And from my point of view, he did not teach human evolution. And his premise is that he did teach it. So
Yeah, I'm gonna see if I get
yeah.
the correct, a more correct title.
Ali got the official. Ali got the official because I think he wrote it down. A1. See, A1 gonna put together a
TK, I
whole
got this. I
format
got this.
for us.
Charles Darwin definitive teachings on human origin and natural selection. So Charles Darwin teaches about human origin and natural selection.
And to
No,
make it
we talking
clear,
about
natural
human
selection.
And
evolution.
who's taking the affirmative on that?
I'm
We
the I'm
talking
the
we
affirmative.
talking about human evolution as far as humans coming from apes. Correct,
Yes, yes.
evolutionist?
Well, yeah. That's why I
Okay,
said
okay.
natural selection. That's what Charles Darwin
You try
teaches.
to add that animal thing in, but we both agree that the
Nah, I
human
say I'm not
species is
taking no
classified.
low shots.
Right. We're not gonna do that. Right,
I'm
right.
not
Okay.
taking no
Okay.
low shots. I'm not gonna do that. I'm letting you know straight
Okay.
what
Okay.
I'm coming with. Charles Darwin,
Mm,
when he teaches about evolution, when he teaches about
mm,
natural selection as pertain to
mm.
evolution, he was also talking about humans. So he teaches
Okay.
about the origin
Mm,
of humans, meaning humans evolved from apes, humans are other apes, and he also
okay.
applied natural selection to
Right.
humans, not only birds.
Right. Okay. Okay. I agree with that description that you gave. Because the
Okay,
whole
okay.
thing is about teaching. Yes, yes,
Yes,
yes,
the whole
yes.
thing is
I agree
about
with
what he
that.
teaches. And I get where you're coming
It's
from
about
because
it's about what Darwin is teaching and what his name got applied to. Yes, yes.
yeah,
I
yeah.
agree with you with that title. Yes. It's gonna
And
be a
for
good one.
my sources, I'm using I'm gonna use at least 2 or 3 of Darwin's own books, and maybe
Mm,
2 supporting sources, 2 supportive uh references that also support Darwin's work. So I will use at least
yeah,
2
I'll
or
be doing the
3
same thing. I'll be
from
doing the
him
same thing.
and
You
bring
a
2
real
more
debater,
support.
bro. You the type of debater that ain't trying to hide nothing, no sneak stuff. You let me know exactly what you're gonna be coming from. And with that being said, yeah, I agree with you. I'm about to use the same things like what you're using.
Okay. And I'm the
Uh,
affirmative, so you're gonna be the
yeah.
negative on this one.
Some things you might not have seen before, just like I'm sure some things you're gonna show me I might not have seen before.
No,
You feel
I'm
me?
walking.
But the
I'm going out on the
overall,
blue on this one. It's not like I did
yeah,
any, you know. I'm just going
yeah.
out on a limb based on what I know about Darwin's teachings that it also applies to human evolution, and I know you have a shot because most people know Darwin for studying birds and lizards and stuff like that. Not so
Mhm.
much. I doubt if he ever
But
went to.
notice that you use the
I'm
word
not. I'm not
apply.
gonna give you no more tools to use again.
You use the word apply evolution, so you got to be careful. See, once you use the word apply, now you're saying that you're giving a scenario writing. You think you're giving is
Because
being applied.
I can't do that
Correct?
right now. I'm not in a debate. In a debate, I'm gonna use his own words though, not mine. So for now,
Okay.
I could,
Okay.
because I can't bring my sources now.
Right. Right.
But
But you
I'm
can
not gonna
apply
do
it
that.
right now, right? I
No.
got you. You smooth evolutionist. You
In
smooth.
the debate, it's not my word against your word. It's Darwin's words against Darwin word.
Right. Pretty much.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Yeah. So I say
Be a good one. Hey,
within like
A1, I also got
a
something
week
set
or
up
so.
with Brother Humble too, as far as 1776. Because Humble said that we still part of England and Britain and all of that. And I told him no, 1776 is when we split apart from them. Well, not us as in we, but them people splitting apart from England and Britain. So me and him have a discussion on that to where we can get on the debate topic with that too, A1. That happened on the morning coffee show this morning.
Oh, what did I miss on the morning coffee show this morning? I was passed out.
Yeah, and I'm lining it up, man. A1, me and Humble, had a good bill, good conversation about 1776.
Hmm.
Yeah. So I was
What,
telling
what,
him
what
like
were y'all talking about?
77.
You was just
We was
explaining it, but I
talking.
missed.
Okay.
Yeah, he was saying that we still owe England and Britain, that the president of the United States don't answer to America itself, or it's its own entity that it still answers to Britain and England. I tell him no, bro. We became our own entity over here since 1776. Once we got military strong, we really became a superpower, and we really make our own decisions over here. So yeah, me and him supposed to have a conversation about that, maybe lead up into a debate, because he said he wanted to do a build on it. So
That's a history one, eh?
yeah, that's a history
He's in
one.
the tournament
Yeah.
too. Humble and Quantum are in the tournament, so you'll be seeing both of them in action for the money. On that topic right there, I mean, I know we're independent, but I still think we're all grouped together. When I look at a map of maps, every time I see red, white, and blue, I know it's like they're tied together. France, Britain,
France, England, America, Canada, yep,
yeah.
Australia. There is
So
a
what if
common
I show you?
common
So what
element
if I
amongst
show
them.
you red, white, and blue in the Confederate before any England or Britain, like the Confederate
No,
flag
but
or the
no,
Indian
A1.
flag
I'm
was
not
red,
I'm
white,
not
and
after cheap
blue?
out though, but I'll catch you if maybe later on if you're still up because I'm not going to bed. Or just send me the email,
Definitely.
breakdown your structure, your debate, and whatever, and we'll finalize this tomorrow. PK, we'll finalize this tomorrow.
Okay,
Okay.
evolutionist.
Will do.
Okay, bet, bet,
Will do. Yeah, I'm
bet,
off tomorrow,
bet,
so I'll have everything to you.
All right.
bet. All love, evolutionists.
Go.
Yeah. So A1 with that, what if I show you red, white, and blue already was over here, and those was the colors that we was using over here before you could think about red, white, and blue being a representative of the whole America?
When you say we, who is we? When you say we were using it,
The American Indians over here. I say we
and
because
what
you
time,
American
what date do you
Indian to
have for
me.
that? Yeah, I wanted to make sure you
They
weren't
can
talking
date.
about like the colonizers. I mean, when we got colonized and they formed the colonies. I thought that's what you were talking about.
Yeah. Not everybody got colonized neither. So that's another thing we got up here too. And not the whole places what we call in states today got colonized. They was only places by the rivers that they had
Yeah,
these little
that's what.
small colonies at. Yeah,
Yeah, the
yeah.
first colonies on the East Coast. So yeah,
Big
it took
facts.
them a minute to
Big
get to the
facts.
West. So I'm thinking about when you're
Big
talking about the
facts.
Revolutionary War. I think you're talking about that time period, but you were saying that American Indians prior to the Revolutionary War, were using them.
Now I'm talking about like uh Civil War. Uh I'm talking about 1700s, 1600s, that they had flags already over here with red, white, and blue. The Muskegon flag is one of them, which was the Southern flag, which later became the Southern Confederate flag, which also had implements on the United States flag that we have today.
Okay. See, yeah, I think at that point it's. I think it came. Wait, how did they get those colors, and who did they get them from? And
We
what did they
already
represent
had
when they were using
dyes.
them?
Yeah, we already had colors over here. We had colors, we had dyes, we had plants that was dyes
No,
before
no,
they even got
that's
over
not.
here.
That's not what I was. You
Oh,
misunderstood me.
okay. Okay, my bad. My
Yeah, I know
bad.
they had all the colors. I'm talking about what
Okay,
made
okay.
them put those colors together in conjunction on a flag. But you're saying that it was the Civil War. I think at that time, didn't those colors come with Britain, or come with the not Britain, come with the people who left from Europe and came over here?
I don't think they had no colors, bro.
Can I see this flag that you're talking about that the American Indians used that was red, white, and blue before anybody else?
Yeah, the Muskegon flag. I'm gonna look it up.
Oh, okay. I've never heard
I'm
of
on
it.
my phone
I don't.
too.
I'm not
My
saying
bad,
you wrong.
A1. I'm on my
Oh,
phone
okay.
too, bro.
I'm gonna look it up
Damn,
on break.
where Oli at? Yeah, where Oli at, man? God
Holy
damn
probably
it,
knocked
where the
out.
good
He was
brother
up
at?
early with that morning coffee, so I'm just happy
Yeah,
that
he
he.
was.
Yeah, he probably ain't gonna wake up for a minute.
And he did another good show with the brother Ronald too, man. That was another good show too, bro.
Yeah,
That
Oli
was a
held it down
damn good
today
show
for me.
with Ronald. Yeah.
I wanted to be there for that too. I had set my alarm, but I just could not get up, bro. I hit snooze
That
for like
was a
3 hours
damn good
straight.
show. Yeah, that's
Yeah, I'm
like
gonna have to
a
watch that
must
back.
go back and watch because the
Hmm.
brother was hitting on so many points to where you would have to take notes. Like I took down notes watching it. You know what I mean? Because I know who Hoffman is.
Hmm.
So you know what I mean? I took down notes, man, and yeah, I would love to see him and Oli like build together because he has a Hoffman theory and Oli has like a Pythagorean theory, but they explaining it in their ways where it's more understandable. You know what I mean? I would love to see them two brothers build together. That's on some nerd
Yeah,
shit,
I
man. Shout
actually,
out to the nerd shit.
I got hip to Ronald on the Pseudo Killers channel. We were over there one day, and Ovi went up on stage, and they were trying to debunk all these concepts without actually reviewing them, which is contempt before investigation, which is a fallacy, and strawman fallacy. It was a list of fallacies. I actually did a presentation on how fallacious the Pseudo Killers' behavior was that day, and how it was just intellectually dishonest. I understand if they don't want to read his material, that's cool, but you also can't debunk what you haven't read. So, and we ended up meeting Ronald over there. They were trying to tell him he was pseudo and didn't know what the hell he was talking about, but I thought he actually had a lot of good insight on the topic. So I hollered at him to come over here, and hopefully, I'm pretty sure he's gonna come back. Next time, I want to be the one to interview him because I actually had a list of questions that since I didn't wake up, I didn't get to ask. So
Right,
hopefully, I can get
right,
to
right.
those.
Ali asked some damn good questions though for like 30 minutes, man. Oli asked some good questions. Them brothers had a good back and forth build to the brothers say, man, I want to hear your theory about this. And I'm gonna have a lot of questions, man, and we can go back and forth. The thing about both of these brothers' theory is that they have mathematics to prove it or they using mathematics to prove their theory. So if somebody got some kind of form to prove their theory, is more than somebody not having nothing to prove their theory. If that makes sense. A theory without
Yeah,
any
that
proof is just a floater. But a theory that has some kind of proof, you can say, okay, we can say that it is proof of this, but we can't say it exists because we can't see it. You understand what I'm
and
saying?
there's
So
that's very true, and that's where we make the distinction between a theory and a scientific theory. There's more forms of theory. Um,
correct.
there are theories that have scientific evidence behind them, and there are some that are just concepts in people's heads. So we, a lot of times, I think people conflate the two, but they're not the same. The theory of gravity actually has science behind it, math behind it, um, whereas the theory of flat Earth has none of that. So stuff like that.
So
I
in other
think
words,
people
one
conflate the two
has
together.
somewhat of a nation behind it to back it, and the other one is just standing by itself. Pretty much. That's
Exactly,
what I get
exactly.
out of the A1. Is that cool to say A1?
Yep, you're right on point.
Okay.
Right on point.
Okay. Okay. And that's why I like these
What you
brothers
about
who
to?
coming out and giving their own um theories, because you don't have to be a scientist to give a theory or whatever like this, because we got to understand, before these people was called scientists, they was nobodies. Before scientists was ever created, that you had to go to school and get a degree to become these things. It had to start from somewhere. So that's why I respect these brothers, because to me, they're starting from nowhere, and they're building it up to give evidence behind where they're going. You know what I'm saying? They're using other people evidence to support their theories. So that's why I respect Oli and the brother Ronald and anybody else who
Yeah.
has their own theories, because you have the right to create your own theories, bro. Big
And that was the problem when we met Ronald. They were actually telling Oli that he has no business pushing the boundaries of what we call philosophy. And who does he think he is, pretty much, to come up with his own philosophy? And that isn't that nobody can do it. They said that without reading it, they said I don't have to, because all that you can possibly do is copy what's already been out there and try to regurgitate it, which seems like that's what people are doing with science, actually. Well, they're not copying, but it's a process of regurgitation, as if we already have all the answers, and that was scary to me. Who is going to push the limits of what we know to get answers for what's unknown? And I just consider that a form of gatekeeping. At least review the information, tell the guy he's wrong, or show him where he can refine it. That would be intellectually
I thought
honest.
that's
And
what
if you don't have the
philosophy
time to read it,
was.
just say that. Yeah, exactly. It is. So I
Yeah,
don't know
I
what
thought
they were doing
philosophy
wasn't
was
philosophy
pushing the
at all.
boundaries, right? Pushing the boundaries of your intellectual self. And the only way you can push the boundaries of your intellectual self is to listen to other people who's intellectually, and to get you outside of your box. Because if you're just stuck within one sector, then and you saying that this is your philosophy, but you're not coherent to other philosophies, then I have to question you, and I have to question your logic of philosophy, because philosophy is no different than science. It's always proven itself. So philosophy is subjective. So since it's always proven itself, that means I can take your philosophy and take it farther, which we should be doing. Correct, my brother? Y'all go back and check that out. Shout out to the afternoon show with Ronald Burkins. That was great. That led up into this
Oh, I'm
evening
tripping. I
bill
was on mute
right
that whole
now.
time. You couldn't hear me.
Yeah, A1 back. Okay, he back.
My bad. I was gonna say, yeah, you're absolutely right, and I don't think that people should stop thinking or stop using their brains and just go memorize old philosophies to regurgitate. Um, Science doesn't have all the answers, and philosophy doesn't either. So, but we're growing together as a community, and shout out Oli for daring to do what many people say can't be done, and doing it very well, might I add. They actually have a copy
Big
of his
facts.
book over there. The pseudo killers have a copy of his book. I made sure they got it through the email, and we haven't heard a peep since. Actually, after I sent them the material, it got real quiet. It was a lot of noise until they actually got the book. Now that they actually have the material, nobody's saying anything, and we know if there was some pseudo stuff in there, they would be the first ones to expose it ASAP, as loud as they could. So I think the fact that we haven't
Oh
heard anything
wow.
back from them is credit that what he's doing is sound and doesn't go against science and isn't pseudo at all. So shout out to them guys, because mum has been the word since I sent the material over.
Mhm.
You know, and I'll
I
take that
had
as
a
they're on
little
our side now.
pushback. Yeah. I had a little pushback when I first was hearing his theory until I really listened to it. And then I asked him, I said, yo, brother, is this similar to this? And he was like, yeah, OTK. So now by him telling me, yeah, OTK, now I can understand where this brother is coming from and what he's changing and what he's making make sense to where a regular person studying original theory, it makes sense to them. So, in other words, he took that old theory and now he's bringing more truth to it and more scientific facts, more mathematical equations and more mathematical facts to the theory. I gotta respect that, man. And Oli earned my respect, bro. Like he earned my respect from that day forth. He earned my respect because he could have been fugazi and been like, nah, this ain't that person's stuff. This my stuff. I created this. And I would have been like, yo, I can't rock with him like that.
Mm-hmm.
But you know what I
Yeah,
mean?
shout out Odie. I
A1,
met him
yeah.
on TikTok, and he was holding it down over there. And I understood everything he said the first time he explained it. I never really had any pushback. I don't understand where the pushback was coming from. I was kind of confused. It's like people hear that he created something, and that alone for them is, oh, it's got to be wrong. It's got to be false. I'm not listening. Like, I don't know. But what is philosophy?
Right.
Where did Plato get his information from? He created it himself.
Right.
They're like, oh, you came up with your own stuff. What did Plato do? He came up with his own stuff. Like, all these philosophers are coming up with their own stuff.
Fact.
That's what philosophy is.
Right.
I don't understand that. Like, that
Socrates,
was an
Plato,
yeah.
Aristotle, all of them came up with their own theories. Pythagorean, they all came up with their own theories. Facts. Facts.
And he put his shit. I mean, he put his stuff through, philosophical testing to make sure it was sound, which I thought was amazing. He was using different equations to test his stuff. And I thought it was fire. I was blown away and intrigued. Even if it was pseudo, I don't think everybody's right all the time. And to say, I knew the whole concept wasn't pseudo. There may be some things that may be wrong in there, but that's why I wanted to bring him to the platform and bring it to the community, so that way we can look at it together. And I hope Ronald Burkins takes the time to review it, and maybe we can get an honest review from him on what he thinks about it. Because the people who we've been reaching out to, who claim to be the online authorities of science and philosophy, did us a disservice and wouldn't even check it out. So I don't know.
Big fact. I'm glad you brought him. And I watched a couple of your shows with Ali on it on TikTok. You know what I mean? I watch a lot of your shows, man. But that anytime you screamed it when you was on TikTok, I watch him when you I think you had showed some old shows too. I think you might have showed an old show with y'all being on there. He had a different name then though. It wasn't Oli. He had a different name on TikTok, but I could have kept the
Oh
voice.
yeah,
So
he was going by L. Ron Thugger.
yeah,
That's what he was going by.
right. I could have kept the voice. I was like, Oli.
I met him as L. Ron, Wild L. Ron, man. I've been working with
Right.
him though, man. He was a
Right.
live wire crash out when I met him. But it was just because he was a product of his environment. He's in these TikTok
Yeah.
arenas, and there's no decorum over there. So
Yeah.
when he
I'm a
came over here, he was a
YouTube
little rough
live
around the
wire
edges.
crash out. Yeah. I'm a
We
YouTube
still
live
appreciate you
wire
over here,
crash
though,
out
man.
though. Yeah, man. Yeah. Man.
You keep it
I see the only
exciting,
way I
man.
can get a debate. I sent the shout out to you earlier, A1. I said, man, damn, I see this the only way I can get a debate, Ali. I gotta be calm, cool. A1 told me, cool down with the ruggeds, because I was thugging it out, vulgar. So I just chilling now so I can get a debate. And that's how I got the debate with evolutionists, bro. For real.
When you chill, you can
By
actually
listening to
hear what
you,
the other
bro.
person's saying. I appreciate you
Right.
for taking heed. But I used to be a
Mhm.
live wire crash out too. I still am. Like I haven't changed. The old me ain't went nowhere. I'm still who I am. I'm just trying to be better than I was yesterday. I'm trying to get smarter than I was yesterday, and I don't get smarter by thinking I know everything. Even if a
Right.
person's wrong and I know what they're saying is wrong, I stay muted and I let them finish. Because when
Right.
it's my turn to talk, we'll get to see who the best man is. I don't like me cutting them off. It's like that's the weakest thing I could possibly do. Like because if they're right, I want them to say more wrong stuff. You're just giving me more ammo to come clap back. Like it's, keep putting your foot in
Right.
your mouth. You got the floor, brother. Let me know when it's my turn. I'm taking notes.
Right. Right.
That's how I've always felt about it. So. But I used to get cut off a lot just because I was a non-believer from people who believed in something that they couldn't even prove. And the audacity of them to mute me out or cut me off, or like it was crazy.
Yeah, and you a
Over a belief
Gnostic,
system.
right? You a
No, I'm not.
Gnostic, right?
No. You got to put an A on the front of that Gnostic. A
Yeah, I
Gnostic is
said
the
a
is a
Gnostic.
like aggravated robbery.
Okay, you a
You got to say
agnostic.
the ag. Yeah. There you go.
Okay.
You got
So the
it.
agnostic
Agnostic.
is the one that they don't believe because they haven't seen it yet, but they're open to seeing it? Or is that the Gnostic people?
No, that's us. And you explained it a kind of funny way, but you did explain it right. You didn't say anything wrong. I just the way you put it together. But we believe that man doesn't have knowledge of God or anything outside of this existence. Um, but every day I'm looking for proof. Every day I'm looking for somebody. I'm up here and I give people open opportunity
Right,
to try to convert me and bring forth their information just
right,
because I don't agree with
right,
you, and I think that my logic and reasoning is superior, I still let them finish with their. Even it gets real spooky up here sometimes, but I don't cut them off. They be talking about people walking on water and all this stuff. I
right,
don't mute them
right.
out, jump in,
I'm
tell them you crazy
agnostic
and shut
too.
up.
That's why I
You
asked you.
know,
Big facts.
yeah, because I'm
Yeah, I'm
definitely not.
agnostic too, man.
I don't really like the atheism. I think the atheism um, gets a little confusing. There are people who actually make the claim that there isn't a God. I don't think that that's a claim that can be made because if something doesn't exist, you won't have evidence of it. So how can you prove that? And the absence of evidence isn't evidence. So they can't use. I think that the claim that the atheists who do make that claim, I think it's unscientific. I think that they're speaking in absolutes when they can't prove that either. So I feel like they're in the same boat as the religious people when they start doing stuff like that. They're trying to make a
But
definite claim
isn't
of something that's supposed to be outside of our existence, but they can't get outside of our existence to examine to see what's there. So I think that they're in error. Any atheist who makes the claim that God doesn't exist, and that's what I was
it
almost there for a little bit, but
right?
I almost said thank God. RIP my nigga, thank God too. That's one of my shout out him.
But you
But
are atheist though. You just agnostic atheist though.
yes, because I mean
Right.
I don't have
Okay.
evidence for a God, but I'll never make the claim that there isn't one.
Right. Right. Right.
I
You like
always, I
me,
always
man.
leave that
Like,
one
man,
percent
it
possibility open.
can.
Like
Right.
yeah,
Right. Right. Right.
I could
And
be
that's
wrong,
how I am, bro. That's how I am. Yep.
but nobody's
You
proven me
never
wrong
know.
yet.
Right. You never know. You never know.
People just believe I'm wrong. Nobody's proven me wrong. So
Mhm.
and they ain't passed me their cell phone and said, "Here is God. He wants to talk to you." Every time somebody telling me what God wants, it's a man. It's not God Himself. So
But what if
it's always
these
a man
people are
telling me what God
wrong?
wants.
And what if these people are wrong and maybe you met God before?
What do you mean? How did I meet Him? As far in a dream, as a man walking the
Um,
earth? How did I
but
meet Him?
yeah,
How?
because maybe we looking for these certain characteristics of what a God is, or what a God should be, and then we're missing the whole overall aspect of what the nature of that God is. So, in other words, like you could have met a God and didn't know it was a God.
When you say
You,
you have
I'm
to give
just
me
saying, if
specifics
that
of
make
meat.
any sense,
When you say
if that
meat,
make any sense, A1, my fault, my fault.
it almost makes sense. Here's what's not making sense to me. When you say I've met how? Like I need you to go in depth on what you mean by met.
Like personally, like you encounter somebody, but you didn't know that they was God, but you encounter somebody and they was like too good to be true. Like, God damn, this motherfucker here is just too good to be true.
Mm.
Or it could be male or female. You know what I'm saying? Because we dealing with duality. So, with that aspect, how do because what I'm
You
saying is
funny.
they tell us what we
I
looking
like that.
for in a God or what a God should be, but is that the real? I don't know. My bad. I'm gonna find out
No,
a way
I
how
get
to
what you're
put
saying
that
now. Now I
A1.
get what you're saying. Now I get exactly what you're saying. And I like that. When I'm disagreeing with people about the existence of God, it's based on the description in the books of who God is. That's what I'm disagreeing with. And that's why I don't say a
Right,
God doesn't exist.
right,
I just don't believe
right.
any of these books has the
Okay,
answers that we claim to be looking for. And that's why I leave the
right.
possibility open for God to reveal himself to me. Like that's why I don't say there isn't one. There's always, I can't say that unless I die and come back. So, and
Right.
even then, I don't, everybody who dies and comes back doesn't have a story of God or anything. Some people have no story. Some people say
Big
they saw
facts.
white light. The near death
Right,
experience stuff. I may do an episode on that coming up soon. But
right,
when
right.
you say
Some
met
just
now,
say
now
they see emptiness.
you're making me think about people who came into my life at the perfect time that were a blessing that I never saw again. Like there was one instance when the
Exactly,
undercovers.
A1. Exactly, exactly,
So I'm about to
A1.
go into the story
Exactly.
real quick.
Go
The
ahead.
undercovers blew down on me one time, and I'm running from the police. Right, I got away, but there was a black security guard who was like, "Y'all look like y'all need some help." He was a cop security guard, and he led me through this underground tunnel under this hospital and let us out on the other side so we could get away. And I was like, I don't know, stuff like that makes you think about what you were saying. Like, you can meet somebody that was too good to be true. Like that, instances like that. I only have a few of them, but I don't know. Maybe it wasn't meant for me to be in jail that day. And when you talk about stuff like divine revelation, it's like, is God going to send you a receipt to your email to say, "Hey, that was me"? Yeah, I'm good. He said he was going over there. I didn't want to steal his chance to run the line. Oh, let me mute out OTK. Take over for a second.
Okay, A1, we got a second, y'all. Yeah, yeah. Hey, that was a good explanation. Man, he let you through the tunnel to get way. So that I'm glad you understood what I was saying because we look for this God uh uh aspect as far as what people has portrayed or perceive what God is supposed to be, how he's supposed to come or stuff like this. But to me, when we dealing with the God aspect, which is energy, to me, I feel like a God can be right in front of you and you don't even know it because we're looking for the characteristics of this God that we have been trained to look for from religion. And you know what I mean? I don't know. I'm gonna find out a better way how to reframe that and put it together, a better question.
You
And
said it
I'm
right.
glad A1
I
was
like how you said
able
it.
to
And I like how you said it. And like, I just can't wrap my mind around this. There's certain stuff that I just doesn't resonate with me, and it will never resonate with me. I will never worship a homicidal deity. Let's say the God of the Bible, Islam, or Judaism is real and does reveal himself to me. I'm just going to be against him because you're a psychopath. You're a sociopath. You created all of this, flooded the earth 2 times, but you're supposed to be all knowing. You didn't know that you was making a mistake the first time you made man. You had to kill everybody on the planet 2 times. I got a problem with that. So if the way that they describe him in the Bible is actually true and this person is real, then I'm just going to be his opposition. And because there's certain stuff that I will never rock with. It does, I don't know, it doesn't resonate with my moral compass. I have a problem with certain things in that book.
I
Especially with, like I
agree
just
with
said, he
that.
killed everybody on the earth 2 times, but he's supposed to be all knowing. He didn't see his mistake coming. Like, he got to stop
Right.
this foolishness.
So
Like,
would you say that religion got us looking for the wrong God? Or looking for a God with, you know what I mean? Because we would not say that, us being a Gnostic, agnostic, atheist, we're saying like, yo, you know what I mean? We're not saying that it's not real, but until we can see it ourselves, then that's when I become a believer in that. So now, if we're looking for something that was already instilled with us with religion, and say this never comes across our life, that certain characteristic, can we say that we never encompass a God though?
you were breaking up at
Because
the
with
end. I
that
couldn't hear
story
you.
that you said, might
Oh, you breaking up, OTK. I can't hear you. Get closer to the router. Or cut your Wi-Fi on your phone and stop using your data, maybe.
Man,
You
I ain't
know?
got no Wi-Fi. I only got
Oh.
data.
And that's the problem, man. Go ahead.
I know, bro. I know. I'm gonna get
You
better
clear
though.
now.
You can hear me
You clear
now?
now.
Mic check. I'm good
Yep.
now, bro.
You good now. Go ahead.
So we all this God atheists and it are that the reason we always
Damn, right at the good stuff, you start borging out.
Because
I can't hear nothing you saying, bro. You borging.
damn, my
Shout
bad.
out GD and
Hey, I'm gonna
Capone, man.
drop out and I'm gonna come right back. Hey, I'm gonna drop out and come right back, bro.
Bet.
Alright.
GD and Capone with the thinking face. Pull up if you got some questions or if you want to challenge me on something I said, you know? Yeah, I'm not even challenged. Just add to the conversation because I'm not up here to debate. I really don't like, I don't want to bash what people believe in, but if people ask me, I'm going to answer honestly. I used to wake up on a mission every day to beat up religion. It's not my fight anymore. I'm actually facilitating other people in their fight. Whew. But yeah, it's like another thing with religion that was bothering me was the logic of the whole thing. How do we have all these different religions actively working in contradiction to each other? And what they claim as proof are the same claims that every religion makes. It's not even like nobody has a monopoly on miracles. None of these religions None of these religions have a monopoly on revelation. None of these religions have a monopoly on, I guess, the divine intervention that they claim. None of these religions have a monopoly on prophecy. The list goes on. All of these religions are using the exact same evidence to say that their stuff is real, while actively ignoring the other religions' claims. So it's a case of special pleading. What else is what's the other term? There's a few terms for this that show that the whole system, is invalid on its face. And I don't know. I know people are born into these systems. I like to say brainwashed, honestly. And that's why they're not realizing the error in the logic of what's going on, because they want to believe instead of I want to know. I don't want to believe. I don't want to believe in nothing. I believe in myself, and I believe in right now. And I don't need belief to get me through the day. I don't need belief to get me through tough times. Actually, the belief in myself is what got me through tough times, not the belief in a God. So 'cause I remember one day Omar was up there bashing me like, "You don't believe in nothing," and I'm like, "It's better." And then I'm like, "Well, how does that compare to you going from a Muslim to a Team Kemet to an Israelite? You don't know what to believe in. You'll just believe in anything." I'd rather reserve my belief for things that I know than to just give it to things that will end up being proven false down the line. So I don't play the belief game. Either I know or I don't know. Belief is for people who are uncomfortable just saying I don't know or not knowing. Like, I'm not going to play the belief game. And once it's proven, then I'll rock with it. Until then, we got 20 different religions. How many people up here trying to convert me every day? People in my back chat: Muslims, Hebrews, Christians, 20 different type of Christians. And we can't even call it Christianity. You have to say Christianities, IES on the end, because every sect or every denomination is a different version. They believe in a different version of God. They believe in different rules to get you to heaven. They're not the same. And the fact that the all-knowing creator would allow all of this dysfunction to go on under his name, man, come on, man. This stuff's got to stop, bro.
Yeah.
This stuff's got to stop.
Mic check. I'm
I
good
also
now,
believe,
bro.
yeah, you are amazing now. Actually, could you repeat what you were saying? Because I wanted to respond to that.
Yeah. So, okay, us being a Gnostic atheist, me and you. Hey, shout out to the chat too. Without the chat, without y'all, there's no us. Just to let y'all know that, man. Appreciate y'all 1,000 for real, for real. It's no flowers. There's no amount of flowers that we can give the chat. For real. Shout out to y'all.
Oh, I thought you was talking about. I didn't know what you were talking about.
No, I
No,
was
I'm sorry.
talking
Let me
about
mute
the
out
chat.
OTK.
I was giving a shout
No,
out to your
no,
chat real quick, man. Without
I was
them, it's
talking.
no us. But I was about to ask you the
I'm gonna mute
question
out.
though.
I'm gonna mute out while you talk. Okay, I'm listening.
Okay. So A1. So my question would be, us being an agnostic atheist, we also have an open mind to saying like, okay, no, we don't believe in the God of the religion and all of that. But we're not saying that it's not a God. And we're saying that until that day that we can prove that it's a God, it's not a God. So now with that mind frame being set, are we already set in a mind frame because we're looking for a certain type of God?
See, I have no clue what I'm looking for because I don't know what God is. I don't know. I don't. I just know what's in the book isn't logical. So unless God is just illogical and the author of confusion, which I don't think any, they say intelligent design. What is? Show me the intelligent design in the way that he disseminated his message through the game of telephone. What the hell is intelligent about that? we need to stop with this stuff. Like at this point, it's absurd. Like I don't know, man. I just think it's intellectually dishonest. Pushing belief as fact,
Okay.
talking about I know, I know. No, you don't. You believe. You don't know nothing, and that's okay. It's okay not to know.
Right.
But I
Definitely.
understand that
It's
mentally
definitely
people
not a
need this to get
problem with
by.
saying I don't know. It's no problem with
And
saying I don't know.
and that's where I'm at. I'm in a constant state of I don't know, and that bothers people when they can't convince me. But I'll tell them you're making the same claims that a damn Muslim is making. If you're a Christian, you're making the same claims as a Muslim to try to convince me of your shit. Like you at least
Mhm.
come up with something original, bro. Y'all all saying the
Right.
same stuff. Like nobody can prove none of it at this point, and I just I think I don't understand how they don't realize that.
Right.
Like they'll fight with me tooth and nail, like they got it. Like, bro, I know. My God, this, my God, that. He this, he that. Like, man, y'all don't know nothing, bro. Y'all were beaten. Like all the people who didn't. The only reason we have so many believers is because there was a time when if you didn't believe, they killed you. So all we
Facts.
had left was believers. Of course, if you
Right.
massacre everybody who doesn't believe, it's going to dominate the nation. Like, but
Mhm.
this is stuff that we don't want to talk about.
So that also can fall up underneath the construct of alert behavior, huh?
What type of behavior did you call it?
Alert behavior.
Learned behavior. Yeah, I think all of this is learned. How else? I
Hmm.
was only Christian for 30 years because it was passed on to me. And even though I had
Because it was
questions that,
passed on to you. Correct.
yeah,
Correct.
I'm only a Christian
Correct.
because of where I was born. If I was born in India, I would be a Muslim, bro, or
You
whatever.
would be a
If I was
Hindu,
born in
right? You'd be
Iran,
a
if I
Hindu.
was in Iran right now, I would be a Muslim because it's what they taught me when I was born.
Fact.
It doesn't mean that it's
You
the
would be
actual
either
truth.
you would be a Sunni or a Shiite.
Yeah,
Facts.
but
Big
I'd be
facts.
fighting with people and I'd be on these platforms arguing like it's the facts. These are the facts. Like, bro, I
Correct.
only believe this because
Correct.
they brainwashed me into it when I was a kid, bro. That's the only reason I believe this stuff, bro.
Correct.
But even as a
And that's what
kid,
I
like I
was
say, my
asking. Oh, my bad, A1. Damn. My fault.
no, go ahead, go ahead.
And that's why I was asking the brother King Hercules earlier, because he kept bringing up African thoughts and the African thought system of cosmology. And I was like, well, African thoughts of cosmology is not worldwide cosmology thoughts. You can't equate Africa thoughts to being worldwide. That's not true. And if you do that, then you're subjecting yourself to, you know what I mean, to limited information, because now we see that it's plenty of people that had different cosmologies: the Hindus, the Buddhists, the Persians, the Sumerians, the Phoenicians, the Hittites. All of these people had the Etruscans, the Greeks. All of these people had different cosmologies. So, African cosmology is not worldwide cosmology. And that's what I was telling King Hercules. Like, you just can't say, like, that's the overall point of view. And that's how we got into the evolution thing and into the deeper thing, because he's saying that, yeah, well, all man pretty much was created in Africa. But no, that's not true, also. Because more research comes out, you see that people came into Africa and was later classified as leaving out of Africa. So you got an inner Africa evolution story also. So that's why we just got to be coherent to all information. You can't shun nothing. You just got to listen to what everybody is saying. You can't be speaking in absolutes. like you saying, I know, I know, I know. You can't be speaking in absolutes when you don't know.
hmm
That's
Most
not
people
good.
do,
That's
but
not
it's the
healthy, bro.
system. Yeah, it's they don't realize how unhealthy it is. They don't realize how it takes away from the conversation. Even the dude up here who the panpsychist Max, he believes in flat Earth and he believes in Christ, but he's not a Christian now. But when he talks about things as if they're a matter of fact, and it just takes away from the conversation because he needs to say, I mean, he doesn't have to say I don't know after everything, but like I don't know, it's just misleading and it's this intellectually dishonest. Um,
Yeah,
and
yeah,
people aren't aware
definitely.
that they're doing it because in their heart, like you really can't tell them nothing.
Right. Right.
Like I
And
don't get it. He believes in
that's been a
universes.
major problem from us learning from a bunch of people in the past. They
Yeah.
wasn't speaking in absolutes, but we took their speakings as absolute. You know what I mean? And we ran with it. People ran with these things, and that's where we are today. But now, and then later on, when we go back and look, we see that these people weren't speaking in absolutes.
Mhm.
They were just speaking from their point of view, from their subjective thoughts. And that's a major problem. A1. I don't think people know how to
Mhm.
separate objectivity from subjectivity.
Nope, nope. And another problem I see with the whole religious thing is it's like they can't look at the history of religion from a bird's eye view. Like if we had a chart that mapped from the beginning of time to today, that every group of people at their time believed with their whole hearts that the gods that they were worshiping were real. From the Greeks all the way back until as far as we can go. Ptah,
You went out, A1. You went out, A1. You stopped with Patah. Hey, shout out to A1, man. At work, own business, getting his own business off the ground, putting in that work, and still doing this show, bringing it, so we can have a space to come give our intellectual thoughts, man. Shout out to A1, man. Shout out to the Titans, all the Titans. You know what I'm talking about? For real. That's when we usually would hit at. Ah, ooh, ah, ooh, ah, ooh. You know what I mean? Tighten up. You feel me? I can't even see the chat right now. I don't know who's in the chat, man, but shout out to y'all. You know what I mean? One thing about OTK, I love when people disagree with me and we can come and we can build about it because what you disagree with me about, it might help broaden me up. You know what I mean? We got to understand that we all are individuals. We all have our subjective thoughts and our own right to think and our own free will to think and to make conscious thoughts and conscious decisions. And with that, it also takes other people who's within your circumference or your environment to help you make these conscious decisions and things like that. So, in other words, if you're around negative people, 9 times out of 10, you're going to make negative decisions. If you're around positive people, 9 times out of 10, you're going to make positive decisions. If that makes sense. I mean, that's just how I look at it. That's my subjective thought, which I have the right to think. Um, and that's from living off of my experience, from my environment. So nobody can tell me that I'm wrong or I'm right. You know what I mean? It's up to me to dictate whether what I'm accomplishing or what I'm doing is wrong or right, because I'm within this environment and everybody else is on the outside looking in, giving their opinions and their suggestions. And that's the problem with a lot of us. We give our opinions and our suggestions when they ain't really needed. Let me say that again. We give our opinions and our suggestions sometimes when it's not even needed. You feel me? I wish I had controls, because I will surely push a commercial break right now with the Cash App. Please like, share, and subscribe to the Titans Debate League. It's free. It's free. It don't cost you nothing. For real. King J got a debate coming up. I think that's this Saturday, if I'm not mistaken. I don't want to misspeak, but I think it's Saturday with King J coming up. And the other good brother about the is it Gnostic or is Gnosticism, Christianity the same? I think that's the debate title. I don't want to butcher it. My apologies, y'all. I'm going off the fly right now until my brother A1 come back. You know what I mean? That's going to be a great debate, because I'm waiting for these brothers to bring that out. You know what I mean? Shout out to Oli for the morning coffee show this morning. Great conversation. Shout out to the brother Humble. Good brother. Good brother. Came through, me, him, came through support. It was great conversation as far as local, national, and worldwide news. If y'all missed it, please go back and watch it, man. And drop some comments on it. You know what I mean? To help the good brother out. Shout out to the second part of the show with Ronald Burkins. His conscious fundamental. That was a great build too. The brother had a great format, a great slideshow to where he could explain, and he's showing everything that he's talking about. He also gave reference of where he's coming from, which is Hoffman. You know what I mean? Y'all go study some of Hoffman's work with the experimental game theory type stuff like that, like proving things mathematically. You feel me? So they have some kind of root to stand on, because they're using mathematics to stand on. So they have some kind of root to explain why they say what they say. So you got to respect that. So shout out to the brother Ronald Burkins for that. And shout out to Oli for the quantum onlyism and the way he explained that too. You know what I mean? Nerd talk, quantum physics, quantum realm, physical science. All of these are incorporated with that. And then it deals a lot with, to me, it deals a lot with belief or something, and then turning them beliefs into actual facts. So to me, their belief is the theory in their aspect. It starts with a theory with them. Belief is a theory with them, and then they go with the facts. And that's what I like about it, because it definitely has an explanation to it. And I'm waiting for somebody to go against it, so we can have a peer review. That's a peer review. They're bringing this out to the community, so it's up to the community to have the pushback against it. That's a peer review. And I'm sure these brothers are willing to accept any pushback to what anything that they're saying. You know what I mean? Just come into it with an open mind. Don't come into it biased. A lot of us be biased out here. I'm one of the ones that be biased too with some things. I'm working on myself with that, but I can acknowledge that. I be biased with some things, but when it came down to this rim of information what Oli is bringing, I had to get out of my non-bias, get into my non-bias mode, out of my biasness about science, because me with science, I'm kind of skeptical with it. I don't trust all sciences. Just point blank, because I feel science put names on things that don't need no explanation for, and that's how it got its credit. Like the sun, they gave it the name the sun, but in cultures and in spirituality systems across the world, the sun had a different name, but science overall named it the sun, and then the moon. But these things had different names depending on what area you came from, what cultural background you came from. And that's how science started, how people started liking science, because it was given names to things that already exist. And then it tried to explain why these things exist, because they was trying to prove God. Once science couldn't prove God, this is where we have the split of science in the church, because all of your first scientists was religious. Once they couldn't prove God, or they went back to the church and say, look, we can't prove God, we just don't know, that caused the uproar. This is where all the pseudo name and all of this stuff came from. The pseudo name and all this came from science. It was scientific people calling each other pseudo. Because these was the people saying science don't always prove itself. But then you had those saying, yes, science is always proving itself. There's no definite. The things that's definite, we call it physical science. We really don't need no explanation for it, but we're going to give you an explanation for it. That's just natural. Natural science is just nature. We don't have no explanation for it, but we're going to give you one. And again, this is my thoughts, y'all. And I'm just trying to keep this thing going until A1 come back. You know what I mean? For real. But that's my thought of science. And when I study from where science come from with Newton and all of these other people, also into the masonry. Masonry comes out of science too. Definitely. Freemasons, all of these things with religion back then coincide with each other. They went hand in hand together. When science started separating itself from religion, this is what you got, the pseudos. This is when they started calling these people who was getting out of religion pseudo. Those are pseudosciences, y'all. Because it was either roll with the church or roll with this religion, or you get rolled over. You fall by the wayside of life. So, you know what I mean? That's from my research. From my research, that's what I accomplished about what science really is. Its conception comes out of religion. And I'm gonna stand on that. You know, that's my subjective thought. I could be wrong, but until somebody prove me wrong, I'm gonna stick with that. So another thing we gotta understand too is that this name science is a created word to describe something that was already going on. I definitely agree that people already was doing science before the name science was created, before they put it in the category. I know this for a fact. Science, mathematics, before these names even came about, we can see these things in cultures. We can see these. We don't need no explanation. We can see that these things was happening worldwide. The problem with science also is that science tries to put dates on things. And by them doing that, this causes a problem because now you're saying who's first, who's second, third, and last. But really, science don't know who's first, second, third, or last. Because for one, when they started science, when the Egyptians or the Kemetics or the Phoenicians, Sumerians or the Hindus, when all of these people were studying astrology and cosmology, they did not know about America. They didn't know about the other landmass over to the west of them, because they would be in the east. They didn't know about America. So now that leaves a big void space. So now when we talk about history, history is always over there from where it's starting from, because that's where they started all the archaeological digging and all of these things right here to back up what they were saying. But now America is playing a major role in helping rewrite history, because they're seeing things in America that's being built at the same time things is being built over there in Africa or in the Mediterranean or in Greece or wherever they want to give their monuments to. We can see that there's things here too. But the thing is, who's dating these things? So the people that we see that are dating these things are the same people that's the head of these evolution theories. And the ones that go against this evolution theory and start to say stuff like, well, people could have existed in America first, they call them pseudo, because it's going against the mainstream narrative. But yet, the only reason why you calling it pseudo, because you're also going off of their carbon dating, radioactive dating. They say bones or whatever like that, but you know, we got bones that's old over here also. or that can date to the same time period as over there. But people don't be wanting to have these conversations, man, because we so indoctrinated. And the hardest thing to do is to unindoctrinate yourself. That's the hardest thing to do. But the easiest way to do that is to do your genealogy and find yourself here in America, what you are. Because even if you take a DNA test, let's be for real, the DNA test really only go back 200 years. You're still going to be here in America. So how your DNA test taking you outside America when it only go back 200 years? You're still going to be here in America. This is more of the indoctrination because of this evolution thing that all men come out of Africa, all species or whatever come out of life. The origin is Africa, not the foundation, because Uncle was building on that today about foundation and origins are two different things. So, you know what I mean? The origins that everybody came out of Africa is a fallacy. It is no longer fully supported by all anthropological scientists. These scientists and these archaeological people are having different thoughts now because of the things that they're excavating from here in America now. Big facts. So I don't know. A1, man, you ain't off that shift yet, baby boy. I'm saying though, I appreciate the time up here and the build. Me and Evolution got a evolutionist, man. We're gonna link up tomorrow so we can solidify the debate about Charles Darwin. And listen to the question, y'all, about Charles Darwin teaching evolution about humans. Listen, teaching. Darwin did not teach this. He wrote about it, but he didn't teach it. That's the main thing. He stayed away from teaching that. They forced him to write that, but you know, all of this is going to come out in the debate. So if he was whole with the debate, all this is going to come out, and we're going to use Charles Darwin's own works. And I hope the brother don't try to bring no Charles Darwin works after he was dead. You know what I mean? Because then that's applying. What he said earlier, I noticed he used the word applying. So applying means that you're saying what the next person was thinking. No, you can't do that. Not when we dealing with evolution of man, of humans. You know, big facts. In fact, I will say that Darwin never really even studied the evolution of man. That wasn't his forte. That was not his forte. I would say that also. He did not study human evolution for real. Now did his granddaddy and daddy did? Yeah, they might have tried to do that with genes, but I think that's called pangenesis or some stuff like that. What they had, you know what I mean? What they was dealing with as far as genes being passed on with matrilineal and patrilineal. You know what I mean? See, Darwin come from a long line of geneticists, so-called geneticists, in their own rights. He come from a line of that. So, yeah, it's gonna be a good one, man. It's gonna be a good one. Yeah, I ain't your regular American Indian, man. You know what I mean? I do somewhat some study. I like to read too. I ain't gonna lie. I come from that. When you want to hide something from somebody, you put it in a book. I come from that era, for real, for real. I still buy books to this day. I understand better reading it than somebody just telling me. For real. Damn, I hate to just go without A1 being back up here, man, and close out. Just don't want to leave this show running, man. I'm sorry, man, if I'm boring y'all. I can't even see the chat to even answer any chat questions. Hold on. Let me look real quick. Let me see if I can see the chat. Oh, okay. Hey, man, shout out to RTG, man. You know what I mean? Roundtable gang. GD and Capone, you in the back. I can't let you up, GD and Capone. I don't got the wrench, bro. OTK supposed to be coming. They weren't supposed to be coming back. Damn, man. Shout out. Oh, shout out to Juju. They're my favorite. Hey, that's one of my favorite pseudo killers. Big facts. Juju and Cedric. I said that on Unk Show today. Big fact. Shout out to Juju. Me and Juju be going at it, man. But all love and respect. Heru, peace to you. Michigan Natural Living, peace. Old account, peace, man. Peace to all of y'all, boy. Valisa Bennett, hey, peace to you too, man. Much love and respect to the chat. Ronald Burkins, yeah, he was here today. You know what I mean? Shazaka Demore, peace to you, man. I'm just going back in the chat. The community of skeptics, peace to you. You know what I mean? I'm just trying to do something until my brother come back, man. Occupy low time. I'm sorry, y'all. Jada Snake, my good brother. City count, old count, yeah, my brother. Hold on, maybe I can. Hold up. Are you in the back now, bro? I don't see you in the back now. GD and Capone. Let me see. I might can let you up, bro. Right. Unc was cooking. For real. And you know what I mean? I give respect where respect is due. You know what I mean? And shout out to Unc, man. For real. Because Unc can turn up at any moment in time. He my favorite turn up. Like any moment in time, he can flip a switch and Unc done go 1,000 degrees. For real. I respect that. You know what I mean? So for him to keep his composure today on that show, it taught me a lot, Jay. I ain't even gonna lie to you, man. He wanted to spaz out so many times on that show today, but he didn't, man. He kept it cool. Man. For real. Word. Yeah. Right. His name Unc when he evolved from Kimmy. You know what I mean? I respect that. Yeah, definitely. And shout out to Unc, man. I remember when I first saw Unc, uh, you know what I mean, on the sidewalk building, him and Gozy was super young. Young Pharaoh was super young. And Unc said, you know what? Polite, goddamn Reggie, them boys, they got the Team Kemet thing. You know what I mean? They got that. Unc said, you know what? I'm gonna go into matter of fact, SETI too. SETI. And Unc was like, you know what? I'm gonna get into a whole nother level of this thing. I'm gonna go into the science and bring scientific literacy to us folks. At the time, nobody was really kicking that scientific literacy like that. When Unc them boys started that with Amin Ra squad, them boys was bringing that scientific stuff, man. Shout out to the Amin Ra squad. Big facts. That Amin Ra squad, you know what I mean, was deadly. Shout out to Ngozi. Shout out to Pharaoh, man. You know what I mean? Regardless of what goes on now, shout out to them. Can't act like they didn't do what they did at that time. Young brothers. Young brothers. I remember when Sonetta did a show and had Pharaoh on there as a young brother. It was another brother on there too. I don't know what happened to him. He just disappeared. But it was another brother, man. And I remember them boys was on the stage as up and coming. You know what I'm saying? Them boys was tight work. For real. Like pseudo killers tight work now. Don't get me wrong. They might say some things we don't agree with, but boy, they tight work. Yeah, they tight work. Very tight work. That Kemet team tight work too, man. King J, them boys, them Masai and all them boys there. Them boys tight work. I ain't even gonna lie to you. These new Christians that's out now, them boys getting their thing together too. They getting tight too. These new Christians. Not these old Israelites, not none of them. These new Christians are getting tight work too. For real. Everybody is getting well studied, and that's what I respect. Yeah, Young Marcus. That's his name. That's his name, Jay. Young Marcus. I don't know what happened to that brother, man. That brother was super deep too at a young age. Shout out to Sonetta for bringing these brothers out, man. You know what I mean? For real. Regardless, he is the GOAT. When they come down to the screaming stuff in these debates, he is the GOAT. Big facts. And personally, y'all, I don't care what people think about me because I got my own opinion. We agree to disagree. Hey, man, it's all good. I'm still a man at the end of the day. You know what I mean? So that's the respect part. That's the common ground. I'm a man. You a man. You could be a woman. You know what I'm saying? It's a respect thing at the end of the day that we men and women that we human at the end of the day. That's the most respect part. Now our thought systems and our I don't want to say beliefs, our thought system and our process of belief can be totally different. But we gotta respect that. You know what I mean? Nah, I ain't doing no cookout for no Juneteenth. I don't even know what the fuck that is, Jay. Them boy got some uh Gullah Geechee type stuff going on, bro, with the museum and all of that, Jay. Dog, I'm not for that, bro. For real. Like this movement, what I got going on now, Jay, what I'm building up now, I'm trying to get rid of that whole Geechee Gullah stuff is from Africa, bro. Big facts. I'm not saying that people didn't come from Africa and mixed in with these people, but the whole concept of Gullah and Geechee needs to be separated. And people need to know the real truth about it. Like for real. You know what I mean? After I came out, Queen Quet was one of the main Gullah Geechee people down here down south, claiming that she came from Africa. But when I came out and I reached one of her peoples and I showed them some things, she renounced that. She started claiming her American Indian lineage. So shout out to Queen Quet. You know what I mean? For real. You know what I mean? Wampanoag, yeah. Shout out to the Wampanoag. You know what I mean? Wampanoag was one of the first chieftains to get encountered in the 1600s, bro. Your Wampanoag, your Narragansett, your Powhatans. Yeah, these are some of the first people that was encountering people coming in 1600s, where they built a whole slave trade narrative of 1619 from. But when we see these stories, we see that nobody was slaves in 1619s. They was indentured servants because they had a contract with the king, with King James. Once we go back and we look at how they came over here, we see that they had a contract with King James, which means an insurance policy. So when they came over here, any money, anything that they make, they had to pay homage back to King James to buy their way out their indentured servitude contract. We see this in 1619. These are your pilgrims, Puritans, later becoming some of your Quakers, later becoming some of your Mormons. These are all the same people. You had people that came back, that came before that, that had dealt with the Powhatans, and they had a little colony that they called Jamestown. You feel me? That's where that ship was supposed to come at, the Mayflower, in the 1600s. It was supposed to go to Jamestown, but the weather got them caught up. That's why they got stuck in Boston. Half of them died on the ship because it was too cold for them to even get off the ship. They was on that ship so long to when they got off the ship, they already had like a governing system, like who was appointed to what and this and that by the time they got off this ship. So it wasn't no slaves involved. Go back and look at that story. Yeah. So American history is very underrated, man. Um, yeah, exact. But the thing is, though, Jay, they say that this is the new world. It's the new world to them because they didn't know that it existed. But it's the old world to us. You feel me? And they will be the new world people to us. So it's like a role reversal, bro, when we dealing with history. So that's the lens we got to look at it from too, also, when we study in this history. You know what I mean? Big facts. You know, and shout out to Jay, man. A1 Day One showed me how to even scream and share my screen, man. Shout out to that brother. Round Table Gang. Jay. Good brother. Great point of views too, man. Shout out to him. I saw you over there on Unk Show too, Jay, when you asked him, when you said, ask Jabari, what is black? I think that's a great question. What are these people defining as black? So when we say black, that automatically equates to African. Because if that is so, then that means that y'all are implicating something that they're not saying, but y'all putting your own spin on it. Because from my studies, black doesn't mean African. Big facts. And the reason why I say that, because you can hear brothers like Unc that say, man, Africa had multi-general complexions. They had all different type of complexions in Africa. Because we know your climate can affect your skin tone. From what science say. Let's deal just strictly with what they science say. Climate can reflect your skin tone. Your skin tone has nothing to do with your culture. So now this is why I have a problem at, because they be using black like it's a culture thing, when to me it's just a descriptive thing. So that's why I want to know what exactly is black too. And what are they calling black? Next time I catch my brother Unc over here, because Unc like to come up and pop up over here, man, and give us good bills too. Next time I catch Unc, I'm gonna ask Unc that, like, what is the meaning of black from an African point of view? You know what I mean? What will be black from an African point of view? Hmm. Because I noticed Unc said black in one sentence, but then he said all colored people. So I didn't get the full gist of that. So I don't want to make up nothing, but that makes me wonder, like, okay, so is people with color considered black? So now we have a caste system or a color spectrum. So white is white, and anybody that's melanated is underneath the black spectrum, and anybody that's non-melanated is underneath the white spectrum. If we have something to go off, a scale to measure what is black and what is white. We will have to have something to measure black against in order to call it black. If that make any sense. I'm just saying. So to every plus, it's a negative. To every negative, it's a plus. You know, you can't have one without the other. So I want to know what's the definition of black. Because he brought out a key point. Jabari brought out the book that the dude was talking, and he was describing that the people came from the southern regions of Africa and came up into Kemet or whatever that. And then asked Jabari the question, did this dude ever say that they was black? Jabari said no. Okay then. So if this dude never said that they was black, what is the definition, or who are y'all going off of that's saying that Africans are black? I would like to know. Evolution is a theory, so there's no facts with evolution. You can have points to try to back up your evolution story, but there's no hard evidence facts of evolution, because we don't see this evolution happening today with us evolving the way that people say that, the way that they are saying that we evolve from an amphibian, a tadpole, to where we at now, or whatever, out of the water to where we at now. We can't see this today. We don't see this today. So now we will have to ask ourselves, well, what happened to stop this evolutionary process? The world is more inhabitable and more breathable now than it was back then, from what science say. So now, what stopped that evolutionary process to where we can't see it now? As far as humans now. As far as humans. Evolution to me is a butterfly, a worm starting out as a worm, making a cocoon, and then coming out a butterfly. That to me is changing from a crawling species to a flying species. That is evolution to me. A tadpole turning into a frog, that's like evolution to me. I don't know if I can, Jay. You can come in, Jay, hit the link, and I can see if I can let you up, man. I can try. I don't know. I know if you in the back, it'll let me know. I know I ain't got no master wrench like that, but you know what I mean, A1 at his business, and he's doing his business right now, getting his business off the ground. So I don't know. But I can definitely try, Jay. Facts. So, like I was saying with this evolution, that's evolution to me. Like seeing a tadpole go from a tadpole with no legs, something with a tail, and then turning into something with 4 legs. That is like evolution to me. What we do today is adaptation to me. I think we adapt to our environment and our surroundings. That will change your phenotypes as far as like your skin complexion, not your phenotypes as far as like your nose and all that. All that's genetics. But it will change like your characteristics as in your phenotype, your surroundings. But as far as evolution with man, no. No. There's no proof to that. These are all theories. And they will never have no proof with that because it's not happening today. And they done tried plenty of experiments, y'all. Don't get it wrong. They done tried plenty of experiments to where they done try to breed human with monkeys, all kind of stuff like this, man. And with apes, not with monkeys, with apes. Because they're not saying we monkeys. Evolution say that we split from a common ancestor with the great ape species. And we are of the ape species. Let me get that right. Bullshit. That's just like saying that humans are animals. Y'all putting us in a category only because we have characteristics of these things. That's how y'all putting it in the category. But other than that, y'all really don't have no proof to this common split. That's why y'all don't know where the common split happened at. Word. And shout out to the pseudo killers, man. You know what I mean? Shout out to Juju. Shout out to Cedric. Cedric is my favorite pseudo killer. Big facts. Can't you right there, bro. You right there, fam. But Cedric is my favorite pseudo killer, man. Cedric just come in and be like, that is total bullshit. I don't know what style of this you're doing, but it's total bullshit. And you totally messed that up, you know. And he's gonna be straight and direct with you. Plus, he's really in the lab doing works too. So shout out to Cedric, man. Shout out to Cedric, man. My favorite pseudo killer, man. My favorite Titan, Swab Boss. Shout out to my favorite Titan, man, Swab Boss. That's my dog. For real, for real. I apologize to everybody else, Titans, but it's my opinion. I'm, Swab Boss is my favorite Titan. For real. Damn. Let's go to some other platforms. Other platforms. King J. King J is one of my favorites. I look at King J as like a freelance. So he would probably be my favorite freelancer. You know what I mean? Shout out to King J. He would probably be my favorite freelancer. Humble, I know you with the ASE group, SAG group. I don't want to mispronounce it. I'm sorry if I butcher that, man. Humble, your good brother who got the show, Rhetoric. That's my favorite ASE dude. I ain't gonna lie. That's my favorite ASE dude. Him and Jabari, them boys had a good conversation yesterday. Him, King J, and Jabari. Good conversation. He's one of my favorites. Yes. I have to give it up to him. On the House of Consciousness. My favorite House of Consciousness dude. Boy, that's hard. Boy, I have to get back with y'all with that. But my favorite comedian dude is Asad and Makai. Yeah, shout out to Asad. That's one of my favorite comedic scholars that be out here giving that information. Shout out to Asad MK. Facts. Um, it was a brother before Assad, though, man. Magi. That brother Magi. Man, shout out to Magi. That brother is deep too. I really respect Magi. I don't know if a lot of y'all know Magi, but Magi, man, that's a good brother too. Real good with his teachings too. For real. Hebrew, as far as Hebrew Israelites, man, GD and Capone, man. GD and Capone coming. I don't even know if he a Hebrew Israelite, but with the Christian system, period. GD and Capone were GD and Capone, Smash Idol. Them two brothers running neck to neck. Those my two favorites. I can't give it to one. I give it to both of them brothers. GD and Capone and Smash Idol. With the Christian teachers. Yes. I give it to both of them. On the Aboriginal side, FBA side, I have to give that to my brother Bat. No big Aboriginal power. I get at the Bat. Big facts. Big facts. On the American Indian side, I just have to say shout out to the kick doors. All y'all stand top for me. You know what I mean? All y'all kick doors. Man, I can't just name one because I learned from all those brothers, all those sisters, chiefs and chiefnesses. I learned from all of them. So I can't just name one. That's my favorite. Big fact. They all my favorite. Yeah. So that's my list. I think I covered everything. Oh, one of my favorite atheists. Outside the cube, man. Outside the cube. He was one of the first that took open the knowledge and just called me OTK. Facts. Shout out to Outside the Cube. That's one of my favorite atheists, man. For real. Shout out to Outside the Cube. JJ7K used to be my favorite Hebrew Israelite, but he's Mandenka Mali now. He's in this confusion stage. So that's why JJ is not on that list, man. But JJ was my favorite Hebrew Israelite, man. But he's American now. So shout out to the conversion. One of people I converted on my Indian missionary work. IMS, Indian Missionary Society. I'm not only the owner, I'm the president. I do this. My whole purpose is to go around and bring you in the story to help you find yourself in the story, your genealogy, your bloodline. That's over everything. So that's a part of my conversion. That's all I try to do. Once I do that, I let the rest go with it. Yeah, I think I cover all aspects of peoples. You know what I mean? Nah, Max Leisure, I ain't in confusion, bro. I'm just trying to I was just saying like some of my favorite people. You know what I mean? As far as information wise, who I like hearing information from, regardless if they speaking the truth or not. It's just I like hearing information from these people. You know what I mean? Max Leisure, I heard you talking up here earlier, man. Yeah. Very intellectual, brother. That's my first time hearing you. You know what I mean? So I respect what you said earlier, that this debate that I'm having with evolutionists is flawed because Darwin absolutely talked about human evolution. I saw that comment where I respect that. I respect that. But the thing is, did he teach it? We know he wrote about it, but did he teach that? Oh, okay, Max Leisure. He was talking about whoever I'm referring to, not me. Yeah. Okay, bro. Okay. I understand. My apologies. Thousand pardons. But yeah, I'm man, I was calling out some of my favorites, man. You know what I mean? For real. Now, my favorite female on Titans debate league. Ooh, it's a queen. It's a queen on the debate thing. Yeah, hey Max Leisure, man. I'm trying to stay on until A1 come back, bro. He just dropped. But I know he was at work with his business, but he just dropped. See if you can come up, bro. Hit the link. Let me see if I can let you in. He might have transferred like a wrench to me to where I can let people up. So I don't know until somebody try to come up. But I'm just trying to keep it going because I thought the bro was coming right back. But now here we go, damn near an hour in. Damn, 10 hours and 40 minutes in with the show. So this definitely need to end soon. You know what I mean? The crazy thing is I ain't even gonna be able to end it when I leave. And I don't want the brother to say, man, OTK, you just left the show running. Damn. Now, my favorite debater. Who bring fire to debates when they debate? Shaka Utmost. Yeah, shout out to Shaka Utmost. He was one of the first people that said, nah, I'm not African American. No, I'm not a. He said I'm not African American. I'm American African. I was born in America, but I'm African. You know what I'm saying? He was like, my peoples them are African, but I'm American African or something. The way he worded that a long time ago. Shout out to Shaka Utmost. For real, for real. Oh, you backstage. Yeah, I can't even see you, Max. Yup, I can't let you up. I can't see you, bro. Damn. Damn. I would have to leave off the call A1 in order to try to get him to let you up, man. My bad, Max. I've been waiting for somebody to come up here, man. Damn. Yeah. But Shaka Utmost, one of my favorite debaters. That bring that energy to that debate. Shaka Utmost. Um, one of my teachers is like not teacher, but like as far as like teaching how you go at it and you just come with that energy and all that no matter what you say, you know, because you speaking what you know. Said he was one of them people that used to speak because he done been out there so long doing it, you know what I mean, with his uncle and boys being Masons and all this, him being born in the craft. He went out there and he spoke it with confidence. I remember seeing the Bill with SETI in a room and he was saying this crackatocious stuff and all of this at a debate when he had an afro with his military jacket on, looking like he's part of the Black Panther Party type shit. So I remember these bills with SETI like that in Detroit. So yeah, that energy I would have to get at the SETI. Big fact. Big facts. Now, my favorite Indian that brings the info, big facts, hand downs. I got to get at the Master Chief Top Cats. Big facts. That's my dog. I have to get at the Top Cats. You know, big facts. He know his work. He know his work. And I gotta respect that to the utmost, to the fullest. Plus, shout out to BCU. BCU is a place where they only hate on you if you chose to be hated on. So therefore, if you chose to be hated on, you don't even need to be in that environment. So just push on. You know what I'm talking about. But if you on that Jaguar business, big facts. You know what I mean? Shout out to them American Indians over there, BCU. Big facts. Those my family. Big facts. Big family. Big family. My most intellectual female, who I say that is one of the most intellectual as far as overall conversations, I would have to get at to my sister Dulcinea. She's overall set type. Overall, like any conversations, overall, she's overall set tight with her information. You know what I mean? I have to get at to her because she done put in work out here. And shout out to the Dosey Effect. Y'all please go like, share, and subscribe to her channel, to the Dosey Effect. You know, My sister up and coming, trying to get it. She doing shows, trying to get it. Everybody, y'all that's in the chat, y'all go and subscribe to each other's channel. That's in the chat. Just click on their name, go to their channel, view their community. If you like it, you like it. If you don't, you don't. But at least give it a try. All you got to do is click on the person name that's in the chat, and you'll be able to go to their channel. You gotta support each other. Because I guarantee you, we might not agree about everything, but I guarantee it's something that we agree upon. That's the common ground where we need to start from. What we all can agree upon. Then we can go from there. Instead of starting where we disagree at. Okay, Oli back. Oh, shout out to Oli. Thank God.
What up, OTK, man? I'm sorry about that. Shout out A1, shout out Titan.
Man, brother Max Lection was trying to come up. RTG was trying to come up. They was trying to come help me, man. A1 left me stranded for like an hour, bro.
My
God
bad.
damn.
I appreciate you for taking over, man. We're coming up to that 12 o'clock, that 12 hours.
Yeah, if you want to end this, bro, it's cool with me, bro. I done been talking my head off, giving people my favorite builders and all this. God damn, I was just finding shit to talk about.
I apologize, man. I was out running around and then I got home and was eating, fell asleep. I was right here. I did. But I appreciate you for taking over. What you
I already know you was going to sleep after you picked them kids up from the water park, bro. You been billing all day. God damn, I know that.
Yeah,
I know that.
Got my bill started for the morning show. Shit. That one probably still working.
Hey, listen, you an atheist too? You an agnostic atheist too, Oli?
No.
Oh, so you believe there is a God?
Yeah, a God, a goddess, a God and a goddess in the highest power.
Oh, so duality. You believe in a duality.
Well, yeah, you can break it down like that in simple terms, but once you get into my book and the understanding of it, it's more of a they more complement each other than a duality type mechanism. I don't know if that means that.
Yeah. Okay.
I can send you. Did you ever send me your email, man, so I can get them books to you?
No, I didn't, bro. I'm about to put my email in the back chat right now, bro. Hey, Max Leisure, y'all boys come up, man. We got about another 30 minutes, and then I know they gotta close this down before they get to the 12-hour mark. It's really at the 11-hour mark, but 30 minutes, and then, man, I know they gotta close this down. Man, Ali been going at it hard work today, and he still got morning cup coffee in the morning.
Yeah. I have another nice show. The morning coffee cups is pretty easy though, because you know what I'm saying, we find some nice topics to talk about. Try to get the weather. I want it to be a nice little interactive show where people from different parts come up like me and you did. You know what I'm saying? Where in the end we end up stringing across the whole nation with news.
Right. Yeah, that was definitely a good bill. I reiterated that too earlier. You know what I mean? With you with the show. I reiterated that, man. I think I tried. The only thing I couldn't do, bro, was to show the commercials.
Dang.
I wasn't able to show none of the hype up videos, the commercials, the Cash App, the
None
you
of
know
that.
what I mean, the internship. bro, I wasn't able to show none of that, bro.
Max, sorry about that, man.
No, it's all good. Cause I dipped out for a while and I came back to hear OTK over here trying to hold it down solo dolo. So I
Yeah,
was like,
man.
damn, at least trying to help him out a little bit.
That's what
Yeah,
Titans
thank
do,
you,
man. That's
bro.
what them Titans do, man.
Thank you, Max. I was just going off my dome, and I kept saying this is my subjective thought, y'all. So don't nobody hate me.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to show you some love from the chat. Like we can have a conversation from the chat to the stage. Try to keep something going.
I'm sorry about that, guys, man. I appreciate y'all for helping us out like that.
No problem.
Nah, I think A1 phone must be went dead, man, while he was on the JOB because he just all of a sudden disappeared. Because me and him was talking, and then he just, matter of fact, him and Max Lecture was talking first and Evolutionist, and then I came up and then he just dropped.
I just got to interject that I am not Max Lecture. I just talk a lot. I'm Max Leisure.
You said they think it's lecture because you talk. They even
Yeah, I just can't help it. But that's definitely not what my name is. It's just something I can't help.
Oh,
that's crazy.
Oh shit!
Back of my head already hurting.
Yeah, man. Word. Oh shit! I like that.
But yeah,
Max
man,
Lecture.
it's Max Leisure because that is how I try to keep it, man. Like I have my opinion on things, but I really don't be trying to go to war over shit. I really enjoyed today's conversations, even the parts that I wasn't involved in. It was like some real intellectual back and forth today. So, I really like it.
That's what
I really like this environment y'all created.
Yeah, man. I do too. Shout out to A1 for creating the environment. He was here before I got to come. I'm glad I did get to come when I did. Of course, when don't nobody know anything about your ideas, it's so easy to try to push somebody to the side or push them off as this or push them off as that. And A1 created the Coliseum just for that reason. So people who might not get to have their ideas out have a place to put them out. Now, once you do get them out here on the Coliseum, they do get questions, and you might be one of those people that end up leaving if you ain't astute enough to withstand it. And so that's why I love this because there's so many different views. You see A1's an agnostic atheist. I have a form of theism, although my target for God is different than a traditional creator concept. And you know what I'm saying? It's just different concepts we can get out there. Some people haven't even stopped and thought about the idea. Once I propose it, they'd be like, oh, I never looked at it like that. But a lot of people be like, well, yeah, I understand it. I just never looked at it that, you know what I'm saying? And that's what I do believe, that a lot of people have similar views, a lot of views, because they're looking for the same thing. And so those answers might match in some ways. And so that's why I just like the Coliseum, because it be days that I be running it and I don't even have to talk. I just listen to people and their views, you know what I'm saying? Because I do have, we all have our personal beliefs and things. If we've done good enough research, it get deep. Like you was talking about the Bhagavad Gita today. I was studied that for a time. I studied the Mahabharata, like I said. I read up on Dianetics and Scientology. I didn't go too deep. Once I found incoherences in it, in the ones that I looked at, I stopped. I've dibbed and dabbed into Islam. My mom's husband is an actual Muslim. I've had discourses with those type, as well as growing up Christian and leaving Christianity and asking my friends the questions I was asking myself, and them, what? Are you crazy? You crazy.
What age did you leave Christianity?
I would say
Around what age, roughly?
To when I can actually say that I left Christianity and started reading up on
Yeah, because
something.
I know you know the exact moment in your heart where you was like, you know what? I don't think I could just blindly follow this.
No,
I know you know the exact moment because I know my exact moment.
Well, it happened when I was incarcerated, so it was between 17 and 19 that first time.
Okay.
I know I was between 17 and 19 when I said, yep, the devil does not have any bearing on people's lives. And that's what made me start it right there. When I couldn't find that concept of the devil, then I had to go look for the concept that they said created the devil. And that's why I said my target for God became different, because I saw that if you look for a creator, well, I said I saw in my views, in my research, I felt that looking for a supernatural devil was the same as, like you was talking about dualities, was the same as looking for a supernatural God. However, when I get the story, if God was supposed to had created that that idea of evil, or that idea of what we call the devil, and then I looked and I deducted that idea of the devil actually don't stand, then I had to run that same audit with the idea of God. And that's why my idea changed from what it is to a philosophical view.
Okay.
Meaning that
Well,
it's
I like
within
that.
yourself, correct?
Yeah.
Meaning that the God and devil dwells within yourself, correct?
Intent. I'm gonna say intention. OTK. Intention dwell within the consciousness that we obtain as humans. We know
Yeah,
that
man.
when we.
No, I didn't mean to cut you off. I thought you had
Oh
concluded your statement.
Just real quick, I was just gonna say, I said, that inside when I was doing my track and trying to track the start of evil, I found that it has always just been in the intentions of man. And once men get to a certain spot where they want to benefit off concepts, then those concepts turn into what we know as religion and things like that.
Into blame.
Yeah.
Yeah, into
See
blame.
now,
Yeah.
Oli, I feel
Okay,
like we have we have identical views in the way that twins are identical, but one is named Jeff and the other is named Jake, and then they have like this one likes to play basketball, but that one likes to hoop.
Yeah.
Like we really, because I really like 99.9% of your philosophy, probably even 100, but it's just it be the semantics between us, because like how you got time and nature, I just break nature down into two categories. You just keep it as nature because you said there's no need to break it down. It's as core as it needs to be. It's as fundamental as it needs to be, just saying nature. But with me splitting nature into matter and space, it doesn't take away from the fact that matter and space would have the same properties that you would describe nature as having. So
I went back and
but that can be true though. That can be true though, right, Ali? Would he just those two different things aspect of nature that he explained just now, that can be true.
Yeah, and that's
Correct?
why that's when we talked
Go ahead.
the other day, we was explaining it away. That's what I told him. I told him it does seem when we start splitting the hairs of what I say, it gets deep in my it's deep in my philosophical view, where I answer that. However, the similarities, like you said, and I too much don't care about the naming of things. If we can point out the mechanism and find out that we're talking about the same thing, then we just have to figure out, you know what I'm saying, exactly what's going on and how we gonna name it. Because even when Ronald was up talking earlier to Ronald Burkins, we had like similarities in our views too. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of times it just be, like you say, semantics of what people saying or the way that they understand the aspect of what they talking about. And so I find it often when people kind of figure out basically what quantum onlyism is talking about, that because of the way that I tracked from evil to God to existence and took out those supernatural intentional events and found a mechanism where it could still be with nature and time, then that just set right with me. And that's why I told somebody earlier, it's onlyism for two reasons, because I do believe it's the only logical explanation. But I also just believe that even if only I see this, it led me into a different way of thinking, packing my gun, doing different things within existence, because I know I'm the one that in the end is going to make that choice to be using it, doing something. It ain't ever going to be a devil hopping in me. I don't know if it's, I said that earlier before to you, LTK, I think. I don't know if I want to be cursed so I can see if the devil, or I'm good not worrying about no devil and never being cursed and possessed by a devil and saying the devil took that gets scary for a minute. So
Spookism.
Spookism.
Yeah.
So then that's the main.
I believe that we're all like when you get into the devil, Satan, and then all these other names for evil or demonic deities throughout all these different religions. I feel like they're speaking on deities that exist on a spiritual plane, and I'm only using spiritual plane because I can't think of a better word to place something such as where you would say the spirit of happiness would exist. Like if everybody is in the building and then out of nowhere they all started laughing uproariously at something that was actually funny, but you just like, damn, they all are laughing like really hard at this. You like they're all just caught up in the spirit of happiness and funny glee, whatever it is. So when I say spirit, the demonic spirits and stuff, I'm saying it comes from this realm is where I'm speaking of. So you could be possessed by the spirit of many different things. So now if you're possessed by the spirit of the devil, I don't remember which one it is because I'm not an expert on anything. I just dabble in a lot of things. whether it's Satan or the devil, one of them is the title for the adversary. Are one of you familiar which one of them is which name is actually the title of adversary?
Yes, Satan is supposed to represent the adversary.
Lucifer, right? It would be Lucifer, right?
Well, I think it's Satan, like the literal translation of Satan.
Yeah. Okay.
But then they'll place the title on a particular entity, but two different cultures could be referring to the adversary, and it'd be two different entities that they're referring to as their adversaries. But if the language still translates to Satan, like it'll be 8 or 9 different deities, all with the qualities of Satan, because the adversary was actually about 8 or 9 different deities from the perspective of whoever was referring to this deity as their particular adversary. So when people say sell your soul to the devil and the spirits of this and this and that, I believe that there are spiritual realms and you don't actually know what deity you're dealing with, but there is conscious spirits. Like the spirit of fun it's not a conscious deity in the way that you would refer to God or the devil or angels or demons, but it is still a spirit. It comes from somewhere invisible.
So would that just be natural? Would that just be natural feelings?
Yeah, but
like,
where do these
far
natural
as,
feelings?
Happiness within somebody, would that be like a natural thing? That
Yeah, but where does
necessarily
happiness
have to pertain a deity?
No, well, yeah, you don't have to attribute it to a deity, but where does happiness come from? You feel happiness when happiness strikes you, but where did it strike from? Like you hear something or see something that makes you laugh, but then the sensation of laughing came because biologically, chemically in your brain, there was a trigger that made you laugh at it. But the thing that triggered that trigger would be considered the spirit of happiness activated itself in your mind and you gave in to the spirit of laughter. You feel me? And so,
Yeah, that
but
will
where
also go
does this
along with the
spirit of laughter reside before
yeah.
it strikes you?
Okay, so that will also word semantics earlier, like you saying. I think that's the only disagreement we have. See, you're calling it spirit. I
For lack
say
of a
to
better way
me,
to put it.
I think it's just a inner. I think it's just an inner experience that's already within you, and
God
now
will be the
I
same
it
thing.
has a way to express itself with laughing, crying. You know what I mean? And now it's expressing itself. So I think those are inner feelings that's already encompassed within us without dealing with any deity.
But I believe God to be the same, exactly how what you just described. That's what my understanding of God is. It's like a inner something that's already built in within you because it was what built you and it built itself into you. Because we're dealing with this one entity that has a dualistic existence. Everything has duality.
Duality.
Hot and cold, up and down,
Duality.
left and right, good and evil, this and this. But the duality exists because that's the nature of the deity that we exist within. That's the nature of God, duality. And so we can't experience anything
Oh,
that doesn't have duality because we can't experience anything outside of the entity that we exist within, which is what we call God.
okay. We are the deities.
Hmm? Can you repeat that?
Can
It
it be
sounded like you
that
were
we
breaking up.
are? Can it be that we are the deity?
Yeah, that's what I believe. I believe we're fragments of the deity. We're fragments of the whole. We're a microcosm of
Bet.
the macrocosm.
Bet. What you think, Oli? You think that we are the deity, bro? What you think, Oli?
So just let's just take something like a circle, right? A circle exists because you could draw 360 degrees in a round circumference, and that's what we would consider a circle. But we have the concept of a circle. It exists to us because it already existed in the realm that God exists. Like, does that make sense? Like, because
So you saying anything that
circles
we portray, it already exists within us, and we're just
and
portraying it
and
like
outside
as
of us.
these things? Okay,
And
okay.
outside of us. Like we
Mm,
couldn't experience what a circle is unless a circle already existed before existence with God. And then God manifested what circles are. God manifested what numbers are. God manifested what fish are. God manifested what trees are. But the concept of all of these things was already in existence with God in the realm of I'm gonna just say non-existence because I don't know what else we would refer to it as, but wherever you would say the spirit of fun comes from, it's not a physical thing, but we all know fun when we see it. It's a real actual thing. We just don't see it as an entity. But if fun
right.
had a consciousness, if we thought of fun as having a consciousness that could actually infect people, like the way we think of spirits and demons, then we'd be like, okay, that person is possessed by the spirit of fun. And the spirit of fun dresses with leaves on his head, and we have depictions of the spirit of fun, but we don't look at concepts like that. We look at deities that way. But these
Correct.
deities it's the same, it comes from the same place as these concepts, which is the place of that you don't need time, space, or matter in order for the concept of numbers to exist. You need time, space, and matter to exist in order to bring numbers into existence. But for the concept, it doesn't need it. So God, well, we have a consciousness that says, I'm a man, you're a man, that's a woman. I could think, I enjoy playing video games. It's fun to me. These things make me happy. These things make me sad. We can't have that. We wouldn't be able to experience that type of an existence if that type of a deity didn't, or if that type of existence didn't exist before us, the same way we couldn't experience laughter if laughter wasn't a thing before existence, the same way circles and numbers had to exist before existence. So the fact that we have personalities, you would have to attribute God to having a personality, but that
So existence,
isn't
from
the
what you're
limitation
saying,
of God.
existing comes from our thoughts.
I feel like our existence comes from God's thoughts. To where
From
if
God
to,
thoughts, not
yeah,
your
to where
inner thoughts, but it comes from
when your
God
inner
thoughts. That's what you're
it's the
saying. Go ahead.
God is the source of your inner thoughts. So God thoughts creates our existence that we exist within, and then we use the same entity, the same consciousness is fragmented into trillions of different entities all throughout everything, humanity, plant life, animal life, everything. And then these
So
different
what would be
fragments
the
of that
God?
same exact consciousness is operating
Right.
off of the same operating system, just
So
on a
what would
smaller
be the
scale.
God? So what would be the God of that consciousness? What are you? What are you right now saying? Because I say that conscious, uh, these thoughts, it starts from a thought. So you're saying that God. What is this God that you're talking about? What can you explain with this God that you're saying that it's a manifestation of God? It's our
Yeah, I
thoughts.
believe that the
Go ahead, bro.
consciousness is infinite potential. And so I'll attempt to, although you can't perfectly describe God, but I'll attempt to describe God in the context of numbers. God would be represented by both the number 0 and the number 1. The number 0 is the alpha and the omega. It's what everything is, the beginning of all things, and it's the end of all things. You start from nothing and everything ends up as nothing and restarts over. The process starts all over again. And this is the invisible principle that underlies all things. But the number 1 comes into existence at the exact same time that the number 0 comes into existence, because if you have 0, if you have nothing, then that you have one unit of nothingness. You don't have infinite nothingness, infinite balls of nothingness scattered all across the universe. It's just one big mass of nothing. So 0 and 1 has to exist in order to quantify each other, in order to like define what each other is, 0 and 1. And then so every number
Does that
comes
mean one
from
and
the
two
combination
exist
of those
together
two
too?
numbers. Huh?
So 1 and 2 exist together also?
Yes. And that's in 1, 0, 1, and 2 creates the holy trinity, which gives birth to the number 3. And then you combine 3 and 2 and you get the number 5. And the majority of pantheons throughout all of these different mythologies, they typically have a supreme god, and then it's like the 5 gods that are the next, that like the gods that were the ones that created humanity. And in Egyptian mythology or Kemet or whatever you go by, they have Osiris, Isis, Nephthys, and Set, and then Horus the Elder, and it's those 5. And then in Greek mythology, it's also 5. It's like Poseidon, Zeus, um, Hera,
Yeah,
and it's 2 more, whatever.
Zeus,
But so
Poseidon, Hades. Yeah, Zeus,
Hades is one, yeah.
Poseidon, Hades. Yeah.
Hera,
Hera
Hera,
and
and then it was is one more major one. I think
Ares.
Ares, yes, Ares, the god
Don't.
of war, yes. And so, like,
Yeah. Okay.
God,
And the same thing
I
with
feel like,
Christian doctrine. You got God and then you got the Elohim.
yeah, exactly. And they speak on the
Okay.
Holy Trinity. And so that's why I say 0, you will put 0 at the top of the pyramid as the capstone. And then because 0 and 1 has to exist at the same time, you have 0, you have the first one at the one end of the pyramid, and then the second one at the second end of the other end to form a triangle, with 0 being the capstone, and that's the Holy Trinity. And you have 2 ones because that's how creation began, with the Fibonacci sequence going from 0 to 1 to 1 to 2 to 3 to 5 to 8, because you just keep adding the current number to the previous number, and that's the finger, they call it the thumbprint of God, and it exists in all of creation. So God is the beginning of that process.
That's the math behind intelligent design.
Yeah, exactly. And God is the beginning of that process, 0. And you'd have to understand how 0 represents both nothing and all things, because every number was born from 0, like as if 0 was the eternal womb of all numbers. Because you combine 0 and 1. Now you have ones. Now, when you combine the ones, you could get all of any other number. Combine 2 ones, you get 2. 3 ones, you get 3, and everything like that, all the way up to 9, to where you have to reset again. But the mother and father of all numbers is 0 and 1. Those two came into existence together, and then it was all.
I roll off a 0 being American Indian, because we had 0 in our accounting system. 0 came later for the Easterners, and shout out to Babylon Don, because Babylon Don, he explained the 0 very well. You know, we all can have these thoughts, but some people articulate these things different in an understanding to where we can understand. You know what I mean? So shout out to Babylon Don with that 0 concept that he brought.
Yeah, he got a whole.
I gotta check it out.
He has a whole mathematic. What can I say? Concept. He has a whole mathematic concept. No, a concept on how he does math. It's the same, but then he has a
different equation.
Yeah, it's like a different equation. He makes his equations
or an expression, a different mathematical expression.
Yeah, that's what I said. I wanted. It's mathematics, but and he uses the same mathematics that we have. He just like you was just trying to explain 0 and things. He's formally, well, I ain't gonna say formally, in his own way, formally put together a system, a mathematical system. That's what I should call it.
I feel like math is the language of God, so I'm definitely intrigued to hear anybody who has mathematical formulas to explain anything, because I believe that's God, that gets you closer to understanding how God created his creation. Because a lot of people, and I've never understood this at any point, I still don't to this day, how people try to use science, like they pit science against God. Like you could use science to describe why God doesn't exist, but to me that's like saying that, well, see, look, these are you see the hammer and all these tools. A builder didn't build this building, the tools built this building. See, look, you could pick these tools up and you could use it like this. You could hammer this nail, you use this wrench like this. So this building that we see that was here before we got here, the tools did it. There wasn't a builder. And it's like a builder uses his tool. So you look at math and you look at science, that's what God uses to create this cosmic manifestation. It doesn't debunk the creator, just because you see that math and science is laced throughout all the universe. That means that's what was used to create
Max,
these things.
are you a Hebrew? You a Hebrew, Max, or you?
No, I believe in the gospel of Christ. I don't even consider myself a Christian, but for simplicity's sake, I just let people call me Christian, because I believe in the gospel of Christ, but not in the way that your typical Christian does. I got kicked out of church. That's why I asked Oli how old he was when he had to get out of the church. For me, it was 12. And I got kicked out. They had to kick me out, that motherfucker, because I was asking questions that nobody wanted to give me the answers to. They was giving me they weren't giving me oh, that's a good question, let us get back to you on that. They was giving me we're not answering that for you. That's not what we're talking about today. And I was like,
You came
I
up
only
in
come
that
here
Bible
once a
Belt
week.
too?
Yeah,
You came up
you
in
know, I
that
grew up
Bible
in
Belt
Cali. I
with
grew up
us?
in LA.
Yeah, we in
I
that
went to a
Bible
super
Belt
church
now.
as a kid. Yeah, I went to a super church as a kid. So like 100% that. Yeah. And so,
Okay.
but yeah, but I was where this happened. I went to the small. I was in children's church where they was like, get this little kid out of here. And I was like, I don't want to be here. And so my mom had to come from the main, the part that would be on TV, and then was like, what happened? Tell me what happened. I was like, this is what happened. And then got into it with my mom. It was bad. But it was just because the way that the doctrine is taught, I don't agree with. But the gospel of Christ, what was there an immaculate birth of a spirit that came from the immortal creator, and that spirit was used in order to save the spirit of man that was sentenced to death due to original sin, like that I believe. But I believe Heru, as you guys would say, you know, Horus, as I've studied them, but Heru, I guess that would be the proper name, is the same spirit, is the same story of the immaculate birth that had to come and overthrow the forces of darkness for the sake of humanity. I look at it the same way, and I look at it as that spirit of Heru being a spirit that was inherited. It wasn't originally. It existed. It came into existence the day Heru was conceived in Isis's womb. That spirit existed before this cosmic manifestation, and it had to come into this cosmic manifestation to set shit straight from outside of it. But the same way that if you watch the movie Avatar, you have the human project his consciousness into the avatar world and have himself his own avatar so that he could interact with the avatar world. But so I look at God as being that way. God can't exist within this world because he's too mighty. He's too grand for this world. His essence would destroy the world being in it. It would be like trying to run like NASA level technology on an Atari. It just wouldn't be able to compute. And so you'd have to create an avatar that's able to receive the spirit, and then that avatar can move around in this world. And that's what Jesus was. That's what Buddha was. That's what Krishna was. So that a lot of these deities was, but it was the same spirit playing out a story that still continued. The story never stopped. It's still going on. Yeah, history is still playing out. The stories that we read and call ancient mythology. Exactly. And all the stories that we considered ancient mythology, like they're dead stories, they're actively still playing out. They've never come to their conclusion. One thing
about mythology contains some truth. That's one thing about myths. Myths contain folklore, fairy tales. They contain some truth.
I believe it contains the truth of our actual history, but it's a distorted truth. But because it's our actual history, that means it's connected to our current, present, and future. It's not a separate thing. It's still playing out. The story is still playing out, and we're living through a dark age similar to what they described when Set was supposed to be the ruler over the overworld, I guess, or whatever it's referred to as. But
and it's crazy that Seth is a
Greek.
He's a Greek god and a Kemetic god. He's also the third son of Adam and Eve.
Yes,
but
bro, I have a whole thing on that. I mean? How they're telling the same story, the Egyptian story, and Set, and it's the same thing. And Cain and Abel represent Set and Horus.
Big fact.
Because
I agree with you with that, bro. I would love to hear your build on that, man. You need to hit up A1, man, and or Ali and come do a build on that, bro. I would love to hear your concept on that.
Yeah, man. It's because it's that those two religions, and there was another one. It's so many years ago where I really was going through it and was like, all these religions tell the same story of there was some type of jealousy amongst brothers, and death ensued, and then darkness ensued, and then the Redeemer came and brought light back to the world. Like, in
Rome
all
got
these
the
different
same
mythologies.
story. Rome got the
With
same
Apollo,
story.
right?
Remember, Rome was started with two twin brothers, Romulus and Romulus, or something like that, and they turned
Yeah.
on each other, or something like that. Yeah. So yeah.
And it was was it over a woman? Because that's what it. I believe,
Ooh.
like, because
Yes,
look in
I
the
think it
Bible.
was over a woman, bro. I truly believe it was over a woman, bro.
Yeah, so we know said no Cyrus was over a woman. In the Bible, it says Cain and Abel. They say it was for jealousy, sacrifice, jealousy, and everything like that. But jealousy is the same root. It's the same root of why Osiris and Set fell out, and then apparently these Roman brothers. So I'm saying, like, they're telling us the same story. It's just being told. This one's being told by a Mexican. This one's being told by a black dude. This one's being told by what? And it's like everyone has different cultures, different languages, different ways that they interpret things, different Satans. Because some people were from the what would it be, the cult of Set. So Osiris would be the Satan of the followers of the cult of Set. So it's like these stories is told from different perspectives, but they're telling the same story. So we all share the same history under the same sun. There isn't multiple suns above us. It's one sun, one history. It's just different interpretations of it. If people could just understand that, they could stop bickering over their interpretations and start trying to hack away at what actually took place in our shared collective past. We don't come from different planets as humanity. We all share the same past. We just disagree on the stories. But all of our stories tell us it was some nefarious shit that took place from beings, from non-human entities. One side was trying to oppress us, and the other side was trying to free us from that oppression. We should take that and understand that collectively. Be on the same side. Who is that? What up with Cosmon?
What's the word, Jelly Birds? What y'all got
How's it going, man?
Man, slow rolling but still moving, big homie.
Yeah, what up, though? OTK, that's my baby right there. What's the word?
That's my dog. Creator gang.
Creator gang. Boys got going on, man.
Nigga, I called you.
Bring up
you
Remus
ain't
and
answer, bro.
Romulus.
Yeah, man, we done ran the whole gamut of subject matter tonight, man. We done went from consciousness to different religious sects. Is the earth round or flat? You know,
y'all
like,
covered that too. I showed Mr.
No, I don't think we got to where the earth is round or flat at. I don't think we get to that part,
you
bro.
must have missed it. You must have
You
missed it.
and A1 got to that. Yeah, you and A1
That's
built
what I'm
to
saying.
that.
That's
Yeah,
what I'm saying.
yeah.
I'll say I ran the gamut of subjects if you weren't around for that, because I was here for
I
a
missed
lot.
that
All in one live stream. We done covered a whole lot of things. This could have been like 12 different live streams, all on different subjects, and they all would have hit.
What's up?
What you been having going today, Big Cuz? I know you be busy.
Oh man, same old thing every day. Pinky trying to take over the world.
Straight up.
What we gonna do today, Brain? Same day we do every day.
Today, Pinky.
Take over the world.
We do every day, Pinky.
You know what I mean? No, man, you dig what I'm talking about? Boss let me off the plantation. So you dig what I'm talking about? I'm just tapping in, man, seeing what y'all boys got going on, man.
Yeah, we coming to end of the little 12-hour thing, man, I fell asleep. So, but you know how I do it. I might start another one, see if anybody want to pop up, or just run a little, wait until the morning coffee
Yeah.
cup come in so everybody can get a little rest. And
So, hey, I wasn't
bounce off, man. I'm about to bounce off PC. I'll leave because you at 11:30, man. If you start a new live, this man, I'm sure I'm sure Mac come back, and I will definitely come back if you start another live, bro, because I know you almost at that 12-hour mark. But shout
Bet.
out to the Creator Gang. That's my dog. Shout out to A1 and the Titans. Shout out to Oli. Hey, shout out to Max, man, Leisure. You know what I mean? I ain't gonna call you Max Lecture this time. You know what I mean? You just talk a lot. You just like to talk a lot.
I'll try to keep it short,
Man,
so I don't force you
peace
into
and
it.
love to y'all, man. And shout out to Daryl Cosmon, too. He was in the chat earlier. That's my good brother. Shout out to Daryl Cosmon. He was Creator Gang in the chat earlier.
Is that who came
But
up
yeah,
and
man,
cut me
hey,
out?
great show, Oli.
Thank you, man. I was about to say, I think Daryl came up for a minute. Did Daryl step up? Because right before I fell
remember
asleep, he
seeing
came
Daryl.
in.
I remember seeing the name Daryl up here. I can't remember if that's who came in just to cuss me out, but like I appreciate it all. Like
I don't think that was Daryl.
I'm not having. Yeah, somebody came in just to be like, "You are an idiot," and this and that, and this and that, and I was like, "Look, man, you're wrong." And everyone was like, "Max, man, let him finish." I was like, "Well, goddamn." He was like, "Max, you're being rude." I was like, "He's calling me an idiot. I can't defend myself." But I just was that was during the flat Earth section of what we was talking about, and I said, "Can we not?" There was something that was brought up about space, and I was like, "Look, can we kind of just get away from space and back to where we were at? Because I actually don't even believe in space because of my belief in flat Earth. But if we turn this into a flat Earth discussion, we will never go back to whatever we were just talking about. So please, we're at the fork in the road. Can we go back?" And they was like, "No. Explain to us why you believe what you believe." I was like, "Oh shit." And motherfuckers came out the chat to cuss me out about that. So I was like, I mean, whatever, fair enough. But yeah, I
What
still
was
believe what I believe.
I didn't get to see what Ronald Burkins was saying. What was his consensus on it? Was he saying that consciousness is fundamental?
Yeah, he believes that consciousness is the fundamental thing, in that physical existence emerges from a supreme consciousness, the universe.
What's your thoughts on that? I didn't hear all that, but I agree.
Oh, well, not for the exact same reasons, but yes, I agree. Consciousness would be before shape. It would be before form. It would be before the action of nature. It would be before time. Even the God of the text, the very first thing he says is to recognize it, or to be conscious. He says, "I am."
Right.
You dig what I'm talking about? And that would mean he would comprehend all things. So I would be, if you are omnipotent, if you are the first thing you would have to do is be conscious of yourself first, and then become aware, and then shit will start rolling from there. But I will believe, or I understand that consciousness is prior to form, or space, or time, or matter, or
yeah. So I think we both agree on that. And sorry to cut you off, but I just
hold on. Let me cut you off, Max, real quick before you go, Max. OTK, put your email in the OTK. Olia.
He already put it in there. A1.
Oh, I was gonna tell him to put his email in the private chat. I was gonna make him admin because my phone had died.
Okay.
Still put it in there just in case. Are you gonna fall back asleep? Or you up?
No, I'm probably gonna be up. No, I'm just to have to end this for a second and make a quick run, but I'm coming back, and then I'm probably
don't end it. Just let him kick it.
Oh, even after the 12-hour spot.
Oh no, after 12 hours. Oh yeah, we've been on since 3.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you
Dang.
know what I mean? Yeah, it ended because after 12 hours, it doesn't actually record and save it to the YouTube. It only
Listen,
goes to 11 hours and 55 minutes. So
I want to
anything
say
they
it
say
sound
after 12 hours, it won't be on the record, you know?
Kai's mindset sound like he just now getting up to in the round. We might have another good show. If you want me to start it back up,
Yeah, you know how to start it
If you
without
be
even
around
ending it.
there for a little bit.
He figured out a way to start it without us having to lead a panel. Go ahead, do this, do your thing, Oli.
you want me to
He
do
keeping it a secret too. He won't show me.
that?
I don't want to know. Shoot, it makes you more valuable. I appreciate you.
That's protection on my job. A1.
Yeah, ain't nobody mad at it. If you're gonna start up another one, I'll stick around for a little bit. Because I'm definitely you guys really got me going with the knowledge, man. It's my favorite thing to sit and digest. So but let me just get this out, because Oli, I've asked you before your thoughts on consciousness in relation to the quantum immortality, and you said you were going to speak on it, and you possibly did, but I fell asleep before you got around to it, if you did. So based off of what Cosmon just said, I wanted to know what your thoughts are on that. Is consciousness the foundation of reality? Is it necessary? All that.
Yeah.
Without giving away too much, I know you like to keep the bulk of your philosophy tucked away, because you got a book to sell and everything. I don't want you to give it all away, but just
Yeah.
I have no clue your thoughts on consciousness at all, and I'm very interested.
I'll just put it like this until I get to explain it. I believe that consciousness is like recursive recognition. Recognition emerges from the interaction of time and nature. Self-awareness is recognition of what you was talking about earlier. You called it the 0 and the 1. Recursive recognition to me is being able to understand your individuality, as well as understand or recognize that it's something else out there besides me, whatever it is that you can look in reference to. Like you was talking about, you call it the 0 and the 1, and then another one, add another one. Then you got a group of ones, which make 3, or you could have 2 groups, which would be a group
You get 2 ones. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And so
we on the same page so much, man.
So to me, consciousness is like the continuous update that we experience, and that's basically it. I'll leave it like that, because then I have to get too
that's
deep
good
in
enough.
it.
That's more
it's just
enough.
It's more of like a recursive recognition to me. Not that the universe.
What do recursive mean?
Not that the universe is aware, but we are part of the universe that is aware, and we're aware of the rest of the universe. Recursive means ongoing, back and forth, steadily unfolding.
Yeah.
I could give you a better definition.
I think you got recursive. It's like it's like another way of saying reoccurring endlessly. It's like recursive, But yes. And so and that's why I like having these conversations, especially with some, gentlemen such as yourself, because to me it really just helps me to, because I have a lot of concepts and ideas that, like I said, I'm not a scholar, but when things make sense to me, they make sense to me. I consider myself to be pretty intellectual. When I was in school, I'm in the advanced classes and everything. By the time I get to college, I just get to the point where I'm like, all these teachers are just telling me, read this book. I got a question. Well, read this chapter. And I'm just like, I didn't get into college for capitalism. Like, I need a scholarship so I could get a good job. I really wanted to learn stuff. I just wanted to learn. So I'm like, if you just keep telling me to read books, I could read books without having to come to school. I could just read what I want to learn. If that's all as a teacher because I went to a city college though, but because by the time I was a senior, I was like, I ain't even. But that's a whole different story. But so I don't. people like to consider me dumb because of my abstract ideas, and you could think I'm dumb. I don't give a fuck. Oh, sorry, excuse me.
I don't think they think
I don't care. But my thing is, I sit back when things make sense. They make sense, and a lot of what you say, I like to sit back and digest it, because it's like I had a feeling about a concept, I had an idea about a concept, but you help come with certain terminology that helps me to describe exactly how I understand it better. Now I have a word for that. Now I have a concept or philosophy, whatever the case may be. And I just do that all across the board with anyone I come across that comes with information that makes me say, okay, that I understand it like that. But the way you put it, you just clarified a whole bunch of smoke in my head. So, I'm real fascinated by your philosophy. It does that.
No, thank you, man. Like I said, it's just a view that simplified things to me and made me take accountability. I call it quantum onlyism. Onlyism does mean that I think it's the only logical explanation. But when I was making it, like I said, I discoursed these discourses that we have in right here. I had these in person, in real time, while forming my view. I didn't even know I was forming a philosophy. That's what it is. Like I told you, I was when somebody did something to me, and then people started saying, "Oh, the devil make people do that. You got to forgive them." And what had happened was so egregious to my personality as well as me being a person at that time. I couldn't rock with that concept without looking into it to see if the devil was actually getting into people and making them make the choices and stuff. And that's where it started at. And then once I got that idea out of my head, like I say, you have to start rewalking it to, is the concepts that people already taught me about everything else correct, and do they fit that? And once I walked it down, this is what I came up with. Then I started discoursing. I'm gonna say arguing, because at first it was arguments. It is God. It ain't no God like that. Oh, you know what I'm saying? This is me in my face with my brothers, my friends. I'm losing friends. I'm talking about I'm traveling from Oklahoma to Las Vegas with two homies. And first they want to hear me, they cut the music down, and then when I get, they start cutting the music up on me. You know what I'm saying? Just different things. People, I was working with different nonprofits before I had my own little institute. And we'll get to talking, and they'll get to talking about God, and God, you know what I'm saying? And they'll be, let's pray. We don't pray plenty of time. I'm like, I don't pray like that, you know what I'm saying? I do it to appease y'all. What you mean you don't pray? You don't believe in God? And then it just, you know what I'm saying? Like, it wasn't just like I just formed this and set to the side. Like, I really went through a phase where I formed something, and then it ended up being a philosophy. Not that I tried to make it a philosophy. It's just when I came to my total thing and I knew I started arguing it, I had to form an argument. I remember going to college in my philosophy classes. I'm like, oh yeah, maybe this is a philosophy I'm supposed to be forming. And then I thought back when I was in college, when I my first year in philosophy, I got a C. But it was because I wrote my philosophy out in a way, and I turned it in. My philosophy teacher at the end, he was like, I just want to tell you that I think if you put your time into this, you might one day be a philosophy king, Jermaine. You know what I'm saying? And I'm looking like, you gave me a C. What the fuck is a philosophy king? I mean, I didn't know what I was doing. But now that I look back on that, I see what he was saying. If I would have took my time then to form this, it might have been, you know what I'm saying, which it ended up being what it is now. And so it's only for me though. Like I said, I don't care if anybody believe me, because this is what I use as a philosophy. I have a philosophical argument that I can put forth in discourse with different ideas. And so that's what it was for me. It answers the questions for me, and it could answer the questions for other people. I don't too much care if it does or not. Like, I don't want people to say I follow you and all of that, because that's not what it is for me. You ain't following me. You found out what I see in existence too, and then you decided to take accountability and walk in that accountability without anybody else ever having to infer on your life, to walk in accountability. That's what I feel like.
Right.
My
I fully follow that. So look, let me tell you what I mean. Let me elaborate on what I mean when I say you be saying things that to where it's like the only thing we'll disagree on are the semantics. Because me, I come from I believe in Christ standpoint. So what just the things that you were saying, I feel like it is an individual journey, and I believe when Christ says that he put his gospel in our hearts before he came. It was you have to go read scripture to understand what the law is. But he said when he came, after he does what he does, he's going to share his spirit, and his law is going to be written in our hearts. So I feel like that it wasn't the case before Christ, but it is the case after Christ. And so after Christ, because we all have we have the gospel in our hearts, we don't need to go to church to find out what it is. That would mean that the simplest way that I could put it is, before Christ, if you were to commit a murder, you wouldn't feel any type of wrong about it. You would just be like, he had something I wanted. I couldn't get it without killing him, so I killed him and I got it, and I'm about to go home and sleep like a baby. But now, when you are aligned, your spirit is aligned with Christ. If you were to so much as steal a candy bar, you would feel guilty about it because that law is in your heart now. And so when you now let's just throw religion, let's throw Christ out the window for the rest of this and just go back to what you were saying. When you do things that when you do it, it just feels like the natural course of like, okay, damn, I wasn't even thinking about this, but I just happened to get into this, and now this is what it feels right. And I feel like that's the journey that we're supposed to be on, more so than going to church and having people trying to fit everybody all into the same box. I feel like when you do things that resonate with you, like, you know what, I was supposed to put this down and now pick this up, because now that I picked this up, it's opened my eyes to a whole lot more things, and then that's opened my heart to a lot more things, and then that's opened my understanding, and then you just start to do things to where it's like, I wasn't instructed to do this, but I just naturally am doing these things and it just feels right. That to me is the gospel of Christ, because he was breaking us away from the old law that brought death and was bringing us into the new law that brings salvation. But that new law was through faith, not through works. And then, but with that comes the understand, like in your heart, you will feel the feeling of, damn, this feels like the right thing to be doing right now. It just feels, I don't know why, but it seems like the right information I should be coming into right now. That's what I consider to be following Christ. Like he can't communicate with you in words, or perhaps he can, but that's just not what our experience is supposed to be. But the way we're communicated to is you just get feelings, and you're supposed to have faith that you're going off of the right feeling. But like that's a part of our test.
Gotcha. Cosmo, you want to say something on that?
Man, I appreciate y'all letting me get that all out. Sorry.
It's sometimes it'd be something people have to do. What I call venting. Sometimes I think people just need to talk about things
I appreciate it so much
to feel better. That's one.
I appreciate that. So now I'm not gonna interrupt Cosmo. Go ahead, you got the floor. Appreciate you guys.
No, man. I think I just kind of, I agree that conscious is fundamental, right? It would have to be fundamental because it's not even elemental. So, you dig what I'm saying? Elements can even be broken down. So it would have to predate that. But in my understanding, especially in over here in OWASP, you dig what I'm talking about? We have a whole science of consciousness. a way we kind of look at it. You dig what I'm saying? It's explained a sort of way in OWASP, and we just look at it. It makes sense. You know what I mean? With reality, right? Y'all want to check it? Y'all want to check it out or something?
Yeah. We can. Let's check out a little bit of OWASP.
Now, before, because I know you said you got to go out and start a new one. How what time were you?
Oh yeah, I need to do that right.
What was,
I need to do that right now. Let me.
how was we going?
That's what I'm supposed to be doing right now. I'm tripping. Let me change that.
So on my end, let me know like what am I doing? Am I waiting?
Oh yeah, you just need to set. You can just set.
Oh okay.
Yeah.
Cool. So yeah, man. Well, who were you? Were you saying? That was you, Cosmon, right? That was speaking. I didn't mean to cut you off, but I didn't want him to have to be like, "Oh shit, we gotta." Oh shoot, we gotta. You know, my bad. Sorry to cut you off. We gotta go.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, because I've been doing my little old readings on a waspy Cosmon. I want you to know it. I've been doing just like I told you I would, man. Because I ain't never say nothing until I finish that whole thing. That's why I want you to read some more of it for.
Yeah, man. I haven't been able to. I've been so busy, man. I haven't been able to do crap. So, you know what I mean.
What are you referring to?
Huh?
You said ayahuasca? What did you say?
OWASP. It's
What's
it's a channeled spiritual text. You dig what I'm talking about? Came around in the 1880s, purportedly to be from the creator. And through his angelic ambassadors. You dig what I'm talking about? It's a powerful read, man.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, you got a link for it or something you can drop somewhere? Cause man. I love consuming knowledge.
Yeah, man. If anybody can, quick Google search, just bring up OWASP, OAHSPE. It stands for Sky, Earth, Spirit. That's what OWASP is. Not no like weird out witch word or no spell casting. And if you look at it symbolically, just look how it looks and sounds. You dig what I'm talking about? Earth, sky, earth, spirit. Oh, I speak.
Oh, I speak.
And yeah, and think about it. What else is there?
Besides sky and earth?
Spirit.
Right. Yeah, sky, earth, spirit. I look at that because that
would encompass just about everything.
Yeah, it would. Because when I look at sky and earth, I think Newt and Geb because Egyptian mythology, and I call it mythology, but I really believe in all this stuff literal. Hawk heads, falcon heads, all that, like everything.